Chapter 241. Any questions? Instructor Coleman checked the time, ready to end the class. Instructor, if I want to apply for the loan you just mentioned, which department should I go to? A young man asked, raising his hand. This question spoke to the thoughts of many. After all, even those who previously worked in the Empire's government departments might not have accumulated many merit points. There's never enough money to spend. It's in the Support and Improvement Department on the first floor of the administration building. The specific amount varies depending on each person's potential and situation. You can inquire there. Okay, thank you, instructor. Support and Improvement Department? It's a nice name. I wonder if the interest rate is high, Ryan thought to himself. However, after Coleman's first general education class ended, Ryan didn't immediately go to the so-called Support and Improvement Department, or the Loan Department. Instead, he returned to the exchange hall of the Sword-Bearer branch. Greetings, sir. How may I help you? A charming female clerk saw Ryan approaching, stood up, and bowed. Please help me find the price of the enhanced strength potion. This time, Ryan had experience, and before the girl could say anything, he offered her his bronze badge. Yes, sir. Please wait a moment. The female clerk respectfully took it with both hands. Yes. I found it, sir. The exchange price is 150 merit points. The girl said crisply, quickly flipping through a thick booklet. Well, what about the enhanced constitution potion and enhanced agility potion? Please wait a moment. I check for you right away. I found it, sir. Please look at the slate of wisdom. This time, Ryan's search contained more information, and the girl displayed the relevant information directly on the black slate in front of him. Several lines of small white text flashed across the black slate. Strengthened constitution potion, a training supporting potion. After taking it, it will improve the user's physical fitness to a certain extent within half a month. The degree of improvement varies from person to person, but is generally around 10%. Exchange price, 180 merit points per bottle. Note, this is a high-quality supplementary potion produced by the Munster Provincial Branch of the Royal Apothecary Association. It is a must-have. Strengthened agility potion, a training supporting potion. After taking it, it will improve the user's agility to a certain extent within half a month. The degree of improvement varies from person to person, but is generally around 10%. Exchange price, 160 merit points per bottle. Note, this is a high-quality supplementary potion produced by the Munster Provincial Branch of the Royal Apothecary Association. It is a must-have. Is it a must-have? But this price is really not cheap. Sir, which one would you like to exchange? The girl asked. Don't worry. By the way, I'd like to ask how much does it cost to use the rapids chamber? Ryan waved his hand and continued. He came primarily to check the price, not that he was in a hurry to exchange. After all, good steel should be used where it counts, and his merit points didn't just come from nowhere. Are you talking about the training room? That's charged by the hour. You need to inquire with the training grounds rapids room facility for the exact price, but according to past regulations. The rapids room costs 5 merit points per hour, while the advanced rapids room costs 15 merit points per hour. The girl rummaged through a piece of paper nearby and answered Ryan's question with considerable enthusiasm. After all, this was common knowledge within the Sword-Bearer branch, and the relevant regulations were readily available. Thank you. By the way, I'd also like to ask about the exchange price for the atomizer potion? Ryan nodded. Sir, are you asking about the atomizer potion? The girl's large eyes glanced at Ryan with some confusion. Judging from his size and build, the young man clearly possessed the appearance of a formidable knight, but he didn't look like a wizard apprentice on his way to becoming a wizard. Having been exposed to this, the girl naturally knew what the atomizer potion was used for. Yes. Yes, sir. The girl smiled sweetly. Sir, the exchange price is 1 gold medal plus 2,000 merit points. Ryan frowned upon hearing this. How expensive. What about the fire-based, defensive, level 1 spell? According to your authority, I've found 2. Sir, please see the wisdom slate. The girl finished speaking, and several lines of small white text appeared on the black slate in front of Ryan. Resist Fire Ring, a level 1 spell. This spell consumes a certain amount of mental energy, and uses a specific spell model to attract surrounding fire energy particles, creating a fiery ring of fire around the caster. When attacked, the ring will ricochet flames, knocking back enemies. Exchange price, 2 gold medals plus 4,500 merit points. Source, provided by the Seth School. Flame Shield, a level 1 spell. This spell consumes a certain amount of mental energy, and uses a specific spell model to attract surrounding fire energy particles, creating a three-sided, rotating flame shield around the caster. This flame shield provides excellent defense against both physical and energy attacks. Exchange price: 2 gold medals plus 4,000 merit points. Source: provided by the Charge School. Ryan carefully read the 2 pieces of information, but his main concern at the moment was the exchange price. Well, it's pretty much the same at this price. 2 gold medals are a sure thing. If you add the atomized mixture, that's at least 3 gold medals. If you include that metal transfiguration I've always wanted, that's 4 gold medals. The problem is, I don't even have a bronze medal right now. And that's without even factoring in the massive amount of merit points required for the exchange. Clearly, this isn't a sum that can be achieved in the short term, unless, of course, I take out a loan. Okay, thank you. At your service, sir. The young staff member stood up and bowed again. Ryan didn't exchange anything, but quickly stood up and left. A few minutes later, he arrived at the administration building. If he could borrow enough medals and merit points, Ryan would naturally choose to take out a loan to improve his strength first. As for the interest rate, as long as it wasn't too exorbitant, he could accept it. The support and improvement department was on the first floor of the administration building and easy to find. Ryan quickly found his destination by following the sign that read Support and Improvement Department Office. However, when Ryan arrived, he found the door open and faint voices could be heard from inside. When he entered the room, Ryan noticed that several new swordsmen from this batch were already asking questions, including 2 familiar figures. Hearing footsteps behind him, several people turned to look. Huh? Ryan, what's up? The red-haired beauty Evelyn was surprised to see Ryan appear at the door. Evelyn and Ryan were old friends. She knew Ryan had previously worked in an Imperial government department and should have no shortage of merit points in the near future. Sir Ryan, why are you here? Very, who was consulting, quickly stood up and greeted him with a smile when he saw it was Ryan. The other newcomers also stood up, their smiles beaming. After all, Ryan had left a profound impression on them. The elegance of that hammer strike remained etched in their minds, lingering to this day. Ryan nodded and smiled at them. He hadn't expected Evelyn and Very to be here either. Sir Ryan, why don't you come first? Very said enthusiastically. He had always admired Ryan's strength despite his youth. The other newcomers naturally had no objections. This, however, made the freckled young staff member, who was consulting with Very, nervous. She didn't understand why this obviously younger-looking boy elicited such respect from these sword-bearing masters. Ryan waved his hand and smiled. No, just cue normally. No. Sir Ryan, you go first, Very said, smiling as he made way. The others also immediately made way. Facing so many smiling faces. All right. Ryan's mind suddenly flashed back to a quote from a celebrity in his past life. When you're not famous, you're surrounded by all kinds of people. Those who scheme, those who mock you, those who do bad things. But after you become famous, you suddenly realize that everyone around you is kind, and every face is filled with smiles. Thank you, but I'm sorry, Ryan said, bowing slightly. After Ryan sat down, he asked, Hello, I'd like to inquire about a loan. Of course, sir. Sir, please take a seat. The freckled girl, clearly a little nervous, stuttered slightly. Please show me your badge, sir. Okay. After taking the bronze badge Ryan handed her, the freckled girl looked surprised. A bronze badge? But after a moment's pause, she immediately began to research it. Huh? The freckled girl seemed to have found something, a look of surprise on her face. Sir, please wait a moment. Your loan amount is too high and requires approval from my superiors. Hearing the freckled girl's words, the others glanced over, their faces filled with curiosity and surprise. Although they hadn't yet applied for a loan, the red-haired beauty Evelyn had just done so, with a loan amount of 1,000. Also, the freckled girl had just handled all the procedures, unlike Ryan's situation. What's my credit limit? Ryan asked curiously, noticing the freckled girl's surprise. Sir, your credit limit is a full 10,000 merit points. Taking this moment to calm herself, the freckled girl finally spoke the number clearly. A gasp echoed from the surroundings. Evelyn, who had already applied, especially, covered her mouth with her hands, a look of shock on her face. She had just applied, and the credit limit was 1,000. Just a moment ago, she'd thought that was a huge sum. Now, looking back at Ryan's credit limit and comparing it to her own. Evelyn instantly felt that her 1,000 credit limit wasn't worth much. Ryan's brows raised. Not bad, that's a credit limit. With this 10,000 credit limit, even if I exchanged for the few things I needed, it would be more than enough. It seems Coleman wasn't wrong this morning. As expected, it's based on potential, or rather, the credit limit is likely based on a person's future repayment ability. After all, great potential and strength mean a greater ability to earn merit points in the future. Sir Ryan, I go get Deputy Minister Melanie now. Please wait a moment, the freckled young staff member asked respectfully. Yes, Ryan nodded. The freckled young staff member sprinted towards the door, her legs clacking. Soon, a smartly dressed young woman entered. Is this Sir Ryan? You are truly a promising young woman. I'm Melanie Clinton, Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Support and Promotion. Hello, Sir Ryan, the young woman said politely. Hello, Sir Melanie, Ryan said, standing up. Sir Ryan, are you withdrawing the entire amount? Yes. As he spoke, a thought struck him, and he immediately said, Wait, I have another question. Sir Melanie, is this loan only for merit points, and not for mission evaluation medals? Of course, mission evaluation medals still require completing missions to earn, Melanie nodded, confirming. This immediately made Ryan frown slightly, his expression changing. Then this loan would be essentially meaningless to him. He had just been to the exchange hall, and basically, whether it was for atomized potions or sorcery, the bulk, or rather the key, of the exchange was the gold medal. For the remaining potions, the 2,000 or so merit points he had on hand were actually more than enough for the short term. As he gradually completes his missions, his merit points will likely accumulate rapidly. Melanie, sensing Ryan's displeasure, asked, Sir Ryan, are you anxious to redeem something? Ryan hesitated, then nodded slightly. Melanie smiled and said, Sir Ryan, since you are already a bronze-level swordsman, your loan process is somewhat different from that of ordinary newcomers. If it's convenient for you, could you please come to my room and talk? Ryan raised a brow. Could there be some room for maneuvering here? After a moment's thought, Ryan nodded and followed the beautiful young woman, Melanie, out of the office. The other newcomers stared eagerly at Ryan's departing figure, a huge question forming in their minds. Can bronze swordbearers borrow mission evaluation medals? When Ryan arrived at the deputy minister's office nearby, Melanie began to explain. Sir Ryan, as a bronze swordbearer captain, you can apply for a consumer loan. This is a different type of loan from the previous rookie loan. Sir Melanie, could you please explain the rules of consumer loans? Okay, Sir Ryan, with a consumer loan, you only need to pay 1/3 of the price of an item to use it up front, and then repay it within a specified time frame. 33% down payment? A bit like a mortgage. Ryan pondered. But then another question occurred to him. 1/3? 1/3 of merit points is easy to understand, but how do you calculate 1/3 of medals? Well, for example, if you need 3 silver medals, you need to pay for 1 first. However, if the item only requires 1 or 2 silver medals, since regulations prohibit splitting the loan, you still need to pay 1 silver medal and 1/3 of the merit points up front. In this case, we generally recommend grouping several items together, for example, collecting 3 silver medals and then applying for a loan. Ryan nodded. He understood. This was a good idea. This meant he only needed to earn 1 gold medal to get a loan for the mist potion and the level 1 defensive fire spell. Wait. I also wanted metal transfiguration. Ms. Melanie, is it at least 1/3? Can it be a quarter? Ryan asked tentatively. A quarter is silver level authority. Melanie couldn't help but look embarrassed. However, Melanie suddenly remembered the striking red special grade that had been displayed on the boy's profile. She immediately changed her tune and said, All right. Sir Ryan, then you pay a quarter. Ryan's face lit up. That way, he only needed to secure 1 gold medal to secure the 3 aforementioned items. By the way, Sir Ryan, if I may ask, are you looking to exchange for? Melanie finally remembered what he was planning to exchange for. Atomizer potion, fire magic, fire resist ring, and metal transfiguration, Ryan said bluntly. Huh? Melanie's eyes widened as she stared at Ryan. Oh my god! An item worth 4 gold medals. Sir Ryan, even if you're a new swordsman with a potential rating of special grade, this is ridiculous. Melanie's heart was screaming. Is it impossible? Ryan glanced at Melanie's stunned expression and couldn't help but sigh in disappointment. Well, Your Excellency, Ryan, Melanie stammered. At this moment, a middle-aged man in an army uniform, with a pair of golden branches and 4 crescent moons on his shoulder straps, walked in and said with a smile, Melanie, please handle the relevant procedures for Your Excellency Ryan. Just follow the 3 items Your Excellency Ryan just mentioned. Ah, yes, yes, sir. Melanie immediately stood up. Your Excellency Ryan, this is Colonel Stanley, Admiral Edward's secretary, Melanie introduced hurriedly. Hello, Colonel Stanley. Ryan immediately stood up and greeted. Your Excellency Ryan, Admiral Edward is very optimistic about you. Stanley nodded with a smile. After some pleasantries, Stanley took something and hurried off again, quite busy. Ryan signed the loan agreement. This meant that once he obtained a gold medal and a quarter of his merit points, he could withdraw the 3 aforementioned items in advance. This undoubtedly greatly accelerated Ryan's progress toward acquiring the 3 aforementioned items. Also, Ryan had successfully obtained the newcomer loan. After all, newcomer loans and consumer loans are 2 different types of loans, but Ryan was special, being both a newcomer and receiving bronze-level treatment. So, this immediately brightened Ryan's mood. He returned to the exchange hall. Soon, Ryan returned to his room with a long brown box. When Ryan opened it, he saw a transparent glass test tube filled with yellow liquid, emanating a faint white chill, as if it had just been taken out of a cold storage room. There was a label with a few lines of small print on it: Strength Potion, Cultivation Aid. Within half a month of consumption, it will increase the user's strength to a certain extent. The degree of increase varies from person to person, but is generally about 10%. Dosage: take on an empty stomach. Precautions: to avoid unpredictable changes, do not take with other potions, ferocious beast meat, etc. Royal Apothecary Association, Munster Branch. Since no one at the Munster branch of the Royal Apothecary Association knew anyone nearby, Ryan had no choice but to use his merit points to purchase the potion. Luckily, after taking out the newcomer loan, Ryan didn't have much else, but he had plenty of merit points. Plenty of potions. Back in his room, Ryan opened the wooden box without hesitation and took the yellow potion in his hand. Instantly, a slight coolness spread through his palm. Pop! As Ryan uncorked the test tube, a faint fragrance wafted forth. It was hard to describe, a faintly sweet aroma reminiscent of the delicate fragrance of blueberries, apples, and other fruits. Ryan's nostrils twitched slightly, his eyes fluttering. This fragrance. He could feel his body sending him a signal: drink it. Ryan was on an empty stomach, so without hesitation, he gulped it down. The sweet yellow liquid flowed down his throat and into his stomach. Ryan smacked his lips, savoring the sweet taste that lingered in his mouth. You know what? It's quite delicious. It tastes like fruity milk. But after a few seconds, Ryan was startled. At that moment, he felt a sudden surge of warmth rising from his stomach and spreading throughout his body. It felt like soaking in a hot spring, or like a young girl's slender fingers gently stroking his skin, bringing a tingling sensation. Ryan couldn't help but lie down comfortably on the bed, closing his eyes, and taking in the sensation. After a few minutes, the potency of the drug gradually weakened, until it stabilized at a weaker level, and then remained constant. At this moment, a system notification suddenly sounded. Congratulations! Your strength attribute has been increased. Huh? The effect was immediate. Ryan checked his stat panel. His strength attribute, which hadn't been increased in a while, had increased from 27 to 28. At this moment, he felt refreshed and full of energy. The warm current generated by the potent strength potion continued to flow slowly through his body. Ryan could feel it seeping into his muscles and fascia. Will it last for half a month? If it's a 10% increase, based on my approximately 30 strength points, it should increase my strength attribute by about 3 points. According to Instructor Coleman, the potion is most effective when combined with intensive training. Then let's go to the Rapids room. The afternoon class was a specialized skill-based course. In other words, if you're a sword and shield knight or grand knight, instructors specializing in sword and shield will be responsible for teaching you the relevant techniques. This is also why Coleman told Ryan that he could skip the two-handed hammer technique course. After all, Ryan's skill with the two-handed hammer was comparable to his own. Furthermore, Ryan wasn't the only new recruit using a two-handed hammer. There were 4 or 5 others. Naturally, Ryan couldn't have Coleman as his one-on-one sparring partner. As for the mission, sharpening the knife doesn't delay the chopping of wood. Before the re-examination, the organization didn't have any mission requirements for the new recruits, nor did they assign any missions. This month was a chance for the new sword bearers to familiarize themselves with the environment and understand the various situations they would face. Ryan felt that since the cash from the loan could boost his own strength, it was natural to prioritize that. After all, there were still many good things within the sword bearer branch. For example, this time's powerful strength potion gave him quite a surprise. Unfortunately, he couldn't take other potions, such as the powerful agility potion or the powerful strength potion, while it was still active. 5 minutes later, Ryan arrived at the Sword Bearer Division's official training grounds for the first time. Chapter 242. The official training grounds were located behind a garden with trees of varying heights. Ryan was immediately amazed at the sight. The Sword Bearers branch truly possessed immense wealth. In the provincial capital of Munster, where every inch of land was considered valuable, the Sword Bearers branch's official training grounds occupied a vast expanse. To Ryan's right was a white, 3-story indoor training building with a concave arc shape. Constructed of similarly white stone strips, the building's columns and roof featured simple scrollwork. It possessed a majestic and aesthetic quality. Directly in front of Ryan was a verdant lawn. This was an outdoor training ground several times the size of a normal horse ranch, with several stables adjacent to it. At that moment, several sword bearers were maneuvering their horses in circles, performing jumps and sprints. Ryan looked closely and noticed that most of the horses were about the same height and sturdiness as his black horse, with a striking tuft of hair on their calves. This must be the high-class horse breed, the rock horse, that Veronica had mentioned earlier. Panning his gaze further, Ryan saw a griffin platform shaped like a plate. Yes, it was a massive circular platform, about 2 meters above the ground, supported by a solid, thick white stone pillar. However, the number of griffins was quite small. Including the 2 griffins soaring in the sky and the remaining 2 on the platform, there were only 4 griffins in total. It was unclear whether this was the original number or if many had been dispatched on missions. And now, on the platform, the 2 griffins, each with 3 or 4 staff members in charge, were surrounding them, cleaning and combing their feathers. This platform should be the Sword Bearer Division's independent griffin platform, independent of the one atop Munster. Control a griffin? Ryan was quite intrigued by the sight, and an idea immediately occurred to him. After presenting his bronze badge to the heavily guarded guard, Ryan was allowed into the training grounds. After a brief inquiry, Ryan learned that only silver-rank sword bearers were eligible for griffin training, and the training fee was incredibly high, reaching 50 merit points per hour. If one were untalented, that would be a considerable expense. Besides, training is training, but renting a griffin for missions is another expense. Of course, this excludes assignments. Assignments are like official business trips. If one is assigned to ride a griffin, it's considered a public transportation trip, naturally unaffected by authority, and completely free of charge. Luckily, I have a blood-feather hippogriff too. Let's wait a few more months. By the way, I should go check on some of my pets these days. I might consider feeding Bloodfeather more mutation growth potion. I don't know if it will mutate a naturally ferocious beast, but it should still accelerate its growth. Also, why hasn't Dark Horse transformed into a ferocious beast yet? I remember Cookie was about 2 months away. Ryan's thoughts wandered. A few minutes later, following the guard's instructions, he arrived in front of the tall, curved building with a white stone exterior. Even from outside the building, Ryan could sense waves of mysterious energy particles emanating from its interior. These waves were complex and varied. More obvious were the fluctuations of several energy particles, such as those of water and earth. It seemed that, as Instructor Coleman had said, witchcraft was being applied to the physical strengthening of knights, particularly Grand Knights. This would be an unimaginable luxury in Maester County, but in the Sword Bearers branch of the provincial capital, Munster, it seemed to have become a common part of training. The disparity was evident from this. Ryan entered the first-floor lobby and saw a curved information desk not far ahead, where 3 young female staff members were busy. Outside the reception desk, a young woman, seemingly in charge of guidance, saw Ryan enter and look around. Her eyes lit up immediately, and she stepped forward, bowing politely. "Hello, sir. This is the training building. How may I help you?" "Huh? Not bad. There's even a shopping guide, just like in the malls of my past life." Ryan thought for a moment, then asked directly, "Well, this is my first time here. Could you give me a brief introduction to the training building?" "Of course, sir. To your left, along the corridor, are the Quicksand Hall and the Mud Room. To your right, along the corridor, is the Rapids Room. If this is your first time here, I recommend starting with the Rapids Room. The Rapids Rooms are divided into Standard and Advanced Rapids Rooms," the welcoming girl explained. "The Standard Rapids Room is primarily designed to simulate a turbulent environment for you, sir. Under the resistance of the water, you can hone the precision and stability of your extraordinary combat skills. Of course, it will also improve your physical fitness. The Advanced Rapids Room is primarily designed to enhance your physical fitness. The method used is to impact various parts of the body with high-speed water jets. This has a strong impact, improving vascular elasticity, muscle fascia tension, and neural reflexes. The longer you stay in the advanced rapids chamber, the better the effect. Of course, this depends on the individual's physical condition. Ryan found this quite amusing and glanced at the girl. Judging from her aura, she was just an ordinary person. How could she know anything about fascia tension? So, the receptionist had clearly memorized what she said. It's like a 2-year-old reciting ancient poetry in a past life, reciting it fluently, but completely oblivious to the meaning when asked. Also, in the advanced rapids room, there are various options, such as alternating hot and cold water, and cold and cool baths to enhance the training effect. Of course, the cost is an additional 5 merit points per hour. Alternately, you can add lava or particles to further enhance the water jet effect. However, this requires an additional 15 merit points per hour. Of course, while these options will enhance the effect, they also greatly increase the stimulation of the rapids. Adults are advised to exercise according to their ability. Alternating hot and cold water? Adding lava or particles? Why does it sound like a high-intensity spa? Ryan's face was thoughtful. Besides, the standard rapids room focuses on developing the precision and stability of extraordinary combat skills, which doesn't align with the purpose of his trip. However, he could try it later and practice Locken's axe and shield combat skills to see the results. Now, according to Instructor Coleman's suggestion, it is natural to go to the advanced rapids room first to experience it. Ryan tilted his head and asked, may I ask, are there any rooms available in the premium rapids room right now? Sir, you're in luck. The standard rapids rooms are all full, but there's one room available in the premium rapids room. Would you like to use it now? Yes, right now. Then please show me your badge at the front desk. The receptionist took Ryan to the information desk. By the way, please help me choose the hot and cold cycle, and add that. Igneous or pellets. Ryan thought for a moment and said, Sir, can you do that? No, sir, you can start gradually. The receptionist, covering her mouth, blinked her eyes at Ryan with an apologetic look. Clearly, she had said something wrong, and she was afraid Ryan would hold her ground. Ryan waved his hand, saying, no problem, add them all. As for the time, I suggest you don't set a time in advance, sir. If you feel any discomfort, just press the red handle in the room to stop. Is that okay with you? The girl said hurriedly. Yes, by the way, what will be the charge for a less than full hour? Ryan suddenly thought of a question. Regarding the charge, sir, if it exceeds the full hour, any time less than half an hour will be counted as a half hour, and any time more than half an hour will be counted as a full hour. Yes, that's reasonable, Ryan nodded with a smile. Seeing Ryan's smile and agreement, the receptionist finally breathed a sigh of relief, her service attitude becoming even better. She offered, Sir, shall I take you there now? She asked, pointing to the corridor to the right. In reality, the receptionist's job was to greet guests at the door, not to accompany them. But perhaps to make up for her earlier misstep, or perhaps because of Ryan's handsome appearance, the girl was quite enthusiastic and proactive. Yes, thank you. It would be my pleasure, sir. Please follow me. On the right side of the first floor are the standard and advanced rapids rooms. Many adults train here every day, the girl explained as they walked. Soon, Ryan followed the girl through a long corridor and into a spacious hall lined with long sofa-like chairs covered in soft suede. Sat in groups of 3 or 4 on these long chairs were muscular men, each of them as imposing as Ryan himself. Come to think of it, this rapids room was designed for knights and great knights. However, Ryan also noticed that almost all of them were armed, suggesting they were waiting for the standard rapids room to practice their extraordinary combat skills. It seems my choice was right. If I had chosen a regular rapids room, I'd still have to wait in line. Sir, these are all premium rapids rooms. You've just completed the necessary procedures at the information desk. All you need to do is swipe your sword bearer's emblem on this black wisdom slate to enter. Until you cancel, this premium rapids room is yours alone, the girl explained. Yes, okay, thank you. Ryan followed the girl's instructions and swiped the bronze emblem. A few words appeared on the black wisdom slate. Start time, 1:33 p.m. Fee, 15 merit points/hour. 1 additional charge. Then the girl led Ryan into a high-end rapids room. Many of the burly men in the hall looked over enviously. Girls are so popular. I've never met a girl so willing to accompany me here, Baltan said enviously. Baltan, with your size, you could crush that girl to death, a companion teased the 2.3-meter tall burly man. Don't mention it. To be able to enter the high-end rapids room, she must have a ton of merit points. She might even be the captain. How could she be the captain, so young and unfamiliar? She must come from a powerful family. Before joining the sword bearers, she must have earned a lot of merit points in the imperial government. A young man with a mustache, seemingly in his 20s, explained. That's right. Kim makes a lot of sense. The others nodded. Kim paused, curious about how long the young man planned to stay in the advanced rapids room. He stood up and quickly walked to the door of the room Ryan had just entered. He casually glanced at the black wisdom slate, and the next second, he couldn't help but gasp. Hiss. Below the price list, there were several lines of small white text. Additional Edition 1, alternating hot and cold, at 5 to the fee. Additional Edition 2, igneous or particles, at 15 to the fee. Total fee, 35 merit points/hour. Reflecting on how stingy he'd been with just 5 merit points per hour in the standard rapids room, Kim couldn't help but curse. Fuck. So damn rich. Seeing Kim's expression change, the others around him came over curiously. Upon seeing this, they exclaimed in surprise, Is this how you spend your merit points? You're so rich. It wasn't that they couldn't afford it, but their expenses elsewhere were greater, like purchasing more advanced transcendental combat techniques, combat potions, and auxiliary training potions. Naturally, they had to be frugal with their merit points. Although the fully upgraded Rapids chamber was the most effective, the cost was too high, making it far less cost-effective than practicing transcendental combat techniques, while gradually improving your physical fitness in a regular Rapids chamber. Also, the intensity was too high, and the duration of the experience was too short, making the effects less effective. That's not right, Baltan. Have you seen this person before? No, this is my first time today, Baltan said thoughtfully, then shook his head. Kim looked at the others, who also shook their heads. Ha ha ha, that's interesting. This young man must be here for the first time, Kim said jokingly. If nothing's added, a typical knight could stay in there for 2 hours, but with the alternating hot and cold temperatures, he'd probably be out in over an hour. The key is, he added some igneous or particles. That's interesting. How long do you think he'd be out? 10 minutes? Or a quarter of an hour? Ha ha ha. Kim laughed. A quarter of an hour, maybe? I had another 5 minutes, so it'd be 20. I think half an hour. After all, young people care about their reputation. Everyone burst into laughter. At this moment, a burly man with thick eyebrows approached and asked with a smile, What happened? Why are you all so happy? Hey, it's Captain Waynes. Everyone greeted him. Boss, here's what's going on, Kim gestured, then explained with a smile, Captain, you're here to use the premium rapids room this time, right? Then let's queue for this one. It should be out soon, maybe a few minutes. No wonder the front desk just said it was full. Okay, I listened to you and queue for this one. Wayne smiled and, without giving it much thought, walked over and swiped his badge on the black wisdom stone slab at the door to Ryan's room. Soon, a line of words appeared at the bottom of the wisdom stone. New person in line. 1. When Ryan closed the door, he realized that the rapids room wasn't small, about 50 square meters. In the center was a massive bathtub, about 4 meters in diameter. Next to the bathtub was a striking red handle. With a flick of the handle, it stopped all the rapids in the room. Furthermore, the bathtub was surrounded by a special type of white stone bricks, seamlessly laid together. Most strikingly, the bricks were covered in a dense mass of holes of varying sizes. The holes ranged in size, some nearly the diameter of a fist, while others were smaller than a little finger. At the tip of each hole was a circular metal nozzle. Ryan even saw, through the gently rippling, clear red water, numerous holes at the bottom of the pool. These holes, presumably, were used to generate jets of water. The pool was 3 meters deep, though the water level wasn't that high. When Ryan stripped down to his underwear and entered, he found the water barely reached his knees. At this moment, the surrounding light suddenly dimmed, as if to better encourage the trainees to focus on their bodies. Sizzle! The sound of intense water flow rang out. High-speed streams of water began to spurt from the various holes in the pool, striking Ryan's exposed, muscular body. That's it? Nothing. Ryan only felt the water's coolness. Even the pool floor, where he was standing, now gushed out streams of water, striking the soles of his feet, giving him a tingling, foot-massaging sensation. The next second, Ryan realized. His talent, Intermediate Steel Body, was a passive ability. Under the protection of Intermediate Steel Body, the high-speed water flow, which would normally cause skin stinging, felt like a shower to him. Instantly, Ryan concentrated his mind and dispersed the defensive effects of his talent. Instantly, a stinging sensation spread across his skin. But soon, the stinging and impact began to take effect. Ryan felt a shift within his body. His muscles and fascia began to tremble slightly, as if stimulated by something, becoming active. A moment later, the temperature of the surging water suddenly changed, from near 0 degrees to a rapid rise of 30 degrees. 40 degrees. And soon it reached 70 or 80 degrees, a scorching heat. A world of ice and fire. A sharp pain. But the effect was remarkable. Ryan's muscles and fascia became more active. He could feel the smaller muscles and fascia, previously untouched by the Bear King breathing technique, being stimulated and trembling. A moment later, the lights dimmed again. Suddenly, the sound of the water jetting became sharper, as if mingled with tiny particles. At this moment, Ryan closed his eyes slightly. He could see that the water gushing out of the holes in the pool wall had turned a pale red. These were probably the so-called igneous rock particles. These tiny particles hurt when they hit Ryan's skin. But the effect was also extremely good. After hitting certain facial junctions, some of the muscle adhesions from the previous explosion were shaken and loosened. The pain was real. Even without looking down, Ryan knew his skin must be like a roasted lobster. As time passed, the pain, as the girl had described, grew more intense and unbearable. Thinking for a moment, Ryan tried to slowly restore the defensive effects of his intermediate steel body. Of course, to maintain the effectiveness of the torrent, Ryan kept the steel body effect at around 10%. The pain was immediately reduced, but the overall impact of the torrent was not significantly affected. This delighted Ryan. The effects of the powerful strength potion he had taken, lingering in his system, began to dissipate at an accelerated pace thanks to the surging current. 15 minutes passed quickly. At this point, the people outside began to look up at Ryan's room, anticipating the sound of the door opening. A few minutes later, everyone couldn't help but wonder. "Kim, this young man is quite capable," Bolton said in a muffled voice. "Well, yes." Kim was also surprised. "But it should be soon." Another 5 minutes passed, and now everyone was silent. They knew full well that few could withstand these 2 additional conditions for 20 minutes, and even those who could would be great knights of exceptional determination. However, they believed the young man was nearing his limit. This rapid flow would only become increasingly intense and unbearable. In the advanced rapid flow chamber, Ryan had discovered a trick. If he practiced the Bear King breathing exercises while being buffeted by the high-speed rapid flow mixed with igneous rock particles, the rapid flow's effects would be even more pronounced. At that moment, he felt a warm sensation throughout his body, as the previously damaged muscle fibers were gradually repaired by the accelerated blood flow. And most of the adhesions caused by the muscle strain during the earlier outburst had also been broken apart. The capillaries immediately replenished the repaired areas with nutrients. At that moment, a system notification suddenly appeared. "Congratulations. Your strength attribute has been increased." "Huh? The effects are being released so quickly?" According to the label, the effects of this powerful strength potion are slowly released over approximately 2 weeks. Although it's fast at first and slow at the end, it shouldn't be this fast. Logically, it should increase slightly after 4 or 5 days, and then a little more in the final 2 weeks, for an overall increase of about 10%. Ryan muttered to himself. As his strength attribute increased from 28 to 29, Ryan suddenly felt incredibly energetic. While enduring the impact of the high-speed torrent, he increased the intensity of his Bear King breathing technique. Ryan was enjoying his practice in the room, but the people outside were already staring in amazement. 45 minutes have already passed. How could this young man inside? Kim glanced at his captain, Wayne's, and a look of embarrassment washed over him. He'd been the one to arrange for this room, but he still hadn't emerged. However, Wayne's, at this moment, didn't notice Kim's subtle movements. Instead, his brow furrowed slightly, as if lost in thought. After a few more minutes, Wayne's, puzzled, asked, "Are you sure it's a new young man who went in? And not the captain of another team? Never seen him before." "Yeah, even the newly promoted captain last year, we've seen him once or twice, but this one is definitely new." Snap! Suddenly, Kim's eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh hard, a look of sudden realization on his face. He said, "Hey, what do you think? Is it possible that this young man passed out in there before he could even pull the handle?" Chapter 243. As the sword-bearer's captain, Wayne's naturally drew everyone's attention. "Kim, tell the front desk that the training schedule in room 102 is unusual. Please send someone to confirm." For Wayne's, since he had never seen the young man in the room, He remained cautious about the other's speculation that the person inside might have fainted. Breaking in? That's absolutely not an option. What if the person is in the middle of a critical training moment? Furthermore, the training building has long-standing regulations for such situations. Knocking and breaking down doors are strictly prohibited. Even if you suspect something's wrong, simply report it. Leave the rest to the professionals. Okay, boss. Kim quickly turned and left. A moment later, a young woman hurried over, accompanied by several doctors in white robes. This girl was the receptionist, her face filled with anxiety. She'd just been busy with other things, and now, hearing that the new swordsman hadn't emerged in almost an hour, she felt a sudden surge of panic. Since everyone in the torrent chamber was shirtless, it was impossible to create a small window in the door to peer inside. After all, while female knights were rare, they did exist. What if a female knight came for training, and there was a small window in the door? So, a different approach was employed. A male medical officer carefully placed a device resembling a listening device on the thick door. An elderly physician quickly spoke to the receptionist. Is it a newcomer? Yes, there's no record of previous visits to the Rapids chamber. What about the other information? Ryan Kalin. 16 years old. Grand Knight. 16 years old? The old man was stunned, and the others who heard the news were even more stunned. A 16-year-old Grand Knight? Amazing. Ryan, inside, felt incredibly relaxed. Some fascia adhesions, muscle strains, and so on had been significantly improved and repaired. At this moment, an unexpected system notification appeared. Congratulations. Your agility attribute has been improved. Agility? How could it be agility? I clearly took a powerful strength potion. Could it be that after the Bear King breathing technique reached level 14, my physical fitness began to gradually improve? Or was it because the adhesions in my muscles and fascia were shaken apart by the rapids, allowing my body to recover to a certain extent? Ryan's face was thoughtful. After thinking about it, Ryan felt that it was probably a combination of both, with the latter being perhaps more significant. Regardless, increasing his agility from 29 to 30 points was naturally a good thing. However, Ryan also felt that his body seemed to have reached a certain limit. It wasn't that he couldn't bear it any longer. It was that the impact of the torrent on his body was gradually weakening. His body probably needed rest. It was like soaking in a hot spring. You have to do it in moderation, otherwise, soaking for too long would be harmful to your health. So Ryan stood up with a swish, stepped out of the pool, and flipped the red handle. Instantly, the torrent began to subside, and Ryan grabbed the white towel that had been prepared nearby and began to clean himself. After getting dressed, Ryan walked towards the door. Bang! Due to the pressure difference between inside and outside, a dull thud rang out. The door swung open. As soon as he opened it, Ryan was surprised to see so many people suddenly appear before him. They all seemed to be staring at him in astonishment. Among them were the armed knights, who had just been waiting in the lobby. Shouldn't they be heading to the regular torrent room? Why, hasn't it been their turn yet? There were also several striking people in white robes. They looked like doctors. And the welcoming girl from earlier was there too. The girl, with a look of relief on her face, eagerly asked, "Sir, are you all right?" "Nothing? What could possibly happen to me?" Ryan was puzzled. The girl carefully examined Ryan's still heated body. His complexion was normal, and he looked energetic. It was nothing like the adults, who had emerged from the advanced rapids room before, their skin red as grilled shrimp, their faces grim. The girl's lips moved twice, but she couldn't utter a word. After all, she had already made a mistake in front of this young man, and she didn't want to make any mistakes this time. At this moment, an elder in a white robe stepped forward with a solemn expression and said, "Sir, could we examine you? You've been in there for quite a while." "Of course," Ryan said, unfazed. Several medical staff stepped forward and began a rapid examination. After a few minutes, the medical staff shook their heads, assuring the old man that there was nothing wrong. "Sir, you are in good health," the old man said, also quite surprised. Ryan nodded, said thank you, and turned to leave the rapids room. It was getting late, and he still planned to visit the mission hall, so he naturally wouldn't linger here any longer. Watching Ryan's departing figure, the burly men waiting for the standard rapids room felt a sense of shame. "Baltan, it seems he's no gigolo. To be able to stay in the advanced rapids room for so long, even with the added fuel, shows true strength. Yeah, I was mistaken. I didn't expect these newbies to be so impressive. I ask around later, he shouldn't be some unknown newbie." Baltan shook his head. "By the way, if he's a newbie, based on the time frame, shouldn't they be in free training right now? How could he?" Kim, standing nearby, suddenly had another thought. But then he shook his head. Forget it, with this perverted newbie, anything could happen. Wayne stood in the distance, his arms folded, silently watching the scene unfold. Interesting. After exiting the training building, Ryan headed for the mission hall. He wasn't planning on accepting a mission right away, but rather wanted to get a feel for the situation first. Soon, Ryan followed the signs through a garden of blooming flowers and neatly trimmed shrubs, arriving in front of a circular fountain. To one side of the flower bed stood a white building, the same simple yet elegant architectural style as the entire sword-bearer branch. This was the mission hall. Entering the hall, Ryan noticed that while there were slightly more people here than in the exchange hall, it wasn't as bustling as he'd anticipated. It was still the familiar counter, the one-on-one reception, and the uniformed young woman. This made Ryan's brows raise slightly. After a moment's thought, Ryan began to understand. The tasks for personnel at different levels were different. If all were displayed, it would easily lead to leaks and other problems. Soon, it was Ryan's turn. "Hello, sir. How may I help you?" A charming female staff member saw Ryan approaching, stood up and bowed. "Please help me find the tasks available to bronze-level personnel," Ryan said, handing her his bronze badge. "Yes, sir. Please wait a moment." The female staff member respectfully took it with both hands. "Sir, please look at the wisdom slate. Since there are quite a few, you can click to flip through the pages." The young staff member quickly found the relevant bronze-level tasks. "Yes, thank you." Ryan nodded and immediately began to check. This wisdom tablet actually has a touch screen. "I wonder what kind of sorcery this is, but it's truly impressive." Investigate the missing persons case in Norfolk County, bronze rank. Dozens of people have recently disappeared in Norfolk County, starting with homeless people, then young adults, and now even 2 city guards and knights. Requirements: investigate the relevant situation within a week. 2 or more people are recommended. Reward: 1 bronze medal, 200 merit points. Note: if the investigation eliminates hidden dangers or the source, the reward will be increased. Investigate the Ngoti mine occupation by unknown subterranean creatures, bronze rank. The Ngoti mine in Devon County has recently been overrun by unknown subterranean creatures. From the initial security guards to the town sheriff, and now even the elite team of investigators sent by Devon County, all have disappeared. Quest requirements: investigate the relevant circumstances within 1 week. Recommended team members: 3 or more. Quest reward: 2 bronze medals, 350 merit points. Note: if the investigation eliminates unidentified underground creatures, the reward will increase. Investigate the mysterious limb amputation incident in Derby County, bronze level. A series of murders of nobles worthy of official knights, even veteran knights, have occurred in Derby County. Strangely, when the bodies of the deceased nobles were discovered, their limbs were missing. Quest requirements: investigate the relevant circumstances within this month. Recommended team members: 3 or more. Quest reward: 2 bronze medals, 400 merit points. Note: if the investigation kills or captures the murderer, the reward will increase. After reviewing several quests in succession, Ryan frowned. Although the quests that appeared on the wisdom slate were all bronze level, matching his level, the quest requirements generally recommended a team of 2 or more. This: call Veronica or Evelyn. Ryan thought briefly and dismissed the idea of going to Veronica and Evelyn. Unlike him, they didn't have free time in the afternoon. Every afternoon, they attended witchcraft training sessions, a process that would continue until the re-examination. "Excuse me, can I take on this investigation of the Ngoti mine being overrun by unknown underground creatures, all by myself?" Ryan thought for a moment and asked. "Sir, that's not allowed. The mission requirements clearly state the number of people must meet the requirements." The young staff member shook her head. But then, as if a thought occurred to her, she looked at Ryan in surprise and said, "Sir, are you a new sir?" Experienced sword bearers couldn't be unaware of this rule. "Yes," Ryan nodded. There was nothing to hide about this. "Then you shouldn't," the young staff member blurted out. But she quickly closed her mouth, smiled sweetly, and said, "Sir, as a new master, you can choose to assist in defense missions." "Assist in defense missions?" Ryan pondered for a moment and shook his head, somewhat confused. Well, new masters generally need to continue training within the branch to improve their skills. Therefore, the branch arranges some special missions, such as assisting in defense missions in various districts of Munster or in some of the directly governed towns. Specifically, they assist Munster's imperial departments by resolving issues they can't handle. Since the missions are located in Munster, This allows new sword bearers to avoid traveling and have time to train and improve within the branch. Huh? That's quite humane. Ryan nodded. If he could stay in Munster for a short period of time and earn medals and merit points, that would be the best option. Ryan had originally considered this. After all, if he spent half a month, or even longer, away on a mere bronze-level mission, it would affect the training programs he was planning to conduct within the branch. Do you have any information on the auxiliary defense mission you just mentioned? Yes, sir, the young staff member nodded. By the way, sir, would you like me to explain the divisions within Munster? Ryan shook his head. He knew this. That day, he and Veronica walked along the main road and basically understood the city's divisions. Munster was built on a hillside. From top to bottom, there were the administrative district, the church district, the noble district, and then the upper town, also known as the wealthy area. Below the upper town were the trade and workshop districts, which were located in the center of the city. Next was the civilian district at the bottom, the largest area, accounting for over 60% of Munster's total area. The civilian district was divided into 5 rings around the city's base. From top to bottom, the civilian rings were the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th rings. There was no 6th ring. The lower you lived, the lower your status. Beyond the 5th ring, you passed Munster's towering walls and entered the numerous small towns directly under Munster's jurisdiction. Sir, the relevant assignment details have been displayed on the wisdom slate. You may review them. Okay. Ryan nodded, quickly checking again. Assignment, Munster Upper District Security Advisor. Primarily responsible for handling special incidents or emergencies in the Upper District upon receiving requests for assistance from the district. Requirements, during the 1-month assignment period, immediately respond to requests for assistance from the district. Reward, 1 bronze medal, 200 merit points. Note, if the efficiency and difficulty of the response exceed expectations, the reward will be increased. Note, this assignment is only open to those who have been members of the Sword Bearers for less than 2 years. He scanned the entire field. Ryan discovered that the assignments were mostly similar, focusing on changes in administrative divisions. He flipped the page. The assignment was for a security advisor in a small town outside of Munster, and these were the most numerous. Sir Ryan, my suggestion is that you choose to serve in the Upper District. Generally, there are only 2 or 3 openings for assignments in each district. You're truly fortunate to have encountered one there. Of course, that's also because you're an adult accepting an assignment. The security situation in the Upper District should be relatively good, right? Ryan asked. Yes, the previous adult who took the assignment was lucky enough not to encounter any major incidents for a month, easily completing the assignment. The young female staff member said with a smile. Sir, then I take the assignment in the Trade District. What did you say? The young female staff member's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Ryan. I choose the Trade District. That's fine, sir. The girl quickly recovered and glanced at Ryan, seemingly not joking, before immediately setting to work. Obviously, as the wealthy district, the upper town should have the best security, with a much lower probability of incidents than the lower trade and civilian areas. But Ryan had his own considerations in choosing the Trade District. Firstly, the assignment was clearly marked. If the efficiency and difficulty exceeded expectations, the reward would be increased. Naturally, Ryan didn't want to just take the basic reward. A bronze medal. It was too little. Secondly, Jenny and Agatha's new residence and shop were in the Trade District. If he were assigned to the Trade District, some things would be much easier to handle. It's done, sir. The Trade District Administration Office will receive a letter shortly. Please wait for notification. Sir, I must remind you that although this assignment is for newly appointed sirs, during your actual mission, you may occasionally encounter enemies whose strength exceeds your capabilities. Therefore, I hope you will exercise caution when carrying out your mission. Okay, thank you. Ryan smiled and nodded, then stood up and left. A few days later, in the Trade District Administration Office, in the Sheriff's office, Sheriff Baron Graham, nearly 40 years old, reclined in a large, soft goatskin chair, his belly slightly bulging. At first glance, he didn't look like a seasoned knight. He sighed as he looked at the information before him. The information was simple. First, a portrait of a handsome young man, and below, Ryan's name, title, age, and level of power, a scant bit of information. There was nothing else to say. As a member of the Empire's Special Department, Graham naturally understood that the relevant information was confidential. This had been the case with previous swordbearers who had come on temporary assignments, with only these few pieces of information. But even with just these 4 pieces of information, he was stunned. 16 years old, a Grand Knight. What a genius. What was I doing at 16? Was I a Knight Squire of the 2nd class? As the sheriff of the trade zone, Graham hadn't expected the sword-bearer, who had come on temporary assignment this time, to be so gifted. He was now puzzled as to why such an outstanding sword-bearer had chosen to come to the trade zone. At a noble dinner 2 days ago, he heard Viscount Oliveris, the sheriff of the upper district, mention that a temporary advisor position had become available there. So, Baron Ryan had given up his advisory position in the upper district, and specifically chosen his own trade district. Is there a deeper meaning in this? Graham couldn't help but ponder. Besides, possessing such formidable strength at such a young age, could he be the offspring of a great noble in the empire? Then he must set his mind straight. Don't offend him. Half a day later, Graham met Ryan for the first time in his office. Sir Ryan, it's truly an honor for the trade district to have you here for training. Graham hurried out from behind his desk upon seeing Ryan enter, smiling warmly. Ryan was stunned. This Lord Sheriff seems quite enthusiastic. I've received a letter from my superiors, Lord Ryan. I never expected you to become a Grand Knight at the age of 16. You're truly gifted and a pillar of the Empire. Now that you've joined the Swordbearers, your future is bound to soar. Graham's compliments flowed freely from his lips. Ryan couldn't help but smile. He hadn't expected the Lord Sheriff of the Trade Zone, Baron Graham, to be such a wonderful person. Perhaps this has to do with managing the complex interpersonal relationships within the Trade Zone? Also, being eloquent should reduce the frequency of conflict. Perhaps. By the way, Baron Ryan, to ensure your subordinates don't get to know you, I've arranged a small welcome ceremony in the adjacent conference room. This way, they can get to know you. Look. Of course. Ryan nodded with a smile. By the way, Baron Ryan, this is a synchronous communication stone, a simple yet effective means of communication. If something unusual happens in the trading zone, the stone in your hand will emit a buzzing sound. Graham pulled a pebble-shaped, slightly transparent yellow stone from a drawer and handed it to Ryan. Okay. Ryan took it, looked at it, and then put it away, planning to look at it later. Ryan followed Graham to the conference room nearby. Dozens of men dressed as security guards and night watchmen were already waiting. When everyone saw Ryan and Graham enter, they immediately stood up and applauded. Graham smiled slightly at this and asked Ryan to sit beside him at the head of the room. He pressed his hands together twice, and the applause died down. Well, today, we're honored to have Baron Ryan as our trade zone security advisor. Graham began his eloquent introduction. At first, everyone had suspected something was wrong when they saw Ryan's youthful appearance, but upon hearing that he was a Grand Knight at just 16, their faces were filled with shock, horror, and disbelief. Graham nodded in satisfaction at the sight. Excellent. It was the exact same expression he'd had when he'd first seen the information. At that moment, a security officer, with a serious expression, hurried into the conference room, approached Graham, and whispered something. Graham paused for a moment before responding to the hurried officer. Contact Baron Imwe, and have him handle this first. I'll be right back. Graham didn't deliberately lower his voice, and with Ryan's keen hearing, he naturally heard it clearly. So, Ryan tilted his head and asked, Baron Graham, what happened? Haha, it's a small matter. We handle it. Almost every day in the trade zone, there are incidents like drunken mercenaries causing trouble, fights, and runaway mounts. Sir Ryan, don't worry. Hearing Graham's words, Ryan nodded without giving it much thought. Graham coughed and continued. Everyone remember. If you encounter an emergency, contact me first. If I'm not here, remember to contact the other 2 lords first. Don't bother Baron Ryan lightly. Baron Ryan's time is precious. After saying this last sentence, Graham smiled broadly and turned. Baron Ryan, would you like to say a few words? Ryan nodded, his face solemn. Everyone, I'm deeply grateful for Sheriff Graham's consideration. But as for me, I sincerely hope that if you encounter an emergency, you will contact me first. You may not know this, but I was once a member of the Imperial Night's Watch. In a sense, we are true colleagues. It's not wise for you to face or challenge enemies far superior to you. Ryan's statement was immediately met with thunderous applause. Huh? Graham was stunned by Ryan's statement. This was completely different from what he had expected. Was he a night watchman before? Could it be that this Baron Ryan isn't really from a noble family? Suddenly, the security officer from a few minutes ago stumbled in, his face horrified. He gasped, Your Honorable Sheriff, Baron Imwe. Baron Imwe has been killed. What? Graham's face paled. Chapter 244. Ryan's face changed drastically when he saw Graham, the trade district sheriff, who had gained a bit of weight. He knew something had probably gone beyond his expectations. However, Ryan wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he felt eager to try. These past few days, he'd been stuck between two places at the Swordbearer Munster branch, attending general education classes in the lobby of the newcomer building, practicing his extraordinary combat skills in the Rapids room, or receiving physical therapy in the Advanced Rapids room. Now that there was an opportunity for actual combat, he naturally wanted to see it. Baron Graham, shouldn't we rush to the scene immediately? Ryan reminded him. Oh! Yes, Baron Ryan, we go right away. Graham then remembered that he had a talented knight by his side, who might be able to help him resolve this problem. So, Ryan and Graham, accompanied by dozens of security guards and night watchmen, quickly rushed to the scene. On the cobblestone road, messengers galloped back and forth, delivering the latest news one after another, that native can control animals. Many horses are running wildly and trampling people, and dogs are biting people everywhere. Baron Imwe was frightened by his warhorse, and was ambushed and killed on the spot. Now the scene is in chaos. The Griffin Knight did not land to prevent any accidents, but he was keeping an eye on the enemy from above. The enemy is rushing upwards from the fur market. We are intercepting them. The enemy has entered the warehouse of the Axon auction house. We have surrounded it. Ryan remained silent, but he captured several key pieces of information. Natives? Animal manipulation? Griffin Knights are here too? The location is the warehouse of the Axon auction house. Also, what is the strength of Baron Imwe, who was killed with a single blow? Baron Graham, what is the strength of this Lord Imwe? Ryan asked. A Peak Knight, a member of the Swordbearer Order, just like you. He recently came to the trade zone for an assignment. I heard he's in the civilian area, Graham said quickly. A Peak Knight? It seems the enemy's strength is at least that of a Grand Knight, otherwise it would be impossible to kill a Peak Knight with a single blow. Even a sneak attack wouldn't be possible. The roads in the trade zone are actually quite wide, but the constant street vendors and the constant flow of people make them difficult to navigate. Especially now, the closer they got to their destination, the more panicked people and screams filled their ears. Huh? Isn't this the shop Jenny rented? Ryan looked to the left of the street and saw a familiar figure standing in a doorway, gazing toward the scene. It was the short man Mateo. Mateo. Sir Ryan? Why are you here? Mateo, surprised to see Ryan surrounded by the crowd, ran up. Graham glanced over, but he was so anxious now that Ryan didn't want to introduce anything. I'm now serving as the security consultant for the trade zone, so I should be here more often than before, Ryan said casually as he hurried forward. That's great. The two ladies have been talking about you. Mateo's face lit up. Graham's ears twitched slightly. A noble lady? Two more? Keeping a mistress in a luxurious house or elopement? No, elopement is completely unnecessary. If my daughter had found such a talented person, as parents, we would be overjoyed. Why would we let them elope? Could it be that this Lord Ryan was already engaged? No wonder. Graham instantly imagined the truth behind Ryan's part-time job in the trade zone. But soon, a series of tragic news interrupted his thoughts. What, 22 dead? Graham's forehead was covered in beads of sweat. If the death toll exceeds 30, regardless of whether the matter is ultimately resolved, his tenure as sheriff will be over. You know, the position of trade zone sheriff is a lucrative one, with countless eyes on him. Although he has supporters, if he fails to handle certain matters properly, it will be a sign of his incompetence. In this situation, even if the higher-ups want to protect him, there's no way to keep his position. Transfer from his current position is inevitable. Soon, Ryan and Graham arrived at the entrance of a large warehouse nestled against the mountainside, seemingly once an abandoned mine. Dozens of elite night watchmen and security guards, armed with swords and shields and bows and arrows, gathered around the warehouse entrance. Sir, our men have discovered that there are still many slaves and large beasts imprisoned in the warehouse of the Axon auction house. Lord Barnes just rushed in and told us to guard the gate. At this moment, a portly middle-aged man dressed like a butler, accompanied by two sturdy guards, ran over breathlessly. Seeing Graham, he quickly waved, Baron Graham, Baron Graham. It's Asani, the caravan leader from the Axon auction house. Tell him to come over. Graham waved his hand, and everyone immediately made way. Baron Graham, I'm truly sorry to trouble you. The one who escaped this time is a native slave from a remote island. I don't know how he got away. Huh? From your caravan? Baron Graham's face darkened, his anger rising. But when he thought of the Axon auction house, Graham's temper deflated. He waved his hand and said, "Go! Settle this matter for me immediately." "Well, Baron Graham, I've reported this. My superior, Viscount Fabian, the head of the Axon auction house, will be sending elite troops shortly. You just need your men to cordon off this area to prevent the escape. How long will it take?" "Well, I'm not sure. It should be here in half an hour." "Half an hour?" Baron Graham's voice suddenly rose. If Lord Barnes were defeated, half an hour would be enough for this native to slaughter every slave in the warehouse. What awaited him then? "No!" Graham shook his head like a rattle. Not far away, on the third floor of the Axon auction house, in a study lavishly decorated with glittering gold and splendor, a middle-aged man with a mustache and hunting clothes paced back and forth with a frown on his face. A sturdy knight respectfully reported something. So, the item must have been with one of the natives being escorted. Now, this native has escaped, and your slave-hunting team hasn't stopped or captured him. Is that correct? "Yes, Lord Viscount Fabian, that's what's going on." "What's the situation now?" "The trade zone security forces and elite night watch are surrounding them." "Well, Graham's men alone probably can't take them down." "By the way, had the Imperial Special Branch intervened?" "Well, they did. It was a peak night, but he was killed on the spot by this native." "What?" Viscount Fabian's face littered with delight. "It seems this thing is even more effective than I expected. That gives us a good chance. Tell Hamish and the others to speed up. If this thing falls into the hands of the Imperial Special Branch, it will be difficult to retrieve it." Inside the warehouse, items on several shelves were scattered, and the floor was a mess. A sturdy native with thick dreadlocks and a colorfully painted face was leaning against a shelf, gasping for breath, one hand clutching his stomach and the other clutching a sharp white tusk. He was riddled with arrows, but they had only penetrated a centimeter or two, barely scraping the skin. With a powerful swing, he sent the arrows tumbling to the ground. The only serious wound was a slash on his lower abdomen from a sharp blade. The native, perhaps in his 30s, glanced down, a ruthless look flashing in his eyes. If he hadn't risked injury, he wouldn't have been able to kill the peak knight with a single blow, surviving the encirclement and rushing here. He glanced around and noticed a large amount of food on the shelves. He immediately grabbed some and stuffed it into his mouth, swallowing it whole. Suddenly, he heard the barking of dogs and the cries of other animals from within the warehouse, which instantly brightened his expression. He hurried over and saw rows of iron cages filled with numerous ferocious beasts, including jungle wolves, cliff boars, gray-spotted black bears, and several sleek black panthers. This was actually the Axon auction house, used for human-animal fights. The native lowered his head and, an inch below the man's ribs, pressed hard. Following a low roar of pain, he pulled a white bone resembling a rib from his body. Ah! The sharp bone, about 17 or 18 centimeters long, resembled a wolf's fang, but was much larger and longer. It now emitted a faint white fluorescence. It looked like the fangs of some unknown, ferocious beast. The native stretched out his right hand, and surprisingly, the fang he had just extracted matched the one he had previously held. He began muttering something in a low voice, almost like a prayer, his face devout. The next second, the two mysterious white fangs in his hands emanated a faint blood-red glow. The beasts within a radius of dozens of meters suddenly went wild, charging frantically at the iron cage, completely disregarding their injuries. Bang! A robust black jungle wolf rushed to the native's side, its eyes red. The next second, it stopped and prostrated itself on the ground, seemingly in awe of the native. The native's expression froze, and he plunged his two white fangs into the black wolf's back. Strangely, the black jungle wolf offered no resistance, let alone attack. Suddenly, a deep, sucking sound echoed. Lines of blood spread from the white fangs, drawing something from the jungle wolf's body into the native's body. Then, the native's lower abdominal wound began to heal rapidly, and his spirit and strength began to recover rapidly. In just a few seconds, he felt full of energy. His eyes shone brightly, without a trace of fatigue. At this moment, someone rushed into the warehouse from outside. Bang, bang. The warehouse door shattered, sending a burly knight flying 7 or 8 meters away. His thick chest armor was pierced with several holes, oozing blood. A sturdy native, about 2 meters tall, with colorful totemic tattoos and bright bird feathers tied to his dreadlocks, appeared from the inside of the shattered door. Seeing the dense crowd surrounding him, the other party's eyes showed no trace of fear, but rather excitement and bloodlust. When the caravan leader, Asani, saw the sharp white fangs in the native's hands, His eyes suddenly widened and he muttered, "Sure enough, the thing is in the hands of this surviving descendant of the tribe." Swish! The other party's figure suddenly disappeared at the warehouse door. What a swift speed! Except for Ryan, almost no one at the scene could see whether the other party dodged to the left or right. Ryan stared at the disappearing figure thoughtfully, then glanced at the burly, injured knight, who had just risen from the ground, his eyes flickering. Defeated the great knight, and seemingly unharmed. Very impressive. But he also allowed the great knight to escape from the warehouse, indicating that the other party must be a veteran great knight, or even stronger, and that he probably didn't have any powerful killing moves or methods. Otherwise, I'm afraid the great knight named Barnes wouldn't have escaped. "Lord Barnes, are you alright?" Graham immediately stepped forward and helped him up. "Fuck. I'm fine. This guy's methods are a bit strange. He just summoned wild beasts to attack me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so badly injured. By the way, what's up with your slave hunting team? Don't you know you can't bring such powerful natives into the city?" The burly knight named Barnes scolded Asani, the caravan leader. Asani looked embarrassed and said nothing, as if he were a dead pig fearing boiling water. "Lord Barnes, this is Baron Ryan, the new security advisor for the trade zone," Graham introduced immediately. "Baron Ryan, this is Lord Barnes, also our security advisor for the trade zone." The man had just been defeated, his face livid. He glanced at Ryan, but didn't say anything, simply nodded rather coldly. Although Ryan understood the other party's feelings, that didn't mean he would just go along with the cold shoulder and get himself into trouble. "I give it a try." Ryan turned to Graham. "Ah? Sir Ryan, Lord Barnes is also a great knight, but he—" Graham looked at Ryan with concern. Hearing Ryan's words, Barnes began to look at him with a new respect. Facing a powerful enemy, daring to attack, that kind of courage is not something most people possess. Just then, suddenly, the sound of animals running emanated from the broken warehouse door. Wow! Dozens of beasts of varying sizes rushed out, their eyes red. "Oh no! This guy's trying to escape!" Graham exclaimed. Ryan and Barnes immediately understood their opponent's intentions. After all, although this warehouse occupied a large area, it was built against a solid mountain, a dead end. Perhaps there were sewers or something leading to the city below, but for the unfamiliar natives, finding such a sewer would be nearly impossible in a short time. The simplest way out of this predicament was to rush out and escape. He had been considering some other things, but now he was afraid that was no longer necessary. He drew his warhammer behind him and tapped his toe, causing the stone pavement to suddenly crack. Like an arrow flying upstream, he instantly pierced the roaring beasts. What jungle black wolf, what playful wild boar, instantly howled when confronted by Ryan, nicknamed Meister's battering dagger. They were sent flying, their tendons and bones broken. Seeing Ryan's imposing presence, the native's expression changed, and he immediately turned and rushed back into the warehouse behind him. "Such strength," Graham muttered. "Not good. They're trying to lure Ryan inside. The warehouse is filled with goods, and long-handled weapons won't be able to be used effectively," Barnes said anxiously. He also wanted to rush forward, but after taking only one step, he stopped, clutching his wound. He was seriously injured now, and advancing at this time would be of no use in holding the enemy back. "Let's go! We're going too!" Graham gritted his teeth and waved to the elite knights watched behind him. One advisor had already died. If something happened to a genius like Sir Ryan, he was afraid he would be in big trouble. "Good. Graham, I always thought you were a wimp, but I didn't expect you to be quite courageous." Barnes praised Graham, who now had a small belly. At this moment, the battle in the warehouse had already begun. Upon entering, Ryan found the light inside extremely dim, but with his dark vision, it wasn't much of a problem. The problem was that the warehouse was piled high with all kinds of goods, and the long shelves were tightly packed in row after row, making it completely impossible for him to use his two-handed hammer. The native, however, looked pleased with himself and gave Ryan a sinister grin. Holding a sharp white weapon, he swiftly dodged left and right, charging towards Ryan. Ryan smiled back. He hurled his two-handed hammer at the opponent with all his might, and when he dodged, he rushed forward. Crack! A subtle snapping sound echoed, for shining blade shot out from Ryan's plate armor gauntlets. This caused the native's expression to change. But now, it was a case of the brave prevailing in a narrow encounter. The two men immediately engaged in a fierce fight within the long shelf, barely 2 meters wide. What surprised Ryan was that, aside from attacks on vital points, the opponent barely parried, opting instead to trade blows for blows. No wonder the great knight Barnes, No novice by any means had been defeated by the native. With such a fierce fighting style, even a slightly stronger opponent would likely have suffered a setback. Alas! He faced Ryan. Ryan, gifted with an intermediate-level steel body. Faced with the native's ferocious attacks, Ryan offered little defense. Puff! Puff! Instantly, 2 thumb-sized holes were punctured in Ryan's high-grade water-film steel plate armor. Ryan could feel the pain of a sharp weapon piercing his skin, but he knew the fangs hadn't penetrated his steel defenses. Hiss! The native's leather armor was instantly ripped, leaving several bloody scratches. 100 rips level 2. Instantly, Ryan swung his hands at high speed, unleashing over 100 sharp blade attacks in a short period of time. Swish, swish, swish. The native's eyes trembled with anger. He flew back, his hands flailing frantically, trying desperately to block Ryan's attacks. Ding, ding, dang, dang. The sound of weapons clashing rang out continuously. The shells on both sides shattered. A few seconds later, the native's brown leather armor had been torn into tatters by Ryan's Catter Fist secret technique, 100 rips level 2, and his body was covered in dozens of scarlet wounds. However, the other party wasn't panicked at all. He looked at Ryan's knight's armor, which also had over 10 holes in it, and laughed. The next second, over a dozen beasts attacked Ryan from all sides. The other party let out a few screams, and a cliff boar obediently crawled to the ground. Puff! He plunged his tusks into the cliff boar's back. Only then did Ryan see clearly that the other party held a pair of long white tusks. Strangely, the cliff boar showed an expression of enjoyment at the stab of the tusks, showing no sign of pain at all. As Ryan slew the attacking beasts, he saw that the native's wounds had completely healed, not even scabbing. Only a faint red line remained on the surface, proving the scratches. Moreover, the other party was in high spirits, as if recharged with energy. Huh? I've met a fellow warrior. If it were anyone else, you'd probably have worn them out. At this moment, the other party, with a look of confidence, spoke in a common language, his less than fluent voice emphasizing each word. You're dead. Huh, I didn't expect you could speak common. Interesting. Without hesitation, Ryan immediately added a point to his agility, and instantly, his entire body was filled with vigor and strength. Facing the attacking native, the two engaged in another fierce battle. A few minutes later, the native, once again seriously injured, looked dazed, his face fixed on the still vigorous Ryan, a look of disbelief. Impossible, you're not injured? And how could you possibly be so strong? The native desperately tried to repeat his previous method to recover his injuries and energy, but the same routine naturally wouldn't work against Ryan. Instead, Ryan seized the opportunity and struck him in the Adam's apple. Puff! The opponent's eyes widened as he clutched his bloody neck. With a sound like a bellows being pulled, he slowly fell to the ground. At this moment, a system notification sounded. Your Catter Fist skill has been upgraded, adding 1338 experience points. You have fought a battle, adding 647 experience points to Weapon Master, Legendary. Note, the above skill experience points have been enhanced by the exclusive talent, Primary Transcendental Comprehension, which increases by 30%. No gold skill points? Indeed, the opponent's own combat power isn't particularly strong. He's using some strange witchcraft or sorcery. At this moment, the opponent's hands loosened weakly, and a pair of white fangs, stained with blood but still emitting a faint fluorescent glow, fell to the ground with a snap. Ryan had been quite curious about these fangs. It was clear that the opponent relied on these fangs to penetrate the beast's body, drawing some kind of energy, and restoring his own injuries and strength. Ryan took 2 steps forward and picked up the blood-stained tusks. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Detected that the host has obtained ancient troll tusks, triggering a special job change. Beast Priest, Legendary. Prerequisites for promotion to Beast Priest, Legendary, are 1. Tamer Transcendent, level 5 or higher. 2. Spirit 25 or higher. 3. Possess at least 1 ferocious beast. 4. Consume a pair of ancient troll tusks. These conditions are met. Is this the right job to change to Beast Priest, Legendary? Huh? This? Ryan's brows raised, a look of contemplation on his face. Chapter 245. Ryan couldn't help but recall the ability the native had just displayed, a power that absorbed the life force or vitality of wild beasts to restore itself, bordering on sorcery. The other ability could be considered the ability to command surrounding beasts to attack the enemy. These 2 abilities had left a deep impression on him. Although they both looked like sorcery, Ryan could sense the difference between them, a significant departure from the sorcery of the Black Flame Church. Furthermore, there were two unique aspects to this job change prompt. First, there was no mention of faith in a particular deity. This seemed to indirectly confirm Ryan's earlier suspicion that this wasn't sorcery. Second, the job change required the consumption of the so-called ancient troll fangs, a feature that differed from previous job changes. Could it be that this ability is closely related to these fangs? If not, why would the Beast Priest, legendary, class change require the consumption of these ancient troll tusks? Although he judged that the Beast Priest, legendary, class change should be fine, Ryan was still hesitant about whether to make the switch. After all, the Beast Tamer's other subsequent promotion path, Beast Master, legendary, should be available soon. Once Dark Horse reaches Dire Beast, he have two promotion paths to choose from. After some thought, Ryan decided to leave first. So, he stuffed a pair of white fangs into his waist bag. Outside the warehouse. Good. Graham, I always thought you were a wimp, but I didn't expect you to be quite courageous. Barnes exclaimed in praise, seeing Graham, now sporting a small belly, dared to charge into battle with him. However, just as the two men were about to lead the night watchman into the warehouse, they suddenly saw someone emerging. Instantly, everyone was on high alert. Bang! The already shattered door collapsed completely. What they saw was a tall, burly young figure, dragging the native's body with him as he leisurely walked out of the warehouse. Ryan hadn't expected to run into Graham, Barnes, and the others who had come to support him the moment he left the warehouse. Fuck. Are all the new swordsmen so perverted these days? Barnes's astonishment was palpable as he saw the native, who had severely injured him, now being dragged out by Ryan like a dead dog. Having personally fought him, he naturally knew the other man's strength. Adding his ability to control wild beasts in battle, his overall strength was comparable to that of a seasoned Grand Knight, perhaps even stronger. As for his ability to absorb the vitality of wild beasts, Barnes hadn't experienced it yet. Perhaps, in the eyes of the natives, this ability wasn't necessary to deal with this person. Sir Ryan, your temporary assignment this time will earn you at least 3 bronze medals. Barnes glanced at the native at Ryan's feet with envy, and gestured with his fingers to form a large 3. To say he wasn't envious would be a lie. The purpose of fighting to the death is to earn a better mission rating, and thus more resources. Oh! 3 bronze medals? Ryan raised his eyebrows, a hint of joy on his face. He wasn't entirely sure about that. He only knew that mission ratings would fluctuate based on certain factors, but he hadn't expected them to be doubled. Besides, Ryan wasn't particularly bothered by Barnes's tactful behavior. He had just seen him, injured, yet still preparing to rush into the warehouse with Graham to support him. Beyond anything else, this action and courage alone spoke volumes. Indeed, the enemy possesses at least the strength of a seasoned Grand Knight. Furthermore, Your Excellency, Ryan, handled the situation with remarkable efficiency, completing the task in less than half an hour and preventing further casualties and losses. All these factors combined guarantee a 3 bronze medal rating. Of course, this will be after the final assignment is complete, Barnes stated logically. Ryan nodded. He had merely handled a single incident, and yet he had the potential to receive 3 bronze medals. What a pleasant surprise. Of course, he couldn't get that rating now. He would have to wait a month, after the assignment expired, for the final settlement to be made. After all, if another emergency arose later, and he successfully resolved it again, his reward would naturally increase. Sir, we're relying on you this time, otherwise the Imperial Sword Bearers would be humiliated. Barnes' face was filled with pain. Just during the battle, Barnes had managed to hold on, but now his energy had suddenly drained away, and his injuries seemed even worse. All right, sir, your wounds. Ryan saw 7 or 8 holes in Barnes's knight's breastplate, oozing blood. Yes, sir, Barnes, I see your wounds are proving ineffective. It's best to see to them immediately. Graham, the Trade District Constable, also hurried over. Thank you both so much for your help this time. Otherwise, Graham thanked him. Ah, I'm so ashamed. Don't thank me, thank Lord Ryan. Barnes waved his hand and said, I'm dying. The opponent's attack is a bit strange. I need to go back to the Swordbearer branch to see a doctor. Quick! All of you, take Lord Barnes to the Swordbearer branch. Graham waved his hand, and his men quickly helped Barnes to the carriage. Meanwhile, Asani, the head of the Axon auction house caravan, watched the scene with an anxious expression, thinking to himself, Lord Viscount Fabian, why haven't your men arrived yet? If they don't, the item will truly fall into the hands of the sword-wielding individual. At this moment, Graham noticed that Ryan's Silver Knight armor was also riddled with tiny holes. He asked worriedly. Sir Ryan, your injuries? It's okay. Thank you for your concern, Sir Graham, Ryan said with a smile. Graham looked at Ryan's face again. It was rosy, with no signs of blood loss. Also, no blood was oozing from the holes in his breastplate. He nodded. That's good, that's good. Sir Ryan, you are truly a pillar of the Empire. Graham hadn't expected Ryan to be so formidable. In his mind, Ryan's promotion to Grand Knight at 16 was already a blessing from the goddess of luck. In terms of strength, it was reasonable to assume he was barely at the lower limit of Grand Knight. But who could have imagined that the other party's strength was almost that of a veteran knight? This wasn't just a favor from the goddess of luck, it was her illegitimate child. After much effort, the caravan leader, Asani, waited until Graham was summoned away by his men. Asani, beaming, quickly stepped forward, bowed slightly to Ryan, and said, Respected Baron Ryan, I am Asani, the head of the Axon caravan. Thank you for your assistance in resolving our caravan's difficulties. You're welcome. As the security advisor for the trade zone, resolving emergencies like this falls within my responsibilities. Ryan wasn't quite sure what the caravan leader was up to. He immediately gave a rather formulaic response. Well, Sir Ryan, the point is this. This native escaped from our caravan. Can we redeem his body? Of course, we will compensate you accordingly. Asani carefully expressed his request. Oh! Redeem the body? Ryan couldn't help but glance at him in surprise. At the same time, Ryan quickly realized, what was the point of redeeming the body of a native? I'm afraid their motives weren't quite so innocent. However, he had just searched the body of the native, and it didn't seem to contain anything of value. After all, he was brought here by a slave capture squad and had been searched countless times. Any valuables would have been taken long ago. That's not right. Could it be that this guy is after those fangs? Ryan looked up and down at the caravan leader, Asani. Seeing his eyes flicker, his breathing quicken, and his face flush slightly, he became more certain of his suspicion. That must be it. This is his trophy. According to the Imperial Spoils distribution regulations, whether he turns it over depends on his willingness. Furthermore, this item is related to the promotion of one of his legendary classes. Ryan made a decision immediately. He smiled and said, This guy has killed so many people, including a noble. According to the Imperial Security Management Regulations and the Dragon Empire Criminal Code, the murderer's body must be preserved for a month, pending an autopsy. Sir, don't you know? Oh my god! Imperial Public Security Regulations? Dragon Empire Criminal Code? Aren't you a swordsman focused solely on combat? How come you're so familiar with Imperial laws? Ryan's every word was woven around Imperial laws and regulations, causing beads of sweat to break out on Asani's forehead. He felt awkward, unsure what to say. Of course, his goal wasn't the native's body, but that object. The ancient fangs, reverently worshipped and venerated by this tribe for hundreds, even thousands of years, and rumored to possess some magical power. But after the elite slave hunting team under the Axon Chamber of Commerce wiped out the tribe, they couldn't find the fangs. However, according to a wizard specializing in divination at an auction house, traces of the ancient fangs, or their hiding place, were on the bodies of these surviving natives. That's why they took them back and planned to torture them. But I didn't expect, even after arriving in Munster, to have such a mishap happen due to a moment's laziness. What a mess! At that moment, a resounding eagle cry echoed from the sky. Followed by the sound of powerful flapping wings, Ryan looked up and saw two griffins, 4 or 5 meters long, including their tails, with lion bodies and eagle heads, muscular builds, and a vast wingspan, descending from the sky. After landing, the two griffins cast their gazes around with their exceptionally majestic eagle eyes. This wasn't Ryan's first time seeing a griffin, but it still filled him with envy. I really hope Bluffeather grows up quickly. After arriving at the Soarbearer branch, Ryan also learned that the Bluffeather hippogriff is a naturally ferocious bird of prey on the same level as a griffin. This means that when Bluffeather reaches adulthood, he can easily hold his own against a griffin in aerial combat. At this moment, 2 men leaped from the backs of the 2 griffins. One wore silver armor, and the other was a middle-aged man in pale gold armor. Graham's eyes lit up when he saw them. He quickly ran towards the middle-aged man in pale gold armor, bowing slightly and saying, Lord Viscount Felker, why did you come in person? Sir Eustace, hello too. Graham didn't forget the other Griffin Knight. I heard from Eustace that a native appeared here who can influence the behavior of wild beasts, even griffins, so I came to see. Has the situation been resolved now? Felker quickly locked onto the native lying at Ryan's feet. After all, the native's features, with their brightly colored feathers in their hair and their skin covered in various tattoos, were too striking. Yes, Lord Viscount Felk. This is Baron Ryan. The trade zone's new security advisor comes from the Imperial Swordbearers. It was Baron Ryan who dealt with this powerful native. Felk glanced at Ryan, a puzzled look on his face, clearly a bit surprised by his youthful appearance, but he quickly smiled and said, Sir Ryan, you're young and promising. Thank you for the compliment, Viscount Felk, Ryan said with a smile and a bow. Ryan could sense that Viscount Felk, with his calm demeanor, was formidable, at least the strength of a peak Grand Knight. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the other party didn't linger, immediately taking off once more on his griffin, quickly departing the scene. How impressive! Griffin Knight. The smaller Mateo, watching the griffin take flight in amazement, couldn't help but exclaim. He had never seen a true Griffin Knight before, whether in Goldhire or Maester County. This time, following Lord Ryan to the provincial capital of Munster was like a stab in the backside. Graham smiled and introduced him to Ryan. This Lord Viscount Felker is the vice-captain of our Munster Provincial Griffin Squadron. He is said to have a strong background, with connections from above. The Imperial capital? Ryan was slightly surprised. Graham smiled and nodded. Haha, Lord Ryan, is this yours? This is Mateo, the secretary of my Chamber of Commerce, Ryan said with a smile. Chamber of Commerce? Graham's eyes lit up, and then a thought occurred to him. Yes, it's a newly established Chamber of Commerce called the Hammer and the Rose. They've just come to Munster to expand their business and are just starting out. The store is over there. Ryan pointed in the direction of the street they had just arrived at. Graham's face flickered with realization, and he was about to say something when he suddenly saw two beautiful young noble girls running over, their long skirts held up in their hands. They were Ginny and Agatha. The two women panted, anxiously looking at Ryan. Seeing the dozen holes in Ryan's pale silver knight's plate armor and the blood stains on his body, they were deeply concerned, believing him to be seriously injured. Sir Ryan, you. Agatha couldn't help but step forward to help Ryan up. Ginny reached out her hand, but then withdrew it when she remembered that Ryan was her mother. But she quickly reached out again to help him up. After all, even if he was her own father, a little help wouldn't hurt him. I'm fine, Ryan said with a wry smile. He was afraid of hurting the two women if he pulled his hand away, so he could only offer solace. Graham, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but let out a chuckle, a look every man could understand. Just as he'd expected. Two delicate noble ladies. I hadn't expected Lord Ryan, despite his youth, to have such strong desires. Baron Ryan, please rest well. I have some business to attend to, so I won't be with you. When I have time, I definitely visit your Chamber of Commerce, Graham said enthusiastically. Very well, Your Excellency the Sheriff, Ryan nodded with a smile. After watching Graham leave, Ryan lowered his head and said to the two women, I'm truly unharmed. Lord Ryan, your plate armor is made of water-coated steel, and it's riddled with holes. Could your body possibly be stronger than this high-ranking knight's plate armor? Agatha said angrily, clearly unconvinced. Jenny's beautiful eyes also looked at Ryan suspiciously, a look of disbelief on her face. Seeing the two women's faces filled with disbelief, Ryan shook his head and said helplessly, Then I take off my breastplate and show you what's going on. With Mateo's help, Ryan quickly removed the heavily damaged water-coated steel breastplate. Only then did the two women see clearly that, while there were holes in Ryan's underwear, there was no blood. Agatha even reached out her hand, curiously examining the hole in Ryan's underwear. Her warm fingers even pierced the hole and caressed Ryan's firm chest. This immediately made Ryan a little embarrassed. Jenny, watching this, immediately covered her face with her hands, mortified. This bastard. How dare she take advantage of Lord Ryan so openly? Agatha herself was in even worse shape. Having just finished fighting, Ryan had been sweating profusely. The scent, thick with testosterone, assaulted her nose, nearly making her faint. Her face flushed, and she practically collapsed on top of him, her legs involuntarily squeezing together. So strong. What a wonderful smell. Oh my! This body was stronger than water-coated steel, yet scorching hot. Agatha's heart was screaming. Enough of that, Agatha. Jenny couldn't bear it any longer. She stepped forward and whispered a warning, quickly pulling Agatha away. Her best friend was actually getting horny in the street. That was too much. If it weren't so public, she'd probably have just washed herself and given herself to Lord Ryan. Lord Ryan, why don't we go check out the shop together? It's your business, after all, and you could take a break, Jenny suggested with a smile. All right. Ryan mainly wanted to see Cookie, Bloodfeather, and the Black Horse. Seeing Ryan and his companions leaving, Asani, the head of the Axon caravan, hiding in the distance, had a flickering look of thought on his face. He quickly whispered to a few servants beside him, "Go, follow Lord Ryan, and see where he's going. Be careful. Take turns. Don't get caught." "Yes, Lord Asani." The native's body remained where it was, surrounded by more than a dozen elite night watchmen. Asani thought for a moment, then quickly approached Graham, the sheriff of the trading district, and began to flatter him. After a few minutes, he spoke, "Lord Graham, our caravan has something that this native may have stolen. I'd like to search the natives. Is that okay?" Graham expressionlessly accepted the heavy purse Asani had secretly handed him, and quickly put it into his own pocket, but he remained silent. "The one who killed the enemy now is Baron Ryan. Asani, you're making it very difficult for me. Greedy fellow. Well, Lord Graham, how about this? Under your watchful eye, we check to see if the item is there. If not, we go ahead and tell you. If it's there, I won't take it. I talk to Baron Ryan first. Is that okay?" Asani quickly came up with a last resort. At least this way, he could confirm whether the item was on the body. "Well, all right then. Hurry up. I give you 10 minutes. Don't try to reach out. There are so many eyes watching you." Graham thought for a moment, and quickly agreed. After all, the other party was merely looking, and Lord Ryan stood to no loss, while he was also doing Asani a favor. Asani's face lit with delight. He waved his hand, signaling the two servants behind him to quickly search the native. The native was now covered in blood, with dozens of wounds of varying lengths and sizes. It was a muddy, foul-smelling mess. But there was nothing Asani and several of his followers could do. They searched the native from head to toe, but found nothing. One thing they did know: the native had several broken bones and even 2 missing ribs. That Lord Baron Ryan, one of the sword-bearers, was truly a ruthless man, ripping out ribs. Arriving at the house Jenny had purchased, Ryan surveyed it. This house was only slightly larger than the one Ryan owned near the shining gold town administration hall, thanks to the addition of a stable. However, the price tag was a whopping 3,000 gold. This made Ryan sigh. Living in a provincial capital is so hard to come by. It wasn't that the Chamber of Commerce was short on funds, but rather that the bulk of the money went into renting a shop and public relations. Furthermore, they needed to have enough cash left over for turnover, which was why Jenny had chosen to purchase this house temporarily. Spotting its owner, a tall, pony-like dog rushed over. It was Cookie, wagging its tail and barking excitedly at Ryan. Woof woof. There was a mixture of coquettishness and complaint in its voice, as if to ask, "Why did you take so long to come see me?" Then Cookie circled Ryan repeatedly, until Ryan smiled and petted him for a long time, finally calming him down. At that moment, a sharp bird cry echoed from the rooftop. Bloodfeather, now nearly the size of a full-grown swan, swooped down from the rooftop and landed on Ryan's muscular arm. A few minutes later, Ryan arrived at the stables to check on Black Horse. To his disappointment, while Black Horse appeared energetic, he hadn't undergone any significant changes compared to before. Could it be that Black Horse's mutation failed this time? Indeed, the mutation growth potion isn't guaranteed to succeed every time. But what if we increase the dosage? Would that improve the success rate? Meanwhile, on a street not far from Ryan's residence. "Sir Hamis, you finally arrived," said Asani, the caravan leader, eagerly upon seeing a lean man in black leather armor and a dagger hanging from his waist. "The item is no longer with the runaway native. It's likely in the hands of a sword-bearer named Ryan, who is currently." Since Ryan planned to have dinner with the two women and return to the sword-bearer branch later, he paused for a moment, then returned to the room Jenny had arranged for him to rest. In his room, Ryan pondered again the 2 distinct career paths available to those who become a tamer. I don't know what new core skills the Beast Tamer, Legendary, has, but based on the Beast Tamer, Transcendent, class, which is a descendant of the Transcendent class, if a new core skill is added, it's likely to allow for more pets to be contracted. That native's ability to recover from injuries is likely due to the ancient troll tusks. Since the Beast Priest, Legendary, special class requires tusks, it's very likely that this skill will be granted upon the class change. I'm really tempted. And the ability to control a herd. It's not that the Beast Tamer, Legendary, class isn't good enough, but the immediate benefits of the Beast Priest, Legendary, class are significant enough. Ryan sighed, making a decision. He pulled out the pair of faintly fluorescent white ancient troll tusks from his waist pouch. A system prompt sounded. Prerequisites for advancement to Beast Priest, Legendary, are 1. Beast Tamer, Transcendent, level 5 or higher. 2. Spirit 25 or higher. 3. Possess at least one dire beast. 4th. Consume a pair of ancient troll tusks. Given the current conditions, do you want to advance to Beast Priest, Legendary? Note: advancing to Beast Priest, Legendary, will overwrite the Beast Tamer, Transcendent, class panel. This time, Ryan chose yes without hesitation, as the pair of ancient troll tusks crumbled to dust. Ding! Class transfer successful. Class transfer to Beast Priest, Legendary. Increase strength by 2, agility by 2, constitution by 2, and spirit by 3. Gain the Beast Priest, Legendary, core skills: Beast Sturdiness level 1, passive, Beast Vitality level 1, active, and Pack Control level 1, active. Ryan hadn't even bothered to read the descriptions of the 3 core skills when his expression suddenly darkened. He turned to the door and said, "Who's outside?" Chapter 246. If it weren't for the extremely subtle fluctuation in the other party's aura after the ancient troll's fangs disappeared, Ryan wouldn't have been able to sense him. Clearly, the other party was very skilled at concealing his whereabouts. Such a keen sense, Your Excellency Ryan. I'm so sorry to bother you. I'm Hamis of the Axon Chamber of Commerce. I wonder if I might have the honor of meeting you, Your Excellency Ryan. A feminine male voice came from outside the door. Ryan glanced at the tusks, now reduced to dust, and couldn't help but laugh. He thought, what good would a meeting mean? Even if I wanted to, I couldn't give you my fangs now. Still, it wouldn't hurt to listen, to see what the other party meant. Come in, Ryan said. The door opened gently, and a thin, but powerful man in leather armor walked in. His narrow eyes gave off the gaze of a venomous snake. The man named Hamis bowed slightly and said, Sir Ryan, I greet you on behalf of Viscount Fabian, head of the Munster Axon Auction House. Sir Ryan, please explain your purpose. Ryan looked him over. The dagger at his waist suggested he was an assassin. Sir Ryan, I'm here to ask you to sell us the pair of tusks you retrieved from the natives. The auction house values them highly. Ryan waved his hand and said, Sir Ryan, I'm sorry, I don't have any tusks. He wasn't lying. Although he had some a few seconds ago, they were now dregs, so naturally, they were gone. Hamish stared at Ryan's emotionless eyes, stunned. Huh? Could he be telling the truth? But that was impossible. I had sensed that subtle movement the moment I arrived nearby. I'd been searching for those fangs for so long, so I couldn't be wrong. After a moment's thought, Hamish's expression hardened, and he said solemnly, Sir Ryan, although you are a distinguished Imperial sword-bearer, perhaps you don't know that the Axon Auction House is far more powerful than you realize. Viscount Fabian is merely a representative being brought to the fore. You offend far more than just one Viscount because of this. This isn't wise. Oh! Sir Hamish, are you threatening me? Ryan smiled. You know what I hate most when someone threatens me? Besides, even if I have the fawn you mentioned, according to the Imperial Spoils Distribution Regulations, it belongs to me, right? Or is it that the Axon Auction House wants to challenge the established rules of the Empire? Perhaps I should spread the word about this to the swordbearers. Well, Hamis was at a loss for words. If it weren't for those idiots, Asani, the caravan leader, who thought they had arrived in Munster and let down their guard, allowing this native to escape, there wouldn't have been all this trouble. Before coming here, he had examined the native's injuries, and knew that this young Lord Ryan was no simple man. Furthermore, his identity was a sensitive matter. He didn't want to confront him unless it was necessary. Sir Ryan, let me be frank. This pair of fangs is very important to the Axon Auction House. A marquis specifically requested it. If you still insist on your decision, please don't regret it. I really don't have any fangs here. If you don't believe me, you can take a look, Ryan said, spreading his hands. Then, Ryan proactively emptied the contents of his waist pouch. I swear to the goddess on this, Ryan said confidently. He had long known that the Axon Auction House was said to have a strong background, so any attempt to deceive them would be best. Besides, he was telling the truth. The fangs have been reduced to bone meal. If it was bone meal you wanted, we could still negotiate. You want the fangs? That's out of the question, Ryan thought. Hamis, looking at Ryan's clear, earnest eyes, and the way he swore without hesitation, was suddenly confused. Such clear eyes, he doesn't seem to be lying. Hamis carefully examined the miscellaneous items that had been emptied from Ryan's waist bag. The tusks were nowhere to be found. The tusks were long and white, easy to find. He scanned Ryan's room again. The decor was simple, and there didn't seem to be much to hide. There was some powdery substance on the floor, but it must have been left untouched by the servants. Well, It seems I may have made a mistake. I'm very sorry. Sir Ryan, I hope you don't mind the offense. Hommies bowed. Of course not, Ryan said with a wave of his hand. Hommies bowed again, and quickly turned and left. After watching Hommies leave, Ryan pondered. It seemed that these ancient troll tusks must be very rare, otherwise some people at the Axon auction house wouldn't be so obsessed with them. Perhaps I have to look up relevant information after returning to the Swordbearer branch. After a moment's thought, Ryan focused his attention on the job change information. This time, switching to a legendary class also improved all attributes, with a particularly large increase in spirit, reaching 3 points. Ryan flipped to the attributes page on the system panel. Name, Ryan Kalin. Occupation, Weapon Master, Legendary, Level 6, 1912/3000, /Beast Priest, Legendary, Level 1, 1 out of 100, /Sorcerer Apprentice, Transcendent, Level 6, 792/3000, /Breaking Bad, Transcendent, Level 6, 69/3000, /Armorsmith Level 6, 211/3000, Constitution, 32. Strength, 31. Agility, 32. Spirit, 39. Remaining attribute points, 12. Remaining skill points, 0. After this job change, all attributes have exceeded the 30-point mark. However, Ryan is currently more concerned about the 3 core skills he just acquired as a Beast Priest, Legendary. He wonders if the effects of these skills will be as he had imagined. Ryan eagerly flipped to the Beast Priest, Legendary page. The previous Tamer, Transcendent, panel had vanished, replaced by the Beast Priest, Legendary, class panel. The entire panel still glowed with the same distinctive blue light as the Weapon Master, Legendary, class panel. This was noticeably different from the green glow of the previous Tamer, Transcendent, class panel. Ryan quickly located the 3 new icons at the top, with their flashing borders. The first icon featured miniature images of his 3 current pets, an eagle, a dog, and a horse. In the lower right corner was a line of small text, Beast Sturdiness Level 1, passive. As a Beast Priest descended from the ancient trolls, you naturally possess the ability to draw vitality from your contracted pet, thereby enhancing your own physical fitness and resistance. Note, Level 1 only grants one pet's effect. Note, this skill has a range limit. It only works when the pet is near you. The effective range is proportional to the pet's spirit attribute. Huh? This? After a brief thought, Ryan's face lit up with joy. As he focused his attention on the core skill, Beast Strength, 3 pet portraits quickly appeared in his mind. Are you letting me choose? Then, choose Greyhound War Dog Cookie first and activate the effect. As Ryan confirmed. Instantly, he felt a mysterious, invisible connection between himself and Greyhound War Dog Cookie, and a strange energy was transmitted to him. Ryan felt something different. A new notification message quietly appeared. The host gains the buff, Dog Swiftness, increasing agility by 3 points. Dog Swiftness? Agility increased by 3 points? Ryan's eyes lit up, and he immediately checked his stats again. Sure enough, his agility had reached 32, plus 3. Dog Swiftness? That should be the buff from Cookie. Nearly a 10% increase in agility, not bad. Ryan said happily, raising an eyebrow. I just don't know about the others. So, Ryan tried the effect of selecting the Dark Horse. Immediately, he felt a mysterious connection between himself and the Dark Horse, and then a completely different energy, unlike that from the Greyhound, was transmitted to him. And his mysterious connection with Cookie, the Greyhound, was severed. At the same time, 2 new notifications appeared. The host gains the buff Horse Endurance, and Constitution increases by 1 point. The effect of Dog Swiftness disappeared. Is it true, as described in the skill description, that Level 1 only provides 1 buff? It's a shame I don't have any new skill points right now. Otherwise, I could try Beast Sturdiness and reach Level 2. Would that allow me to maintain 2 buffs? If I could, that would be amazing. Ryan's eyes widened, as if seeing something clearly. Why only 1 buff? Just now, Dog Swiftness increased my agility by 3 points, so why does it only increase vitality on Dark Horse? Could this buff be related to the pet's own strength? Because Dark Horse hasn't reached the level of Ferocious Beast, it only provides a little vitality? After pondering for a moment, Ryan felt his suspicions were likely true. After some thought, he tested Blood Feather's effect again. A new system notification appeared. The host gains the buff, Strength of the Hippogriff, increasing strength by 2 points. Horse's stamina effect disappeared. Huh? Hip horn gives strength? Impressive. Comparing the 3 different buffs, Ryan nodded inwardly. This must be the case. This power should be borrowed from one's pet. Thus, the pet's strength is crucial. This is why, despite Bloodfeather being only a fledgling, it can provide a stronger buff than the larger Dark Horse. So next time I contract a pet, I try to look for a ferocious beast with some special ability. Perhaps there will be an unexpected buff. Ryan pondered. The second icon depicted a human hand pressing against the head of a crouching beast. Small text in the lower right corner read, Beast Vitality Level 1, active. As a beast priest descended from the ancient trolls, you can rapidly draw upon the vitality and energy of a beast or contracted pet to heal your own injuries and restore your energy. Note, this can only be used on one beast or contracted pet at a time, and the maximum limit cannot exceed 30% of the beast's maximum vitality. Note, drawing upon a beast will negatively affect you, but not your contracted pet. Is this the healing ability the native used? Ryan's eyes lit up. But after seeing the description of the negative effects of the beast's soul, a look of contemplation crossed his face. It seemed the other person's eyes were bloodshot, and he was quite agitated. Was this the negative effect? Guess I need to find a beast to try. Ryan then shifted his gaze to the last icon, which depicted a majestic image of a galloping beast. Horse Control Level 1, active. As a beast priest descended from the ancient trolls, you can control all beasts within a 30-meter radius, sending them into a bloodthirsty frenzy and launching attacks on the enemy. Note, the stronger the beast, the more resistant it is to your control. The effectiveness of beast control is positively correlated with mental strength. Looking at these 3 core skills, a smile played on Ryan's face. In the evening, Ginny arranged a sumptuous dinner. Ginny, perhaps you and Agatha should consider buying a villa in the administrative district, Ryan said, carving a pair of sizzling Cliff-Goat ribs with a silver knife and fork. Sir Ryan, if you want to buy a villa in the administrative district, money alone isn't enough. You also need a quota. Jenny and Agatha exchanged a slightly surprised glance, but Ginny didn't question it, instead answering directly. They didn't understand why Sir Ryan would make such a suggestion. Could it be that he thought the house was too shabby? That shouldn't be the case. They knew Sir Ryan was usually absorbed in his cultivation, and didn't place much emphasis on external qualities. I take care of that. Don't forget, I've already joined the Sword Bearers. Ryan smiled faintly. Ginny, perceptive enough to sense something was amiss, frowned slightly, and asked, Sir Ryan, is this because of what happened today? Well, I'm not sure yet, but it's better to be prepared. Ryan nodded, not denying it. Okay, Sir Ryan, I go house hunting with Agatha tomorrow. Ginny nodded without further questioning. During dessert, Sir Ryan, are you going back tonight? Agatha looked at him with her bright eyes. Her youthful face, fresh from drinking some aged Bordeaux, was as beautiful as a flower. Although Agatha had a few freckles on her nose, they didn't diminish her youthful vivacity and enthusiasm. Agatha, you've had too much to drink. Ginny couldn't help but cover her forehead with her hand again. It was over, it was over. Her best friend had completely fallen for Sir Ryan's masculine charm. Yes, Miss Agatha, I have to go back to the Swordbearer branch tonight to research some information, Ryan said apologetically. That's a shame. I was planning to ask Sir Ryan a few questions tonight, Agatha said, blushing slightly. Ginny had nothing to say to her best friend. Are you asking for advice? You're delivering it. Meanwhile, in a study on the 3rd floor of the Axon auction house, Hamath was sitting across from Viscount Fabian. So, Hamish, even you can't be sure whether the ancient troll tusk is in the hands of this sword-bearer? Fabian asked with a look of dissatisfaction. Yes, Your Excellency Fabian, I'm very sorry. Hamish nodded. It seems I have to trouble Lord Horton with his divination again. I have to find time to visit him one of these days, Fabian muttered, frowning. Evening. Sword-bearer branch, library. Hello, sir, how may I help you? A beautiful young staff member saw Ryan approaching and stood up and bowed. Help me look up information on trolls, or the ancient trolls, Ryan said, offering his bronze badge. Yes, sir. Please wait a moment. The girl respectfully took it with both hands and began searching rapidly. Are you looking for books about trolls, or the ancient trolls? Yes. Yes, sir. There are 2 ancient books related to trolls. The Evolution of Trolls and Ancient Races, Trolls. Borrow both. Yes, sir. The total cost is 20 merit points. Since these 2 books are copied from ancient materials in the Imperial Library, according to regulations, you can only read them within the Sword-bearer branch and must return them within 1 month, the girl said apologetically. Okay, thank you. Ryan nodded. After returning to his room, Ryan began to read carefully. In some remote areas of the Empire, even beyond the borders, some forest troll clans still survive. But it's unclear whether other types of trolls exist. Ryan first flipped through the evolution of the trolls, which contained general descriptions, but he was actually most interested in the issue of tusks. So, he put the evolution of the trolls aside for the time being and quickly turned to ancient races. Trolls. The average height of an ancient troll is over 2.5 meters, far exceeding the 2.5 meters of the remaining forest trolls. Females are slightly shorter, around 2 meters. Furthermore, even within the same clan, there are scattered instances of powerful trolls far exceeding the average clan member. Ryan glanced at the illustration and noticed that the male troll's tusks were protruding like wild boars, with their tusks growing longer as they grew taller. Their long noses, reminiscent of Pinocchio, made their appearance completely beyond human aesthetics. But female trolls were different. The tusks on their lower jaws resembled slightly longer human fangs, slightly protruding from their lips, similar to what's commonly called canine fangs, giving them a playful appearance. Their facial features also resembled those of human women, and overall, they were quite in line with the aesthetic of human men. Troll tusks are said to possess special powers. The more powerful the troll warrior, the more pronounced this power is. During the reign of the ancient troll empire, many primitive human tribes worshipped and sacrificed the tusks of powerful deceased troll warriors, drawing on the magical powers contained within them. Ryan read with rapt interest. Although the ancient text was still vague, it outlined some vague underlying logic as to why the ancient troll fangs had prompted his class change to Beast Priest, legendary. As I suspected, there's no influence from the evil gods. This must be some strange ability of the ancient race. For several days, Ryan spent his time routinely attending general education classes and the torrent room, living a mostly routine life. Unfortunately, he rarely had the opportunity to use the other two core skills of the Beast Priest, legendary. However, this morning, the evaluation of Ryan's handling of this incident came out. 3 bronze medals, plus 800 merit points for his handling. Barnes's prediction was spot on. However, these would not be claimed until the temporary assignment was completed. The 3 bronze medals were enough to advance Ryan's emblem rank from bronze to silver. This also meant that Ryan would soon be able to accept silver-level missions. He was not far from receiving the gold medal. Late at night, Mice County, Golden Town Church. A black-robed figure, adorned with several burning black flames on his collar and cuffs, entered the church. Inside, 7 or 8 black flame monks, similarly dressed, were already waiting. Special Envoy, the bone staff has been placed. Very well, let's start with this small town. Humph! The Dragon Empire thinks they've intimidated the Black Flame Church just because they've eliminated one of our branches. How foolish. Starting today, let's shake this decaying empire to its core. Special Envoy, will our actions incur the wrath of the Dragon Empire, leading to a full-scale encirclement? I'm not afraid, but I'm concerned about delaying the god's resurrection. A Black Flame monk said, seeming hesitant. The middle-aged man known as the Special Envoy smiled strangely. Of course, but the Dragon Empire won't have the energy. Because, this time, we're not alone. A few minutes later, the Black Flame monks formed a circle, and chanting echoed from the church. Great God of the Hunt, please witness the humble offering your humble servant will make to welcome your return. Golden Town Administrative Hall. Hamilton, in the lounge, suddenly woke with a start. He'd just felt a sudden palpitation. Upon rising, he faintly heard the sound of chanting from the church. How could anyone still be praying this late? Hamilton frowned, a look of thought on his face. The next second, his expression changed drastically. Not good. Hamilton instantly understood what was going on, grabbed his sword and shield, and rushed out of the room. But as he and a team of elite night watchmen rushed out of the administrative hall, they saw a strange, faint, blood-red mist lingering over Goldhire. Before they could reach the church, Hamilton's night watchman screamed in shock. My nose is bleeding. Look, the blood is floating. The night watchmen watched in horror as their own blood gushed from their nostrils and eyes. No matter how they tried to cover it up, it wouldn't stop. Blood flowed from midair toward the church, like a stream flowing into the sea. Hamilton's pupils shrank. He immediately considered retreating, but he suddenly turned around and saw a black-robed figure in front of him and behind him. Huh? I didn't expect there's still someone here who slipped through the net. He's a senior knight, and judging by his attire, he must be the sheriff of this town. With you in, the entire town is almost complete. A few minutes later, with a familiar roar, Goldhire town fell silent. Deathly still. And under the same moonlight. Mice County fishing town. Splash. On the shore, waves rhythmically lapped against the rocks. Suddenly, several tall, strange-looking humanoids emerged from the sea and glided swiftly ashore from the water. Their heads resembled miniature dragons, with circular and striped fins and thick, catfish-like whiskers lining their chins. Their lower bodies resembled those of giant snakes, while their upper bodies resembled those of humans, covered in scales. These monsters were at least 2.5 meters tall, wielding tridents and exuding a powerful aura. It was certain that these were not murlocs. Although they moved in a zigzag pattern, their speed was immense. As they rushed into the fishing port town, screams soon filled the night sky. Early the next morning, as Ryan left his room, intending to attend a general education class in the lobby of the Sword-Bearer Branch's new student building, several griffins on the training ground quickly took to the air, wailing and flying southeastward. Huh? What's going on? All the griffins are out. Ryan asked, puzzled. Before he could comprehend the situation, another group of griffins suddenly streaked across the sky. Is this the Munster Griffin Squadron? Ryan could vaguely see Viscount Felker, clad in pale gold knight armor, on the back of the leading griffin. At this moment, the red-haired beauty Evelyn anxiously approached from the end of the corridor and said to Ryan eagerly, Sir Ryan, something terrible has happened in Meister County. Chapter 247. Last night, both Meester and Rosby counties were attacked, and reportedly suffered heavy casualties. What? Ryan's face was filled with shock. His family was in Meester. What exactly happened? Was the county seat attacked, or were the towns under its jurisdiction attacked? Ryan asked hurriedly. That isn't clear yet. Evelyn shook her head. She was worried precisely because the information was so vague. However, the general education class originally scheduled for this morning has been changed to a briefing on the latest situation, Evelyn continued. So what are we waiting for? Come on, Evelyn, let's go get the latest news, Ryan said, his face grim. After all, guessing blindly only makes things more panicky. When the two arrived at the newcomer training hall, almost everyone, including Veronica, was already there. And judging by their serious expressions and whispers, they had also received the news. Without keeping everyone waiting for long, a middle-aged man in a colonel's uniform, accompanied by Melanie, the Undersecretary of State for the Ministry of Assistance and Promotion, entered the hall. Instantly, the entire hall fell silent. The middle-aged man was clean-shaven, possessing a refined demeanor and delicate skin. His epaulets featured a pair of golden branches and leaves, topped by a crescent-shaped golden emblem. Based on Ryan's knowledge of imperial military ranks, he could immediately tell that the man was an imperial colonel. However, his unsteady gait did not suggest a combatant. After a brief self-introduction, Ryan's suspicions were confirmed. This colonel, named Belmont, held the position of a senior staff officer in the Imperial Army. The first sentence of the other party's latest intelligence report caused the new sword-bearers present, whose resilience far surpassed that of ordinary people, to exclaim in surprise. Last night, several provinces, including those near Munster, such as Ways, Nome, and Valdray, were attacked to varying degrees, resulting in heavy casualties, Staff Officer Belmont said solemnly. What? A new sword-bearer exclaimed. So many places attacked? Could it be the Eagle Federation? What other force could have such power? The hall was now like a boiling pot of oil, instantly clamoring. Ryan's expression grew grim. This situation was far more serious than Evelyn had just described. And to be able to launch attacks across so many provinces of the Empire, this force was truly extraordinary. Who could be the attacker, or perhaps the mastermind behind the attacks? Staff Officer Belmont, who are the attackers? Very asked anxiously, raising his hand. This was the question most people present wanted to ask. The hall instantly fell silent. Everyone's attention instantly focused on Staff Officer Belmont. According to current information, the attackers include but are not limited to the Black Flame Cult, the Limb Reaper Cult, the Sea God Cult, the Secret Serpent Cult, and several other cults. In addition, some rare races were also involved. However, according to our staff office's assessment, the involvement of these rare races is likely due to the involvement of these cults, Belmont said seriously, raising a stack of documents in his hand. As soon as Belmont finished speaking, the crowd erupted in clamor again. Is this a conspiracy orchestrated by multiple cults? The cults are incredibly bold. Ryan raised his eyebrows, a look of surprise on his face. Cults? He hadn't expected such a large-scale attack to be orchestrated by cults. But if so many cults were involved, it wouldn't be surprising. No involvement from the Eagle Federation? Angus asked. Staff Officer Belmont shook his head and said, We haven't seen any overt evidence of Eagle Federation involvement. Staff Officer Belmont, where were the specific locations attacked in Maester County and Rosby County? Evelyn raised her hand and asked, and what about those rare species the staff officer just mentioned? This question also concerned everyone, and the scene fell silent again. Several towns in Maester County, including Fishing Harbor, Aldborough, Monham, and Goldhire, were attacked, while in Rosby County, several, including Larchmont Fishing Harbor, were attacked. Casualties are still being tallied, but it's clear the casualties were severe. Upon hearing that they were all small towns, Ryan breathed a sigh of relief. But Ryan quickly realized. Fishing Harbor? Goldhire? Ryan's brow furrowed. He knew many people in both towns. Lehman Brothers in Fishing Harbor. Goldhire had even more. His best friend George, Sheriff Hamilton, the old night watch Captain Willen, and so on. Suddenly, vivid images of characters emerged in Ryan's mind. At this point, Belmont continued, as for the rare species, based on the current intelligence, it's clear that the scales left on the ground in Maester Fishing Harbor and Larchmont Fishing Harbor indicate an ancient creature, the blood-cursed Naga. Logically, this Naga clan should have vanished into the vast river of history long ago. But I wonder what methods the Poseidon cult used to drive them to attack the Empire's coast. We speculate that the Poseidon cult may have found remnants of their tribe in the deep sea, or perhaps they've borrowed the power of some evil deity. The Naga of this blood-cursed clan are different from other Naga. They're more brutal and bloodthirsty, enjoying attacking humans and performing blood sacrifices. Among the blood-cursed Naga, adult males can reach the strength of a human Grand Knight. As a matriarchal clan, the combat power of female Naga is even more astonishing, with adult Naga possessing the strength of full-fledged wizards. Adults are Grand Knights? As powerful as the ancient trolls. Ancient races. Trolls by Ryan recorded the strength of adult ancient trolls. Female blood-cursed Naga are even more powerful, reaching the strength of full-fledged wizards when they reach adulthood? What a race favored by the gods. Ryan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If he didn't have the system, it would take him forever to become a Grand Knight, let alone a full-fledged wizard. Also, Imperial scouts discovered giant, humanoid footprints over 1.5 meters long and approximately 80 centimeters wide in the ruins of some houses in Larchmont Fishing Port. We believe they belong to sea giants, Staff Officer Belmont continued. Sea giants? Ryan raised a brow. Recently, all sorts of ancient and rare races seem to be popping up like mushrooms after rain. Turbulent times. But we currently don't know which clan these sea giants belong to. The closest sea giant clan to Imperial territory is the Tide Giants. This is why we suspect the cult of Poseidon is behind this. Sea giants and Naga are natural enemies. The probability of both attacking the Empire simultaneously is incredibly low. In addition, the ancient Naga possess the ability to summon marine creatures to assist in combat. Right now, the coasts of the various counties of Munster are teeming with vassal clans like Grayfin Murlocs, Blackgill Murlocs, Bluegill Deep-Sea Murlocs, and Giant Claw Lobstermen. Currently, the Imperial troops stationed in Munster province have engaged the enemy and are engaged in fierce fighting. Officer Belmont, what about the Imperial Navy's movements? Veronica asked anxiously after hearing that the coastal attackers included members of the Poseidon cult and the blood-cursed Naga. Ryan knew the twin-tailed girl was probably worried about her familiar mentors, Master Aeneas and Major Marika. The Imperial Navy is currently engaged in combat with several giant sea beasts. The specific details of the battle are top secret, as they involve the Imperial Navy's deployment, so I'm not entirely clear. Officer Belmont shook his head. Soon, Officer Belmont finished his latest briefing and left the newcomer hall. Ryan still had many questions. For example, what about the Empire's high-end combat power? Is there a higher-level game? Also, with such a major event happening, how could the intelligence department not be aware of it? Or were the evil gods directly communicating and instigating this incident? At this moment, Melanie, the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Assistance and Advancement, stepped forward and announced the latest notice from the Sword-Bearer Division. Everyone, according to orders from above, special training is suspended. All new sword-bearers will be assigned to participate in the security and protection of various districts in Munster. As soon as Melanie finished speaking, many people in the audience immediately questioned, Sir Melanie, why don't you let us go to the front lines? Yes, my parents are still in Rosby County. Everyone, please be quiet. Melanie's pretty face darkened. This is an order from above. If everyone disobeys orders and only cares about rescuing their own families, what's the point of the organization's existence? I understand your feelings. The Empire has already dispatched a rescue team, and follow-up troops have been mobilized. Besides, the vast majority of you are not yet capable of performing special missions on the front lines. Currently, the lowest missions on the front lines are silver level. Using you for ordinary combat is a waste of your talents. That's why the higher-ups are considering assigning you to strengthen security in various districts of Munster, acting as security advisors. After hearing the latest intelligence, Ryan naturally wanted to return to Meister immediately and bring his family and Jennifer to the safer Munster. But the problem now was that, as a sword-bearer, he had to obey the unified orders of his superiors. However, he was now contemplating a different issue. As Melanie had just said, all missions on the front lines were silver level. If he could redeem the 3 bronze medals early, he could upgrade his badge privileges to silver, allowing him to accept silver level missions. He could use the opportunity of going to Meister's mission to return to Meister County and settle his family early. Half an hour later, Ryan arrived at the mission hall. "Sir, your temporary assignment hasn't concluded yet, so you can't redeem your mission rewards," the young staff member said apologetically. "Is there no other solution?" "Well, sir, if you have special reasons, I suggest you contact your superiors." "Then can I accept other missions during my temporary assignment?" Ryan asked again. "No, sir. Unless it's an assigned mission that takes priority over other tasks, you can only complete one mission at a time," the young staff member said apologetically. She had just heard about the attacks in the province of Munster, and she had relatives in those counties. At this moment, she understood the young man's concerns. But she had no other options. Leaving the mission hall, Ryan felt a little depressed. He was willing to give up the temporary assignment that would earn him 3 bronze medals. After all, medals and merit points could be earned through future missions. But if his family was gone, they were gone for good. The problem was, if his temporary assignment wasn't completed, he wouldn't be able to advance to silver rank, and thus wouldn't be eligible to accept the mission related to Munster. According to Ryan's previous plan, he planned to first upgrade his clearance to silver, then he could naturally apply to the sword-bearer branch and participate in frontline special operations. But now, just as Ryan returned to his room, there was a knock on the door. Ryan opened the door and saw a guard standing by. He said respectfully, "Lord Ryan, there's a visitor. It's a nobleman with a pass to the sword-bearer branch. He's waiting for you in the small reception room of the branch's administrative building." Ryan frowned. "You know, ordinary barons and viscounts can't get passes to the sword-bearer branch. If it were someone of Count Habsburg's rank, he would have the qualifications to enter the branch. But at this critical moment, the other party would most likely not leave Meister. After all, such a serious incident had occurred. Who could it be?" Questioning this, Ryan arrived at the small reception room in the administrative building. He saw a middle-aged man with a mustache, wearing a black hunting suit with gold trim. He sat solemnly at the right end of the reception room, his steaming cup of Jotun tea lying untouched, as if he were weighed down by something. "Special envoy," Ryan said, eyes widening in surprise. Seeing Ryan's arrival, Javier forced a smile. "Baron Ryan, we meet again." "Hello, sir. Long time no see." Ryan bowed slightly. He certainly remembered this envoy. Before taking the nobility and nobleman examination, he had met the special envoy, Javier Stewart, in his carriage. At the time, he hadn't yet passed the enthronement assessment, but the other person's warm and welcoming attitude had left a deep impression on Ryan. Later, Ryan inquired a little and learned that this person was a prominent figure on the Munster Enthronement Assessment Committee, reportedly dispatched to Munster Province from the imperial capital. No wonder he had such easy access to the Munster Swordbearers branch. "Please take a seat, Baron Ryan." "Baron Ryan, due to the urgency of time, I get straight to the point. I'd like to ask you to undertake a rescue mission." "Mission?" Ryan was startled, then looked up at Javier in slight surprise. He was puzzled as to why this special envoy had sought him out. Seemingly understanding Ryan's expression, Javier explained, "Are you confused as to why, as a high-ranking noble, I wouldn't seek out the family knights? It's simple. I'm not from Munster province. The 2 family knights who originally brought Munster from the imperial capital are now missing near the fishing port town of Meister, along with my youngest daughter, Alyosha. It's too late to contact the imperial capital family now. As for why you didn't look for the swordbearers? Under the emergency mobilization order, all swordbearers have already been assigned tasks, except for you newcomers." Javier paused. After listening to Javier's words, Ryan basically understood why he had come to him. It was simple. Under the 2 restrictions he had mentioned, he, as the strongest of the new swordbearers, was likely the best candidate Javier could find. Perhaps there were strong candidates, but reliable ones were rare. Besides, Javier must have reviewed his resume before contacting him. Having served as a governor and sheriff in the fishing port town, he was familiar with the local situation, which was extremely important when searching for someone. All these factors contributed to the other party's search. But he wasn't without a mission at the moment. Also, Special Envoy. Just as Ryan began to speak, Javier waved his hand. He continued, Baron Ryan, please listen to my terms and then decide, okay? Of course, please go ahead. Ryan nodded. He was also curious about Javier's next words. Because he, like the other new sword bearers, was responsible for maintaining security in various districts of Munster. Could Javier help him coordinate this? If that's possible, then I have to reconsider the envoy's abilities. Baron Ryan, I understand that your parents and sister are in Meister County and haven't yet moved with you to Munster. If you're willing to take on the mission of rescuing my youngest daughter, Alyosha, I arrange for a detachment of family cavalry to assist you immediately. Right now, the cost of hiring mercenaries has skyrocketed throughout Munster, but reliability is a major concern. It's difficult to tell if there are cultists among them. Ryan's eyes lit up slightly at this. This Lord Javier is truly remarkable. He's actually trying to convince me from this angle. Also, if you agree, Baron Ryan, this rescue mission will be assigned to you, Baron Ryan, by the Sword Bearers branch. The reward for completing the mission is a fixed reward of 2 silver medals plus 1,500 merit points. This is the maximum reward the Sword Bearers branch has agreed to after I negotiated with them. Hearing this, Ryan knew he had been persuaded by Javier. He had considered the concern of his family in Meister County. The Sword Bearers branch was responsible for communication and coordination. While this assigned mission carries some risk, the reward is also extremely high. If the other senior sword bearers weren't busy with the war, a mission with such a generous reward would have been taken the moment it appeared. Special Envoy, my current temporary assignment. Don't worry. I communicate this with the Sword Bearers branch and the Munster Administration Office. Your temporary assignment can be terminated early. I've heard about your performance in handling the emergency in the trade zone. Ryan raised his eyebrows. That's great. Special Envoy, I'm ready to go at any time. However, regarding the relevant circumstances. Seeing Ryan agree, Javier felt relieved, his expression finally less grim. Baron Ryan, the person you're rescuing this time is my youngest daughter, Alyosha. She's been interested in pharmacy since childhood and is now a full researcher at the Royal Apothecary Society. This time, she came to the waters near Munster for personal reasons, searching for a relatively rare potion ingredient, giant rockfish oil. This fish occasionally appears in the waters of the counties of Maest and Rosby. Hearing this, Ryan understood the general reason. Originally, when I received the news of Meister's attack last night, I was worried. However, the teleportation stone Alyosha left with me showed no signs of change. But just 2 hours ago, her teleportation stone shattered. I knew she must be in some insurmountable danger. I suspect Alyosha may have encountered a blood-cursed Naga. If it were a common danger, the 2 family knights accompanying her are both capable of peak knighthood, so it shouldn't be a problem. But if it were a blood-cursed Naga, I'm afraid my 2 family knights wouldn't be able to withstand it. Special Envoy, if your little daughter truly encountered a blood-cursed Naga, then even if I rushed there without stopping, I'm afraid it would be too late, wouldn't it? Ryan asked doubtfully. There's one thing you might not be aware of, Baron Ryan. The blood-cursed Naga will try to leave any powerful enemies alive for blood sacrifice. Alyosha also has several spell scrolls on him, including 2 on invisibility. That's why I believe that even if Alyosha encounters the blood-cursed Naga, even if she's defeated, she should still be alive for a short while. But if this takes too long, I'm afraid. Hearing this, Ryan felt relieved and nodded immediately, saying, Special Envoy, I set out now. Okay. Baron Ryan, I've arranged 2 stamina-rich lock horses. Lock horse? Probably not as good as his own dark horse. After all, his dark horse is already close to a ferocious beast, surpassing the average lock horse in every aspect, including stamina. That shouldn't be necessary, Special Envoy. My mount should be faster than your lock horse. That's great. Besides, what if? Javier's face darkened, as if a thought occurred to him. Special Envoy, rest assured. Lady Luck will bless Alyosha. Ryan waved his hand, interrupting Javier. After leaving the reception room, Ryan returned to his room and quickly donned his knight's plate armor. In addition to his standard boar's head hammer and shimmering greatsword, Ryan also brought his bow, dagger, and other weapons. And, after changing to Breaking Bad, he also brought 2 bottles of special poisons crafted using Maxwell's rare poison recipe scroll. Unlike most people, facing the potential encounter with a powerful ancient race like the blood-cursed Naga, Ryan felt no fear or dread. In fact, he was eager to try. Partly because he had just successfully changed to Beast's Sacrifice, legendary, and needed some battles to test the combat effectiveness of his new legendary class. On the other hand, only through combat could Ryan earn experience points, thereby increasing his class rank. Furthermore, after training at the Sword-Bearer branch, Ryan's strength had steadily improved. Currently, his level 2 breakthrough point had reached 24%, putting him within striking distance of becoming a senior Grand Knight. After preparing his weapons, Ryan left the Sword-Bearer branch. He would first go to Ginny's new residence and pick up his 3 pets, Cookie, Bloodfeather, and Black Horse. Jenny and Agatha's newly purchased villa in the administrative district was not far away. On the boulevard, at the entrance to the Sword-Bearer branch, a nearby pie vendor, upon seeing Ryan exit the Sword-Bearer branch, immediately turned and released a carrier pigeon from a wooden box behind him. A few minutes later, Hamish at the Munster Accent Auction House received the carrier pigeon. After reading the note, a smile finally broke out on his sinister face. He muttered to himself through gritted teeth, "Ryan, I finally got you. You damned wretch. If it weren't for Lord Horton's prophecy, I'd still be in the dark. As an Imperial Sword-Bearer, where's your integrity? Damn it! My feeling was right. The ancient troll Fong finally disappeared in your room." Thinking of Ryan's clear eyes and his unhesitating response last time, Hamish felt a vein bulge in his forehead. Chapter 248. Jenny and Agatha were initially surprised to see Ryan's sudden arrival, but soon a look of understanding crossed their faces. This morning, they had heard the steady march of troops, seemingly heading out of the city. "Sir Ryan, are you on a mission?" Jenny asked bluntly. "Yes, I have to go on a mission." Ryan nodded. After some thought, he decided it would be best to let the two women know about the situation. After all, no matter how tightly the news was kept secret, it would inevitably spread everywhere soon. If he wasn't in Munster by then, it would be bad for the two women to panic. Maester was attacked last night, but the county town remained relatively stable, Ryan said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this news, the two women's faces suddenly changed, and they exclaimed, "Huh? Is the situation serious? Will there be further follow-up?" Ryan shook his head, saying, "It's hard to say right now. However, in the next 2 days, someone, including your mother, Baroness Crawley, will be sent to Munster. You can arrange a room in advance." Hearing that Ryan had already made arrangements, Jenny's worry faded, and a bright smile appeared on her face. However, Ryan's expression hardened, and he turned to Agatha and said, "Agatha, according to imperial law, although your father, as a noble, cannot leave his fiefdom without permission, you can write to your father and ask him to arrange for the evacuation of some of the other members of the Wiggins family. Perhaps the county town may not be safe either." "Ah? All is well, Lord Ryan." The initial hint of love that had filled Agatha's heart upon seeing Ryan had vanished upon hearing of the attack on Maest. "You two stay in Munster and try to minimize going out," Ryan instructed again before leaving. "Okay, Your Excellency." After leaving the villa, Ryan mounted his black horse and rode out of the city with Cookie. Just as he was about to leave the city gate, Ryan looked up at the sky and saw a white seagull fluttering its wings and landing on his shoulder. A brief glance at each other, and Ryan's mind was filled with a telepathic image of the seagull. A small, fair hand scribbled a line of words on a white page with a quill. "Ryan, please be careful." This was the concern of the twin-tailed girl. When Ryan arrived at the city gate, he saw columns of fully armed Imperial troops marching out of the city, heading towards the counties of Meister and Rosby. From a high vantage point, he could see two long snakes moving across the vast plain, each heading in a different direction. As Ryan repeatedly outran the Imperial army, he noticed a shift in its composition, from the giant shield crossbowmen and heavily armored cavalry he'd encountered at the outset to the fastest-moving light cavalry. He kept on overtaking, and the soldiers, curiously, frequently glanced sideways at the young man, clearly a noble, galloping along, trailed by a mighty dog the size of a pony. It had taken Ryan a full week to reach Munster from Meister, but that was because he was traveling with a caravan. Now, he placed his shimmering great sword, bow, and other weapons on the greyhound, now a ferocious beast. Traveling lightly, and relying on the black horse's near-ferocious stamina, he raced at lightning speed, naturally increasing his speed several times over. "Fuck. How can this guy's horse be so fast?" Hommies cursed. Just now, near the city gate, he watched as Ryan, clad in pale silver knight's plate armor, mounted a sturdy black horse, and accompanied by a dog, quickly disappeared not far ahead of him. He turned to a bearded man behind him and said, "Track him. He's running too fast." "No problem," the bearded man replied, deftly lifting a small birdcage from the side of his horse's belly. The bearded man quickly released the small gray bird from the cage and pointed it in Ryan's direction. Immediately, the bird took off. This small gray bird, also known as a seeker bird, scientifically known as a brown-backed sparrow, resembles a sparrow, is small, and covered in gray feathers. It's unremarkable, yet it flies at a speed similar to that of a swift. However, what Hamis and his companions failed to notice was that, above the clouds, a swan-sized bird of prey with blue and purple feathers was circling above Ryan. As Ryan crossed Welsh County and entered the territory of Mayest, the strictness of the checkpoints along the road suddenly increased. Even he was stopped by the soldiers guarding the checkpoint and questioned in detail. "Sir, Mayest County is under full martial law. According to orders from above, no one is advised to travel alone." Ryan's face grew serious, and he nodded. "I will carry out my mission." He then presented his documents to the other party. The captain of the soldiers was in awe of Ryan. Such a young man, yet carrying out a special mission. "Sir, we salute you." The soldiers guarding the checkpoint immediately saluted. "Good luck to you, too," Ryan smiled. After walking a little further, it was almost dusk. Just then, Bloodfeather in the sky chirped, swooping down to snatch a bird, then swooping down and landing on Ryan's forearm. Ryan looked at Bloodfeather, his brows furrowed slightly. "Bloodfeather, are you saying this bird has been following me all the way back and forth?" "Chirp." Bloodfeather glanced at Ryan with a lively look, then raised his head and chirped, confirming his words. Ryan took a closer look at the half-dead bird beneath Bloodfeather's claws. "It looks like a sparrow." Could this be a brown-backed sparrow?" A flash of inspiration suddenly struck Ryan. Thanks to Veronica, Ryan was now considered a bit of a bird expert. Recently, Ryan had learned from Veronica about quite a few common domesticated birds. If it was a brown-backed sparrow, then Ryan was almost certain someone was tracking him. Who could it be? Special Envoy Javier? That doesn't seem likely. We're about to enter the area controlled by the Murlocs and the Bloodcurse Naga. Is it possible to pit the Bloodcurse Naga against the tail behind us? After pondering for a moment, Ryan shook his head. If the other party attracts the attention of a large number of Murlocs and Bloodcurse Naga, I'd be at risk of being exposed later. Besides, being attacked from both sides is obviously not a good idea. In that case, let's take care of the tail ourselves. This area was all forest and hills. Ryan wanted to see who was behind him. Although the Beast Tamer, Transcendent, class panel was overwritten, the core skill, Beast Eye, was inherited from the Beast Priest, Legendary, class panel. However, another core Beast Tamer skill, Beast Affinity, was missing. While this was a bit unfortunate, perhaps it conflicted with the Beast Priest Legendary class, draining the opponent's vitality. Beasts simply can't be friendly with you, right? Using Bloodfeather's vision, which was over 5 times that of a human, Ryan quickly spotted a group of 4 people trailing him several kilometers down the winding road. No, there's another dog. This was the only group within 5 kilometers of him. Clearly, it was the brown-backed sparrow sent by this group following him. Adjusting his angle slightly, Ryan spotted a familiar figure in the group, wearing leather armor and a dagger. Huh? Is it him? That Hamis from the Axon auction house? It's very likely that they've used some mysterious means to determine that the ancient troll Fong is in their possession. Ryan's mind raced, immediately connecting the dots, and his expression froze. Stalking so stealthily, they clearly have no good intentions. Are they planning to harm me? Glancing at the nearby forest, Ryan ordered his black horse forward a distance, while he himself took cover in the nearby forest. At the same time, he began to pull out the poison bottle from his waist pouch. Not far away, a group of 4 continued their march towards Ryan's location, led by none other than Hamis. In Munster, Hamis had been wary of Ryan, primarily because of his status as the Imperial Sword Bearer, rather than his personal abilities. In his mind, a newly minted swordsman, possessing the strength of a Grand Knight at such a young age, was indeed quite impressive. But it was only impressive, and he didn't really take it seriously. As for Ryan's killing of the native in the trading zone, he certainly knew about it. So did that prove Ryan's strength? Don't be ridiculous. Don't forget, who wiped out the tribe of these natives? Who escorted these dozens of remaining natives to Munster? It was his own people, okay. Now Ryan had left Munster and arrived in Meister, where the war had suddenly broken out. That was great. Hamis had already planned it out. He would capture Ryan alive and torture him severely. When he had enough fun, he would coax him into revealing the whereabouts of the ancient troll Fong, and then he would kill him. This was a forest nearby, and the bodies could be dumped in the wilderness without needing to be handled or concealed. Even if they were questioned later, he could simply blame it on the cult. As for how to capture Ryan alive, their slave hunting team is incredibly experienced. Later, have Danielson cast concealment on the other two, then secretly surround Ryan. I stay in front to draw his attention. Once Danielson uses the earth magic, Earth Grip, to restrict his movement, I use the net and poison gas to quickly capture him alive. In that situation, a grand knight? He only lasts a little longer than a peak knight. They've become quite adept at this kind of coordination. That's why their slave hunting team is so highly regarded by the Axe and Auction House in Munster. The Dutka dogs in Hami's team, similar to the Dobermans Ryan had seen in his previous life, suddenly barked. No, the hoof print is noticeably lighter. Hami's narrowed his narrow eyes, raising his hand to signal everyone to stop. The next second, a sharp sound pierced the air. Danielson, a third-level wizard apprentice in the team, had just turned his head to check the source of the sound when he saw a dark figure approach him like lightning. Ah! Without even time to react, a scream rang out. Danielson felt a sharp pain in his waist. Then, his head spun around, and he saw himself falling from his horse, his legs still in the stirrups. The bearded man behind Danielson saw the scene clearly. His companion, Danielson, didn't even have time to dodge before a powerful black steel arrow shattered his waist. Broken. Not hit. Enemy attack. Hamison's face suddenly changed. He dodged and rolled off his horse, hiding against its belly. At that moment, everyone smelled a pleasant fragrance. It drifted down from upwind, smelling somewhat like lavender. But in the intense battle, the three men didn't give much thought to the origin of this scent. If they had calmed down and thought for a moment, they would have immediately understood. Even though there was lavender growing nearby, in the moon of vitality, the lavender hadn't bloomed yet. This was actually a gas-type poison that Ryan had previously concocted using a recipe from Maxwell's secret scroll of rare poisons. Lavender hallucinogen. Its effect was to produce a hallucinogenic effect on humans and animals within a certain range. Of course, this effect was highly effective on both ordinary people and knights. But for the Grand Knight, the effect was much weaker, merely causing occasional hallucinations or double visions. But for Ryan, that was more than enough. It wasn't that the opponent was too powerful, forcing Ryan to use poison. He primarily wanted to test the effectiveness of the poison gas. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been willing to use it on them. At the same time, woo! The Dutka let out a mournful wail as Cookie, the greyhound warhound, bit its throat. Its eyes were glazed over, and its limbs were kicking weakly. At that moment, the three of them had no time to worry about the dog. Because at that moment, Ryan, wielding a two-handed warhammer and smiling, leisurely emerged from the forest. Hami's thought, why didn't this guy continue his archery and sneak attacks inside, but instead came out to engage the three of them in hand-to-hand combat? Is he crazy? But the next second, their vision blurred, and Ryan vanished. Then, Hami's heard the sound of a watermelon being smashed by a club to his left. Bang! That was Bueno's direction. Hami's immediately turned and saw Bueno's headless body slowly falling to the ground. Hami's face suddenly changed. Is Ryan this powerful? Just as Hami's was about to make a move, he saw a double image of Ryan before him. Fuck. How is this possible? No, this is poison gas. As a swordsman, you actually use poison? Hami's eyes suddenly widened, and he pointed at Ryan with disbelief. These were the methods he should have used, but Ryan, the swordsman before him, had actually used them first. Damn it! The next second, another explosion. Bang! Hamitha's expression changed several times, and he immediately turned and flew away. Although his body occasionally swayed slightly, as he rushed due to the poison gas, his speed remained steady. Ryan watched this scene without panic. Instead, he slowly took the bow from Cookie, drew his arrow, and aimed at the opponent's vest. Shoo! With a sharp sound of piercing the air, a bolt of black lightning instantly pierced Hamish's back. He stumbled a few steps, his speed drastically decreasing. Then, Hamish staggered several times as if drunk, and with a thud, he fell to the ground. The four-man team, wiped out. Ryan stepped forward and first glanced at the third-level wizard apprentice. He saw that he had been shot in two. This is the downside of being a wizard apprentice. Even if they're a third-level apprentice, as long as they're not a full-fledged wizard, they lack a defensive force field. They're vulnerable to sneak attacks. This is why many wizard apprentices initially pursue the path of knighthood, as it significantly enhances their survivability. Just then, Cookie approached, holding the Dutka, claiming credit. Ryan patted Cookie's furry head and praised, Well done. In fact, if Cookie had remained the original greyhound, unevolved, the battle would likely have been reversed. The heavier and sturdier Dutka could easily kill an ordinary greyhound. After sweeping up the spoils, Ryan continued forward. As for the bodies of the 4 men and the dog, the beasts of the forest would surely snatch it up quickly. Suddenly struck by a thought, Ryan tugged at the reins, stopped again, dismounted, and trotted into the forest. Soon, with Cookie in pursuit, Ryan caught the timber wolf. He placed his hand on the struggling timber wolf and unleashed the beast priest's second core skill, Beast Vitality. Instantly, the timber wolf ceased its resistance. A surge of heat flowed from the timber wolf, through his hands, and into Ryan's. The sensation of this heat coursing through him was similar to the healing effect of a skill upgrade, but with something more. Ryan dispelled the special effects of Steel Body and slashed his finger with his sword. In less than 2 seconds, the wound healed rapidly. As expected, in addition to restoring stamina, the core skill, Beast Vitality, also heals injuries. The timber wolf, however, looked listless and exhausted, lying on the ground, too lazy to move. But at this moment, Ryan could hear the occasional, distant, faint howl of a wolf. This sound was quite unique, as if it subtly disturbed his concentration. But because the sound was so subtle, the disturbance was also very slight and negligible. Is this the beast soul described in the skill description? Ryan pondered. After a moment's thought, Ryan entered the forest again. This time, he emerged with a sturdy grizzly bear. He once again tried his core skill, Beast Vitality, and Ryan discovered that the mysterious heat he could draw upon this time was even more intense than before with the timber wolf. This suggests that the effect of Beast Vitality is highly dependent on the strength of the target it draws from. Furthermore, the side effects he felt were even more pronounced. It seemed that after absorbing the heat twice from the wolf and bear howls, which hadn't been noticeable just now, suddenly grew much louder, their interference with the mind noticeably increasing. At the same time, the bear howls were slightly stronger than the wolf howls. Furthermore, this increase wasn't a gradual, linear increase. It was a leap-forward one. Although this interference wasn't too strong for Ryan's 39-point spirit, he could still easily withstand it. This made Ryan ponder. So, if the core skill Beast Vitality is used repeatedly over a short period of time, the interference from the side effect Beast Soul on the mind will become increasingly stronger? At this moment, Ryan suddenly turned to look at the black horse beside him. The black horse neighed loudly. The horse's hooves pawed the ground relentlessly, seeming extremely annoyed. Is it evolving? Ryan raised his eyebrows, a look of delight on his face. What a great time to suddenly evolve. Perhaps today's long journey has fully released the effects of the long-term use of the mutation growth potion? At this moment, a system notification sounded. Host pet Ginny Horse, affected by the long-term use of the mutation growth potion, has begun to mutate and evolve. Mutation evolving. The black horse snorted angrily, its muscles trembling, and blood vessels bulged like earthworms on its shiny fur. A few minutes passed. The black horse's forehead suddenly bulged, and soon, a bulge similar to a rhino's horn arched up. The size didn't change much, just a bit bigger and more sturdy. At this moment, system notifications began to flash across the screen. Host's pet, Ginny Horse, has successfully evolved into the ferocious beast, Swift Wildebeest. Your beast taming skill has been upgraded, adding 567 experience points. Your beast priest, legendary, class experience has been increased by 119. Congratulations, your beast priest, legendary, class level has been increased. Ding! The host's number of contracted pets has increased, currently 3/4. Note, Swift Wildebeest has awakened the talent ability Swift Step. Yes/no to rename Swift Wildebeest. Without much thought, Ryan chose no. The system named it Swift Wildebeest, which was quite fitting. Watching the black horse successfully evolve, and seeing the beast priest, legendary, level on the panel increase from level 1 to level 2, 31/300, the remaining attribute points increased again from 12 to 13. More importantly, Ryan's remaining skill points were finally no longer 0. Double happiness brought a smile to Ryan's face. Actually, it was triple happiness, as the number of contractable pets had increased by 1, bringing the total to 4. Walking around the black horse and examining it carefully, Ryan discovered that while its appearance had barely changed, save for a single 10-centimeter horn after the mutation, its previously herbivorous flat teeth had grown into sharp fangs. Ryan tried to feed it some dried meat, and the trotting wildebeest immediately devoured it with gusto. It seemed as if its eyes lit up. True. Had always been a grass eater, Now that it had its first taste of meat, the trotting wildebeest felt like it had discovered a new world. After the trotting wildebeest finished its meal, Ryan took a test ride and discovered that only its endurance seemed to have improved significantly compared to before. However, when using its innate ability, Quick Step, its speed was noticeably increased, and the duration was quite substantial. From this perspective, it was more suitable for long-distance travel. A quarter of an hour later, Ryan paused, looking at the arrow-shaped signpost ahead. 3 arrows pointed in 3 directions. The right arrow pointed to Shining Gold Town, the straight ahead was Meister County City, and the left arrow naturally led to Fishing Port Town. After a moment's deliberation, Ryan chose not to go to Shining Gold Town or the county city. Instead, he turned left and swiftly headed towards Fishing Port Town. Saving lives was paramount. Soon, another checkpoint appeared ahead, this one even more fortified. Multiple spiked wooden barriers blocked the road, and dozens of heavily armed giant shield crossbowmen stood guard. Upon seeing Ryan's appearance, the other side immediately went on high alert and shouted, "Ahead is a battle zone with the Sea Tribe. All non-essential personnel, please leave immediately." Ryan slowed down and presented his documents again before being allowed to pass. Soon after, Ryan stood on a hillside not far from the Fishing Port Town, gazing out at the familiar Fishing Port Town. Black smoke billowed from the surrounding area, making it difficult to see the current situation within the town. However, it was clear that many of the ruins were still burning, and the cries of battle could be heard from all directions. In such a chaotic battlefield, finding Special Envoy Javier's youngest daughter, Alyosha, would be incredibly difficult without guidance. Luckily, Ryan had a sensor stone Javier had given him, which could detect Alyosha's location within a radius of several kilometers. Ryan pulled the nearly transparent sensor stone from his arms, and walked a dozen meters in several directions. With his keen senses, Ryan noticed that as he headed southeast, the light from the sensor stone would slightly change, becoming brighter. Clearly, Alyosha should be in that direction. So, Ryan once again activated his Beast Eyes skill, leveraging Bloodfeather's keen vision to discover a large gathering of murlocs on an unnamed island a few dozen meters from the southeastern coastline. Among them were several male blood-cursed Nagas, significantly larger in size. What surprised Ryan even more was when he took in the island's topography. He was shocked to discover a massive hole in the ground, 7 or 8 meters in diameter, in the center of the island. Within it, faintly visible stone steps led deep underground, hinting at the island's hidden secrets. Chapter 249. After concluding his observation, Ryan rode his trotting wildebeest, Blackie, down the hillside to the Imperial Army's temporary camp ahead. Before he even reached it, he heard wailing sounds emanating from each tent. After inspecting the tents, Ryan entered. He discovered that most of the tents housed Imperial soldiers seriously injured in the battle. He also saw the residents rescued from the ruins of Fishing Harbor Town, though their number was extremely small. Ryan's heart sank as he asked a nearby soldier, "Are there only a dozen or so survivors from Fishing Harbor Town?" "Yes, sir." The soldier nodded solemnly. When they arrived, they discovered that these sea creatures were truly abominable, having nearly destroyed the entire town. Some marine creatures were even feasting on human corpses, creating a horrific scene. As if remembering something, the soldier said, "By the way, sir, the sheriff of Fishing Harbor has managed to survive." The sheriff of Fishing Harbor? Take me to see him. Ryan's eyes lit up. He had assumed there were only a dozen or so survivors, and that the Lehman brothers must have been slain by the blood-cursed Naga. But he hadn't expected his younger brother to survive. This was good news amidst the bad news. However, apparently because his injuries were more severe, Connet's bed was located further back in the camp. As Ryan entered the inner tents, he suddenly spotted a figure lying among several beds. It was a familiar face, Connet Lehman, the younger brother of the Lehman brothers. His eyes were closed, his brow furrowed, and his expression was pained, as if he were recollecting something. Ryan took a closer look and saw that the man's right hand had been severed at the elbow. His chest and abdomen were covered in thick bandages, 3 dark red bloodstains visible from the bandages, but judging by their location, they'd narrowly missed the heart. To have survived like this was truly a stroke of luck. "Cornet?" At the familiar voice, Cornet's eyes suddenly widened, and she glanced sideways in disbelief. The next moment, her eyes filled with tears, and she howled, "Lord Ryan! Lord Ryan! My brother is dead! Fishing Port Town is finished." Seeing someone familiar to talk to, Cornet's tears and snot flowed. Ryan walked over, firmly grasped Cornet's remaining left hand, and soothed him, "Cornet, take care of yourself. Cornet burst into tears and told Ryan, in fragments, about the sudden attack the previous night. Ryan then realized that when Fishing Harbor Town was attacked the previous night, it was completely defenseless. Because the blood-cursed Naga were so powerful, the patrolling night watchmen had no time to raise the alarm and were instantly killed. Even with the combined strength of Cornet and his brother, they could only hold out for less than a minute. His brother Colbert was killed instantly, while he passed out from his injuries. Thankfully, he fainted, and the blood-cursed Naga mistakenly thought he was dead, saving his life. The death and injury of the Lehman brothers were something Ryan hadn't anticipated. Before arriving, Ryan had assumed that even if the Lehman brothers were defeated, they could still lead a group of elite night watchmen in a fight and retreat. But now, the vast disparity in power made such a thought impossible. Cornet, calming down a bit, looked at Ryan and asked, "Lord Ryan, why are you here?" "I'm on a mission, heading that direction." "The seaside?" Cornet's eyes widened. Ryan nodded. "Sir, you must be careful. If you go to the seaside, you will inevitably encounter the blood-cursed Naga. This race is truly terrifying. Cornet, can you describe your experience during that encounter?" Cornet nodded, as if recalling something, a hint of fear in his eyes. He was silent for a moment, then said, "Power. Their power is truly overwhelming. With just one strike of their trident, they pierced my brother's steel shield. The second strike sent me flying, and then, with 2 consecutive stabs, they killed my brother and left me seriously injured and unconscious. Throughout the entire process, the power they displayed was terrifying." Ryan nodded, understanding. The ancient races are truly that powerful. Techniques and combat techniques are meaningless when the power disparity between the two is too great. As the saying goes in my past life, strength alone can defeat skill alone. They're over 2.5 meters tall, imposing figures. I doubt even a great knight would be a match for them in terms of strength. If you encounter them, be extremely cautious. Use roving combat whenever possible. Also, absolutely do not engage 2 blood-cursed Nagas simultaneously. Cornet thought for a moment before warning. "Thank you. I be careful." Normally, the combined forces of the Lehman brothers would have sustained several rounds of fighting, even for a grand knight. But now, after only 3 or 4 moves, one of the 2 brothers was dead, and the other seriously injured. This demonstrates that the ancient texts describing the blood-cursed Naga, an ancient race, weren't exaggerating, but rather understating the situation. Their power is practically overwhelming for humans. As for methods of defeating them, a normal human Grand Knight, as Cornet had said, would essentially employ guerrilla warfare or siege tactics. But his own words, Ryan's eyes lit up, a surge of eagerness ignited within him. Because he happened to excel at strength. By the way, does the other party possess water magic? Before leaving, a thought suddenly struck him, and he turned back to ask. That is not the case. Of course, perhaps it's because we're too weak, and the other party simply doesn't bother using it. Lord Ryan, you should remain vigilant. Cornet's expression was downcast. He and his brother, one dead and one seriously injured, yet they hadn't even been able to determine the enemy's combat effectiveness. It was truly a waste. Rest well, Cornet. After leaving the camp, Ryan quickly reached the front lines. Looking across the front battlefield, he saw a sea of strange-looking fishmen, lobstermen, and sea creatures, practically covering the entire beach. Although the enemy was numerous, their combat organization was nowhere near as efficient as that of the Imperial Army, and therefore, they could not inflict significant casualties on the Imperial Army. The Imperial Army, though small in number, was relatively elite. Thus, the overall battle situation was quite tense. From time to time, fierce fighting erupted along the long defensive line, lingering for a while before fading again. From afar, Ryan spotted a blood-cursed Naga, significantly taller than the surrounding Murlocs. Its mere appearance would instantly inflict heavy casualties on the Imperial Army. At such times, a matching force was essential, otherwise, it would often require numerous casualties before the enemy could be repelled. The captain of the Great Shield Crossbowmen, a veteran knight, was on the front lines of the battlefield. He cast a deep glance at Ryan. Although he wasn't sure what mission this young Imperial Baron had that required him to reach the island ahead, after some thought, he felt the need to warn him. Baron Ryan, perhaps you don't know. While the Murloc strength may be average, look at their dense numbers. The Great Shield Crossbowman captain pointed ahead. When these Evilfin Murlocs, Black-Gilled Murlocs, and Deep-Sea Blue-Gilled Murlocs, dozens, even hundreds of them, surround us, even a human Grand Knight will eventually run out of energy. To reach the island you wish to reach, you must break through their dense defenses. And did you see those massive creatures behind the Murlocs? They're male blood-cursed Nagas, along with their ferocious sea beasts. The sea beasts alone are no less powerful than the Grand Knights. As for the ancient blood-cursed Nagas, Baron Ryan, you probably haven't fought them yet, so you don't know how formidable they are. Ryan didn't object. He simply listened quietly, because he knew that this giant shield crossbow captain, whom he had just met, was absolutely right. At least for the average Grand Knight, breaking through the sea creature's defenses, reaching the island, and entering the cave was practically impossible, even with the support of this giant shield crossbowman. Now, on the front lines, if we encounter the blood-cursed Naga, we will fire flares, allowing the Empire's Grand Knights and Wizards to deal with them. As for attacks by densely packed murlocs or marine creatures, we primarily rely on the bronze cannons in the rear, as well as the special poison gas provided by the Royal Apothecary Association for the sea creatures. However, these methods are only particularly effective against murlocs and lobstermen. The blood-cursed Naga are highly resistant to poison, making them almost ineffective. And the cannonballs are even less likely to directly hit them. While Ryan listened to the introduction, he observed intently. Although he wasn't afraid, knowing one's enemy well was crucial. Along the long coastline, a blood-cursed Naga was in charge every 100 meters or so. These blood-cursed Nagas were all male, accompanied by at least one ferocious beast-level giant sea snake, a mutated hermit crab, or a large octopus, giving him the impression of a beast tamer. Combined with the opponent's formidable melee abilities, the combination of one beast and one man made formidable and formidable. At this moment, a high-pitched cry of a griffin echoed from the sky. A griffin knight in pale gold armor descended rapidly from the air, and the other knight also spotted Ryan in the arena. After all, Ryan, with his powerful one-horned black horse, and a dog also transformed into a ferocious beast, was quite conspicuous. "Hey, we met last time. Are you the newly promoted swordsman Ryan?" The man who arrived was Viscount Felker, the vice-captain of the Munster Griffin Squadron, whom Ryan had met before. Ryan hadn't expected to encounter him here. "Hello, Lord Felk." Ryan bowed slightly. "Are you on a special mission?" "Yes, I'm heading that way." Ryan nodded, pointing southeast. Felk's handsome face paled slightly, and he asked in surprise, "Huh? Perhaps you don't know, Baron Ryan, but I just did an aerial reconnaissance. That's where the Sea Tribe are most heavily guarded. On that island not far away, there's a massive cave that appeared out of nowhere, and the Sea Tribe are extremely well guarded." Ryan nodded in acknowledgement. He had previously conducted an aerial reconnaissance using the Eye of the Beast, using Bloodfeather's perspective. "Baron Ryan, I know you're quite capable. But look at the dense sea creatures before us, and the blood-cursed Naga among them. Even I'd be hard-pressed to deal with such ancient creatures. Even if you managed to reach the cave, how much stamina would you have left to continue inside and explore? Besides, the situation inside the cave is unclear. They deployed numerous murlocs skilled in casting nets at the entrance. I just tried, but I had no chance to investigate. So, I don't recommend you go now. Going there would be tantamount to committing suicide," Viscount Felker said. Ryan remained silent. Felker was right. But the problem was, his mission was a rescue. If it dragged on too long, and the target, Alyosha, died, his mission would be meaningless. Furthermore, he was different from the average Great Knight. His confidence came from his 13 remaining attribute points. Don't forget, every time he adds an attribute point, he regains peak stamina. That means he can regain a full 13 times his stamina. No matter how many enemies he encounters, they will all contribute to his experience points. As for getting hurt, let's not even talk about whether they could injure him, despite his intermediate steel body. Even if he were, as a new legendary class, Beast Sacrifice, he could recover with his core skill, Beast Vitality. In short, Ryan felt he could give a task that would be impossible for others to try. "Ryan!" At this moment, a clear and familiar female voice rang out. "Veronica?" Ryan was startled at the sound and turned to look. Veronica, dressed in a light blue robe, waved excitedly not far behind him. "Veronica, what brings you here?" "Just like you, shortly after you left Munster, Ryan, I received an urgent assignment from the Swordbearer branch. We need a level 3 wizard apprentice specializing in bird reconnaissance on the front lines. So I came." Veronica's golden twin tails twitched, her face beaming with joy. She was clearly delighted to meet Ryan here. Ryan smiled back. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Veronica learned the destination of Ryan's mission. "Ryan, perhaps I could give it a try." Veronica silently chanted a spell, seemingly beginning to exert all her might to control the white gulls. A flock of dozens of white gulls began to gather above Veronica's head, and soon, under her command, they flew towards the nearby island. Just as the white gulls were about to circle and descend near the cave, a dozen blue-gilled merfolk suddenly appeared nearby, casting their fishing nets. Immediately, most of the white gulls were captured, leaving only 4 or 5 surviving and rushing into the cave. This caused Veronica great distress. Fortunately, 4 or 5 more still made it down. But within half a minute, Veronica buried her head in her hands, her pretty face etched with pain. She spoke with a slightly weary voice. "Ryan, all my white gulls are dead. Inside is a deep cave. My white gulls flew about 100 meters in, but there's still no end in sight. Although the number of sea creatures inside is much smaller, the proportion of blood-cursed Nagas is significantly greater than outside. Furthermore, the Murlocs inside are much stronger than those outside. Ryan, I know you're very powerful, but perhaps you shouldn't take this risk." Veronica looked at him with a worried expression. Ryan stepped forward and ruffled Veronica's hair. "Don't worry. If it really doesn't work, I won't force it." Veronica stared at Ryan intently with her watery eyes for a long moment before lowering her head and pulling a magic scroll from her waist pouch. "This is an invisibility scroll. It grants invisibility for about a minute. My mentor left it to me. I'm safer here, Ryan. Please take it." Ryan was startled and immediately pondered. If he used it when rushing to the cave entrance, he could avoid being besieged by the multiple blood-cursed Nagas on the sea tribe's defenses. After all, he was coming to rescue them, so entering the cave as quietly as possible would be ideal. So Ryan didn't refuse. He took the scroll and said, "Thank you, Veronica." Seeing Ryan's determination to go, even his girlfriend's persuasion proved ineffective. Viscount Felker shook his head and said, "Baron Ryan, since you insist, luck must be on your side. If you can make it out safely, fire this flare, and I hold some of the enemies back in midair. Of course, if you unfortunately die, I forgive you. I'm sorry, I can't send anyone to retrieve your body. So, Baron Ryan, I hope you think carefully before you act." "Thank you." Ryan accepted the arrow-shaped flare Felker handed him. Clearly, Felker wasn't optimistic about Ryan's plan. After delivering the flare, Felker piloted the Griffin and quickly took off, attending to other matters. Ryan left Cookie and Blackie behind. In the sky, Bloodfeather guided him, and that was more than enough. Amidst the worried and surprised gazes of the crowd, Ryan stepped over the protective barrier of spiked wooden stakes and headed towards the seashore. Ahead, dozens of deep-sea bluegill murlocs, far taller than the grayfin murlocs, roamed the shallow waters, the water barely reaching their knees. They held either steel harpoons or transparent bottles filled with acrid blue-green smoke. Also, a small number of bluegill murlocs carried javelins and wielded sturdy fishing nets. Seeing a human knight in pale silver armor slowly emerge from the dense formation of humans, their attention focused on Ryan. Ryan slowly drew the shimmering great sword from his back. With a tap of his toes, a ring of air suddenly exploded from the sand beneath his feet, sending sand and gravel flying everywhere. A piercing whistling sound echoed. Ryan's figure flashed, sprinting towards the bluegill murlocs ahead. The bluegills, witnessing this, flew into a rage, shouting and hurling their fishing nets and smoke bombs at Ryan. But Ryan's speed was too great, like an arrow from a bow. The nets were left behind before they could even reach him, and the smoke bombs were even more so. Flustered, many bluegills dropped their smoke bombs and bottles directly at their companions' feet. Instantly, the beach between Ryan and the target island, and the shallow sea stretching dozens of meters, was thick with smoke. Ryan, like a sleek arrow, dove left and right, weaving through the thick smoke and into the midst of the bluegills. A few seconds later, the smoke cleared, and Ryan stood at the edge of the island, sword in hand, tipped downward, shaking off the blue blood staining the shimmering great sword. A series of heavy, crashing thuds echoed behind him. The elite Imperial Great Shield crossbowmen, armed with bows and crossbows, watched the scene in shock. Just now, they had been about to offer crossbow support to Ryan, but Ryan's speed was too great, and fearing accidentally injuring friendly forces, they held their crossbows, aiming. But they hadn't anticipated that, in a matter of seconds, dozens of bluegill murlocs had collapsed to the ground. Their deaths varied. Some had been decapitated, some cut in half, and some split lengthwise. As if sensing the sudden disappearance of the vital energy fields of a considerable number of his murloc followers, this immediately caught the attention of the dozing male blood-cursed Naga guarding the cave entrance. He quickly stood up. This male blood-cursed Naga, over 2.5 meters tall, flew into a rage when he saw the fallen bluegill murloc followers behind Ryan. With a loud shout, he twisted his snake-like body, as thick as a bucket, and rushed towards Ryan with a massive, ferocious hermit crab at his side. The hermit crab, carrying a several-meter-high conch on its back, moved at incredible speed, its long stalk suddenly erected, glaring fiercely at Ryan. At the same time, as it sped, it swung its massive claws, snapping twice with a ferocious clacking effect. This made everyone, including Veronica, feel their hearts tighten again. Many people couldn't help but shout, "Lord Ryan, be careful." At the captain's command, the giant shield crossbowman aimed at the ferocious hermit crab and unleashed a volley of fire. Although they had predicted the hermit crab's trajectory and speed, even standing still and letting the crossbowman fire at it wouldn't be enough to penetrate its nearly 7 or 8 centimeters thick carapace. This level of arrow rain was like a tickle to it. The ferocious hermit crab used one of its giant claws to slightly shield its lower eye, continuing its unabated pace, charging straight towards Ryan. The male bloodcurse Naga, with a sly look on his face, moved in sync with the hermit crab, 5 or 6 meters behind, also charging towards Ryan. At this moment, his upper body held a massive metal trident, poised for a charge. The male bloodcurse Naga anticipated that facing the dual-clawed attacks of his ferocious hermit crab, this seemingly formidable human knight would be forced to defend himself with all his might. At that moment, he would simply leap forward and unleash a crushing barrage of thrusts with his trident. With a flurry of attacks, he would surely catch the opponent off guard. Perhaps, if all went well, he could kill this audacious human knight on the spot. Thus, he would intimidate the human army before him. Perhaps, he could even seize this opportunity to successfully break through the human army's defenses. In this case, he would surely receive praise from the tribe's high priest. Thinking of this, a smug smile, remarkably human, appeared on his ugly dragon face. But then, something surprising happened. The hermit crab before him suddenly grew larger. After a moment's pause, he realized that his hermit crab had actually been sent flying backwards. What's going on? Half a second ago, Ryan had traded his great sword for the pig-headed hammer he carried on his back, and engaged the ferocious hermit crab's pair of giant claws head-on. Using his intermediate ultimate, Shockwave, with a single blow, Ryan's pig-headed hammer shattered the hermit crab's giant claws. At the same time, it sent the crab's massive body, weighing nearly a ton, tumbling back like a cannonball. And Ryan, shielded by the hermit crab's body, tapped his toes, leaving a trail of afterimages as he charged towards the bloodcurse Naga. The tall male bloodcurse Naga, facing its attacking hermit crab, naturally couldn't deliver a fatal stab. So, instead of charging for a stab, he used his trident to lift it, pushing the attacking hermit crab aside. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen. Looking down, he saw a dark hammer with a sharp tip. The entire tip had pierced his waist, carving a bloody hole. The shell armor he was so proud of. His body, as tough as iron, seemed like paper beneath the dark hammer. This level of lethality inexplicably made the male bloodcurse Naga panic. He endured the pain and struggled to swing his trident hard, stabbing at Ryan. But his severe waist injury didn't allow him to exert as much strength as he had imagined. Ryan simply blocked the blow with a thrust of his hammer. This was another surprise for the bloodcurse Naga. The other party's strength was so great. He knew that even if he were seriously injured, he couldn't easily be deflected by this short human stabbing attack. The next second, Ryan unleashed his intermediate ultimate technique, Shockwave. This time, it struck the male bloodcurse Naga squarely on the forehead, even though it hadn't time to dodge. Bang! A crisp sound. Perhaps due to the overwhelming force of the shockwave, the bloodcurse Naga's entire head exploded, scattering white, red, and sticky tissue in all directions in a radiating fan-shaped area. The bloodcurse Naga, standing at a staggering 2 meters and 60 centimeters tall, swayed twice before collapsing to the ground with a thud. And at this point, the entire battle had lasted less than 10 seconds. A bloodcurse Naga, even more powerful than a veteran human knight, fell to Ryan's hands. The giant shield crossbowmen on the coast looked at each other in surprise. Veronica, too, covered her mouth with her hands in excitement. She had always thought Ryan was formidable, but she hadn't expected him to be this formidable. It seemed Ryan's strength had improved during his time in Munster. But soon, her heart began to hang in the balance again. The battle on the island had already attracted the attention of the surrounding sea creatures. At that moment, a large group of murlocs, lobstermen, and 4 or 5 male bloodcurse Nagas rushed towards Ryan from all directions. The cave was right before Ryan's eyes. Gazing at the sea creatures charging from all directions, Ryan pulled out the invisibility scroll Veronica had given him, tore it apart, and vanished into thin air. Chapter 250. For a moment, Ryan seemed enveloped by a strange energy. At this moment, He could clearly see the movements of the surrounding murlocs and the surrounding blood-cursed Nagas, but they couldn't see him. The murlocs' watery eyes glared at each other, their expressions of complete bewilderment. The blood-cursed Nagas were also stunned for a moment. But soon, as highly intelligent creatures like humans, they immediately realized that the human had probably used some kind of sorcery. Ryan didn't hesitate or pause, seizing the minute or so of invisibility to quickly descend the cave's stone steps. The stone steps, in strips, circled the edge of the circular cavern and descended. The steps were a pale green, covered in moss, suggesting they were quite ancient. As Ryan quickly reached the bottom, the entire cavern's interior unfolded before his eyes. He discovered that a fierce battle had taken place here long ago. The evidence was that the passage, once constructed of blue stone slabs, had been shattered by some immense force. Now, the entire passage was shattered and collapsed, including the several Doric columns surrounding it, which had also shattered and fallen to the side. Beside the original passage, a newly excavated cave, 4 or 5 meters in diameter, had clearly been discovered. Following this deep cavern, it seemed possible to reach somewhere within the ruins. Ryan could see that the walls of this newly excavated cave were haphazardly inlaid with pearls of various sizes and luminous stones, emitting a faint fluorescent glow. But for Ryan, the presence or absence of illumination was of little consequence. With his dark vision, he could see clearly. A few dozen meters away, the shadow of a humanoid creature flickered faintly. Judging from its towering size, it appeared to be a male blood-cursed Naga patrolling with its pet. This was consistent with Veronica's earlier detection using the white seagull. However, behind Ryan, a rustling sound like a giant snake's crawling could be heard. Clearly, it was the blood-cursed Naga that had been on the beach, descending to investigate. Ryan quickly glanced around and spotted a broken stone pillar in front of him, large enough for a man to embrace. This provided a perfect hiding place. With a quick dodge, Ryan dodged into the recess. After 2 rounds of the blood-cursed Naga's rustling, followed by the clattering footsteps of the densely packed murlocs, the entrance to the passage finally fell silent. It seemed the other party had given up searching for him. However, the blood-cursed Naga were no fools. It was likely they had already increased their security within the passage. Ryan didn't care. Glancing at the system prompt, he was startled by something in gold. He took a closer look. The system prompt read, "Your giant bear swordsmanship skill has been upgraded, adding 912 XP. Your talker hammermanship skill has been upgraded, adding 1919 XP. You have fought a battle, adding 1109 weapon master, legendary, XP. Note, the above skill experience has been enhanced by the 30% bonus from the exclusive talent, Primary Transcendental Enlightenment. Congratulations. You defeated a powerful enemy and earned 1 gold skill point. Congratulations. Your weapon master, legendary, class level has been upgraded. The weapon master, legendary, class level had increased by another level, reaching level 7, 331/5000. This also granted Ryan another attribute point and 1 skill point. He now had 14 attribute points remaining and 2 skill points remaining. What surprised Ryan even more was that this battle had earned him 1 gold skill point, bringing his total to 2. Gold skill points are crucial. For example, they can be used to advance to ultimate powers. The thought of this made Ryan's heart warm. At that moment, as he looked up at the tall figure looming in the deep tunnel, his eyes shone brightly. If I kill him completely, I wonder how many gold skill points I earn. However, Ryan hadn't forgotten his rescue mission. After calming himself down, he took out the sensor stone from his arms and took a look, noticing that the brightness had increased even further. He knew it wasn't due to the cave's darkness. Ryan took a few steps forward and could sense a subtle increase in brightness, indicating he was getting closer to his target, Alyosha. Due to the frequent roars of enormous, ferocious sea beasts and the occasional chatter of merfolk, the entire cavern was far from quiet, but rather a constant commotion. This created excellent conditions for Ryan's infiltration. Even if he encountered patrolling merfolk along the way, he could simply control the noise of the battle and avoid attracting an attack from numerous sea creatures. Furthermore, Ryan discovered that this long cavern wasn't excavated in a straight line, but rather curved sharply. Basically, after 30 or 40 meters, one couldn't see further inside. On the coastal defense line, when Veronica and the other giant shield crossbowmen saw the 4 or 5 blood-cursed Nagas that had rushed into the cave reappear, they exchanged a look of bewilderment. A single thought involuntarily crossed their minds. Did Lord Ryan die or survive? The twin-tailed girl, who was even more concerned about Ryan, felt a shudder of fear, her face paling with fear. Could Ryan have already? She gritted her teeth and, with a hint of panic, pulled a strange green glass bottle from her bosom. Veronica quickly uncorked it, revealing a nimble, transparent white seagull that emerged from the bottle and began circling around her. This was a rare white seagull spirit, exceedingly rare. The soul energy of ordinary birds is not strong enough to form a spirit. To form a bird spirit, it requires careful cultivation. This white seagull spirit was the fruit of Veronica's nearly a year of cultivation. Most importantly, the white seagull spirit had formed a spiritual connection with Veronica. According to Veronica's mentor, Aeneas, if the white seagull spirit were damaged, Veronica's spirit would also suffer significant trauma, potentially affecting her subsequent advancement to a full-fledged wizard. This was why Veronica had previously refrained from using the white seagull spirit. But now, worried about Ryan's condition, she brought it out regardless. With the white seagull spirit's help, Veronica could perform the first-level spell, Bird Spirit Detection, previously only available to full-fledged wizards. A clear incantation echoed. The air in front of Veronica rippled slightly. After a few seconds, a strange mist suddenly condensed, forming an oval mirror-like object. The mirror's image showed a bird's-eye view of the numerous sea creatures on the beach. Furthermore, the scene was rapidly moving toward the cave on the island. So this dynamic image was from the perspective of the white seagull spirit. The Imperial soldiers standing by couldn't help but marvel at the amazing scene. As elite troops of the Empire, they had seen various powerful offensive spells many times. But this spell, performed by the twin-tailed girl, was a complete novelty. A spell so powerful yet so powerful despite its lack of offensive power. The crowd gathered in a circle, their eyes fixed on the mirrored surface. They also wanted to know what had become of the young but powerful Lord Ryan after he rushed into the cave. Less than 10 seconds. The white seagull spirit swiftly rushed into the underground cave on the island. Meanwhile, Viscount Felker, riding a griffin through the sky, was rapidly soaring towards another island several kilometers away. An altar on that island, soon after being discovered by the Griffin Knights, was enveloped by a large reflective film, making it impossible to see. However, this is also currently identified by the Imperial military as a key Sea Tribe stronghold. Previously, Imperial Special Forces, including sword-bearers, had deployed several teams using Griffin delivery, but to date, no one had returned. Even 2 of his own Griffin Knights were among them. However, the latest news just arrived. The nearby Imperial forces reported that this large, reflective film of water had suddenly vanished. Could it be that the 2 teams of sword-wielders had made some progress? That was why he had come immediately to investigate. Soon, Viscount Felker flew over the island. The altar was now clearly visible. On the ground, 6 or 7 male blood-cursed Nagas were commanding their murlocs and lobstermen, engaged in some sort of operation. Around the altar, there were traces of fierce fighting. The ground was pitted, and even ablaze in many places. Viscount Felker's pupils narrowed sharply at this. He knew clearly that this was the effect of fire magic. The sea creatures were unlikely to be proficient in fire magic. It seemed that the Imperial Army's reconnaissance teams had met with misfortune. As for the 2 supporting swordsmen, with so many blood-cursed Nagas, the situation doesn't look good. However, as they got closer, Viscount Felker suddenly discovered a hidden cave beneath the altar. It was even more hidden than the cave Ryan had headed for. And their previous aerial exploration had never revealed it. Seeing this, Viscount Felker's heart was overwhelmed with gloom. What are the sea creatures up to? There are already 2 entrances to the underground cave. Are there more? Could there be another secret hidden beneath the ground? Inside the cave. Just as Ryan continued forward, he suddenly sensed something. Turning quickly, Ryan saw a transparent white seagull, emitting a hazy glow, flying rapidly towards him from the cave entrance. White seagull. Ryan immediately realized something. As the other party approached, a familiar, clear voice echoed in his mind. Ryan, great. You're okay. It was Veronica. Hey, Veronica, what's wrong with you? This is the effect of a first-level sorcery. I can't hold out for much longer. Ryan, I can help you scout the situation ahead, Veronica said quickly. After a moment's thought, Ryan shook his head and said, not for now. Just follow behind me. Although Veronica was a little confused as to why Ryan wouldn't let her scout ahead, she knew that when it came to combat, Ryan was the expert. She was right to follow his lead. At this moment, the Imperial soldiers standing beside Veronica were astonished at the nearly uninjured Ryan. To their surprise, after so many sea creatures had just passed by, Lord Ryan remained completely unscathed. Because the white seagull spirit's perspective was right behind Ryan, therefore, they could clearly observe Ryan's entire exploration process. And their fears of the unknown dangers within the cave grew as Ryan advanced. Because the cave curved, Ryan advanced several dozen meters before suddenly stopping. A few seconds later, a small group of murlocs, armed with various weapons, approached. These murlocs were roughly the same height as human males, ranging from about 1.7 to 1.8 meters. Furthermore, their skin was a rare off-white, and their dorsal fins bore numerous red stripes, seemingly a distinctive feature. This was a type of murloc never before seen. The weapons they wielded were far superior to those of the murlocs on the beach. They possessed not only metal spears, but also metal broadswords. Clearly, these white-scaled murlocs were among the elite. The leading murloc, with his enormous, watery eyes, blinked at the human knight who had suddenly appeared before him. Then, a look of delight crossed his face. He brandished his spear, let out a loud wow cry, and charged fearlessly toward Ryan. The murlocs behind him were also thrilled to see Ryan, like seeing a woman for the first time after 6 months of abstinence. They also rushed forward, brandishing their weapons. Just as Veronica was about to use the White Seagull spirit to warn Ryan to be careful, Ryan didn't even draw his great sword or warhammer from his back, but charged forward in a flash. Ryan's figure flashed, and with a swift punch from his right hand, he instantly slammed the leading white-scaled murloc against the nearby cave wall. Bang! The white-scaled merfolk, struck hard by the blow, instantly collapsed into a sprawling position, slumped against the solid stone wall, breathing more out than in. It was clearly near death. Ryan then raised his hand, swatting away a white-scaled merfolk's slashing sword like a fly. With 2 slaps, the 2 remaining merfolk followed the lead. Bang, bang. 2 more merfolk were embedded in the cave wall, their surroundings shattering like spiderwebs, instantly dead. As for the last 2, their fate was even worse. Ryan snatched the spear from his backhand and, with a powerful thrust, impaled the remaining 3 white-scaled merfolk together, strung them together, and pinned them to the wall. Although they had been struck in the heart, the fishman's muscles and nerves remained active, their webbed limbs twitching. The White Seagull spirit dancing behind Ryan transmitted the entire scene of his recent battle, like a live television broadcast, to the fog mirrors in front of Veronica and the Imperial soldiers. Instantly, everyone on the front lines gaped in astonishment. This is too powerful. This is just like chopping melons and vegetables. Everyone was instantly excited, and the whispers grew louder. However, many soldiers were concerned. Although Lord Ryan was truly powerful, he was not made of iron. He would eventually run out of energy. Who knew how many enemies remained in the cave? In a short while, more and more Imperial soldiers arrived to watch. The clamor from the front lines attracted Connaught, who was recovering from his injuries in the ward of the nearby camp. He approached, clutching his still unhealed wound, and soon spotted the mirror-like object the crowd was staring at. Curious, he examined it. Seeing the live feed, which showed Lord Ryan carrying out his mission ahead, Cornett's eyes widened, his gaze fixed on the scene. Soon, he became excited. Before Lord Ryan appeared a powerful male blood-cursed Naga. On his bare chest, a circular scar, approximately 20 centimeters in diameter, was visible. Connaught would never forget this mark, even if he were beaten to death. It was this man who had killed his brother and severely injured him. Lord Ryan, be careful, Cornett blurted out. At the same time, he harbored a faint hope, hoping that Lord Ryan would avenge his brother. Unfortunately, Ryan couldn't hear what Colbert was saying. Veronica's sorcery hadn't yet had such an effect. However, for Ryan, hearing or not hearing made little difference. He was determined to kill the blood-cursed Naga before him. Furthermore, Ryan sensed the creature's strength. It seemed even stronger than the one he had previously killed on the beach. His stamina had already been largely depleted, so without hesitation, facing this incredibly powerful ancient race, Ryan quickly added a point to his strength attribute. As his remaining attribute points dropped again, from 14 to 13, Ryan's strength reached 32. Most importantly, his stamina and condition had instantly returned to peak. Faced with this sudden appearance of a human, the male blood-cursed Naga was startled, but soon a ferocious expression took hold. He had just received a notification that a little mouse had slipped in. Unexpectedly, he had such good luck, running into it head-on. Now, he'd be praised by Commander Ness. He immediately ordered his pet, the ferocious sea serpent, to swiftly attack Ryan. Simultaneously, he followed suit, brandishing his trident and charging at Ryan simultaneously. Ryan's eyes remained calm as he faced the azure sea serpent with a backhanded hammer strike. The dark pig-headed hammer flew as fast as lightning, its afterimage lingering in place, but in reality, the hammerhead had already struck the azure sea serpent. Bang! The azure sea serpent was instantly crushed in two, its long tongue unable to retract, its entire body embedded in the rock wall like a mural. At this moment, the blood-cursed Naga also rushed to Ryan's side, and upon seeing this scene, he was immediately enraged. Faced with Ryan's powerful hammer blow, the other party didn't even attempt to block, instead stabbing Ryan's chest and abdomen with its trident. Trading life for life? No! The other party was confident of Ryan's physical strength and power, far inferior to his, forcing him to change his tactics. In the narrow underground cave, dodging was not easy, and would only disrupt the rhythm of the attack. But what surprised the blood-cursed Naga was that the human before him didn't even react to his trident thrusts. This immediately made him laugh. This kind of idiotic human was quite rare. But the next second, his expression froze. After piercing the opponent's pale silver armor, his trident encountered increased resistance. It barely penetrated a few centimeters before it could move no further. It was like using a trident to forcefully pierce an iron ingot. What was going on? Shouldn't human armor be hard on the outside and soft on the inside? How could the armor be hard, but the inside even harder? And then, a sharp pain ripped through his chest. He looked down and saw that the human's dark hammer had pierced his body, breaking several ribs. His face paled with shock. How could such a small body possess such immense power? Dang! Dang dang! After more than 10 consecutive blows, the male blood-cursed Naga could no longer withstand the resurgence of Ryan, whose strength had returned to peak, and the continuous unleashing of his intermediate ultimate technique, Shockwave. As the saying goes, a defeat is like a mountain collapsing. Bang! Finally, the opponent was struck down by Ryan's hammer. And Ryan also happily gained another gold skill point. Watching Ryan defeat his formidable foe, Veronica's face lit up with joy, and she let out a long sigh. But the next second, her expression changed slightly. It turned out that the first-level sorcery consumed too much mental energy, and the white seagull spirit was about to dissipate. Ryan, my sorcery time is about to end. Suddenly, the white seagull spirit dissipated in midair. Though Veronica didn't say it all, Ryan understood her meaning. Plop! And at that moment, the half-dead, ferocious sea snake finally fell from the stone wall where it had been embedded. Glancing at the still-dead azure sea serpent, then down at the 3 small holes in his own flesh inflicted by the blood-cursed Naga, Ryan pondered for a moment before walking over, placing his hand on the serpent and initiating the Beast Priest's core ability, Beast Vitality. As Ryan absorbed the vitality, the already severely injured azure sea serpent grew even more listless, its large eyes barely open. A warm current, far more powerful than the timber wolf and grizzly bear used in the previous test, surged from the serpent's body into Ryan's. The 3 wounds, inflicted by the blood-cursed Naga, healed in just a few seconds. Not bad. It seems the effect is particularly effective when targeting a ferocious beast. Since Veronica's sorcery had dissipated, the process was naturally unseen by the others behind him. After recovering from his injuries, Ryan continued on his way. The depth of the cave was far greater than Ryan had imagined. So far, he had advanced about 600 or 700 meters, turning right once and advancing 200 meters. However, the censer stone in his hand was already quite bright, barely noticeable even compared to the large, fluorescent pearls on the wall. Alyosha should be quite close. At this moment, Ryan suddenly stopped, for there was a fork in the road directly ahead. One was his current direction, going straight ahead. The other turned right. Pondering, Ryan held the censer stone in front of his eyes, and moved slightly in both directions. Soon, he determined that he needed to turn right. However, just as he turned toward the right passage, he heard the sound of weapons clashing from the direction he was heading straight, and the sound of human exclamations. This made Ryan's face change slightly. There were actually other people in the cave. Chapter 251. Ryan paused for a moment, deciding to complete his assigned mission and rescue Alyosha first. The sounds of fighting coming from the passage ahead were still quite distant, and even if he rushed there, it would likely take him quite a while, with Alyosha only about 20 or 30 meters away. Not long after Ryan turned right, he noticed a large wall of pale blue stone slabs looming ahead, and before him lay a sudden, underground hall. This was a real hall. Unlike the passage, which was newly excavated, this hall had existed for a long time, giving it a sense of antiquity. Since the original cave entrance had collapsed not far away, it seemed as if this tunnel had been dug specifically to connect here. The hall's walls were built with the same pale blue stone slabs Ryan had seen when he descended the cave. In the center of the hall stood 2 rows of supporting Doric columns, also made of pale blue stone. At the far end of the hall, a passageway seemed to extend deeper, shimmering water reflected on either side. The sudden appearance of the ancient hall piqued Ryan's curiosity. So, Ryan approached with quiet steps, taking a quick peek. The stone hall was filled with over 20 white-scaled murlocs, similar to those he had just killed, standing guard every 5 or 10 steps. In addition, 3 blood-cursed Nagas were stationed there. What shocked him was that against one wall of the hall were 7 or 8 hanging cages woven from some kind of tough seaweed, holding human men and women. These individuals all had one thing in common. Their knight's plate armor or wizard's robes were torn or tattered, and their expressions were dejected. Ryan keenly noticed that the young woman with a ponytail on the outermost side was clutching a faintly glowing stone. It was the very same communication stone he held. It seemed this person must be the target, Special Envoy Javier's youngest daughter, Alyosha. Alyosha had only noticed the faint glow of the communication stone in her arms about 10 minutes ago. At first, she thought she was seeing things. The stone in her arms would only light up when another stone approached. But how could this be possible? How could her father, far away in Munster, send someone so soon? At the thought of her father's rescue team arriving, Alyosha's beautiful eyes, which had been somewhat waning, suddenly widened and brightened. But then, her brows furrowed slightly, as if she had thought of something, and her expression once again became worried and uncertain. She tilted her head slightly, and glanced at the other captured members of the Imperial Elite Squad beside her. The 2 closest to me are members of the Rift 2 Squad, under the Imperial Army's special branch, Earthshaker. They were captured shortly after me, and we chatted briefly while the Murloc guards were making noise. The 3 further away are also members of Earthshaker, but from a different squad, apparently called the Raptor Squad. They were captured about an hour after the Rift 2 Squad, and were reportedly exploring some altar. The other 2 are even more formidable. They're members of the Imperial Army's special branch, Swordbearers. I haven't had time to ask which squad they belong to yet. But judging by the brief exchange between them and the Raptor Squad members just now, it seems they're here to rescue the 2 Imperial Army squads. So many powerful teams have been defeated here. Even the people my father sent, can they successfully rescue us? Goddess of luck, please bless me. At this thought, Alyosha's heart suddenly lost confidence. As for Ryan, now that he had discovered his target, he naturally decided to rescue him immediately. Delaying too long would only increase the uncertainty. So, he observed the enemies in the hall again. Suddenly, he noticed that one of the 3 blood-cursed Nagas in the hall was very different. Just now, he had only casually glanced at it, and its figure was largely obscured by the stone pillars, so he hadn't seen it clearly. This time, it had moved a distance and changed position, allowing him to see its full appearance clearly. It turned out to be a rare female blood-cursed Naga. Ancient texts clearly state that the blood-cursed Naga, like other Naga, are matriarchal, meaning that female blood-cursed Nagas are generally more powerful than males. This made Ryan's expression tense slightly, and he observed the other party carefully. Suddenly, the female blood-cursed Naga turned her head and looked in Ryan's direction. Ryan's heart trembled, and he immediately took a step back, dodging into the shadows of the passage he had come from. At this moment, within the underground hall, the blood-cursed Naga leader, Nice, looked puzzled. She had just sensed something was there. Just as she was about to send someone to investigate, her serpentine pupils narrowed slightly. She saw a marine iguana crawling out of the ground. It turned out to be this little creature. With a sigh of relief, Nice averted her gaze. Ryan was quite surprised by the other party's quick reaction. This female Naga had a strikingly beautiful face. If you didn't count the fins that rose high around her head, she was even comparable to the beautiful woman Jennifer. In addition, she possessed 4 arms. While their thickness wasn't as muscular as that of a male blood-cursed Naga, she wielded 4 different melee weapons: a sword, a knife, a short spear, and a trident. Judging from the effortlessness with which she wielded her metal weapons, she must be quite powerful, though her physique seemed delicate. Ryan had assumed, judging by the 4 weapons she wielded, that this female blood-cursed Naga was a melee Naga similar to a knight. But he hadn't expected her to have such sharp mental perception that she had almost spotted him. This meant that this 4-armed female Naga was not only formidable in close combat but, as recorded in ancient texts, was also likely a natural at water magic. This made Ryan frown. If he wanted to save the people, he had to eliminate the sea creatures in the hall. He was confident of defeating the white-scaled fishmen and the male blood-cursed Naga, but the only uncertainty was the female Naga before him. Or rather, his current means of dealing with the enemy were insufficient. Without hesitation, Ryan immediately opened the system panel. Originally, he had planned to accumulate 4 skill points plus 2 gold skill points to upgrade the intermediate ultimate skill, Shockwave, to a high ultimate skill. But now it seemed that this step would have to be delayed. because the battle before him was inevitable, and it could not be delayed. According to ancient records, the ancient blood curse Naga delighted in blood sacrificing their powerful enemies. By the time he returned to call for reinforcements, Alyosha and his captured imperial colleagues would likely have already returned to the goddess embrace. Coincidentally, his first extraordinary combat skill on the path to knighthood, the giant bear sword, was already halfway to mastering its true essence. Ryan was certain that if he used just a few gold skill points now, he could master the subsequent secrets of the giant bear sword secret technique, Roaring Blow. The secrets derived from Roaring Blow also gave Ryan a vague sense of anticipation. Since encountering the blood-cursed Naga, Ryan might not have gained much in other areas, but his efficiency in earning gold skill points was truly remarkable. In less than a quarter of an hour, he had already earned 2 gold skill points. So, Ryan used them without a second thought. Furthermore, since Ryan already had experience comprehending the ultimate skill, Shockwave, he knew that unleashing it required 2 conditions. The first, years of accumulated force, was necessary to reach the minimum force required to unleash the ultimate skill. However, this requirement had already been met when Ryan had previously mastered Shockwave. At this point, his Bear King breathing technique had reached level 14, far exceeding this requirement. Thus, Ryan now only needed to further deepen his understanding of the giant bear sword technique, Roaring Strike. Finally, by skillfully combining the two, he would successfully comprehend and unleash the subsequent ultimate skills. With the investment of gold skill points, Ryan seemed to have entered a mysterious realm, instantly experiencing years of training in the giant bear sword technique, Roaring Strike. When Ryan regained consciousness, the system notification arrived as promised. Congratulations, you've mastered the primary secret of the giant bear sword art, Roaring War Cry. Secret? Roaring War Cry? A smile played across Ryan's lips. This was pretty much what he'd expected. After all, the previous giant bear sword art secret technique, Roaring Strike, could be said to be a sonic attack more effective than a sword attack. But there was nothing wrong with that. Perhaps, in this stone hall teeming with enemies, sonic attacks would be even more effective. Immediately, a delighted Ryan spotted a new icon on the Weapon Master, Legend, panel, directly above the giant bear sword art secret technique, Roaring Strike. The icon depicted a sturdy head with its arms outstretched, roaring to the sky. Circular lines surrounded the gaping mouth, seemingly representing a sonic attack blasting outwards. It looked incredibly ferocious. When it was a secret technique, the icon was a bear head. Now that it's a secret technique, it's a strong man's head? This? A system aesthetic upgrade? Ryan was a bit confused for a moment. He couldn't figure out the system's aesthetic standards. He continued reading. In the lower right corner of the icon, there was a line of small text. Roaring War Cry, Basic Secret Technique. Effect. Using a unique technique combining the force with vocal cords, roar a powerful sonic attack, attacking and stunning surrounding enemies. Note, Roaring War Cry's power decreases with distance and is proportional to the player's physical fitness. Note, Roaring War Cry is a secret technique and cannot be upgraded with skill points. To upgrade Roaring War Cry to an intermediate secret technique, the following conditions must be met. 1. Bear King breathing technique level 14 or higher. 2. Physical fitness 30 or higher. 3. Consume 2 gold skill points. Ryan's eyes narrowed, and he immediately fell into deep thought. That last sentence is quite interesting. No wonder the icon and the giant bear had nothing to do with each other. Upgrading from the primary ultimate skill, Roaring War Cry, to the intermediate ultimate skill, surprisingly didn't require upgrading the giant bear sword skill at all. This seemed to indicate that Roaring War Cry had been refined and sublimated into a pure sonic ultimate skill. Realizing this, Ryan's smile suddenly widened. This meant that when he performed the Talker Hammer technique, he should be able to simultaneously perform this new sonic ultimate skill, Roaring War Cry. It wouldn't have to be performed while using the glimmering greatsword. What a pleasant surprise! The key point was, after comparing the requirements for upgrading to the intermediate ultimate skill, he met all of them. 2 gold skill points are required? Seeing that 2 gold skill points were required to upgrade to the intermediate ultimate skill, Ryan frowned slightly. He remembered clearly that upgrading the hammer skill, Shockwave, to an intermediate skill required only 1 gold skill point, but now, Roaring War Cry required 2. Could it be that there's a difference between self-realization and advanced breakthroughs? Or is it that different skills require different gold skill points to upgrade? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Ryan. Could this be related to weapon specialization? Because my hammer specialization is at level 3, while my sword specialization, according to the Weapon Master's exclusive talent, Primary weapon mastery is only at level 1. Could this be the reason? But the current sample size is too small to determine. 2 gold skill points, which I happen to have. Save the gold skill points to upgrade the hammer technique Shockwave to a higher level? No. Ryan shook his head slightly. In the passageway hall, those blood-cursed Nagas were walking gold skill points. Female blood-cursed Nagas look significantly more difficult to deal with than males. Save the gold skill points at this moment, it would be foolish. Facing a formidable enemy, it's natural to increase your strength wherever possible. So, Ryan invested another 2 gold skill points. Instantly, a flood of memories of training for the sonic technique, Roaring War Cry, flooded into Ryan's mind. In his memory, it seemed as if another Ryan was in a mysterious dimension, roaring in the vast forest, roaring in the boundless ocean, roaring in the vast desert, even roaring from the peak of a mountain. When Ryan regained consciousness, he found a system notification quietly appearing. Congratulations, you have mastered the intermediate sonic technique, Roaring War Cry. Intermediate secret technique. Done! Ryan was delighted. At the same time, the icon representing the intermediate secret technique, Roaring War Cry, also underwent a subtle change. The arcs of the roar from the sturdy man's mouth became denser and thicker, as if representing a stronger sonic force. The small text in the lower right corner of the icon also changed. Roaring War Cry, intermediate secret technique, effect. Using a unique technique combining the force with the vocal cords, roar out a powerful sonic attack, attacking and shocking surrounding enemies. Note: Roaring War Roar's power decreases with distance and is proportional to your vitality. Note: Roaring War Roar is a special technique and cannot be upgraded with skill points. To upgrade Roaring War Roar to a high-level special technique, the following conditions must be met. 1. Bear King Breathing Technique level 16 or higher. 2. Vitality 35 or higher. 3. Consume 3 gold skill points. Does upgrading to a high-level special technique require 3 gold skill points? Sure enough, the conditions for advancement are different from Shockwave's. Ryan's mood at this moment was like going hunting, hoping for a bow, but accidentally finding a gun instead. Then, taking a closer look, he discovered it was a 6-barreled Gatling gun. Ryan's gold skill points had been depleted, leaving him with only 2 ordinary skill points. Without giving it much thought, Talker Hammer was his most powerful attacking skill at the moment, and it would also be needed for the subsequent advancement of his advanced skills. Ryan immediately activated the continuous skill level increase in Hammer. The first point he invested was no problem, and instantly, a vast amount of Talker Hammer training memories flooded into his mind. But when he invested the second skill point, his expression froze. The system prompt read, "Ding! Point addition failed. Your Talker Hammer skill has reached level 15. To further improve, you need to use gold skill points." This, I see. Regular skill points can only upgrade skills to level 15, at least for Hammer. And I've also discovered the second function of gold skill points. They can be used to upgrade skills beyond level 15. In that case, let's put the last skill point into Bear King Breathing. Ryan made a quick decision. As Bear King Breathing reached level 15, Ryan clearly felt a slight increase in both the speed and total amount of force generated within his body. This is how breathing techniques work. The changes to the body are gradual, not instantaneous, but cumulative. Point addition complete. Just as Ryan was about to move forward, he suddenly stopped and retracted his steps. He broke off a luminous stone from a nearby rock wall and tossed it into the air, shouting in a deep voice, "Close your eyes." Because those present were all elite members of the Empire's special forces, they immediately reacted to the human voice, their faces lit with surprise. They knew someone was coming to rescue them. So, when they heard Ryan's words for them to close their eyes, most of them immediately closed their eyes. Meanwhile, the Murlocs and Naga were still watching the faintly glowing luminous stone streaking overhead like a meteor. Even after hearing Ryan's words, they were momentarily perplexed, unsure whether to observe the flying stone or search for the source of the sound. This left the blood-cursed Naga leader, Gorgones, speechless and furious. What a bunch of fools under my command! Idiots! That human's over there, kill him! Naga. Just as the white-scaled fishmen were about to make a move, a sudden burst of intense light blazed from one end of the dim hall. It was none other than Ryan's blazing light spell. The sudden, intensely bright light instantly blinded the fishmen, leaving everything blinded. The 2 male blood-cursed Nagas and the Naga leader, Ness, involuntarily shielded their eyes from the intense light. The next second, the hall returned to darkness. It only lasted a second, but it was enough. Ryan's goal was to use the blazing light spell to create a flare bomb, giving him the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Swish! The sound of swords swinging rang out. The white-scaled murloc screamed incessantly throughout the hall. The ancient blood-cursed Naga possessed exceptionally strong constitutions, and in less than 2 seconds, their vision had returned. Seeing this, 2 male Nagas, enraged, charged forward, followed closely by the white-scaled murlocs, who rushed towards Ryan from all directions. Their vision was also gradually returning. This scene immediately filled the 7 elite Imperial soldiers hanging in the net, including Alyosha, with concern. They had originally assumed Ryan was merely the vanguard, with perhaps even several squads of elite Imperial soldiers following behind him. But after a few seconds, Ryan was still the only one left in the center of the hall. Clearly, there was no such thing as an elite Imperial force. The reinforcements were just one young man. "Young man, you're so reckless." Many people shouted anxiously, "Be careful. The blood-cursed Naga are coming. If you can't retreat, young man, go back and report to the Empire. You can't save us alone. Cover your ears." It was Ryan who responded. Hearing Ryan's words, the captured Imperial elite were stunned at first, but quickly obeyed. Because 2 of them hadn't listened to Ryan's instructions the last time, they closed their eyes, tears streaming down their faces. So this time, when Ryan shouted again, "Cover your ears," they all covered their ears without hesitation. Ryan's chest bulged like a balloon, and the veins in his neck bulged, like an angry cobra with its mouth wide open. Roar! A fierce sound wave, accompanied by a surge of air, swept around like a tsunami. Instantly, the group of white-scaled fishmen stood in astonishment, their large fish faces distorted and trembling violently by the strong wind. At the same time, their eardrums ruptured instantly, their heads buzzing. They all stood there, weapons brandishing in an attacking stance. The next second, the heads of the 5 or 6 white-scaled fishmen closest to Ryan exploded. A tall column of blue blood hissed from the necks of their headless corpses. Slightly further back, the skulls of those had been blasted open by the sound wave. The large fish heads remained, their bulging eyes still adorable, but their brains had become a mushy mess, resembling a dish from a previous life, raw monkey brains, with the lid opened. The white-scaled murlocs further back had glazed eyes, thin streams of blue blood oozing from their noses and ears. The 2 charging male blood-cursed Nagas had already dropped their tridents, their massive arms clutching their ugly dragon heads, a look of unbearable pain on their faces. Even 20 meters away, the blood-cursed Naga leader, Gweenes, who had just been about to cast a spell, was interrupted, her beautiful face a look of pain and anger. Plop! Plop! The sound of heavy objects falling resounded. Dozens of white-scaled murlocs, like harvested wheat, formed a vast fan, falling outwards in unison. And Ryan stood at the apex of this fan-shaped area. Such awe made the ponytail girl Alyosha's large eyes twinkle, even cuter than the murloc's watery eyes. Chapter 252. Compared to Alyosha, the pharmacist and second-level wizard apprentice, the other captured elite warriors of the Empire, since they were mostly full-fledged Grand Knights, offered a better view of Ryan's prowess. An expert can tell a master's skill with just one move. Such a young Grand Knight? And he's mastered sonic techniques? The elite warriors exchanged glances of surprise. Even amidst their astonishment, Ryan's forward speed remained undiminished. He sprinted towards a male blood-cursed Naga that had just been affected by the intermediate technique, roaring war cry. His pale silver figure flashed by. An even brighter silver light instantly pierced the creature's neck. At that moment, a swish sound was heard. The male blood-cursed Naga, who had been holding his head with his hands before reacting, shuddered and immediately dropped his hands from his head, hurriedly covering the wound on his neck from which blue blood gushed. But a bull-sized, penetrating wound in the vital area of his neck would be fatal, even for the formidable blood-cursed Naga. The male blood-cursed Naga's sturdy body was shaky, clearly depleted of combat potential, though its vitality was strong enough to prevent its immediate demise. Facing Ryan, who was killing his men, the blood-cursed Naga leader, Gweenes, knew she had to meet him head-on. Firstly, her mental strength was temporarily shaken by the interruption of her recent spell, rendering her completely unable to cast any sorcery, forcing her to engage in close combat. Secondly, her subordinates, those male blood-cursed Naga, were not merely her subordinates, but also among her many mates. Death would be a shame. Although Gweenes' close combat abilities were slightly inferior to her sorcery, she was naturally unafraid of weak humans. As for Ryan, he didn't even bother to consider the outcome of his recent fight. He immediately spun 45 degrees and charged at another male blood-cursed Naga nearby. With a tap of his toes, he leaped high into the air. A flash of bright silver sword light, like a crescent moon, slashed towards the opponent's ugly dragon head. He had to quickly eliminate this last male blood-cursed Naga, so that he could calmly face the more powerful female four-armed Naga. Spurred by his companion's near-death convulsions, the male blood-cursed Naga had already reacted. Facing Ryan's ferocious leap, he raised his trident with both hands and blocked with all his might. Clang! After a fierce clash, Ryan's shimmering great sword was catapulted high by the recoil. However, the opponent was even more vulnerable. Facing Ryan's powerful leaping slash, his knuckles suddenly exploded, and the trident instantly slipped from his hand, clanging to the bluestone floor. But despite this unfortunate situation of losing his weapon, the male blood-cursed Naga dragon's ugly face revealed a glimmer of hope. For at that moment, the Naga leader, Gwyneth, had already rushed over. The human opposite him had no chance to attack him a second time. In other words, he had survived. This scene was witnessed by the elite Imperial soldiers hanging in the net cage nearby. These experienced warriors immediately saw the problem. The young man before them, from his initial flash-type sorcery to the rare sonic secrets, was undoubtedly formidable. Kill the largest number of white-scaled murlocs first, then the two male blood-cursed Nagas, and finally the female four-armed Naga. The battle plan was meticulously planned. But there's always a flaw. The male blood-cursed Naga in front of him survived the boy's attack. After a few adjustments, they could join forces with a female four-armed Naga to attack the boy. The female four-armed Naga was already far superior to the male blood-cursed Nagas, making them extremely difficult to deal with. If another male blood-cursed Naga joined forces in the attack, no matter how strong the boy was, he would probably be killed on the spot. Just as everyone was thinking this. Swoosh! To everyone's surprise, Ryan, flung into the air by the recoil, suddenly hurled his two-handed sword like a spear, hurling it with lightning speed. At this point, he was incredibly close to the male blood-cursed Naga, and his force was immense. In an instant, the great sword pierced the male blood-cursed Naga's chest, piercing its heart. The male blood-cursed Naga's eyes widened, staring at the human youth in disbelief, as if to say, "You threw your great sword to kill me, so how can you resist the commander?" Having just landed, Ryan felt a surge of wind from behind. Of course, he knew who was attacking him. Although he was focused on the white-scaled murloc or the male blood-cursed Naga, his primary focus remained on the female four-armed Naga. He swiftly spun around, unleashing his two-handed warhammers from behind. He raised them above his head and held them slightly back, his body arching slightly. With a swish, a gust of air swept through him, and he spun and struck with his hammers. It even incorporated the unique power of the intermediate ultimate technique, Shockwave. Bang! Facing Ryan's powerful hammer, which mobilized nearly every muscle in her body, Gwyneth planned to first cross the weapons in her two arms to block the attack. Then, her other pair of arms would launch a surprise counterattack. But as soon as the blows clashed, Gwyneth's pretty face suddenly changed color. Instantly, she adjusted to blocking with all four arms simultaneously, holding all four weapons horizontally in front of her to block Ryan's hammer. Even so, dang! Her four arms and elbows began to bend sharply, and her extremely flexible waist began to lean back. Like a strong bow, her resilient body absorbed the immense vibration and impact of Ryan's hammer. Bang! The pale green flagstone floor at her snake's tail began to crack like a spiderweb, centered around the point where her lower body had been thrust. This was because the force transmitted through her body was too great, forcing Gwyneth to transfer it to the flagstone floor beneath her. However, Ryan was equally astonished by the opponent's strength. His sweeping hammer, combined with the charged power of the intermediate ultimate technique, Shockwave, was a near full-strength attack. But even so, it was firmly blocked by the seemingly slender female four-armed Naga. And yet, she remained unscathed. This was truly impressive. Ryan's two-handed hammer was held against the opponent's four weapons for perhaps a breath or two. Ryan instantly determined that he needed to retreat. If he didn't retreat, the opponent's fully charged body would be like a bow with a fully drawn string. Once released, he would be extremely vulnerable. At that moment, Ryan's wrist flicked. Instantly, the dark pighead hammer trembled with a buzzing sound, and Ryan, using this clever force, flew back over 10 meters. Guinness's tense, counterattack gathering state was interrupted by Ryan's flick, and for a moment, he was forced to freeze in place, recalibrating his strength and stance. The brief exchange between Ryan and Guinness demonstrated immense skill and combat judgment, leaving the captured Imperial elite standing nearby with their mouths dry and their eyes fixed on him. This fight was truly spectacular. Also, the young man had just unleashed a hammer technique. There was no doubt about it. Couldn't that mean he had mastered 2 techniques, combined with the sonic technique he had used to annihilate the white-scaled merfolk? Then, combined with the sonic technique he had used to annihilate the white-scaled merfolk, didn't that mean he had mastered 2 techniques? The suspended Imperial elites repeatedly examined Ryan's unshaven, youthful face, and for a moment, they were at a loss for words. He's only 18 or 19, right? Compared to him, I'm just living like a dog at my age. 2 of the sword-bearers stared at Ryan again and again with a hint of confusion. Young? His attire featured 2 heavy weapons on his back. A 2-handed great sword and a 2-handed heavy hammer. He's particularly skilled in wielding a dark 2-handed warhammer. He's even mastered the secrets of hammermanship. Why do these descriptions sound so familiar? One of the sword-bearer's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something. That's right. Isn't that the newcomer? The top-ranked new sword-bearer, the one nicknamed Meister's Battering Ram? It's Ryan, nicknamed Meister's Battering Ram. He immediately turned to his companion. So it's him. No wonder he's so powerful. The other sword-wielder was startled, then a look of sudden realization crossed his face. Overhearing the cryptic exchange between the 2 sword-wielders, several other elite Imperial soldiers from the Special Imperial Unit, the Earthshakers, looked over with a mixture of bewilderment and curiosity. Clearly, they hoped these 2 fellow sword-wielders could explain the circumstances surrounding this young man. Could it be that the young man was also from the sword-wielders? But this was too much. Alyosha, the girl with the ponytail, also pricked up her ears with curiosity. What did they say about a battering ram? What a powerful nickname. Is his real name Ryan? The girl memorized the name deeply. Well, actually, I don't know him. I just know that among our new sword-bearers, there's a very capable newcomer. During the test assessment, he brought down a formidable obsidian giant with a single blow, skipping the retest and becoming a bronze-rank sword-bearer captain. Newcomer? The 5 Imperial Earthshaker elites were even more astonished. Some looked incredulous. God damn it, how could a newcomer be so formidable? Are you flattering yourself? Don't forget, you 2 veteran sword-bearers are hanging in this cage just like us. As the saying goes, rivals are enemies. Although belonging to different special departments doesn't affect the unified Imperial Command in completing missions, there's always the desire to stand out. As members of the same Imperial Special Department, the Earthshakers don't really respect the sword-bearers. In their minds, while you sword-bearers are formidable, it's only because you've been around longer than us. After gaining the upper hand through his explosive ultimate, Ryan didn't intend to give his opponent a break. To maintain this advantage, the only way was to attack, and attack again. Let the opponent tire themselves out, leaving them unable to counterattack. This is the true meaning of the saying, attack is the best defense. With a flick of his toe, Ryan sent the pale blue slate shattering with a snap. Like a flash of silver lightning, he charged towards his opponent. This time, his 2-handed hammers were held horizontally to his right, slightly back, his body leaning forward, the beginning of a sweeping blow. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing echoed through the hall again. Because each of Ryan's hammer strikes was laced with the shockwaves of his intermediate ultimate, Guinness was finding it incredibly difficult to withstand them. 2 weapons alone were no match for Ryan's hammer attacks. She needed 4 weapons to simultaneously block them, to withstand the high-frequency vibrations and impact force contained in Ryan's hammers without injury. Then, in the hall, silver lines continuously converged towards Nessa's position, each intersection accompanied by sparks and a loud bang. Continuously unleashing the ultimate technique? You can actually fight like this? The Imperial elite, suspended nearby, naturally had exceptional vision and could immediately discern that each of Ryan's strikes was imbued with the ultimate technique. However, the sheer intensity of the attack would have exhausted even a Grand Knight after a dozen or so. And yet, the young man before him had already sustained this attack for over 20 times. Even though he seems to have the upper hand against the blood-cursed Nada leader, there's always a point at which he run out of energy, right? Yes, each strike was nearly full force, draining him immensely. The enemy is different. As an ancient race, the blood-cursed Nada are at least 2 orders of magnitude stronger than humans. What do you think? Should we warn this young man? I don't think so. Alyosha blurted out. Everyone looked over. Seeing everyone's gazes suddenly focused on her, Alyosha felt a little embarrassed and nervous. She had no reason to believe Ryan would win, simply relying on a feeling. However, Alyosha suddenly thought of an excuse. She blushed slightly as she said, Lord Ryan, the battle is in full swing. What if we shout, and he gets distracted? That makes sense. Everyone nodded in understanding. In the center of the hall, the continuous passive attacks made Guinness, the leader of the blood-cursed Naga, increasingly furious. She had originally planned to wait for the human's outburst to subside before striking back. But she had never imagined that the opponent's physical strength was comparable to that of the blood-cursed Naga. He had been exploding for so long, and was still exploding. When did a weak human develop such immense strength? Unusually gifted? Then I could capture this young human, at a girdle, transform his body, and make him one of my mates. But now I must win. Gunny's serpentine pupils suddenly shrank, and she roared angrily. Ha! Her entire body swelled slightly, her entire body flushing red, as if she had unleashed some explosive power. Even more astonishingly, the attack speed of the 4 weapons in her hands suddenly increased. Ryan's face sank. He immediately added a point to his strength attribute. With the addition, not only did Ryan's strength increase, but his condition instantly returned to peak form. And relying on explosive power, Guinness finally stopped passively taking blows and engaged Ryan and the other man in a swift, moving exchange. The battle instantly intensified. Dang, dang, dang. Both of them moved with incredible speed, like 2 balls of lightning-like mist, swiftly moving. The pale blue stone floor crumbled like tofu wherever they passed. Even Doric bluestone columns, so large that a man could hug them, were either slashed with a huge gap or split diagonally in 2 as the 2 men dodged through them, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Suddenly, smoke and dust rose in all directions. Guinness's fear grew with each fight. At first, she could rely on explosive power to briefly gain the upper hand, but soon, as her strength rapidly dwindled, the human boy's hammer remained steady and powerful, even more powerful than at the start of the fight. This quickly made her realize that the human boy across from her either possessed some secret technique or a special talent. Moreover, his hammer technique was extremely sophisticated, as if honed through decades of practice. She couldn't find any flaws. Fortunately, as time passed, the pain in her head subsided. This meant that Guinness could now cast her spells. Immediately, Guinness's 4 weapons clashed heavily with Ryan's 2-handed hammer once again. Her deliberate push set Ryan flying over 10 meters. His plate armor boots plowed 2 nearly 10-centimeter deep furrows into the hard bluestone floor. The next second, Guinness's beautiful face suddenly smiled, and she whispered quickly. Ryan instantly realized something was amiss. The opponent was about to cast a spell. Roar! Immediately, Ryan unleashed his sonic ultimate, roaring war cry, once again. A visible wave of air surged from Ryan's surroundings, forcing Guinness to abandon her spell. Voluntarily abandoning a spell wouldn't result in a mental backlash. As for Grace's last fall, it was because she was completely caught off guard. She hadn't anticipated the human youth possessing a rare sonic ultimate, and was caught off guard. Although Roaring Warcry didn't cause another mental backlash, it did interrupt the opponent's spellcasting rhythm. Seizing this opportunity, Ryan had once again clung to Guinness. At the same time, Ryan added a point to his strength attribute, not only compensating for the loss of stamina, but also increasing the power of his hammer technique. The greater the force of Talker's hammer technique, the greater its power. This put Nese in a difficult position. Her stamina was naturally superior to Ryan's. But she couldn't withstand Ryan's repeated cheating. One time would have been fine. As a formidable member of an ancient race, Nese could withstand it. But Ryan had already done it twice. This was like Ryan had a third, brand new stamina bar, while Nese was still stuck with the same one. Nese noticed that Ryan's strength had actually increased even more, making her even more eager to unleash her sorcery to turn the tide. Ah! Nese screamed in anger. She had ignored Ryan's hammer attack and launched 4 weapons directly at his chest and abdomen. He was actually going to trade injuries with Ryan. This scene immediately sent fears through the hearts of the onlookers. After all, if Ryan was seriously injured or even died, there would be no one to rescue them. Be careful. Get out of the way. But amid their horrified gazes, Ryan didn't flinch. With a calm expression, he continued to swing his 2-handed hammer down. This actually made Guinness's face light up. This human before her was still too young. He didn't even realize that the blood-cursed Naga's body was much stronger than a human's. Bang! Clang, 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 clang. The 2 weapons struck each other almost simultaneously. The tip of Ryan's hammer pierced Guinness's shoulder, creating a fist-sized bloody hole. The pain twisted Guinness's pretty face. And Guinness's 4 weapons tore through Ryan's pale silver water-film steel knight armor and pierced into his body. But the next second, Nice's eyes suddenly widened. This feeling of resistance. How could a human body be so strong? And Ryan, like a man of steel, felt no pain, continuing to hammer and swing without hesitation. Facing Ryan's counterattack, Nice immediately summoned her remaining strength and continued to trade blows with Ryan. If the previous fight had been a peak duel, now it was like two drunks fighting, with no skill at all, simply wielding their weapons, smashing, slashing, and stabbing at each other's vital parts. In just a few seconds, Nice was covered in blue blood, with 6 or 7 bloody holes on her body. Ryan's water membrane steel breastplate was completely shattered, revealing his iron-hard body within. But facing an attack of Nice caliber, even Ryan's intermediate steel frame couldn't escape unscathed. The wounds were far less severe than everyone had anticipated, but under the frenzied assault of 4 weapons, wounds now covered his entire body. For the first time, panic flashed across Nice's eyes. Dang! She struggled to wield her 4 weapons, blocking Ryan's powerful hammer blow. Then, she quickly retreated, heading deeper into the hall. This end of the hall resembled a long corridor, flanked by Doric-style sandstone pillars, and, beside them, a shimmering pool. Ryan, of course, wouldn't let the female four-armed Naga escape. He immediately gave chase. Suddenly, a column of water rose from the pool, and a massive, serpentine head burst forth. It opened its bloody maw and pounced upon Ryan with lightning speed. Nice smiled at the sight. Her purpose in retreating was to lure the young human over to her pet. Her pet was a highly venomous sea snake. Even a bite through the skin of the human in front of her would infect the victim with its toxins. So what if its body was tough? If it broke the skin, it was dead. But the next second, her smile froze. Snap! Ryan ignored the venomous sea snake's attack from the side, and struck Gweenie's on the forehead. The pig-headed hammer was like a beer bottle opener, slicing open Gweenie's beautiful skull. However, amidst exclamations, before Ryan could retract his hammer, he was bitten by the venomous sea snake's waist. A pair of sharp, blue-tinged fangs instantly pierced Ryan's skin. Though the bite was only slight, 2 streams of venom were injected. Chapter 253. After dispatching Gwyneth, Ryan struck the venomous sea snake that had bitten him with a powerful hammer, instantly sending it reeling and swooping. Ryan then managed to free himself from the snake's maw. However, at this moment, the snake's extremely potent venom began to take effect, and Ryan could clearly feel a wave of dizziness sweeping through his brain. Luckily, Ryan possessed the Breaking Bad core skill, Toxic Resistance, passive. Otherwise, he would have fainted and died from the poisoning in a matter of moments. However, when the venomous sea snake emerged from the nearby pool, Ryan had already considered how to resolve this issue. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked a bite from the venomous sea snake to hammer down the female four-armed Naga. But now, he had to deal with it immediately. There was no time to delay. Ryan lifted the dazed, poisonous sea snake's head toward him, and quickly placed his hand on its crown. He immediately activated the Beast Priest's signature skill, Beast Vitality. Instantly, a surge of heat flowed from the large, ferocious, poisonous sea snake into Ryan's body. This heat has the power to restore energy and heal injuries, and it also offers a comfort many times greater than soaking in a hot spring when one is exhausted. Ryan squinted his eyes, feeling the heat swiftly coursing through his body, constantly fighting against the toxic damage. Destruction repair? Due to the immense vitality of the large, ferocious beast, although the maximum amount of vitality and energy Ryan could draw from it was only 30% of the total amount of the poisonous sea snake, it still exceeded the total vitality of a human knight. Soon, the poison was no match for the heat, and began to slowly dissipate. The remaining vitality rapidly healed the numerous wounds inflicted by Nice's 4 weapons. A few seconds later, when Ryan stood up again, he looked refreshed, his injuries largely healed. If most of the heat hadn't been used to counteract the poison's damage, his injuries would have been completely healed by now, but now, they were barely there. As expected, legendary classes are different. The Beast Priest's core skill, Beast Vitality, is a divine power, not only restoring energy but also healing injuries. This time, Ryan used his superior poison resistance, combined with the immense vitality drawn from the venomous sea serpent, to counteract the opponent's venomous damage. Ryan looked down. The venomous sea snake, though still alive, lay languid on the ground. After being struck in the head by a hammer, and having its vital energy drained away, it was already dying, unable to move. However, Ryan was not one to be soft-hearted. He immediately unleashed a shockwave, opening the venomous sea snake's skull, allowing it to follow the fate of the female four-armed Naga. Master and servant, of course, must be in good order. However, after the venomous sea snake died, Ryan could faintly hear a soft hissing sound in his ears, like a giant snake spitting out its tongue, subtly disturbing his concentration. Ryan knew this was a side effect of using Beast Vitality, but it wouldn't have much of an impact if only used once in a short period of time. After a few hours, the influence of this beast spirit would naturally dissipate. In addition, since he was at the other end of the hall, far away from Alyosha and others, in the dim environment, the other party could at most recognize that he bent down and would mistakenly think that he was searching for spoils, but would not realize that he had used some strange ability to recover from his injuries. Without hesitation, Ryan turned to rescue Alyosha and his fellow Imperials, who were also hanging. However, as he turned, Ryan suddenly noticed something. Not far ahead of him, there was a long bluestone-walled passageway extending deeper into the cave. About 100 meters away, a nearly transparent film of water emanated a pale blue hue. This film seemed to block out any sound. Otherwise, Ryan's two remarkably loud roars and battle cries would surely have been heard there. Curiosity seized him, and he narrowed his eyes, intently peering. In the dim light, fortunately for his dark vision, Ryan could see through the film and discern a hall within, its style and materials mirroring those of this hall. But what shocked Ryan most was that at the end of that hall appeared to be a bronze metal gate several tens of meters tall, its surface adorned with intricate patterns and designs. The pattern resembled shells and conchs. In front of the metal gate stood an altar, its function unknown. Surrounding the altar were two braziers, each burning with a faint green flame. In the center, a 7 to 8 meter tall, multi-armed stone Naga was enshrined. And to Ryan's surprise, those busy around the altar were all humans, not murlocs or blood-cursed Naga. Furthermore, their robes were emblazoned with various strange marine creatures, starfish, giant spiny squid, and other ferocious sea beasts. Is this the attire of the Poseidon cult? Ryan recalled that in his general education course, the instructor had discussed typical cult attire. But then, Ryan's ears twitched slightly as he heard the increasingly clear clamor and sounds of fighting behind him. Are those the group from the Straight Passage? Are they coming? This instantly dawned on Ryan. The fighting in the Straight Passage had likely spread to this area. So, Ryan stopped observing and immediately turned, dragging the female blood-cursed Naga's corpse towards the row of hanging cages. He intended to first rescue Alyosha, the target person, and his captured Imperial colleagues, who were hanging in the cages. Although he was curious about the bronze gate and the statue, he had no intention of exploring them at the moment. He was clear about the mission objective, to rescue Alyosha. Of course, rescuing these Imperial colleagues along the way might also increase his mission rating or earn him some other reward. As for why he was dragging the female Naga's corpse, it was because Ryan wanted to ask them if it was worth any merit points or anything else. After all, he felt that this female blood-cursed Naga was very powerful and should be very valuable. At this moment, Ryan casually glanced at the system prompt. Your giant bear swordsmanship skill has been improved, adding 1121 experience points. Your talker hammersmanship skill has been improved, adding 2,378 experience points. You have fought a battle, adding 296 experience points to your beast sacrifice, legendary, experience points. You have fought a battle, adding 1909 experience points to your weapon master, legendary, experience points. Note: the above skill experience points have been enhanced by the 30% bonus from the exclusive talent, Primary Transcendent Enlightenment. Congratulations, you have defeated a powerful enemy and earned 2 gold skill points. Congratulations, your beast sacrifice, legendary, class level has been increased. The weapon master didn't level up, but the beast priest did? Perhaps it's because he used his core skill, beast vitality? The target was a large, ferocious sea beast, so the experience was particularly high? Ryan had a vague guess. Ryan checked the system panel and saw that the beast priest, legendary, class level had increased from LV2 to LV3, 12 out of 500, while the weapon master, legendary, had already reached LV7, with the progress bar mostly passed. Thanks to the beast priest, legendary, leveling up, he also gained 1 more attribute point and 1 more skill point. Since he had used 2 points in the previous battle, he now had 13 attribute points remaining, 1 skill point remaining, and 2 gold skill points remaining. When Ryan appeared from one end of the hall, he was still dragging a corpse. The hanging people couldn't help but cheer. Although they couldn't see clearly how Ryan defeated the powerful Naga leader due to the distance, they knew they were saved. Even though dying for the Empire was an honor, none of those present would choose to be a martyr if they could survive. Alyosha clenched his fists, his cheeks flushed slightly, and he muttered excitedly, "This Lord Ryan is truly amazing. I wonder where my father found such a formidable young man." At the entrance to the hall. That was the Straight Passage where Ryan had heard the sounds of fighting. The rock squad of the Munster swordbearers were fighting and retreating. The backbone of the team's defense was a wounded shield-bearing warrior and a young man with a short staff. If Ryan had been there, he would have recognized them. These two were the same two sword-wielding warriors who had come to Meister on Griffins to deal with the Black Flame cult. Behind them stood 4 other men and women in various attire, apparently part of the same squad as the shield-bearing man. However, like their leader, these men also appeared to be in poor condition, their armor torn, their clothes tattered, and their faces worn. In stark contrast to the exhausted state of the Rock Squad, their opponents were led by a female blood-cursed Naga resembling the one killed by Rin. A carefree smile graced the face of this gorgeous human, and she remained unscathed. Unlike Guinness, this female Naga also had 4 arms, but only one held a gray wooden staff about 1.5 meters long with a spiraling top. She occasionally waved her staff, commanding her group of white-scaled merfolk, various sea beasts, and 7 or 8 male blood-cursed Nagas to attack the Stone Squad. Given the enemy's immense strength, it was no wonder the Stone Squad was so badly beaten. However, the sea creatures, led by the female Naga, seemed to be driving the Stone Squad back, not launching an all-out attack, but rather attacking at a leisurely pace. "Captain, there's a fork in the road ahead. The missing Imperial military personnel should be there," a man in a gray robe, holding a crystal ball, said quickly from the front of the group. "You 4 go in and check it out. Ramil and I will hold the line," the shield-bearing man said gravely. His face was now purplish-blue, as if poisoned. The Ramil he was calling was the man with the short staff whom Ryan had met before. Upon hearing Batista's words, the 4 members of the team nodded solemnly, knowing their captain was giving them an opportunity. While the team hadn't suffered any casualties, they were exhausted. Their mission was originally to investigate an island altar and investigate the fate of several elite Imperial teams. Unexpectedly, they discovered a massive ambush of sea creatures surrounding the altar. Furthermore, beneath the altar lay a secret, a deep, serene cave. Furthermore, traces of fierce fighting were visible around the cave entrance, suggesting the Imperial teams had penetrated deep within. This was how they had fought their way here. Fortunately, the tracking spell they had just cast indicated that the Imperial elite were likely nearby. Heeding Captain Batista's orders, the 4 men immediately rushed towards the hall where Ryan was. A few seconds later, as they quietly entered the hall and carefully inspected it, they were all stunned. After a moment of staring at each other, they cautiously and slowly entered the hall. Inside the hall, what immediately shocked them was the fan-shaped formation of white-scaled murlocs lying on the ground in neat rows. There were at least 20 or 30 of them, densely packed together. Their deaths could only be described as spectacular. The scene before them made them gasp. My goodness! What kind of attack was this? Even wheat harvesting wouldn't be so neat. Then, they saw the 2 male blood-cursed Nagas, each of them dead in a different manner. One, hands clutching its neck and head bowed, knelt toward the hall entrance, as if in penance. The other's death was even more drastic. A silver 2-handed great sword pierced the opponent's chest, its tip piercing the hard bluestone floor. Perhaps due to the sword's swift thrust, most of the blade had pierced through the opponent's body, leaving only the hilt in the opponent's chest. This caused the dead body of the male blood curse Naga not to fall to the ground, but to be propped up diagonally on the ground. The great sword and the opponent's upper body formed the 2 hypotenuses of a triangle, providing a stable support. When Ryan approached from the other end of the hall, dragging Nee's body, the 4 members of the Rock Squad were already staring in astonishment. This is the blood-cursed Naga leader? For arms, a female blood-cursed Naga. There's no doubt about it. It seemed that all these sea creatures on the ground were killed by this young man before him. But the white-scaled merfolk were fine. But the 2 male blood-cursed Nagas, and even the Naga leader they were dragging along. That was the Naga leader. Even their captain couldn't win, it was still unclear. This young man's strength was truly terrifying. And then, there was... How did they get here? Our group had gone through so much hardship to get here. Instantly, a multitude of doubts and questions arose in the 4 men's minds. Ryan glanced at him, nodded, and said nothing. Seeing him nod, the men felt flattered, as if they had received approval from a powerful figure, and nodded their heads twice in rapid succession. Ryan was a little puzzled by the deferential attitude of these newcomers, but he didn't dwell on it. Instead, he retrieved his great sword and quickly walked to the hanging cages against the wall. With 2 swipes, he cleaved through all the nets, rescuing the captives. Finally freed. Thank you. Are you Lord Ryan? One of the men asked kindly after emerging from the cage he was bound in. Ryan paused, slightly surprised. He hadn't expected anyone here to recognize him. It seems it's really Lord Ryan. My name is Braulio, from the Sword Wielder Wild Sand Squad. I heard about your feat during the rookie assessment, when you brought down the obsidian giant with a single blow. Braulio, now's not the time for small talk. Let's talk outside. Another man, presumably a teammate, smiled at Ryan, tugged on Braulio's sleeve, and nodded toward the hall entrance. Look, who's here? Braulio turned, startled, and said in surprise, It's Alves and the others from the Rock Squad. Like I said, even for how powerful Lord Ryan is, he still needs help, doesn't he? Ryan was stunned. Although he didn't recognize those four Team Rock, that name sounded familiar. At that moment, Braulio's voice seemed to reach him. The four members of Team Rock ran up from the hall entrance and said, Braulio, McKinney, we finally found you. Sir, thank you for your help, said the young man named Alves, impressed by the aura of Ryan dragging the Naga leader. He bowed respectfully. You're welcome. It's a small favor. Ryan nodded. Alves, you don't know Mr. Ryan? Braulio and McKinney, the two brothers rescued by Ryan, exchanged a puzzled glance. Because the two of them thought of the same question. Don't Alves know Lord Ryan? So Lord Ryan isn't here to rescue us? At this moment, Ryan walked up to Alyosha, who was rubbing his wrist, stopped, and asked with a smile, You are? Alyosha, right? Yes. Lord Ryan, thank you for saving me. You're my father. Alyosha looked at Ryan with wide eyes, curious, and asked the question in his heart. Yes, follow me later, we talk outside. Ryan smiled. He noticed that the girl before him had a bright, round face, thin lips, and a small black mole on the lower left corner of her mouth. She looked like the girl next door, very friendly. Yes, Lord Ryan. Alyosha smiled sweetly, and nodded vigorously. It felt so good to have escaped from a desperate situation. Overhearing the conversation between Ryan and Alyosha, the 7 elite Imperial soldiers, who had been saved by Ryan, were all stunned. They first glanced at the 4 ragged allies, then at Ryan, who was talking to Alyosha. Suddenly, they realized that these 4 were the real rescue team, and that Lord Ryan was actually here to rescue Alyosha. They were just there as a sideshow. For a moment, a wave of emotion washed over them. It's great to have such a powerful father, someone so capable of sending such powerful people to the rescue. If Lord Ryan hadn't arrived, even if these 4 rookies had come in, they would have likely followed their footsteps and been dangled in the nets. Oh no! I forgot the captain was still at the hall entrance. Alves slapped his thigh, realizing that in his shock, he'd forgotten Captain Batista and Ramil were still holding off the enemy. Just as Alves was about to tell everyone to leave, he suddenly thought of something and quickly ran over to Ryan, saying, Sir Ryan, and this young lady, let's get out of here now. Our captain is holding off the pursuing sea creatures in the passageway. He won't hold out for much longer. Of course, Ryan nodded. He was thinking the same thing. After all, this place didn't give him a pleasant feeling, a feeling of spiritual oppression. At the same time, in the hall where the bronze door was located, a middle-aged man wearing a Poseidon-style robe respectfully approached a female 6-armed Naga presiding over a ceremony. He bowed slightly and said, High Priestess Selenes, the magic circle just showed that Commander Nessa's life flame has suddenly gone out. Please see. Well, isn't Ness stationed in the Hall of Omens? Rulgats, go and take a look. If there are indeed intruders, you should know what to do. As you command, High Priestess. A deep voice echoed from the corner of the bronze hall. Then, the voice's owner slowly emerged from the shadows. It was a monstrous male bloodcursed Naga, swinging its unusually thick, serpentine tail as it pierced the water film. Inside the Hall of Omens, the rescued Imperial elite immediately looted weapons from the dead white-scaled Murlocs and bloodcursed Naga, then, surrounding Ryan, hurriedly departed for the hall's exit. At that moment, an explosion suddenly erupted from the front, followed by a burly man wielding an axe and shield, and a young man wielding a short staff, retreating rather awkwardly into the hall. He muttered angrily, Alves, what are you guys doing? You've been exploring for so long. As if sensing something was amiss, Batista whipped his head around and saw a group of people, escorting a vaguely familiar young man, exiting the hall. Ramil, wielding his short staff, was even more surprised, his eyes widening as he pointed at Ryan and asked, You're Ryan, why are you here? Batista then remembered that this young man was the one they had encountered during their handling of the Meister cult. As the leader of the blood-cursed Naga, Stasha naturally knew that Nice was in charge of this hall. But these humans didn't know that they had walked into a trap, and would soon be attacked from both sides by her and Nice. This was why, initially, she had directed her followers to attack fiercely, but once inside the passage, she reduced the intensity and frequency of their attacks. This group of humans was quite strong, and a direct attack would result in heavy losses. But by now, the enemy was exhausted. Once they entered the hall and discovered that it was nice waiting for them, they would surely despair. Then, she could easily defeat them. However, when Stasha led her followers to the hall entrance, she was stunned. The scene before her not only stunned her, but also her followers behind her. Where was Nice? She had even let the elite human soldiers, who had been captured and intended as sacrifices, escape. Now, the situation had completely reversed. The double team she had been waiting for hadn't materialized, and instead, this exhausted human team felt like they had been given a shot of madness. Worst of all, they had even received reinforcements. Stash felt instantly nauseous, as if she had swallowed a fly alive. And facing the sea creatures, who had appeared at the hall entrance, they showed no fear at all. Instead, they seemed eager to fight, determined to avenge their previous defeat. After all, with the equivalent of 2 Imperial Earthshaker squads plus a Swordwielder squad present, defeating this group of sea creatures was a strong possibility. Especially with the presence of the unfathomable Lord Ryan. At that moment, Ryan's brows suddenly furrowed, and he immediately turned to look behind him. Followed by Batista and Ramil, they also suddenly looked back. And the Naga leader, Stasha, wore a strange smile. From the other end of the Hall of Omens, a massive figure snaked out, and instantly, a strong and unsettling aura filled the air. It was an exceptionally tall and powerful male blood-cursed Naga, at least 3 meters tall. Most striking was his left hand, a 2-meter-long, pointed-tailed conch seemingly encased in a powerful arm. Chapter 254. Ryan's exceptionally high mental power allowed him to clearly sense that the male Naga before him was far more powerful than the average male Naga, a fact evident from his size. An average male Naga would barely reach his chest and be 2 times smaller. Furthermore, the other man's aura, so powerful it intimidated the entire crowd, was something Ryan had never experienced before, even among the peak human knights. It was clear that the other man's strength far surpassed everyone here, including him and even Captain Batista. The movements of the sea creatures also confirmed Ryan's suspicions. All the sea creatures, including the female Naga holding the wooden staff, nodded toward the giant Naga and, in a strange language, chorused, "Greetings, Lord Rolgatz, the Tide Piercer." "Naga," Alyosha whispered to Ryan, "this monster's nickname is the Piercer. Sir Ryan, if you ever come face to face with it, be extremely careful." Ryan's eyes froze for a moment, then he glanced at Alyosha, wondering, didn't Javier say his youngest daughter, Alyosha, is a pharmacist? Why does she look like a paleolinguist, even understanding the sea language? He also noticed that Alyosha beside him didn't have the fear he'd shown before the battle. Instead, his eyes were aglow, his nose was sweating, and his cheeks were flushed. He was clearly excited and full of confidence in him. This made Ryan smile bitterly. "Thank you. Girl, you have such confidence in me. However, judging from her powerful aura, I'm afraid I'm no match for her at this point." The grand entrance of Tide Piercer Rolgatz instantly boosted the Sea Clan's reputation. The white-scaled Murlocs and Naga looked at the human team Ryan was in, their expressions no longer filled with worry, but instead a look of watching a spectacle. As if to say, "Hey, humans, you're dead." At this moment, the female Naga holding the wooden staff actually spoke. Although her speech wasn't entirely fluent, it was indeed in the common tongue, humans. "Surrender. Surrender will save you some pain. Otherwise, Lord Rolgatz, will make you feel the excruciating pain of being pierced." Ryan stared at her in surprise. He had long noticed this female blood-cursed Naga. Her attire was different from the last one he had killed. She wielded a long wooden staff, seemingly a sorcerer. So, should she be more knowledgeable? She even spoke the common tongue of humans? The scene before him made Captain Batista's already solemn expression grow even more solemn. He fixed his gaze on the massive Naga snaking towards him from behind, and said in a deep voice, "Ramil, lead everyone out. I hold this thing off. Captain, I go with you." "Yes, Captain, with so many of us now, we're not guaranteed to lose, especially with Ray." Seeing the determined look on his captain's face, Alves knew exactly what the enemy was planning. The captain intended to fight to the death, creating an opportunity for himself and the others. "No! All of us combined wouldn't be a match for it." Batista waved his hand, interrupting Alves. "Ramil, prepare for action." As Batista finished his words, he quickly pulled a bottle of blood-red potion from his pocket and poured it directly into his mouth. "Captain, don't. You took the Crimson Shock potion?" Ramil's face was filled with horror. This is a powerful potion that overdraws the body. Even if taken under normal circumstances, it would cause a serious illness and leave one weak for at least a week. But judging by the physical condition of this sword-wielding captain, taking this potion would be tantamount to suicide. Alyosha, standing nearby, was already a senior pharmacist despite his youth. He immediately identified the potion Batista had taken and whispered to Ryan beside him. At Alyosha's words, Ryan raised his eyebrows, his face moved. He was deeply moved. Whatever Batista's reason was. For the glory of the Empire? For the team's mission evaluation? Or something else? Although Ryan himself would not choose to do such a thing, he respected Batista's decision. He was a true knight. At this moment, Ryan sighed inwardly. In that case, he should do something. He'd give the 2 gold skill points he'd just been awarded a pass. After all, there was no point in letting his teammates fight alone. He decided to give it a try and see if he could break the current predicament. But 2 gold skill points weren't enough to upgrade either of the 2 intermediate secrets to advanced. Shockwave required 2 gold skill points to upgrade Talker Hammer and Bear King Breathing to level 16, plus an additional 2 gold skill points for the upgrade, for a total of 4. Roaring Warcry also required 1 gold skill point to upgrade Bear King Breathing to level 16, plus an additional 3 gold skill points for the upgrade, for a total of 4. In both cases, the Bear King Breathing technique needed to be upgraded. And Hammer technique remained his strongest transcendental combat skill. So, without hesitation, Ryan spent 2 gold skill points to upgrade both Talker Hammer technique and Bear King Breathing technique to level 16. Instantly, 2 surges of training memories were instilled into Ryan's mind. Although this upgrade didn't allow Ryan to upgrade Shockwave to a high-level ultimate, it did significantly increase its power. Now that the upgrades were complete, it was time to strike. Just as Ramil was anxiously pondering how to break through the sea creature's obstruction, he noticed a figure wielding a hammer suddenly rushing out from beside him. Ramil's pupil shrank, and he was stunned. A flash of lightning flashed through his mind. Isn't this Ryan? Is this guy courting death? Before Ramil could react and figure out how to save Ryan, Ryan's voice rang out. Cover your ears. Ramil had no idea what Ryan meant by that. But to his surprise, everyone around him followed suit, covering their ears. He was the only one in the room, completely stunned and motionless. The next moment, he regretted it. Roar! What sounded like hundreds of Bear Kings roaring simultaneously was a visible vibration in the air, emanating from Ryan and spreading outward. The scene where Ryan had instantly slaughtered a group of white-scaled murlocs in the Hall of Omens was replayed. This time, there was one more person in the audience. Ramil. But Ramil, now clutching his ears, wore a look of pain on his face. Only now did he understand why Ryan had just said that. Cover your ears. It was a warning. How stupid he was. Why not just do what others do when they see it? Now, his eardrums were ripping apart with pain. Luckily, Ryan had sneaked into the crowd of white-scaled fish before unleashing this move, putting him at a considerable distance from Ramil. Otherwise, the white-scaled fishmen around Ryan would have suffered the same fate as Ramil. All around Ryan, circles of white-scaled murlocs collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from their ears, noses, and eyes. The 7 or 8 male blood-cursed Nagas, caught off guard, clutched their heads, and howled in agony. Even the Naga leader, Stasha, covered her ears with her hands, a look of utter agony on her face. Even further away, Batista, the leader of the Stone Squad, whose eyes had been fixed on the giant Naga, was startled by Ryan's roar. He seemed eager to turn around, but fearing the giant before him would seize the opportunity and attack him, he dared not. Rolgatz, the Tide Piercer, raised his ugly head slightly and gazed toward the hall in trance with a hint of surprise, as if to say, how come this human has a louder voice than me? At the hall entrance, Ryan's blitz wasn't over yet. He then leaped high, raising his heavy hammer above his head. His arm muscles bulged, and he delivered a powerful, high-frequency, oscillating blow to the ground. Bang! The moment the hammer touched the ground, the bluestone slabs, a vast fan-shaped area, were shattered into rubble. Then, this rubble was hurled forward by the surging force of a tsunami. The dense, accelerated debris flew in all directions like bullets. Instantly, it dealt a second wave of area of effect damage to the sea creatures that had just survived the roaring warcry. With this attack, not a single white-scaled murloc remained. Incidentally, 2 male blood-cursed Nagas were also killed. Those 2 pitiful creatures were too close to Ryan, taking almost 100% of the damage from the 2 intermediate ultimates, without any mitigation. Ryan's 2 combined ultimates left the numerous sea creatures practically isolated. Only the Naga leader, Stasha, was lightly injured. The other 5 surviving male blood curse Nagas were also seriously wounded. In a matter of seconds, Ryan had reversed the morale. Though Ramil's eardrums ached, his eyes lit up. He hadn't imagined that, in this situation, they still had a chance to turn defeat into victory. This meant that they could not only break through the encirclement, but might even rescue their captain and return together. Inspired by Ryan's explosive opening move, the elite Imperial forces rescued by Ryan brandished their weapons and charged the Naga. The counterattack had begun, especially those who had taken the weapons of the former four-armed Naga leader, Nais. They possessed the strength of Grand Knights, and equipped with high-quality weapons, their combat effectiveness was considerable. Thus, the tide of battle immediately turned. Stash, watching this scene, was so furious she felt like vomiting blood. She had been driving this human group back, hoping to minimize the casualties among her followers. But she had never expected the opposite to happen. At this moment, over 90% of her followers were dead or wounded, and the 5 remaining spouses were also injured. And this happened right in front of Lord Tide Piercer Rolgetz. Her own incompetence would surely spread throughout the entire blood-cursed Naga clan. How could she not be furious? Just when the battle seemed to be turning in their favor, suddenly, a sharp sound of metal clashing could be heard from behind them, followed by a fierce, grinding sound. Ryan glanced and saw Batista, holding a steel shield, leaning slightly forward in a full-throated defensive stance. 2 furrows plowed into the ground by his plate armor boots. And the giant Naga, Tide Piercer Rolgetz's left hand, was still poised for a casual strike. Ryan keenly noticed the nearly 2-meter-long, pointed-tailed conch in his left hand, now emitting a brilliant blue glow, and several streams of water suddenly appeared around it. The blow that repelled Batista must have been a perfect combination of some innate water magic and physical strength. Batista, without even turning back, shouted again, "Ramil, get the men! I can't hold out much longer." After hearing Batista's words, Ramil, still dazed, finally came to his senses. Everyone instantly understood that if no one could defeat the giant Naga, the tide of battle would remain unturned. He skillfully cast a spell, and the next second, a thick cloud of fog materialized in front of him. With a swift swing of his staff, Ramil launched the fog into the midst of the fighting Naga. "Retreat!" Ramil shouted, throwing several round objects resembling grenades. Hearing Ramil's warning, everyone, including Ryan, immediately engaged the Naga before them in a fierce exchange of blows, then used the force to fly back. Bang! 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 The explosion once again unleashed a thick, choking cloud of smoke. The smoke, combined with the dense fog, instantly obscured the blood-cursed Naga's view of the scene before them. Ryan also realized that the grenade-like explosion he had just heard in the passage had been caused by Ramil. It must be said that witchcraft combined with such a small device was quite useful for retreat. Alyosha looked at Ryan, who was rapidly retreating with her, and a look of regret crossed her face. Even someone as powerful as Lord Ryan can't pull off a comeback? Reality isn't a fairy tale after all, the research-focused young woman sighed. Even with Alyosha in tow, Ryan ran at breakneck speed, quickly reaching the front of the group. However, as soon as he reached a nearby bend, Ryan stopped immediately after turning. "Protect Alyosha. I'll be right back," Ryan said to the crowd following him. Sir Ryan, a female knight, couldn't help but remind him. Although Sir Ryan was already very powerful in their eyes, no matter how strong he was no match for that giant Naga. Everyone paused briefly at the corner, watching Ryan rush back again. In reality, Ryan had been waiting. He was waiting for a system notification. Just as he turned the corner, the system notification came. "You have participated in a battle, and your weapon master, legend, experience points have increased by 1113. Congratulations, you have defeated a powerful enemy and earned 2 gold skill points." Ryan was waiting for those 2 gold skill points. The system's mechanics were somewhat similar to the games from his past life. After careful observation, he discovered that the system only calculated experience rewards after leaving combat. If he didn't leave combat, the system would consider the battle continuous. So, that's why Ryan had just run. As he rushed toward the thick fog, Ryan unhesitatingly added those 2 gold skill points to his intermediate ultimate skill, Shockwave. To upgrade his intermediate ultimate skill, Shockwave, to an advanced ultimate skill, the following conditions must be met. 1. Talker Hammer Technique LVL 16 or higher. 2. Bear King Breathing Technique LVL 16 or higher. 3. Consume 2 gold skill points. Ryan had already met the first 2 requirements. And now, the third was also met. Instantly, a torrent of shockwave training memories flooded into Ryan's mind. It was as if Ryan had been alone, absorbed in, and diligently practicing the hammer technique, Shockwave, for over a decade in some mysterious space. The system prompt reappeared. Congratulations, you've mastered the advanced hammer technique, Crushing Hammer. Crushing Hammer? Advanced technique? Ryan couldn't help but smile. On the Weapon Master, Legendary, panel, the hammer technique Shockwave was changed to Crushing Hammer. The icon also changed. The image transformed into a dark hammer, smashing into a boulder. Half of the boulder shattered into tiny pebbles and splattered away, a vivid depiction of the shattering process. The small text in the lower right corner of the icon also changed. Crushing Hammer, Advanced Technique, Effect, utilizes a unique hammer swing technique combining the force with ultra-high frequency vibrations, delivering a powerful blow capable of shattering most tangible objects. Note: to upgrade the Crushing Hammer to a top-level ultimate skill, the following conditions must be met. 1. Any Transcendent Hammer technique at level 18 or higher. 2. Bear King Breathing technique at level 18 or higher. 3. Strength 45, Agility 38, and Constitution 40 or higher. 4. Consume 4 gold skill points. Has it started to move away from a specific hammer technique? Ryan keenly noticed the difference in the notes. The advanced ultimate skill, Crushing Hammer, no longer specified the Talker Hammer technique as required, but instead stated any Transcendent Hammer technique at level 18 or higher. In addition, upgrading to a top-level ultimate skill now requires physical attributes. Ryan glanced at the system attribute panel as he sprinted. Name: Ryan Kalin. Const: 32. Strength: 33. Agility: 32. Spirit: 39. Remaining attribute points: 13. Remaining skill points: 1. Gold skill points: 0. Just as Ryan returned to his original position, he saw a wounded male blood curse Naga suddenly burst out of the dense fog, aggressively pursuing them. But without the fog's interference, he immediately noticed that the human boy he'd feared wasn't running away, but was instead charging towards him. This immediately made his expression change. He was deeply terrified of the fighting prowess Ryan had previously displayed. But then he thought, if he could only block the human boy's attack, the other brothers would arrive, and then the other party would be unable to escape. If that happened, Stasha would probably reward him with additional favors, perhaps 10? But while the idea was good, the reality was cruel. As he swung his trident with all his might, trying to block Ryan's blow, he was shocked to discover that Ryan's blow, though slow, was actually swift. Before he could raise his trident above his chest, Ryan's dark hammer had already struck his forehead. How could he not have blocked it? This was his final thought before he died, a puzzled expression still lingering on his face. The next second, his entire body shattered. Yes, the entire body. From head to toe, every part of him. Hard bones, resilient cartilage and fascia, strong muscle tissue, all exploded into a pool of tiny, bloody, and splattering fragments. Seeing the effect of the blow before him, Ryan couldn't help but be stunned. The Crushing Hammer, so terrifying. Even the extremely resilient fascia shattered. This crushing force struck Ryan as overwhelming. Absolutely unreasonably so. However, Ryan also felt a distinct sense of weakness throughout his body, and a soreness in his muscles and fascia. He discovered that using the advanced secret technique, the Crushing Hammer, required exceptionally high physical fitness, but this was perfectly reasonable. After joining the Sword Bearer, Ryan had heard that not every peak Grand Knight had mastered the advanced secret techniques. His current situation was a classic case of a small horse pulling a large cart. He had mastered the advanced secret techniques, but his physical fitness barely reached the level of a veteran Grand Knight. Hence, his current situation. Ryan could sense that with his current physical condition, he could only cast the Crushing Hammer twice, and would not be able to cast it a third time. At this moment, the second male blood curse Naga also charged out with a valiant air. However, when he saw Ryan and the pool of blood on the ground, before he could figure out the connection between the two, he followed in his brother's footsteps. With a bang, it too was reduced to a pool of bloody shattered flesh. Facing the feeling of exhaustion, Ryan, without hesitation, added a point to his stamina. His physical condition returned to peak condition. Following this, Ryan continued with a rhythm of 2 hammers plus a point. Bang, bang, bang. After a few consecutive blows, all the male blood curse Naga were annihilated. 1 hammer, 1. No 2 hammers. At this moment, the Naga leader, Stacy, wielding a wooden staff and bearing a shield of water that glowed blue and continuously surrounded her, burst out of the thick fog. When she saw 5 pools of bloody shattered flesh on the ground, but her consorts were missing, she suddenly felt puzzled. A split second later, she snapped back to her senses. With a look of shock and fury on her face, she pointed at the rotten flesh on the ground and screamed, You killed them all?" Ryan responded to Stash's question with a crushing blow of his hammer. Bang! Instantly, the pale blue glow of the water shield was extinguished by a single blow. Stash's face paled at the force of such a powerful blow. She knew only too well the defensive capabilities of her shield. Her spouses must have fallen victim to Ryan's murderous hand. Furthermore, Stasha was almost certain that another blow from Ryan would shatter her water shield. Hence, she was filled with utter terror. Indeed, even if an ordinary Great Knight had mastered a high-level technique, their power wouldn't be as outrageous as Ryan's. This was primarily due to two factors. First, others might not possess Ryan's level 3 hammer mastery, and second, Ryan possessed the added bonus of his intermediate great strength talent. The combined power of these two forces made Ryan's hammer technique incredibly powerful. Snap! The water shield shattered like an egg. Stash screamed in shock. A hasty mental attack struck Ryan. Almost simultaneously, Ryan's hammer, after shattering Stash's water shield, struck her head. Stash collapsed limply. Ryan frowned, his entire body swaying slightly, his head spinning. Bang! Suddenly, a sturdy human knight flew backwards from the thick fog. The immense force of the impact sent him careening backward until he came to a stop a few meters from Ryan's feet, vomiting blood. It was Batista, the captain of the Stone Squad, who had stayed behind to cover their losses. At that moment, the dense fog gradually dissipated, revealing a massive Naga. Tide Piercer Rolgats. That massive figure, emitting a dangerous aura, snaked towards them at the same leisurely pace. Chapter 255. Hurry up, Batista managed to say, as if sensing someone behind him. At Batista's words, Ryan said nothing, but took a step forward, blocking the way. This immediately caught the attention of Tide Piercer Rolgats. When his serpentine eyes turned towards Ryan, he felt as if he were being targeted by his nemesis, and his hair stood on end. Ryan then understood why Batista, a peak Grand Knight, and even on drugs, had been beaten so badly. While Batista's previous injury had some impact, the greater factor was the Tide Piercer's incredible strength. The other party must have surpassed the Grand Knight level, right? But I wasn't the same person I was just a few minutes ago. Now, I wield the high-level ultimate technique, the Crushing Hammer. Even if Batista hadn't been injured, Ryan felt he would be on par with the other party. Since Batista could hold out for a while, there was no reason for him to flee without a single blow. Ryan weighed the pig-headed hammer in his hand and gazed intently at Tide Piercer Rolgats. The flame of fighting spirit in his heart burned brighter and brighter. Compared to the peak Great Knight, does he still seem to lack strength? No. To be more precise, he soon have it. Ryan leaned forward slightly, his two-handed warhammers placed to his right, tilted downward. Bang! With a touch of his toe, the blue stone shattered, and a wave of air surged forth. Ryan rushed towards Rolgats like an arrow from a bow. Thump! 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 With every step, Ryan silently added points to his strength attribute. A warm current surged through his heart. With every step, Ryan's momentum grew. This caused the giant Naga across from him, Tide Piercer Rolgats' expression to change slightly, and his leisurely serpentine form paused. The spiked conch in his left hand emitted a dull humming sound, and suddenly, a large amount of water energy particles began to swirl and gather, forming several streams of water on the white conch's surface, surging and twisting like pythons. Directly opposite, Ryan took 5 steps, boosting his strength by 5 points in a short period of time. At that moment, it felt like an active volcano within him, about to erupt. About to ignite. About to erupt. Ryan desperately needed to roar. He needed to unleash his full might on this hammer. Ah! Ryan roared, and suddenly leaped up, not far from Tide Piercer Rolgats. In midair, Ryan raised his hammer with both hands, his entire body like a taut bow, and swung it down fiercely, as if unleashing all his strength in that instant. Instantly, the dark pig-headed hammer slashed in a brilliant semicircle, striking Tide Piercer Rolgats head first. And when Ramil, who had returned from the trip, arrived at the scene, he saw this very scene. Ramil's pupils constricted instantly. Clang! Ryan's pig-headed hammer and Tide Piercer Rolgats' conch shell collided. At that moment, time seemed to pause. A high-frequency vibration, similar to ultrasound, echoed from the point where their weapons collided. Even from over 10 meters away, Ramil felt as if struck by lightning, his scalp instantly tingling. Snap! The dark pig-headed hammer in Ryan's hand seemed unable to withstand the high-frequency vibrations and collisions. With a crisp sound, it suddenly shattered. But the immense force of Ryan's swing sent the sharp, angular fragments, driven by inertia, sweeping towards Rolgatz like a cannonball. Run, in turn, was instantly sent flying by the immense recoil, sliding over 10 meters to Ramil's side. Ah! Rolgatz, the tide piercer, suddenly screamed. A fragment from the tip of the pig-headed hammer was lodged in his left eyeball. The hammer had just exploded too close, and the fragments were moving at such high speed that one of the sharp fragments had already pierced Rolgatz's eye before his water ball defense could rise. Gurgle. Suddenly 6 or 7 smoke bombs rolled onto the ground near Rolgatz. Bang, bang, bang. The next second, everything exploded. Acrid smoke suddenly filled the passage, engulfing the towering figure of tide piercer Rolgatz. Hurry! Remire cast a lightning spell on himself, while helping the pale Captain Batista to his feet. Hearing Remire's words, Ryan turned and retreated rapidly. After all, his pig-headed hammer was shattered. To continue fighting this incredibly powerful tide piercer wouldn't be bravery, but foolishness. But the shattering of his beloved pig-headed hammer left Ryan feeling a pang of disappointment. It had been forged for him by Lagra. And seeing that Ryan, the one who had blinded him, was actually trying to escape, Rolgatz naturally wouldn't let him off the hook. Instantly, he burst out from the smoke and charged towards the 3 men, much faster than before. Ryan glanced back at the giant, spiked conch still entwined with streams of blue water on the opponent's left arm. My own pig-headed hammer, forged from hardened adamantium, was shattered, while the opponent's spiked conch remains unscathed. Is this the power of sorcery? Ryan couldn't help but feel envious. This only intensified his desire to master metal transfiguration. If I could manipulate metal deformation, then even if a weapon shattered, it should be able to quickly reassemble itself. You could even transform the metal shape to launch a direct attack. If combined with the secrets I've mastered. Human, you will pay for your actions. Tide piercer Rolgatz's voice roared like thunder. Then, behind the 3 of them, came the rustling sound of crawling. Judging from the sound, the speed was extremely fast, unlike Rolgatz's leisurely stroll. This made Ramil panic. Ryan glanced at the passages on both sides. They were only about 4 meters in diameter, while Rolgatz stood over 3 meters tall. So, Ryan ran, swiftly swinging his great sword at the cave wall overhead. Swish! Swish! With the rapid slashing of the great sword, large chunks of rubble and dirt fell from the passage above. Soon, the passage was blocked section by section, with most sections only leaving a gap of a meter or so. In one section, a massive amount of earth had collapsed, almost completely blocking it. This made it impossible for the massive tide piercer Rolgatz to pass through. Even if he wanted to, he would have to spend considerable time blasting away the rubble and dirt. Listening to the increasingly angry roars behind them, Ryan and his 3 companions quickly caught up with the group ahead. Everyone was delighted to see that Ryan and the other 2 had returned. Alyosha, in particular, gazed at Ryan with radiant eyes. The rest of the journey was easy. After dispatching several waves of patrolling white-scaled merfolk in less than a minute, they successfully reached the cave entrance, very close to the beach, from which Ryan had entered. So they're connected? Everyone, including Ramil, was quite surprised. After all, they had entered from the altar on the distant island. Unexpectedly, 2 islands several kilometers apart were connected underground. At the sight of the azure sky, Ramil quickly fired a blue flare into the sky. After a moment's thought, Ryan also launched the red flare given to him by Viscount Fabian. The first to notice the flare were Veronica, and the shield-bowling crossbowman, who had been observing the situation near the cave. Look! That's Baron Ryan's red flare. He's out! A soldier holding a copper telescope shouted, pointing ahead. The soldiers exclaimed in surprise. Veronica immediately looked up and saw, sure enough, 2 flares, one red and one blue, appear in midair. This filled her with immense joy. The situation was quickly reported up the chain of command. Viscount Fabian, flying from a distance at the controls of his griffin, was stunned and delighted to see the flare he had sent to Ryan launch into the air. He hadn't expected the young man to actually fight his way out of the cave. After all, Fabian had previously believed that Ryan was carrying out a nearly impossible mission. Even returning safely, let alone saving lives, would be a testament to his courage and strength. The majestic griffin at Viscount Fabian's saddle let out a loud cry. Griffin knights rose one after another from various locations along the imperial coastal defenses, quickly forming a squad of 12 and galloping towards Ryan's position. Additionally, the bronze artillery on the imperial defenses began to unleash its might. Boom, boom, boom! The sudden barrage of artillery shells threw the Sea tribe into a state of panic. Seizing this opportunity, the Griffin Knight squad escorted Ryan, Batista, and the others back to the Imperial camp on the beach. Instantly, they were greeted like heroes by the Imperial soldiers. Cookie, the greyhound war dog, suddenly leaped out, barking twice at his master, wagging his tail with joy. Veronica, the twin-tailed girl, wanted to give Ryan a big hug, but then she spotted the young woman walking beside him. This made her stop and take in the young woman's presence. Women are extremely sensitive to stares, especially Alyosha, a second-level wizard apprentice. So, she quickly noticed someone staring at her. The other person was also a beautiful girl with twin tails, as young and energetic as she was. For some reason, she had a feeling that her relationship with Lord Ryan was unusual. This was soon confirmed in a conversation between Veronica and Ryan. The seriously injured Batista was naturally taken away for treatment immediately. Although his injuries were serious, at least his life was saved. The other people who were rescued were not seriously injured, but they also needed some physical examinations. Before leaving, the Imperial Army's Earthshakers approached Ryan to express their gratitude. Sir Ryan, thank you so much for your assistance this time. Without it, we wouldn't have been able to return. The Earthshaker Cleft-Toothed Bear Squad expresses its sincere gratitude. A Grand Knight from the Earthshaker Cleft-Toothed Bear Squad led the three of them, saluting Ryan. Everyone from the Cleft-Toothed Bear Squad, I'm only doing what I'm supposed to do, Ryan said with a slight bow and a smile. As the conversation began, two other members of the Earthshaker Raptor Squad stepped forward to express their gratitude. Finally, they said, Sir Ryan, I heard you're still new to the Swordbearers. Would you consider joining us, the Earthshakers? While our overall strength may not be as strong as your Swordbearers, the benefits are comparable. Also, since our Raptor Squad captain has tragically been killed, if you were to come, we could support you as the captain of our elite Raptor Squad. At this point, Ramil couldn't bear to hear this. Ryan was someone he had long admired, and he was poaching him right in front of him. Back in Mayest, after dealing with the Black Flame Church incident, he had told Ryan to come to the Stone Squad. Remire quickly interrupted the Raptor Squad's invitation to Ryan, saying, Lords of the Earthshakers, we just rescued you from the enemy, and now you're ready to start poaching our sword bearers? Isn't that too much? The Earthshakers blushed slightly at Remire's words. At this moment, a female Grand Knight from the Crack-Toothed Bear Squad, swaying her slender waist and swaying her pert buttocks, approached Ryan. She slowly reached out and placed her hand on Ryan's muscular chest, saying, Sir Ryan, thank you for your assistance. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. My name is Alexandra Bullock, a regular member of the Earthshaker Crack-Toothed Bear Squad. Alexandra licked her red lips with her nimble, pink tongue as she spoke, her beautiful brown eyes gazing at Ryan with a piercing glare. Especially the word any, which she deliberately prolonged. This immediately caused the male Grand Knights of the Earthshakers nearby to express envy. You have to remember that Alexandra is one of the three roses of the Earthshakers. Normally, even though they were a team, Alexandra didn't think much of them. Ramil was momentarily at a loss for words after hearing Alexandra's words. Veronica, standing beside him, was furious and anxious, cursing inwardly shameless. Slut! Lord Ryan wouldn't like someone like you. Alyosha, meanwhile, was also thinking what a slut. Suddenly, as if by telepathy, the two women exchanged glances, their eyes seemingly saying, compared to this Alexandra, she's more pleasing to the eye. Hearing Alexandra's words, Ryan felt a little embarrassed. He certainly understood the underlying meaning. Some things shouldn't be said in public. One's image must be maintained, especially with Veronica and Alyosha watching. Thank you, beautiful lady. We both belong to the Imperial Special Division. I believe there will be many opportunities for cooperation in the future. The numerous Imperial soldiers gathered nearby, listening with rapt interest. The people before them, both members of the Imperial Special Division, the Earthshakers, and the Swordbearers, were actually thanking the young Baron Ryan and offering various offers of recruitment. This young Baron Ryan not only rescued the ponytail girl, but also the trapped elite of the Empire. Instantly, the Imperial soldiers looked at Ryan with even greater admiration. This Count Fabian had already dismounted from the Griffin. However, he didn't approach to interrupt, but instead watched with a smile. Earlier, while leading the Griffin squad for cover, he had seen the seriously injured swordbearer Captain Batista and observed the subtle admiration they all showed toward Ryan, which had given him a vague suspicion. Now, after listening for a while, the answer was naturally revealed. Unexpectedly, Ryan not only rescued Alyosha, but also rescued several elite squads from the Imperial Special Branch. After the Earthshakers and Swordbearers bid farewell to Ryan, Viscount Fabian leisurely approached. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Fabian said, By the way, Baron Ryan, if you're interested in fighting in the skies, you might consider joining the Royal Griffin Guard. Royal Griffin Guard. Haha, Baron Ryan, perhaps you're not familiar with our name. Our full name is the Munster Squadron of the Dragon Empire's Royal Griffin Guard. Ryan suddenly understood. After careful consideration, Ryan politely declined, "Thank you very much for your approval, Viscount. While I long to soar on a griffin, I've only been with the Swordbearers for a short time, and I still have a lot to learn." Viscount Fabian nodded and stopped trying to recruit him. For some things, just enough is enough. He greatly admired Ryan for his strength at such a young age. In addition, he felt Ryan's character was relatively calm for his age. He remembered that when he was Ryan's age, he also had some strength, but he had long since given himself up to the banquets hosted by beautiful ladies and lively young noble ladies, reveling every night and never wanting to leave. Otherwise, his strength would surely be far greater than this. Miss Alyosha. At this moment, a young man dressed like a cavalryman hurried over, his face filled with joy. "Is this Lord Ryan?" Lorenzo saluted. Ryan nodded and said, "Hello." "Huh? Lorenzo? Did your father send you here?" Alyosha clearly recognized him. It seemed that this young man named Lorenzo was a cavalryman in the family of Envoy Javier. "Yes, my lady. My lord told me to wait here for news. I saw so many people cheering, so I ran over immediately. Thank goodness you've returned safely. It's a pity Slav and Mansfield didn't make it back. They sacrificed their lives to protect me." Alyosha's eyes welled up as she thought of two familiar family knights who had sacrificed their lives to protect her. That was the mission of the two knights. "Miss Alyosha, wait a minute. The military will have an airship returning to Munster. You and Lord Ryan can take it. Lord has already made arrangements." "Airship?" Ryan looked a little surprised. "Yes, Lord Ryan. Look, the airship is coming," Lorenzo said, pointing to the northwest sky. Ryan looked in the direction the other person pointed. Surprisingly, in the distant sky, a small, oval-shaped gray dot was moving toward them. Ryan squinted his eyes to examine it. With his excellent eyesight, he immediately spotted the oval object as an airship similar to the Zeppelin of his past life, with an ellipsoidal air bladder atop and a large, boat-like pod beneath. The airship, powered by several propellers arranged in a straight line at its stern, flew toward them at a seemingly slow, but actually rapid speed. At the same time, a small, nimble brown dot fluttered up and down on either side of the airship. Ryan looked closely, and saw that it was the two Griffin Knights escorting it. "Sir Ryan, what do you think?" Alyosha didn't immediately agree with Lorenzo's suggestion to return to Munster by airship. Instead, he turned his head and asked Ryan, "By the way, Lord Ryan, I forgot to inform you that your family and Baroness Crawley have been escorted to Munster by a detachment of elite cavalry. At their rate, they should arrive in Munster before noon the day after tomorrow," Lorenzo said quickly, patting his head. "Has it been escorted?" Ryan nodded, slightly surprised. This gave him a new understanding of Javier's efficiency. The noble carriages were different from the last time Ryan escorted a freight caravan. Due to the superior horses and lighter carriages, they were much faster. In that case, there was no need for him to return to the county town. "My warhammer was damaged, and if I encountered the enemy, I wouldn't be able to unleash my full power. It would be better to return to Munster and obtain a new one," Ryan thought to himself. "Yes, Lord Ryan, the people of Meister County are currently in a state of panic. Count Habsburg, the governor, was seriously injured in the battle against the Black Flame cult. So, as soon as Captain Danuin received your family, he immediately decided to return to Munster," Lorenzo added. Count Habsburg was injured? It seems even Meister County isn't safe. Fortunately, I managed to evacuate my family in time." As Ryan listened to Lorenzo's story, the airship approached. Soon, its massive shadow cast a shadow over most of the camp. The airship was even larger than Ryan had expected. The pod was divided into 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower. The lower level held important cargo and horses, the middle level was for personnel, and the upper level had a small number of rooms reserved for officers and above. Javier naturally arranged rooms in the upper level for Ryan and Alyosha. Veronica, due to her mission, could not leave for the time being. After saying goodbye, Ryan and Alyosha boarded the airship. Dark Horse assigned a dedicated person to the lower cabin, while Cookie accompanied Ryan to the upper deck. As for Bloodfeather, there was no need for any other arrangements. He flew alongside the airship. After boarding the airship, Ryan didn't immediately return to his room. Instead, he surveyed the long coastline from above. Alyosha, feeling slightly exhausted, returned to his cabin to rest. At that moment, on the coast, the lines of defense between the Empire and the Sea Clan were as distinct as the azure waters and the sullen land. From time to time, sporadic exchanges of fire occurred between the Empire and the Sea Clan. However, watching this scene, Ryan couldn't help but wonder, what exactly were the Empire's top fighters doing? Even the blood-cursed Naga possessed powerful beings like the Tide Piercer. How could the Dragon Empire, standing for over 2,000 years, lack high-end combat power? Ryan wouldn't believe it, even if he were beaten to death. Clearly, there was a secret here. This made Ryan feel a sense of urgency, a fear of the unknown. If the situation continued as it was, Ryan paused on the airship's deck for a moment before returning to his cabin. Half lying on the soft bed, with Cookie keeping watch beside him, Ryan finally relaxed. At that moment, he touched his chest. There was a letter of certification written by Ramil on behalf of the Rock Team. It primarily recounted Ryan's rescue of the Rock Team and the Earthshakers Elite. This mission was originally assigned to the Rock Team. According to Batista, the Rock Team was at most assisting Ryan in completing this mission. According to the rules, Ryan was entitled to receive the majority of the rewards for the Rock Team's mission. Simply put, perhaps, after submitting the letter of certification, completing the rescue of Alyosha and, incidentally, saving the Empire's elite, Ryan, by chance, had met the loan requirement. At least one gold medal. Then, the loan was used to purchase the Atomizer, the defensive level 1 fire magic, and the metal transfiguration. Chapter 256. But then, Ryan suddenly remembered he hadn't checked the system prompts. He checked the system. You have fought a battle, and your weapon master, legend, experience points have increased by 3711. Note, this skill experience already benefits from the 30% increase in the exclusive talent, Primary Transcendental Enlightenment. Congratulations, you defeated a powerful foe and earned 7 gold skill points. Congratulations, your weapon master, legend, class level has increased. Ryan discovered that his weapon master, legend, class level had increased by another level, reaching level 8, 612/7000. This also granted him another attribute point and 1 skill point. However, Ryan also realized that the experience required to reach level 8 was relatively high, and it would be difficult to increase the weapon master, legend, class level any further in the short term. Scroll to the attributes page. Name, Ryan Callan. Classes, weapon master, legendary, LV8, 612/7000, /beast priest, legendary, LV3, 12/500, /sorcerer apprentice, transcendent, LV6, 792/3000, /breaking bad, transcendent, LV6, 69/3000, /armorsmith LV6, 211/3000, constitution, 35. Strength, 38. Agility, 32. Spirit, 39. Remaining attribute points, 6. Remaining skill points, 2. Gold skill points, 7. Basically, with the exception of Beast Priest, legendary, which can be upgraded relatively quickly, the other classes are quite challenging to upgrade. It seems that the subsequent class changes need to be planned immediately. Sorcerer class changes are generally straightforward. As for the Breaking Bad and Armorsmith classes, Ryan's face was thoughtful, but then a look of relief appeared, as if he had grasped a key point. The airship wasn't very fast, but its advantage was that it could fly directly to its destination without having to detour or be affected by the terrain. So, after only a few hours of sailing, the vast white city of Münster, nestled against the mountainside, came into view for the passengers, while the azure still waters of Lake Stillwater lay directly below. The airship's landing point was next to the Griffin Terrace at the top of the mountain. As Ryan and Alyosha disembarked, they saw the familiar middle-aged man with a mustache waiting nearby. Javier, naturally seeing his beloved daughter, smiled brightly, his previous worried look long gone. "Father!" Alyosha's face lit up with delight, and he quickly ran towards Javier. Ryan watched the scene with a smile, but didn't move to interrupt. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Javier stepped forward and said apologetically, "Baron Ryan, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. I've had the butler prepare a dinner. Baron Ryan, please do me the honor of attending." "Baron Ryan, please do me the honor of attending," Alyosha said earnestly. "Well?" Ryan hesitated. Ryan had wanted to head to the Swordbearer Branch Mission Hall immediately, but he glanced at the sky, realizing it was almost evening. He also considered the future of Breaking Bad, and the possibility that Alyosha, a full-fledged researcher of the Royal Apothecary Association might need to be consulted. So, Ryan thought for a moment, nodded, and said, "Forgive me for bothering you, Special Envoy, Miss Alyosha. However, I may need to go back first to settle my beast pets." Ryan gestured to the tall black horse and greyhound nearby. "Of course, Baron Ryan, see you tonight," Javier said with a smile. "Baron Ryan, see you tonight," Alyosha said, also smiling. Since Griffin Terrace wasn't far from Jenny's newly purchased villa, Ryan quickly arrived at the new villa near the Munster Swordbearers branch. "Sir Ryan, you're back so soon?" Jenny was delighted to see him return, her white dress in hand as she trotted over. Ryan's return was much faster than she had expected. These past 2 days, rumors had been flying around from Meister, leaving her worried. "Jenny, perhaps we should move to a new house again?" Ryan said with a smile as he dismounted, surveying the new villa. Although newly purchased, the villa was still designed for the 2 women to live in, with Ryan occasionally staying for a short stay. So, if his family and Jennifer were to come, it would obviously be too small. Furthermore, there were servants accompanying them, who needed to be accommodated. "Ah? You mean Mother, and the others are almost here?" Jenny reacted quickly, immediately understanding what Ryan meant. "Yes, they're on their way, and expected to arrive in Munster the day after tomorrow. So, you and Agatha might have to work hard over the next 2 days to find a mansion large enough." "Excellent. Sir Ryan, I get to it right away." Jenny's face lit up with joy. She hadn't expected Sir Ryan to have solved the problem she'd been worrying about without her noticing. "By the way, I make your dinner right away." "Jenny, there's no need to make any arrangements. I have a dinner party tonight." Ryan waved his hand. Javier's mansion in the noble quarter of Munster. The banquet hall was magnificently decorated. Dozens of chevron-shaped candlesticks illuminated the entire room, and the gilded ornaments on the surrounding walls looked even more magnificent under the candlelight. This was once the residence of a count, and now served as the temporary residence of Javier, the Imperial Investiture Commission's special envoy in Munster. The long banquet table was meticulously laid out with a variety of rare delicacies, adorned with large bowls of fruit and flowers. Although only Javier, Alyosha, and Ryan were dining, the dishes were extremely sumptuous. From the wild boar liver pie, the wetland crocodile soup, to the juicy bighorn sheep chops, each was a rare and ferocious beast delicacy, prepared with such skill that Ryan's appetite was immediately whetted. "Baron Ryan, thank you very much for risking your life to rescue Alyosha. Please allow me to express my respect." Javier beamed, raised his glass to Ryan, and gulped down the wine. On the carriage returning with Alyosha, Javier realized the immense risks Ryan had taken to successfully rescue her. The situation was fraught with danger. Without Ryan, even an entire elite team from the Imperial Special Branch might not have been able to complete the rescue mission. This made Javier feel both that he had chosen the right person, and that he was amazed at Ryan's rapidly growing strength. "Your Excellency, Special Envoy, you are very polite." Ryan also raised his glass and drank it in one gulp. "Baron Ryan, thank you for saving me this time. Your exceptional strength has left a deep impression on me," Alyosha said with a smile. "Thank you, Miss Alyosha. By the way, I heard from the Special Envoy that you are now a senior pharmacist at the Royal Apothecary. What an amazing talent," Ryan said with a smile, generous with his praise. "Thank you, Lord Ryan. That's a compliment, my father. Compared to Baron Ryan's talent for knighthood, mine is nothing. By the way, Lord Ryan, if you have any potion-making needs, perhaps I can be of some assistance," Alyosha offered, seemingly having thought of something. "That would be wonderful. The training of a great knight certainly requires a considerable amount of potions. Also, Miss Alyosha, I'm actually quite interested in potion making. It's a shame I haven't had many pharmacist friends." Lord Ryan, do you also research potion making?" Alyosha's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she looked at Ryan in surprise. To be honest, she didn't quite believe it. Because even if this man before him possessed a knightly talent, Alyosha believed that to reach his current level of prowess, he would have to diligently train and delve into various extraordinary combat techniques daily. How could he possibly have the time and energy to devote to alchemy? "Sir Ryan, have you made any potions recently?" After a moment's thought, Alyosha fixed his beautiful eyes on Ryan and asked a question in a subtle way. This question left Ryan at a loss for words. He had actually only made a few potions himself. Of course, he couldn't reveal the details of the mutation growth potions. That leaves only poison. However, some of the rare poison recipes in Maxwell's secret scrolls are inappropriate to discuss, such as gas-type poisons and lavender hallucinogens, which are more suitable as unique secret techniques. So, Ryan thought for a moment, and said with some reservation, "Last time, I used the venom sacs of night spiders and whiptail scorpion venom in the right proportions to create a potent paralyzing poison that was 20% to 30% more potent than regular paralyzing poisons. The key is..." Hearing what Ryan said, the banquet hall suddenly fell silent, a pin drop audible. Alyosha's beautiful eyes widened as she stared at Ryan as if he had seen a ghost. She wondered if she was hallucinating. But Alyosha knew that with such detailed instructions for the recipes and preparations, this Lord Ryan before her was at least a junior, if not a mid-level pharmacist. At this moment, even the knowledgeable Javier was astonished. Ryan was not only a great knight, but also a rare poisoner? The servants around him froze in their places, their expressions momentarily stunned. "Baron Ryan, I never thought that besides being a great knight, you're also a rare poisoner?" Alyosha was so surprised that he stuttered. "Haha, I'm not really a poison master. I just need poisons occasionally during combat, so I've learned a little on my own." This time, I was thinking of asking Miss Alyosha, a genuine pharmacist, for advice on how to further improve my poison-making skills, Ryan asked. After the dinner, on the way home, Ryan was all smiles. He received a letter of introduction from Alyosha to the Munster branch of the Royal Apothecary Society. The gist of the letter was that Alyosha, as the recommender, recognized Ryan's impressive skills in pharmacy and recommended that the Munster branch accept him as a part-time researcher. Because Ryan was an imperial baron and a swordsman, this wasn't too difficult to accomplish. After all, the Royal Apothecary Society was also an imperial organization. The most challenging part was finding the right person to introduce him, and Alyosha filled that role perfectly. By the time he returned to the sword-bearer branch, it was already late. Worn out all day, Ryan naturally fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, early in the morning, waking up at dawn, Ryan quickly washed up and headed to the mission hall. He first needed to verify the completion and claim the rewards for the 2 missions, serving as a security advisor in the trade zone and rescuing Alyosha. Javier had already coordinated the relevant communication and coordination matters, and the mission completion certification. However, Ryan still needed to go to the mission hall himself to claim the reward for the final mission. Additionally, the rescue mission for the Rock team was a bit more complex. Even with the certification letter, the sword-bearer branch would likely take some time to review and confirm. Soon, Ryan made his way through the lush garden with familiarity and arrived in front of the circular statue fountain. Directly behind the fountain was the sword-bearer branch's mission hall. Upon entering the hall, Ryan noticed that there were significantly more people coming and going than last time. It seemed that the attacks by the Sea tribe and the cult had led to a significant increase in the number of missions issued by the branch. Naturally, there were also more people handing over missions. However, despite the large number of people, there wasn't a lot of noise. Most familiar faces simply nodded or exchanged a few quiet greetings, their expressions generally serious or in a hurry. It seemed that this incident had put considerable pressure on the sword-bearer's Munster branch. As a newcomer, Ryan naturally had few friends to greet. The few he knew well, such as Ramil, were currently at the front lines accompanying their captain, Batista, for emergency treatment. However, the members of the Rock Squad will return to Munster soon after Captain Batista's injuries stabilize. Batista alone will also need to come to Munster for follow-up treatment. Ryan found a counter with a relatively short line and waited. The 3 people in front of him, 2 handing in tasks and 1 accepting one, each with only 1 task, so after about 7 or 8 minutes, it was Ryan's turn. "Hello, sir, how may I help you?" A beautiful female staff member saw Ryan approaching, stood up, smiled, and bowed. "Hello, please confirm that I've completed my temporary assignment," Ryan said, handing her his bronze badge. Upon hearing that Ryan was here to confirm the completion of his mission, the female staff member couldn't help but smile even more sweetly. She respectfully took the badge with both hands and said, "Yes, sir, please wait a moment." "I've checked, sir. You were previously serving as a security advisor in the Munster Trade Zone. Yesterday morning, the Munster Administrative Office sent a letter of completion to the branch." At this point, the attentive female staff member paused, realizing that Mr. Ryan's mission had only lasted a few days and had already been completed. This is extremely rare. Most sword bearers only last a month. However, there are exceptions. Some sword bearers with unique backgrounds may encounter this situation. The branch's evaluation of your mission is, 3 bronze medals plus 500 merit points? The female staff member's eyes widened in astonishment. Normally, wouldn't it usually be 1 bronze medal? There's a slight fluctuation, and it's rare to hear of 2. After all, these are temporary assignments for newly promoted officials. But this one before me. The female staff member double-checked, and then reviewed the mission completion report. Only then did she realize that the young man before her had actually killed a native, whose strength appeared to be that of a seasoned Grand Knight. Is that the case? Is there a problem? Ryan frowned slightly, glancing at the female clerk. Could it be that Lord Javier hadn't helped him contact the Munster Administrative Office? If there were problems with the first mission then... No. There's no problem, sir. It's just that your mission rating is quite high, which is rare. The total reward for your temporary assignment is 3 bronze medals and 500 merit points. Please confirm. The female clerk stood respectfully and handed Ryan a document for his signature. Ryan nodded. He already knew the relevant mission rating. Sir, you've earned 3 bronze medals this time, meeting the requirements for upgrading from a bronze badge to a silver badge. Could you please wait 2 minutes while I complete the badge upgrade? To a silver badge? Yes, sir. The promotion doesn't consume any medals. However, I need to speak to the Vice Minister of Affairs to activate your silver privileges, so you can take on subsequent silver-level missions. So, please wait a few minutes. Yes, all right, Ryan nodded. The female clerk, carrying documents, hurried to an office behind the counter. 2 minutes later, the female clerk hurried back, slightly out of breath, and handed Ryan a silver emblem, slightly larger than the bronze one. She said, Sir, we've got it done for you. This is your silver emblem. Please keep it. Your mission reward has also been entered. With this emblem, you can access and use your evaluation medals and merit points in any department of the Swordbearer branch. Thank you. Ryan took it and examined it. The silver emblem didn't appear to be made of pure silver, but rather mixed with other metals. The silver luster was beautiful. The image of a knight holding a long sword remained unchanged on the front, and his name remained on the back. Ryan then handed the silver emblem to the female staff member again, saying, There's another rescue mission. I think I've completed that too. Huh? Another one? The surprised female staff member took the emblem again and began to check. Normally, completed missions would be displayed. The female staff member couldn't help but look up a puzzled expression. Huh? There really is one. Is this a completed silver-level rescue mission? But this gentleman's emblem authority was only bronze. How could he have received a silver-level mission? The female staff member was a little confused. However, as a mere clerk, she naturally didn't question anything and quickly handled the matter according to the regulations. Soon, she was heard saying to Ryan, Sir, the branch has confirmed the rescue of the trapped personnel of the Royal Apothecary Association. The mission reward 2 silver medals and 1,500 merit points has been entered into your insignia. Okay, Ryan nodded. He already knew the rewards. Before embarking on the mission, Javier had bluntly told him that this was the maximum reward he could coordinate with the Munster Swordbearers branch to offer. Well, sir, you now have 2 silver and 3 bronze medals, as well as 14,341 merit points, 2,000 of which are rewards for these 2 missions. The young staff member had become somewhat immune to Ryan, and seeing over 10,000 merit points, she wasn't stumped. Ryan nodded. The amount was fine. He'd used up some merit points buying potions and training in the advanced Torrent chamber. Just as the female staff member was about to hand Ryan the silver badge again, Ryan waved his hand and said, Wait, there's another mission. This mission was originally assigned to the Rock team, but it's now being completed by Rock team and me. We've agreed to split the mission reward 60/40. Here's a letter of confirmation from Rock team. In fact, Ryan had originally wanted a 50-50 split. After all, he was just doing it for fun. But Batista insisted on a 70-30 split, and finally, after Ramil's persuasion, the stubborn Batista finally accepted a 60-40 split. Of course, 60-60 for Ryan, 40-40 for Rock team. As long as there was proof from the initial mission team, the Swordbearers branch would approve of this action. After all, it was a way to encourage mutual assistance among the teams and reduce casualties. The female staff member was slightly taken aback by Ryan's words. She hadn't heard correctly. Stone team? She had been working in the mission hall for 2.5 years. Of course, she knew that famous swordsman team, who had accomplished many difficult missions. When she took the letter of certification from Ryan and looked up the mission title, she was stunned. Investigate the disappearance of multiple elite Imperial forces, gold level. A Sea Clan altar has been discovered on an offshore island off the coast of Mayes County. Recently, 2 elite Imperial Army Special Forces, the Earthshakers, have gone missing and... Requirements: Thoroughly investigate the situation within 3 days. Reward: 3 gold medals for 1,500 merit points. Note: if survivors are discovered and rescued during the investigation, the reward will be increased. This mission has a base reward of 3 gold medals. I'm sorry, sir, but I don't have the necessary authority. You need to have Deputy Minister Alina handle this matter personally. Please wait, I report back. Okay. Ryan nodded. Then, with a slight hint of haste, the female clerk ran back to the Deputy Minister's office behind her. A burly swordsman standing in line behind Ryan was speechless as he watched Ryan practically slumped against the chair in front of him. Just now, he joined the line behind him because he saw the smallest queue. To his surprise, he was now the slowest of the group. He'd already been waiting for 15 minutes. What was that guy up front doing? What took so long? But had he just heard something vaguely? It seemed like the female staff member said she didn't have enough authority. The burly man looked at the female staff member as she left again, then at the young, unfamiliar Ryan, a look of suspicion on his face. He'd been the swordsman captain for 2.5 years, and he'd never once heard a female staff member mention insufficient authority when handling his case. Chapter 257. Soon, a capable young woman in an army uniform, with a pair of golden branches and 2 crescent moons on her shoulder straps, walked in. Is this Mr. Ryan? I'm Alina Field, Deputy Director of the Mission Hall. Hello, Mr. Ryan. The young woman greeted him politely with a smile. Hello, Deputy Director Alina. Ryan smiled and stood up. Mr. Ryan, we were about to send someone to look for you, but now that you've arrived at the Mission Hall, we're wondering if you have a moment. We'd like to ask you a few questions about the mission. Perhaps you don't understand, but this is the standard procedure for upgrading a mission rating. Alina added, seemingly noticing Mr. Ryan's hesitation and confusion. Okay, is this here? Mr. Ryan nodded. In the conference room right here. Please follow me. Alina smiled and nodded. The female staff member scurried to the side staff passage, quickly opened the partition, and ushered Ryan into the mission hall. Alina then led Ryan to a conference room inside the hall. After they sat down, Alina said with a smile, Sir Ryan, please wait a moment. Sir Yilmaz, the Mission Hall Affairs Officer, will be here shortly. He's also very interested in your mission. The burly man at the door had been with the sword bearer for 2.5 years. Naturally, he knew Alina, the Mission Hall's Deputy Affairs Officer, but they had never met before. It was said that he rarely intervened in ordinary gold-level missions. But he had just seen the Vice Minister, who had personally invited the young man to the conference room with a warm smile. The burly man was stunned for a moment. Less than a minute later, a Mission Hall officer named Yilmaz, wearing an army uniform with a pair of golden branches and a sun on his shoulder straps, also entered the conference room. Shit, what's going on? The burly man realizing he had underestimated the young man. However, looking at the empty counter in front of him, he couldn't help but be speechless. No way, I've been waiting in line for ages, and no one's processing my order. Suddenly, the young clerk came running out again. This made the burly man feel relieved. Big shot, small shot, what does it matter to me whether someone is powerful or not? After waiting for so long, it was finally my turn. However, as the young staff member approached, she bowed repeatedly and apologized, Excuse me, sir. We have to trouble you to go to another counter. She quickly pulled a sign from under the table and placed it on the table. It read, Not accepting applications yet. With that, she sprinted towards the conference room again. Fuck. Watching the young staff members retreating back, the burly man looked gloomy. Inside the conference room, the young staff member served each of the lords a cup of fragrant Yotan black tea and stood at the conference room door, acting as a waiter. Sir Ryan, this is Sir Yilmaz Little, our Mission Hall officer. Sir Yilmaz is very concerned about your mission. Furthermore, according to procedure, at least 2 people must be present for questioning, Alina introduced. Sir Yilmaz, hello. Ryan bowed slightly. As soon as the man entered, Ryan glanced at his epaulets. He saw he was an Imperial Major General. Sir Yilmaz, you're truly young. First of all, I'd like to thank you for supporting Team Stone and rescuing the 2 remaining Earthshakers. Sir, I'm also a sword bearer, and this is my duty. I'm very pleased that you think so, Sir Yilmaz. Sir Yilmaz, since the mission you and Team Stone have completed together may be upgraded to a diamond-level mission, regulations require further verification. Simply put, I need you to provide some mission details for verification. Diamond-level mission? Ryan raised his brow slightly and said, Well, Sir Yilmaz, please tell me. First, the the strength of the enemies you encountered. According to the report from the Stone Squad, Sir Ryan, you killed 2 female Naga leaders? Is there any proof of this? My apologies. The intelligence indicates that the female Naga leader's combat power has reached the peak Grand Knight level. Although Sir Ryan performed exceptionally well in the sword wielder assessment, some in the branch remain skeptical. I understand. As for witnesses, the rescued members of the Earthshaker, Ripper, and Raptor squads should be able to corroborate this. Yumaz nodded and said, We've already sent inquiries to the individuals you mentioned. Are there any others? Well, there's also Ms. Alyosha from the Royal Apothecary Association. She should be able to prove it, Ryan added. Yumaz was slightly startled and glanced at Alina, who nodded. Okay, Lord Ryan, Lord Yumaz is asking, do you have any relevant physical evidence? Alina asked. I'm sorry, the situation was urgent, and I didn't have time to retrieve the bodies of the 2 four-armed Naga. Ryan shook his head. Well, that's a shame. We could have ascended further. Yumaz shook his head slightly, feeling a bit sorry. Knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Come in. The female staff member who had greeted Ryan hurried in, holding a box. She approached Alina and whispered, Sir, this is an image stone that the Earthshaker Cleft Bear squad had the Griffin Knight bring back. It's said to record some footage of Lord Ryan rescuing them. The provider is Alexandra Bullock, a regular member of the Earthshaker Cleft Bear squad. According to the Griffin Knight, Alexandra initially didn't want to share it, wanting to keep it for herself. The female staff member's fair face flushed slightly as she spoke. Ryan was also slightly surprised. He hadn't expected someone from the Cleft Bear squad to record footage of his battle. Alexandra? That big-hipped knight? Okay. As the video played. Although the image stone had no sound, the recorded footage was crystal clear. When Yumaz and Alina saw dozens of white-scaled murlocs falling outward in a massive fan-shaped formation, like harvested wheat, they were stunned. With such a powerful display, there was no need to watch the rest. But, isn't Baron Ryan skilled with a hammer? When did he actually master the secrets of sonic techniques? What a hidden talent! I believe there should be no problem in killing 2 Naga leaders, Lord Ryan, Yumaz said with a smile. My second question is, Team Rock mentioned that at the end, you encountered a giant Naga whose power reached the level of a Tidal Knight, correct? Tidal Knight? Is this a level above Grand Knight? Ryan frowned slightly and quickly replied, Sir Yumaz, I'm not entirely clear on the definition of a Tidal Knight, but that giant Naga was significantly larger than an average male blood-cursed Naga. Also, according to Miss Alyosha's translation of the Sea Tribe language, this giant Naga seems to be called Tide Piercer Rulgats. Yumaz nodded and said, Tide Piercer? That's right. Titles have existed since ancient times. This should be the title of the giant Naga you encountered. Rulgat should be his name. Tidal Knight, for example, is like Sir Yumaz. Your Meister Battering Ram can be considered a smaller-scale title, Alina explained with a smile. It's just that the Imperial Knight title is given to those who have reached a certain level of strength, have been recognized by the Empire, and have been granted an official title. We are curious about the captain of the Rock Squad, Master Batista, who was seriously injured during the confrontation, and is currently receiving treatment. How did Master Ryan escape unscathed? Of course, if it involves any of your secrets, Master Ryan is not obliged to answer. It will not affect the mission evaluation. It's not an inconvenience at all, said Ryan. Revealing one's strength? In the Sword-Bearer branch, regardless of the probability of enemy infiltration, a modest display of strength would actually be more beneficial than harmful, and would earn the Sword-Bearer's higher-ups greater attention. Besides, he had only revealed a portion of his current strength. If an enemy truly used this as a criterion to attack him, perhaps by then, he would have made further progress. However, Ryan looked around and asked, Do you have a hammer? The weapon he had acquired from Skullcrusher Volid, the Skull Hammer. Because the hammer head was made from a shrunken human skull, and it was a one-handed hammer, Ryan had never carried it with him. However, this time, after mastering the advanced technique of Crushing Hammer, Ryan felt he could put it to use. Because the advanced technique of Crushing Hammer had transcended the two-handed hammer technique of Talker Hammer, it had reached a level that could be used with any hammer, whether two-handed or one-handed. A battle hammer? No. No. You don't need a demonstration, just an explanation. Alina said quickly, stunned. Haha, Lord Ryan, even the obsidian giant couldn't withstand a blow from your hammer, let alone this conference room. Yumaz couldn't help but laugh. This made Ryan's face suddenly clear. He had misunderstood. Ryan said briskly, That's because I've mastered the advanced secrets of hammermanship. What? Yuma's smiling face suddenly froze. Advanced secrets? The young woman Alina's beautiful eyes widened, her lips slightly parted. The two had seen many talented knights. But the information showed that this Baron Ryan was only 16 years old. And he had already comprehended the advanced secret? What an unparalleled talent. At least in Munster, in the sword-bearer branch, they had never heard of such a gifted young man. After a few seconds, Yumaz, having regained his composure, spoke. Sir Ryan, when did you comprehend the advanced secret? You probably hadn't during the sword-bearer assessment, right? Otherwise, the obsidian giant wouldn't have simply fallen. Yes. I comprehended it during this battle. To be more precise, I comprehended it during the battle with the Nada commander. So that's how it is. With the advanced secret, you do have a chance of fighting against title knights. Yumaz's face dawned with realization. Alina, standing beside him, was diligently writing something down. I've finished my questions. Sir Ryan, do you have anything else to add regarding the mission? Yumaz said with a smile. Currently, we have the report submitted by the Rock team, the capable young woman Alina added. If Sir Ryan has any additional information, and if it's verified to be true and significant, the reward may be increased. After listening, Ryan's face showed a thoughtful expression. Ryan knew the contents of the Rock team's report. Ramil had given him a general overview, and the letter of verification contained even more details. He was now hesitating whether to talk about the Bronze Gate. After all, he had only seen through the water film at the time, so he couldn't be sure if it was the true view inside. However, it seems I can tell you about it. As for its authenticity and importance, I let the higher-ups decide. But at least if the information is useful, the reward can be increased. After a moment's thought, Ryan said, I also saw some unusual scenes at the time, but I can't guarantee their authenticity. Of course, Your Excellency, please go ahead. As for the authenticity of the information, we have personnel dedicated to verifying it. Yumaz, smiling broadly, had just learned that Ryan had mastered advanced mysteries, which had heightened his regard for him. Ryan nodded. That would be great. Deep in the cave, I saw a nearly transparent film of water emitting a pale blue hue. Through it, I could see another hall inside. Yumaz nodded. This situation is quite normal. Most ruins have multiple halls. There's a group of people busy inside. Judging by the patterns on their robes, they appear to be members of the Poseidon cult, Ryan continued. It's indeed the Poseidon cult. We've also received this information from other sources. Lord Ryan's intelligence further confirms it, Yumaz said, his face grim. Lord Ryan, if this is all the information, it's not enough to warrant a reward. You know, we already have the relevant information. Alina, assuming Ryan had finished, said apologetically. These are Poseidon cult members, gathered around an altar. Braziers at each corner burned with faint green flames, and in the center, a 7 to 8 meter tall, multi-armed stone Nada was enshrined. Oh! Yumaz and Alina exchanged a glance, their faces visibly solemn. This situation hadn't been mentioned by the previous exploration team. Also, I personally feel that the altar is for the bronze metal gate several dozen meters high at the end of the hall. Metal gate? Both of them were immediately surprised. Sir Ryan, do you see any patterns on the gate? Alina asked quickly. The pattern is quite complex. I could only make out shells and conchs. You know, at a distance, I could only barely make them out. Ryan nodded. Shells and conchs? Yumaz muttered, standing up involuntarily. I understand. Yumaz muttered to himself. A few minutes later, Yumaz sat up straight, a smile on his face. He said, Sir Ryan, the information you provided this time is extremely valuable. We've always known that the Sea Cult was behind the Sea Clan's attack, but their true purpose was unclear. The information you provided this time may point to a very likely motive. They are attempting to unlock a location sealed by the goddess of monsoons and the sea long ago. We generally call it a forbidden gate. Forbidden gate? Ryan asked with confusion. Yes, there are more than one such forbidden gates, but they are all said to be sealed by righteous gods. Actually, I'd also like to know what lies within this forbidden gate. However, it's not worth anticipating. According to past experience, the opening of a forbidden gate often leads to adverse consequences, even disasters. Okay, now let's discuss the branch's assessment of your mission. Because you encountered a title knight level enemy, the Tide Piercer you just mentioned, the mission reward has been increased from 3 gold medals and 4,500 merit points to 4 gold medals and 5,500 merit points. Adding to the information you just provided about the Forbidden Gate, the reward has been increased again, bringing the total to 6 gold medals and 7,000 merit points. Sir Ryan, according to the agreement between you and Team Rock, You will receive 4 gold medals and 4,000 merit points. I wonder if Sir Ryan has any objections to this, Yumez said with a smile. For gold medals? Ryan's eyebrows raised, his heart instantly overjoyed. This meant he no longer needed to take out a loan. He could pay in full for the medals and merit points needed to redeem the atomizer, the defensive level 1 fire spell, and the metal transmutation spell. He hadn't expected the news about the mysterious metal door to be so significant. Of course not. Thank you, Your Excellency Yumez. Ryan bowed slightly in gratitude. Your Excellency Ryan, your authority has also been upgraded to gold. Alina smiled and waved. The female staff member hurried over, carrying a tray. On the tray lay a golden, round emblem the size of a child's fist. Ryan was slightly startled. After all, the silver emblem had barely warmed in his hand, and it had already been replaced with a gold one. This speed was truly too fast. Ryan picked up the gold emblem from the tray and handed the silver emblem to the female staff member. The pattern on the heavy golden emblem became even more vivid. Of course, the gold itself wasn't important. What mattered was the honor and authority it represented. By the way, Lord Ryan, I heard all your weapons were damaged this time, Yumez asked. Yes. I suggest Lord Ryan visit the exchange hall later. They can contact the forging masters there to order weapons. While it takes time, the sooner you order, the sooner you receive them. Thank you for the reminder. Lord Yumez, Lady Alina, if there's nothing else, I take my leave. Ryan stood up and said. After leaving the mission hall, Ryan immediately headed for the exchange hall. After all, Ryan had long awaited the atomizing potion, the defensive level 1 fire spell, and the metal transfiguration spell. Turning left twice, Ryan arrived at the branch's special item exchange hall, a majestic 3-story white stone building. When Ryan entered the spacious, tall-ceilinged exchange hall, he noticed that, like the quest hall, there were more people coming and going than last time. It didn't take long before it was Ryan's turn. The young woman stood up and smiled. Greetings, sir. How may I help you? I need to exchange a few items, Ryan said, handing her his freshly minted gold badge. The girl paused, as if surprised that Ryan, despite his youth, possessed a gold badge, but she quickly took it respectfully with both hands and placed it into its specially designed slot. I need to exchange for atomized potion. Wait! Suddenly, a thought occurred to Ryan. In his haste, he seemed to have overlooked something. His privileges had been upgraded. This meant he could now access higher-level redemption items. So, was there a chance there might be better spells to choose from? Please check for me first. I can redeem all fire-based, defensive-level spells. Yes, sir. Sir, you are currently at gold level. According to regulations, you can only view the list of redeemable items for diamond level. Currently, I have found 2 items. Please see the wisdom slate, the young staff member said. Only 1 level higher. Ryan clearly remembered that when he was at bronze level, he could view items across 2 levels. Could it be that the higher level special items were kept secret? At this moment, the wisdom slate in front of Ryan refreshed with several lines of white text. A quick glance at it left Ryan slightly disappointed. Because the wisdom slate still displayed the same 2 items. Ring of Fire Resistance and Flame Shield. The first level fire spell, Flame Guard, that Ryan had heard Nia mention earlier, wasn't listed. Ryan examined the wisdom slate again. Source: provided by the Seth School. Source: provided by the Char School. Could it be that certain spells are unique to certain schools or individuals? After all, no matter how powerful the sword-bearers are, they can't possibly have a comprehensive knowledge of all spells. Guess I have to ask someone about this, Ryan thought. Hello, could you help me look up metal spells? Okay, wait a moment. The girl began to search quickly. A minute later, Ryan looked at the wisdom slate, which still only displayed metal transfiguration, and shook his head slightly. Exchange me for aerosol potion, fire resistance ring, and metal transmutation. Yes, sir. The young staff member's eyes sparkled. It was rare for her to come across so many high-value, special items exchanged at once. Quickly, the girl handed Ryan a rectangular, brown, wooden box and said, Sir, this contains the aerosol potion. I recommend that you consider taking it in the quiet room in the training hall. If you experience any discomfort, you can contact a physician immediately. For other precautions, please refer to the instructions inside the box. Ryan took the box and nodded. Also, since this is your first time exchanging a magic scroll, as per regulations, you will need to sign a confidentiality agreement. The agreement primarily contains terms that are limited to your personal use. As the girl spoke, she handed over a scroll radiating a magical aura. Ryan took the scroll and opened it. As expected, the main stipulation was that rewards redeemed from Imperial sword bearers, including but not limited to sorcery, extraordinary combat skills, and other knowledge, were to be used by the individual and not disseminated without permission. This was naturally no problem, and Ryan immediately signed with his quill. At this moment, the young staff member smiled sweetly and handed Ryan 2 parchment scrolls containing sorcery. "Sir, is there anything else you need?" "No, thank you." Ryan stood up and left. A few minutes later, Ryan returned to his room. He set the wooden box containing the aerosol mixture aside, thought for a moment, and then, somewhat impatiently, opened the parchment scroll containing the metal transfiguration technique and began to peruse it. Chapter 258. Metal Transfiguration. Ryan softly pronounced the name of this new spell. After carefully examining it several times, Ryan quickly realized that the difficulty of visualizing the spell model for this new spell, Metal Transfiguration, was far greater than that of the previous spells he had learned: Scorching Touch, High Temperature Field, and Blazing Light. It was even several times more difficult than the metal-related spell, Sharpening. Ryan had anticipated this, because this was a level 1 spell. In terms of level, both Sharpening and Blazing Light, which he had previously learned, were merely apprentice-level spells. So, even with Ryan's current 39 points of mental power, learning Metal Transfiguration was not easy. Since he had previously planned to exchange for Metal Transfiguration, Ryan had already prepared a number of iron ingots, copper ingots, and other metal ingots in a corner of his room. After spending considerable time memorizing the spell's structure, Ryan walked to a corner, picked up a heavy iron ingot, and began experimenting. For Ryan, he had a system. A single success would be permanently engraved on his class panel. So, even though the spell was incredibly difficult, Ryan remained confident he could master it quickly. After spending over an hour and failing dozens of times, Ryan, with beads of sweat already forming on his forehead, finally succeeded. As Metal Transfiguration was performed, the rectangular iron ingot held in Ryan's right hand began to transform at a remarkable speed. After a few seconds, it transformed into the shape of a dagger. Ryan estimated it took about 3 seconds. Surprised, his brow furrowed as a thought struck him. He examined the blade carefully for a few moments, testing its sharpness with his fingers, a thoughtful expression on his face. A moment later, Ryan chanted the spell again, casting Metal Transfiguration. Soon, the dagger transformed again, this time into a delicate little hammer. It looked very much like a common blacksmith's hammer. However, whereas a common blacksmith's hammer is usually made of iron only at the head, this little hammer, including the head, is entirely iron. After swinging the hammer a few times, Ryan's face lit up with satisfaction. Putting the hammer aside, Ryan folded his arms across his chest and paced back and forth across the room, lost in thought. The dagger's blade is a bit soft. This is because the dagger formed through Metal Transfiguration hasn't been quenched and hardened. If used in combat, the sharp weapon's destructive power will be significantly reduced. The hammer is much better. The impact isn't as significant. Ryan thought about it. Basically, whether it's bronze, wrought iron, or steel, sharp weapons require quenching to enhance the hardness and sharpness of the blade. In this case, I need to find a special metal or alloy to complement this Metal Transfiguration to achieve the best possible power. No! Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Ryan. He cast Metal Transfiguration again, transforming the small hammer in his hand back into dagger form. Immediately afterwards, Ryan cast another metal-related spell, Sharpening. With the successful casting of Sharpening, a dazzling, water-like silver light suddenly appeared on the surface of the dagger in Ryan's hand. Ryan picked up an iron ingot with his left hand and began to cut it with the dagger in his right. Under the influence of Sharpening, the process was not difficult. This immediately made Ryan's face light with joy. If Sharpening is used in conjunction with it, the metal material requirements may not need to be very high. Hardened adamantine ingots or blood-veined steel will be more than sufficient. I don't need to seek out rare or precious metals. Huh? Wait, the Sharpening I just cast seems to be much more effective than before. Suddenly, Ryan realized something. He could clearly sense the change. The power had increased by at least 10% or 20%. That's not right. Sharpness is still at level 1, 90/100. The level hasn't increased. Ryan glanced at the Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent, class panel. Could it be because of my increased mental power? That's not right. It's been quite a while since my mental power reached 39 points. Ryan frowned, puzzled, and flipped to the attribute panel, checking each item. When he saw the talent intermediate steel body, Ryan's eyes narrowed, and a sudden thought struck him. Could it be because of that talent point upgrade to primary steel body? Ryan muttered to himself. He remembered it clearly. Back then, when primary steel body was upgraded to intermediate steel body, his body glowed with a silver-gray metallic halo. This aura was very similar to the one created when casting the sharpness spell, flowing across his body like mercury, then receding and disappearing. But that's impossible. I've never heard of a person's elemental affinity changing. Ryan was certain of this. He had discussed this with Nia Usman of the Warlock family. Also, ancient texts had mentioned it, but it was almost unheard of for a person's elemental affinity to change. But if it's true, as I suspect, that increasing the steel body talent will increase my affinity for metals, Ryan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. That means metal magic is more suitable as my innate magic. I remember Nia tested me once. My fire affinity was 71, and my metal affinity was 72, both of which are above average. No, I have to go to the training hall right away. There's a test crystal there. At this moment, Ryan also noticed a system notification. You've learned metal transfiguration, and your understanding of it has improved. You've learned a new skill. Metal transfiguration. Your metal transfiguration skill has improved, and your experience points have increased by 1. However, Ryan was preoccupied with his elemental affinity, and didn't look closely. Instead, he left the room and quickly walked towards the training building. When Ryan entered the first floor training hall, he saw the same receptionist he had met before, guiding him a short distance ahead. When the receptionist saw Ryan enter, her eyes lit up. She stepped forward and asked enthusiastically, "Hello, Sir Ryan. How can I help you?" "Hello. I'm here to take the elemental affinity test." "Huh?" The girl's beautiful eyes widened. Could it be that this incredibly powerful Lord Ryan is also planning to pursue a wizard path? It's not that there aren't many people in the Swordbearer branch who pursue both the knight and wizard paths. On the contrary, it's not uncommon. It's just that it's rare to find someone like Ryan, someone with exceptional knightly talent who also practices sorcery. What's wrong? No, nothing, Lord Ryan. The elemental affinity test is on the 3rd floor. I take you up, the receptionist said with a smile, immediately realizing the situation. Okay. Ryan followed the receptionist up the stairs, circling the wall. By the way, where is the 2nd floor? Ryan asked casually. The last time he was here, he'd mainly been to the 1st floor rapids and advanced rapids, and he hadn't really known what was on the 2nd floor. Sir, the rooms on the 2nd floor are mainly used by instructors who teach small classes, guiding sword-wielding masters in mastering various types of extraordinary combat techniques. There are also massage rooms and attack power testing rooms. A massage room? Ryan couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Yes, sir. Well, Sir Ryan, actually my massage techniques are quite good. The receptionist, seeing Ryan's expression, assumed he was interested in massages. Her pretty face flushed as she offered herself. Well, maybe next time. I'm busy right now. Ryan didn't think much of it. This time, he was preoccupied with testing his elemental affinity, so naturally, he had no time for a massage. Yes, sir. This made the receptionist feel a little discouraged, but the thought that Lord Ryan hadn't refused outright cheered her up. By the way, what's that attack power testing room you mentioned? Ryan asked again. Oh, that's where the swordbearers test the power of their own extraordinary combat skills. There's also a testing room for sorcery on the 3rd floor, the girl said quickly. I see, Ryan nodded. He had a general understanding of the layout of the entire training building. The 2nd floor is mainly for swordbearers on the knight path. For example, small classes. Different instructors teach different extraordinary combat skills. It's quite good. Ryan had already thought about it. Next time he wanted to improve his lock and axe and shield skills, he might come here. It should save some skill points. As for the 3rd floor, it should be for swordbearers on the wizard path. Soon, Ryan followed the welcoming girl to the 3rd floor. Sir, this is the room for testing elemental affinity. Someone will be there to greet you. I take you there, the girl said with a smile. Okay, thank you. Ryan noticed the door to the room was wide open, revealing several small rooms within, seemingly empty. That's right. Everyone's elemental affinity is innate. Barring the influence of some supreme power like a deity, it remains constant throughout life, naturally requiring no frequent testing. As Ryan entered the room, a young woman quickly approached him, her voice crisp. Sir, how may I help you? I'd like to perform an elemental affinity test. Okay, sir. This service will cost you 5 merit points. Is that acceptable to you? Yes, Ryan nodded. The girl led Ryan to another inner compartment. Upon entering, Ryan's eyes were greeted by a prismatic crystal significantly taller than the Usman family's crystal, reaching 2 meters in height, its cross-section also equilaterally triangular. The room was surrounded by white walls, devoid of any wall lamps or other lighting. This was because the paint on the walls emitted a faint white glow. Sir, the method for using this test crystal is simple. Simply hold it, concentrate your mind, and mobilize as many energy particles as possible. The girl explained with simple gestures. Yes, Ryan nodded. Without hesitation, Ryan grasped the crystal prism, which was nearly as tall as himself, with both hands, closed his eyes, and concentrated. As Ryan infused his mental energy, the prismatic crystal quickly emanated a brilliant white light. Simultaneously, the previously transparent prism began to surge with a multicolored glow. Soon, the light gradually stabilized. Ryan opened his eyes and took a look. The top layer of the prismatic crystal held a silver mist, while in the center was a red mist. The silver mist was noticeably longer than the red. The bottom of the crystal was a patchwork of colors, negligible. Hello, sir. You possess an extremely rare affinity for metal elements. And it's even top tier. The girl exclaimed in amazement. Top tier? Ryan's heart trembled. Sure enough, his metal affinity had changed. Before Ryan could ask, the girl volunteered the data. Sir, your metal affinity is 84.2, which is top tier and truly rare. Second is your fire affinity, at 71.8, which is above average and also quite good. Metal affinity 84.2. Ryan remembered it clearly. When Naya tested him before, his metal affinity was only 72, but now it's 84.2. No wonder the power of his spells has increased so significantly. The higher the affinity for a particular element, the stronger the spell, given the same conditions. This means that now, when Ryan casts metal spells, they're significantly more powerful than before. The key point is that he should still have the potential to gain talent points and upgrade his steel body talent. This means his metal affinity could potentially reach even higher levels, significantly increasing the power of Ryan's metal spells. Remember, increasing your spell control only increases casting speed, not spell power. The easiest way to increase spell power is to improve your mental strength. The problem is, improving mental strength requires months of practice and meditation. Furthermore, most wizards of the same level, such as first-level wizards, have very little difference in mental power, making the magical power boosted by elemental affinity all the more valuable. So now, Ryan faced a happy dilemma. A dilemma no one else would ever have. He had originally planned to advance to full wizard status by studying fire-based magic, level 1 defense magic, the fire resist ring, and using it with atomizing potions. But now, not pursuing the metal-based path seemed a real shame. Sir? The young woman whispered, noticing the young swordsman, whose rare talent froze in his tracks. Oh, nothing. Sir, do you need any other tests? For example, total mental power, understanding of sorcery models, etc., the girl asked. No, thank you. Ryan was currently focused on choosing his path in sorcery. He could always come back whenever he wanted to take the test. Sir, regarding the study of metal magic, there are no instructors at this branch who specifically teach that. However, there are 2 instructors who teach fire magic. Next time. Ryan waved his hand and left the 3rd floor. All the way there, Ryan continued to ponder. The problem is, if I choose metal magic, there are too few spells. Of course, some wizarding schools may have some metal magic. For example, the Bishio Constructor School, which offers metal transfiguration, should definitely have more than 1 metal transfiguration spell. But I need to confirm this. Thinking, Ryan quickly turned and headed to the Swordbearer Branch Library. Inside the library. Greetings, sir. How may I assist you? A beautiful young staff member saw Ryan approaching, stood up, and bowed. Please help me research some information on metal magic, Ryan said, offering him his golden badge. Yes, sir. Please wait a moment. The young woman respectfully took the badge with both hands and began to search rapidly. I've found it, sir. There are 11 ancient books related to metal magic. Introduction to Ancient Metal Magic, Application of Metal Magic in Constructivism, Introduction to Ancient Metal Magic Steel Barrier. Borrow all 11 books. The girl fluttered her eyes at Ryan. 11 books? You can finish them. Any questions? No problem, sir. The total borrowing price is 110 merit points. Swish. Quickly, Ryan returned to his room with a pile of thick rubbings and immediately began to read eagerly. Ryan used a search-based, speed-reading method. 2 hours later, he quickly figured out a few things. First, the book The Application of Metal Magic in Equipment Manufacturing states that the Empire has first-level metal magic spells like Mercury Sword and Steel Ball Crushing, and second-level metal magic spells like Iron Spike Combo. However, due to the special application of metal magic in equipment manufacturing, it is strictly controlled by the Empire. Simply put, if Ryan wanted to obtain metal magic from official channels, he would have to further improve his status or authority. In addition, some wizard schools also have some metal magic spells. For example, the application of metal magic in construction records that the Bishio Construction School has second and even third-level metal magic. This school specializes in the study of metal puppets and war colossi, and its membership is very limited. After all, without an affinity for metal elements, research in this field is simply impossible. Also, many ancient texts record that metal transfiguration is a very important metal magic, providing varying degrees of bonuses to other metal magics. And so on. So, it seems that having metal magic as a natural magic isn't impossible. The more Ryan thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. At this moment, Ryan suddenly remembered that he hadn't checked the previous system prompt. Immediately, he flipped through it. He saw a brand new icon at the top of the icons below the Wizard Apprentice Transcendent panel. The icon depicted a twisted, deformed metal column, flanked by a hand, with short arcs running between them. These arcs formed a series of circles, seemingly symbolizing a hand facing the metal column, releasing some mysterious vibrations that caused the column to twist and deform. Also, beneath the icon was a line of small text: Metal Transfiguration Level 1, 1/100, Metal Transfiguration Level 1 effect. Consumes a certain amount of mental energy to activate surrounding metallic energy particles using a specific sorcery model, altering the shape of the metal in the host's hand. Note: Metal Transfiguration is a continuously channeled sorcery. The speed of transformation is directly proportional to the level of control and mental energy, and inversely proportional to the amount of metal transformed and the type of metal. Ryan read the text in the annotation several times. He had long anticipated that the speed of transformation was proportional to the level of mastery. The fact that it was proportional to mental power wasn't anything special. The several apprentice-level sorcery he'd mastered before were all proportional to mental power. However, the type of metal is inversely proportional to the amount of metal transformed. That's a bit annoying. Ryan muttered to himself. He had overlooked this point in his previous test. Quickly, he picked up the 2 iron ingots he had prepared and tested the metal transformation technique again. Sure enough, the transformation into a hammer took about 4 seconds, up from the original 3 seconds due to the increased number of ingots. This immediately made Ryan frown. After some thought, Ryan tested the transformation of several iron ingots, roughly the weight of a 2-handed warhammer. It took a full 10 seconds to transform the dozen or so ingots into the original shape of the pig-headed hammer. The situation before him suddenly made Ryan's face turn a little grim. Although it was currently at level 1, it could be upgraded later. Even with each level increase, the casting time could be reduced by 20%. So level 2 would be about 8 seconds. Level 3 would be a little over 6 seconds. Level 4 a little over 5 seconds, and level 5 4 seconds. Level 8 would be 2 seconds. Ryan did some mental math. He realized that even level 10 would take about 1.5 seconds. It seemed fast, but the problem was, it was still quite different from what Ryan had envisioned. Previously, Ryan had envisioned weapons transforming instantly during combat, like a great sword suddenly transforming into a scythe, catching the enemy off guard and instantly struck. Or perhaps, a warhammer in his hand would instantly transform into a tower shield, blocking sudden attacks, and so on. Battles between great knights weren't measured in seconds, but in tenths of a second, or even less. This meant that even if Ryan upgraded it to level 10, it would still be an order of magnitude off. No! And the metal type. Ryan's heart sank. He had discovered a bigger problem. Immediately, he quickly walked to the corner of the room and picked up a handle-shaped fragment of hardened adamantium. It was the handle of his shattered pighead hammer. A few seconds later, Ryan's face was horrified. He had just tested it, and hardened adamantium was much harder to process than an iron ingot of the same weight. It took him almost a full 20 seconds to transform the hardened adamantium ingot into its original pig-headed hammer form. This was simply. In other words, his previous idea of instant transformation in battle was practically impossible. Unless metal transfiguration became a natural sorcery, the mental energy consumption would be significantly reduced, while the casting speed would be greatly increased. But how could that be possible? Metal transfiguration isn't a defensive sorcery. After a moment's thought, Ryan took a deep breath and composed himself. He decided to put metal transfiguration aside for now. Just then, Ryan spotted a wooden box containing an atomized potion on the table. Carelessly opening the box, a bottle of potion emitting a deep blue hue dotted with golden starlight appeared before him. Seeing such a beautiful atomized potion, Ryan couldn't help but pick it up and examine it carefully. At that moment, a system notification suddenly appeared. Ding! Detected that the host has obtained the atomized potion, triggering a class change. Wizard, Legendary. Prerequisites for advancement to Wizard, Legendary are 1. Wizard qualification. 2. Spirit 30 points or above. 3. Basic meditation will rune, 2424. 4. Master any one level 1 sorcery. 5. Atomized potion. If the current conditions are met, yes/no to advance to Wizard, Legendary. Note, after advancing to Wizard, Legendary, the Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent, class panel will be overwritten. I haven't even learned Resist Fire Ring yet, so why? Ryan asked in confusion. Instantly Ryan froze in place. He figured it out. When he triggered the prerequisites for advancing to Flame Walker, Legendary, he still remembered the fourth one, master the level 1 fire sorcery, Flame Guard. The system's description never mentioned defensive sorcery. What was the origin of this term? Ryan thought carefully again. This is what Nia Usman, a descendant of the Warlock family, had said to him at the time. Wizards have discovered that the best choice for this fixed magic model is defensive-oriented first-level magic. In ancient times, many wizards chose offensive magic. But later, they discovered that when facing assassins or stealth monsters, I took it for granted before. It turns out that metal transfiguration can be a natural magic. I have the natural talent of intermediate steel body, which already gives me strong defense. If my talent continues to improve, it should be no weaker than a first-level defensive magic. That's right. Also, metal transfiguration, transforming into a shield or armor, isn't that also a defensive magic? Ryan's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 259. For a typical third-level wizard apprentice, even if they obtain the atomization potion and meet all other requirements for advancement, they still have to proceed with extreme caution if they want to successfully advance to wizard status. After all, becoming a full wizard is extremely difficult, and failure is always a possibility. But Ryan is different. He can complete the advancement process with a 100% success rate in a very short time. With Ryan silently saying yes, the advancement begins immediately. Class change begins. Continuous transformation. Host's mental power increases significantly. Activate atomization. Ding! Class change to Wizard, Legendary successful. +3 Constitution, +3 Strength, +3 Agility, +3 Spirit. Gain the Wizard, Legendary, Talent Spell, Metal Transfiguration. Instantly, Ryan seemed to break free from some deep-seated imprisonment within his mind. In a cryptic state, Ryan sensed a three-dimensional structure in his mind, identical to the Metal Transfiguration model. It seemed to be composed of some kind of crystallized spiritual power. A thin, silvery mist enveloped the structure. Is this spiritual power atomization? Is the three-dimensional structure an innate sorcery? Ryan couldn't tell if this thing, existing only in his perception, was a physical object or merely a mental entity. But one thing Ryan was certain of, he now seemed to perceive the world at a deeper level. He could sense the excitement and joy of every cell in his body, as well as the subtlest changes in his surroundings. Even a speck of dust drifting behind him could be traced by him if he so desired. On the system panel, the original Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent, panel had vanished, replaced by the Wizard, Legendary, class panel. The entire panel glowed with a unique blue light, almost identical to the blue light of the previous Weapon Master, Legendary, class. The flood of system notifications on the screen made Ryan's eyes dazzled. But every item displayed for the new class was important, so Ryan carefully read each one. Swish. Spirit increased by 13 points. All other attributes increased by 3 points each. Talent Spell, Metal Transfiguration. Metal Transfiguration, Talent Spell, Effect. Consumes a small amount of mental energy to solidify the spell model, attracting surrounding metallic energy particles, rapidly changing the shape of the metal in the host's hand. Note, Metal Transfiguration is a continuous, channeled spell. The speed of transformation is directly proportional to the metal element's affinity and mental power, and inversely proportional to the amount of metal being transformed and the type of metal. Ryan carefully examined a few keywords. Small amount of mental power, quick, and a look of delight crossed his face. Sure enough, this innate spell significantly reduces mental power consumption and significantly increases transformation speed. It's like the innate ability possessed by certain ferocious beasts. It's incredibly quick, effortless, and almost instinctive. Now I can perform metal transfiguration myself. As he progressed through the ranks of a full-fledged wizard, having solidified metal transfiguration into a natural spell, Ryan naturally wanted to test the effects of this innate spell. He walked over to the table and picked up the iron dagger he had used for testing. With a mere thought, instantly, the iron dagger transformed into a small hammer. Its speed was so fast, it was practically instantaneous. This brought a brilliant smile to Ryan's face. However, the dagger's metal content is too low. I need to get a bigger one. After taking a look, Ryan quickly walked to the side and picked up the pseudo-pighead hammer he had previously transformed from over 10 iron ingots. As Ryan cast metal transfiguration, the pseudo-pighead hammer transformed into a thick tower shield in approximately 0.2 to 0.3 seconds. Then, it quickly transformed into a two-handed great sword. Finally, it transformed back into the shape of a pighead hammer. Though not as instantaneous as the dagger, these transformations took very little time. This result pleased Ryan greatly. It seems that solidifying metal transfiguration as a natural sorcery has paid off so far. The effectiveness of metal transfiguration has now fully met Ryan's expectations. It can transform suddenly at any time during battle, catching the enemy by surprise. Of course, metal transfiguration is not without its flaws. For example, although Ryan could quickly transform an iron ingot into a solid iron ball, or transform his shield into a javelin to perform a ranged attack, he still needed to exert force and throw the ball to strike the enemy. The iron ball couldn't automatically strike the enemy. In other words, Ryan's metal transfiguration itself lacked ranged attack capabilities. However, this wasn't really a disadvantage for Ryan, because Ryan possessed a legendary profession: Weapon Master. Metal transfiguration, combined with Ryan's weapon mastery, allowed him to transform into a variety of weapons, using the most appropriate weapon and exceptional combat skills to confront the enemy. Meanwhile, the administration building, adjacent to the newcomer building. Admiral Edward's office was located in the southernmost room at the top of the administration building, a spacious room with a superb view. At this moment, Admiral Edward was chatting with an elderly man dressed in a gorgeous red robe, his face both kind and majestic. Suddenly, the elder frowned slightly, as if sensing something. This struck Admiral Edward as odd, so he curiously asked, "Archbishop Gomez, what's wrong?" "Nothing, I just seem to sense a new wave of spiritual energy, not far away." It felt like someone was being promoted to a full-fledged wizard, but the wave lasted only briefly, so it was a bit strange. Admiral Edward couldn't help but laugh. He stood up, looked out the window, and said, "Your Excellency, perhaps your perception is too acute. What wizard apprentice, who becomes a full-fledged wizard, doesn't return to their family? At the very least, they're in the quiet room of the training building. If it were the training building, you wouldn't be able to sense it from such a distance. Well, it's most likely the vibration of a magical item." Archbishop Gomez nodded, agreeing that his old friend Admiral Edward had a point. Looking out the window, he could see the street in front of the sword-bearer branch. As for the other side of the street, it was too far away. Despite his keen senses, he couldn't possibly feel it. The rest of the area was within the sword-bearer branch's area. If a sword-bearer had been promoted to a full-fledged wizard, his old friend Edward would surely know more about it than he did. "By the way, Your Excellency, let's get back to the question. What are your thoughts on the suspected forbidden gate beneath the Meister Coast?" Admiral Edward asked, his face solemn. Archbishop Gomez thought for a moment and said, "I was also shocked when I received the news yesterday. I had someone look up ancient texts. Now it's almost certain that there must be a forbidden door. It's just that it's so long ago, so I don't know what the god is sealed inside in ancient times. It could be a direct follower of a certain evil god, a demonic creature, a pet, or even a powerful minion." Archbishop Gomez frowned and shook his head. "But my advice is not to open it easily." "Alas. You know, some things are beyond your and my control," Admiral Edward said helplessly. "The message from above is to release the contents of the forbidden door, and the Imperial Guardians will take action." "Imperial Guardians? Since that's the order, there's nothing to discuss." "Old friend, I take my leave then," Archbishop Gomez said, shaking his head helplessly. Inside the room. At this moment, Ryan picked up the broken handle of the hardened adamantium ingot pighead hammer, then took out his long-treasured skull hammer. He intended to reshape and weight the handle of the one-handed skull hammer, transforming it into a two-handed hammer. However, the moment Ryan grasped the skull hammer, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Detected that the host has obtained the rare item skull hammer, triggering a special class change. Warhammer Wizard, Legendary. Prerequisites for the class change to Warhammer Wizard, Legendary are 1. Regular Wizard of any class. 2. Any hammer type extraordinary item. 3. Any hammer type extraordinary combat skill at level 12 or higher. 4. Physical level 2 breakthrough of 30% or higher. These conditions are met. Yes/no to the class change to Warhammer Wizard, Legendary. Huh? All satisfied? Ryan wasn't surprised by the notification about changing to a Warhammer Wizard. What surprised him was that all the conditions had been met. This meant he could change to a Warhammer Wizard at any time. Condition 4 is also met. Curiosity spurred Ryan to open the Weapon Master, Legend, profile. He was shocked to discover that, perhaps due to the upgrade to a full wizard, the stat boost had significantly enhanced his overall physical fitness. At this moment, in the lower right corner of the large words Weapon Master, Legend, he saw, Physical level 2 limit break, 32%. So, today was a double blessing. While being promoted to a full wizard, his physical level had also reached the level of a senior Grand Knight. However, as to whether to change to a Warhammer Wizard, Ryan immediately chose no. Why? Naturally, he would upgrade the Wizard, Legend, profile first, gaining some skill and stat points, rather than choosing another class change so soon. After a moment's thought, Ryan put down the Skull Warhammer. He planned to test the attack power of different weapons transformed by metal transfiguration, and when used in conjunction with the Weapon Master. The attack power test room mentioned by the female staff member in the training building was a perfect place to check it out. Ryan quickly transformed the hardened adamantium ingot, draped it over his plague gauntlets, and returned to the training building. When he arrived at the attack power test room on the second floor, he found 7 or 8 swordsmen already inside. The entire test room covered several hundred square meters, and the most striking features within were 3 metal cylinders, approximately 2 meters in diameter. The cylinders were placed on a track similar to a railway track, with their circular cross-sections facing the crowd. The color of the cut surface resembled pure silver. At this moment, before each drum-like cylinder, swordsmen wielded various weapons, displaying extraordinary combat skills. Ryan could clearly see that these blows left scratches of varying depths on the pale silver metal, but these cuts did not cause the blades to warp, as the metal seemed to be made of a similar material to pure silver, making it relatively soft. However, surrounding the metal block was a circle of intricately engraved magic arrays, which had the special ability to repair metal. In fact, this was also a formation from the metal-based magic, Metal Restoration, which Ryan had seen in those 11 ancient books. Also, a spring-like device sat on the back of the metal block. Whether struck with a hammer or a sword, the metal block absorbed and measured the force of each blow, quickly displaying the value on the nearby wisdom stone. Ryan nodded at the scene before him. He hadn't expected the sword wielder's branch to possess such sophisticated equipment for testing offensive power. At that moment, he noticed a burly man wielding a one-handed hammer in front of the third device. He took a step forward, his muscles bulging, and slammed the hammer down hard on the cylindrical metal block. Clang! A sharp metallic clashing sound rang out. The previously smooth surface of the metal block was instantly dented with a basin-sized indentation, resembling a meteorite crater. At the same time, the multi-ton metal block was pushed back about half a meter along its slide rails, before a spring on its back swiftly reset it. On the black wisdom slate beside it, a large number appeared. 35. The impact was so deafening that most people in the testing room couldn't help but stare. Seeing the value of 35, they began to whisper, "It's scored of the bull." It seems his bull hammer technique has improved again, as if he's already mastered the intermediate level. Typically, a knight's attack power is between 5 and 15, while a Grand Knight's is between 15 and 40. Scorda is truly formidable. A Grand Knight's attack power is between 15 and 40? Ryan listened to the conversation, a look of contemplation on his face. Although this was a newcomer to him, it didn't affect his understanding. Also, if Ryan had been able to look back while handling business in the mission hall yesterday, he would have undoubtedly remembered this burly man. For he was the man who had stood behind him, waiting in vain for half an hour. At this moment, a young man beside the bull Scorda gave a thumbs up and excitedly praised, "Captain, your hammer is absolutely this powerful. I'm not even in the top 5 among the Sword-Bearers Munster Branch's hammer masters," Scorda said with a smile. Clearly, despite his modesty, Scorda was actually quite impressed by his companion's praise. "By the way, Captain, speaking of hammer skills, I heard from a new recruit from Welsh County that there's a very capable one among their batch of new recruits. It's said that during the assessment, he knocked down an obsidian giant with a single blow, earning him the nickname Meister's battering ram. To me, there aren't many powerful new recruits in this batch, so why are you making such a fuss? Captain, knocking down an obsidian giant with one hammer would be a piece of cake, the young man said with a hint of disapproval. Is that true? Skorda's face darkened. While I can do it, it's definitely not easy. For a newcomer to possess this kind of skill is truly remarkable. Since Skorda's ultimate technique had already been tested, he and the young man walked towards the door while talking. Ryan, noticing a vacant test device, hurried over. The two passed each other. At this moment, Skorda, who was nearing the door, suddenly felt something, as if something had occurred to him. He immediately turned to look at Ryan's back. This back? So familiar. Oh, isn't this the young man who made him wait for over half an hour in vain in the mission hall yesterday? Though Skorda felt annoyed, he also knew that the other party had just submitted the mission normally, so he naturally couldn't blame him for this. Also, judging from what happened that day, the mission hall's Deputy Minister of Affairs, Alina, and the affairs officer, Lord Umas, seemed to hold this young man in high regard. The other party's appearance today was clearly to test their attack power. This immediately intrigued him. Seeing his captain pause, the young man looked inquisitively in the direction he was looking, only to see a young man he had never seen before. There were only so many people in the sword-bearer branch, so if he had never seen someone before, he was most likely a newcomer. Captain, what's wrong? The young man asked curiously. Nothing, I just saw an interesting young man. Let's wait and see his attack power test, Skorda said. Ryan had never done an attack power test before. He also wanted to test the attack power he could achieve with different weapons. After some thought, Ryan cast Metal Transfiguration, instantly transforming the hardened adamantium on the plate armor gauntlet into a dagger. Huh? A dagger? That's rare. The young man exclaimed. Skorda nodded, saying, indeed, it's rare. Because it was a small dagger, with very little metal, the Metal Transfiguration spell transformed so quickly that everyone, including Skorda, thought Ryan was carrying a dagger. Dang! A crisp sound. The number 18 instantly appeared on the Wisdom Stone tablet next to the testing device. Your strength is quite average, the young man said, frowning slightly. He was a little confused as to why the captain was paying attention to this young man. Skorda was also stunned. This value was clearly not too high, but too low. He couldn't understand why the officer in the mission hall would pay attention to such a level of combat power. Ryan nodded slightly. This statistic was quite normal. Without any dagger-related supernatural skills, his pure dagger-wielding attack power of 18 wasn't surprising. After some thought, Ryan decided to test the damage of the axe. After all, he possessed the supernatural skill, the lock and axe and shield. But before transforming, Ryan thought of a problem. It would be best not to reveal his Metal Transfiguration as a natural sorcery, as it would reveal too much. So, this time, Ryan spent nearly 10 seconds slowly transforming the dagger in his hand, and the hardened adamantium covering his plate armor gauntlet into an axe. This process was naturally captured by others, including Skorda. Many people exclaimed in surprise, "It's a rare metal-based sorcery. This seems to be a first-level metal-based sorcery. Metal Transfiguration? I think I've seen it in the special item exchange list. So this young man is a third-level wizard apprentice." Skorda muttered to himself. Clang! Ryan's lightning-fast axe chopped at least 10 centimeters into the metal block, and the data on the nearby wisdom tablet quickly refreshed to 27. Wow, not bad. That's quite impressive. The young man, slightly surprised, turned to his captain, Skorda. This number also attracted more attention to Ryan. Ryan took a longer time, about 17 or 18 seconds, to transform the axe in his hand into the shape of a two-handed greatsword. The people nearby were also quite interested in Ryan's metal magic, and they all started discussing it. This metal transfiguration is good, but it's so impractical in actual combat. Yeah. Look, it took him almost 20 seconds to transform, and he can't actually change in combat at all. That's right, that's right. He can only use one weapon at a time. If you ask me, he'd be better off carrying a few more weapons. He's a newbie. It's understandable. He doesn't have much combat experience. What do you think his two-handed sword can do this time? Swish. Ryan slashed the metal block with his two-handed sword. At the same time, the number 32 appeared on the nearby wisdom slate. This data immediately shocked everyone around, and they began to chatter. Captain, this new guy's attack power is pretty good. The young man's eyes widened, and he said to Skorda beside him, a little shocked. Just not very practical. But is he really a newcomer? Why haven't I heard of such a master of two-handed swords among this batch of newcomers? The young man asked in confusion. Meanwhile, Munster, third floor of the Axon auction house. In a magnificent study. It's been 3 days, Asani. There's still no news from the people you sent to find Hamis, right? A middle-aged man, with a mustache and hunting clothes leaned back in a large, comfortable suede chair, his brows slightly furrowed. Yes, Lord Viscount Fabian. That day, Hamis' men who remained in Munster didn't receive any communication from Hamis' team. At that time, I suspected something might have happened to him. According to the agreement, we should send a communication once a day. Fabian nodded and continued, and did your men just tell you that they saw the swordsman Ryan in the city? That's right, sir, Asani said, his face solemn. After a long pause, Viscount Fabian finally spoke. Asani, how do you think this new swordbearer named Ryan was able to defeat Hamis and his team? Well, Ryan alone wouldn't have been able to take down Hamis and his team. I think the most likely scenario is that when Ryan was on a mission in Meister, Hamis and his team launched an attack, but were killed by the other swordbearers traveling with Ryan. Besides that, I can't think of any other plausible explanation. After all, if Hamis and his team joined forces, their strength would be no less than that of the elite squadrons of the Imperial Special Branch. Yes, that's very likely, Viscount Fabian nodded in agreement. However, the problem still needs to be resolved. Marquis Orenz is already urging me. His eldest son, Melward, urgently needs these ancient troll fangs for his upcoming bloodline awakening ceremony. But, Your Excellency, there's no team in our province stronger than Hamis right now. See? Asani's face suddenly became troubled. Don't worry about that. Marquis Orenz is a shareholder of our auction house, so the Imperial Capital headquarters will naturally dispatch experts. Arrange your men to keep a close eye on this new swordbearer Ryan. The entire province of Munster has been in turmoil lately, and he should be leaving Munster soon to carry out his mission. If he leaves Munster again, notify me immediately. As you command, Your Excellency. After a pause, Fabian added, by the way, if he doesn't leave Munster anytime soon, that's fine. As long as he leaves the swordbearer branch, even if he's in the city, we can take action. We can blame this on the cult. Chapter 260. Sword Wielder Division. On the second floor of the training building, inside the combat power test room, Ryan stared at the deep sword marks on the metal block before him, then glanced at the value 32 display beside him, a thoughtful expression on his face. 32? Yes, the secret technique derived from his giant bear swordsmanship is actually a rare sonic secret technique. If he hadn't used the intermediate secret technique Roaring War Cry, but instead directly employed the LV-13 giant bear swordsmanship, his current attack power of 32 wouldn't be too low. However, there's a way to increase it. Ryan chanted the incantation of another metal-based sorcery, Sharpness. Soon, the surface of the two-handed great sword, transformed from hardened adamantium, suddenly glowed with a mercury-like halo. Immediately, Ryan's muscles swelled, and he swung his great sword again, slashing down at the test metal block with a powerful, devastating blow. Sizzle! This time, the force was noticeably greater than the last. The tip of the two-handed greatsword sank completely into the previously smooth metal surface. And on the nearby wisdom slate, 2 large characters flashed, 35. This time Ryan smiled. It seems that applying the sharpness technique to sharp weapons can increase the power of their attacks. Although the increase wasn't significant, only about 10%, at the level of a Grand Knight, every degree of improvement in attack power represented the investment of sweat and time in developing extraordinary combat skills. The onlookers erupted in an uproar. Clearly, everyone was astonished by the power of Ryan's last strike. Isn't this comparable to the blow Skorda the Bull delivered just now? Have you seen this young man? I've been with the Swordbearers Munster branch for 3 years, and haven't seen him before. Could he be from another provincial branch? It's unlikely. With attacks erupting across the Empire right now, how could another province possibly deploy such experts? Indeed, even if they haven't been attacked, they're certainly making preparations. Sending a few men here just for the sake of formality would be a welcome relief. Could it be someone sent from the Imperial capital? Everyone was stunned by the power of Ryan's attack, speculating about his origins. Fuck. So powerful. The young man cursed in astonishment. Captain, that attack power rivals yours. But didn't they just use metal sharpness to enhance it? Skorda nodded, his face serious. He thought he understood why the mission hall officer placed so much importance on Ryan. Indeed, despite looking so young, he was already incredibly powerful. Most importantly, he possessed the rare talent of a metal wizard, coupled with his exceptional combat prowess, giving him a vast array of attack methods. This young man was a true jack of all trades, capable of handling a wide range of tasks, far more suited to the needs of ordinary swordsmen. The only pity was that he likely hadn't yet mastered the secrets of the two-handed greatsword. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used the sharpening technique to enhance his combat effectiveness. After all, in close combat at the Grand Knight level, the situation shifts rapidly, leaving no room for the opponent to unleash their sorcery. I think he should have gone upstairs for testing. Using sorcery to enhance his power isn't the pure knightly path we pursue, the young man said with a hint of sourness. The other man looked considerably younger than him, yet his attack power was miles ahead of his. However, Ryan ignored the other's comments and continued using metal transfiguration. In 20 seconds, he transformed his two-handed great sword into a two-handed warhammer. Just when everyone thought Ryan's test was complete, the weapon in his hand transformed into a two-handed warhammer. At this moment, the young man next to Skorda suddenly remembered something. Pointing at Ryan, he exclaimed in shock, "Captain, could he be the one?" But before he could finish his words, bang! A loud bang practically shook the entire testing room. The cut surface of the 2-meter diameter metal block now had a hole about 1 meter in diameter, 70 to 80 centimeters deep. Furthermore, the multi-ton block had been smashed against the slide rail, nearly pushing the spring to its limit. The wisdom slate nearby displayed a shocking 47 damage value. Instantly, the entire room fell silent. The only sound was the gentle hissing of the spring mechanism mounted behind the metal block. The multi-ton block of metal was now moving back and forth on the slide rail, its amplitude decreasing as it gradually calmed down. Everyone present, including Skorda, looked as if they had seen a ghost, their eyes wide and their mouths hanging open. "He's the Meister battering ram." After a few seconds, the young man finished his interrupted words. But at this point, the young man didn't need to explain. Many present had already made the connection. The story of a newcomer who had brought down an obsidian giant with a single blow during the assessment had spread widely throughout the Munster swordsman branch, and almost every swordsman knew about it. However, Ryan had previously wielded either a dagger, an axe, or a two-handed great sword, so the people present didn't connect the young man before them with the Meister battering ram. But now, it's even more powerful than a battering ram. Fuck. There's this kind of freak among the new recruits? 47? The testing equipment must be broken. Yeah, that's way beyond the Grand Knight's attack limit. Why do I feel like his hammer is even more powerful than the Stone Squad's captain, Batista? Indeed. It seems even stronger. I remember clearly that the last time Batista used all his strength, it only hit 45. The swordsman who spoke recalled, his face grim. The young man had thought the rumor was a bit exaggerated, but he'd actually downplayed it. Damn, even 2 obsidian giants couldn't withstand this blow. Skorda, the bull, was slightly dazed. It turned out that all his previous guesses were wrong. What did he mean by not comprehending the secret? He had actually comprehended the advanced secret. If it wasn't an advanced secret, he wouldn't believe it, even to his death, that his attack power could reach this level. No wonder the Undersecretary Alina and the Officer Yumaz of the Mission Hall regarded this young man with such respect. It was impossible not to. It was his strength that made him so respected. Seeing Ryan finish his test, many sword bearers came forward to greet him, all of them with a friendly expression. For someone like Ryan, who was clearly a potential stock, no, a blue-chip stock, any normal person would want to befriend him, and sword bearers were no exception. The warmth of the older sword bearers surprised Ryan for a moment. But on reflection, it was quite normal. After some pleasantries, Ryan learned a lot of common sense. These common sense were originally supposed to be introduced to this group of newcomers by the instructors in the general education course this month. But because of this sudden attack across the entire province, the original plan of the sword bearers branch was disrupted. So Ryan, degree is a unit of measurement. Simply put, the attack power of a strong, trained human soldier with all his strength is 1 degree. Generally speaking, the attack power of a regular knight is between 5 and 15, and that of a Grand Knight is between 15 and 30. The young man standing next to Skorda, who had previously been quite dismissive of Ryan, was now smiling and enthusiastically introducing the situation. Ryan nodded. Then, a thought suddenly occurred to him, so he asked, "What about wizards? Are their attack power also measured?" Of course, but the attack power of regular wizards varies greatly. The average regular wizard's first-level attack spell can reach over 30 degrees. However, the young man thought for a moment and added, "But often, wizards' attack methods are more unusual and diverse, such as curses, channeled spells, and so on. If you calculate their instantaneous attack power, they're not that powerful, but they're extremely difficult to deal with. Ryan listened and nodded again, confirming this. He felt deeply touched by this. Sir Ryan, you're from Mayest, right? Our team just returned from a mission in Mayest County. The locals suffered heavy losses this time. A swordsman, seemingly guessing from his nickname that Ryan was from Mayest, said in a friendly manner. Indeed. I went to Gold Hire. It was horrific. The entire town was practically deserted. What? Ryan froze, his voice lost. Almost no one was alive? He had always assumed that the attack on Gold Hire was on the same scale as the previous Black Flame cult attack, with a few hundred casualties at most. Now, judging by the swordsman's tone, the situation was far more serious. Originally, he had planned to return to Gold Hire in 2 days, and while there, visit the injured Earl Habsburg in the county capital. Instantly familiar, vivid faces within Gold Hire flashed through Ryan's mind like a slideshow. His best friend George, Sheriff Hamilton, the old Night Watch Captain Willen, Aunt Seema. Sir Ryan, is there anyone you know in Gold Hire? The swordsman beside him asked with concern, seeing Ryan's shocked expression. Although they knew Ryan was from Mayester County, they had no idea he was actually from Gold Hire. Ryan, regaining his composure, nodded grimly, glanced around, and said to the crowd, "Excuse me, everyone. We talk next time." Okay, Sir Ryan. It seems Sir Ryan has family in Gold Hire, several people observed, watching him quickly depart. A short while later, Ryan returned to his room, grabbed his skull hammer, and hurried toward the Swordbearer's branch gate. He planned to visit Jenny's nearby villa. He had just thought of his family. Although they had the elite cavalry escort sent by Javier, thinking of the tragic situation in Gold Hire, Ryan felt unsafe and decided to go and fetch his family in person. Coincidentally, just as Ryan was leaving the Swordbearer's branch gate, a familiar figure hurried over. It was the short man Mateo. This made Ryan's heart skip a beat. Could it be? Lord Ryan, your parents, sister, and Baroness Crowley have just arrived in Munster. Mateo, naturally noticing Ryan as he emerged from the gate, couldn't help but beam with joy as he quickly stepped forward. Hearing this news, Ryan felt relieved. Yes, we'd be there right away. By the way, Mateo, has Miss Jenny found a new place to live? Ryan asked as they walked. He had already given Jenny this briefing before he left Munster. No, Miss Jenny and Miss Agatha have been looking around quite a bit these past few days, but haven't found a suitable place. I heard a lot of wealthy businessmen and nobles have been flocking to Munster from other counties lately, all buying homes. In recent days, even housing prices in the civilian areas of Munster have been inflated by at least 30%, and they're still rising. The villas in the aristocratic and administrative districts have been practically sold out, with prices increasing by at least 50%. Mateo briefly explained the recent fluctuations in Munster's housing prices to Ryan. Ryan nodded. It seems the local situation has become less stable following this attack. Those who can afford it are flocking to Munster to buy property. When Ryan and Mateo arrived at the villa, even before entering, they saw servants moving things in and out. Emma, his mother, and Ryan, his father, were overwhelmed with excitement at Ryan's arrival. Brother Mint, his sister, had grown noticeably taller. Upon seeing Ryan, she, who had been teasing Cookie, suddenly rushed into her brother's arms. Jennifer, the beautiful woman, was still radiant, but at this moment, it was not appropriate for her to approach Ryan and pour out her heart. She could only gaze at him lovingly with her large, watery eyes. By the way, Ryan, did you know something's happened in Gold Hire? It's said that even the sheriff was murdered by a cult. Emma's mother said, a look of lingering fear on her face. It's a good thing you asked us to move to the county town back then. Otherwise, hearing this news, the short man beside him, Mateo, froze and uttered, Aunt Emma, you just said Lord Hamilton. Yes, it can be confirmed. Lord Hamilton has tragically passed away. The beautiful woman Jennifer stepped forward and stated with certainty. Mateo knew that Baroness Crowley, who was in control of the Hammer and Rose Merchant Guild, and thanks to Lord Ryan's support, while not exactly a hot commodity in Meister, was well-connected and well-informed. Mateo, momentarily dazed at the news, felt a wave of relief. Luckily, his family had already moved with him to the county town. At this moment, the beautiful woman, Jennifer, looked hesitant and turned to Ryan, saying, Baron Ryan, here's a letter. A letter that's come into my hands. It seems to be from a former friend of yours. Ryan asked, puzzled, as he took the letter the beautiful woman handed him. To be precise, it wasn't actually a letter, but simply a piece of paper, a dirty, slightly torn one at that. The handwriting was scribbled, as if written in a panic. A few drops of dark red blood stained the pale yellow paper. It read, Ryan, This is George. Right now, I'm terrified. My eyes, nose, and ears are bleeding, as is my father's. I know we're all dying. You're the most formidable person I know. And my former best friend. Help. The content of the letter ended after the last two words, help. It's George. Ryan's heart suddenly felt heavy. Because of his original self, George could be considered his first friend since he came to this world. George, we weren't just best friends once, we've always been best friends, Ryan thought silently. Black Flame Church. You bunch of bastards, just wait and see. Ryan's anger now outweighed his grief, and a fire seemed to burn in his chest. However, as a member of the Imperial Sword Bearers, he couldn't act arbitrarily. After calming down, Ryan planned to return to the Sword Bearers branch and visit the mission hall to see if there were any missions related to the Black Flame cult in Maester County. If there were, he would take them. Before leaving, Ryan spoke to the beautiful woman Jennifer. Father, Mother, I'm going to the Sword Bearers branch. I'll be back before dinner, Ryan said, greeting his mother, Emma, and his father, Ryan Sr. Meanwhile, high in the sky, the Imperial capital flew onto a large airship heading towards Munster. A young woman, dressed in aristocratic hunting attire and carrying a two-handed greatsword, surveyed the distant scenery from high above. The tight-fitting outfit accentuated her curvaceous figure, particularly her taut, perky hips and round, elastic thighs, which were particularly eye-catching. From the front, the girl possessed a beautiful oval face, though not one of the most delicate. Her slightly thick eyebrows, and the great sword she carried gave her an overall impression of being quite heroic. In just over 10 minutes, 4 or 5 nobles, also aboard the airship, approached her, one of whom was an old earl in his 50s. This made the girl frown slightly, feeling annoyed. Soon, she returned to her cabin. A middle-aged woman dressed as a maid was already inside. Upon seeing the young woman enter, she stood respectfully and said, Miss Claire, the Count has asked you not to return to Meist. But you? Claire waved her hand and said, Shadia, the Imperial Academy is about to go on spring break. Besides, my father is seriously injured, so I can't not return. Also, I heard in the Imperial capital that the situation in Munster province is somewhat turbulent. Meist, as the family's fiefdom for centuries, is in even worse shape. By the way, didn't father say he would gather his old men? How are things going? Well, except for Viscount Brisset, who said 2 peak knights, the other lords have only symbolically sent 1 or 2 newly promoted full knights or a squadron of cavalry. Shadia said grimly in response to Claire's question. A month ago, Shadia was transferred from the Habsburg Manor to the Earl's residence in Meister County. A few days ago, during the attack, Earl Habsburg was seriously injured, and she was immediately assigned to board a military airship to travel to the Imperial capital to contact Claire, asking her not to return to Meister for the time being. Regarding the current situation in Meister County, most of Earl Habsburg's former subordinates, or friendly noble families, believed that there was no longer any value in saving it. Cult attacks and sea tribe invasions have put Meister's current situation beyond the reach of the Earl's family. Continuing to invest manpower, material resources, and financial resources is unwise. The best option is to evacuate some of the Habsburg family's assets and personnel. It wasn't that Count Habsburg hadn't considered hiring mercenaries, but the quality of mercenary groups throughout Munster was mixed, making it difficult to guarantee that there weren't cultists lurking among them. And those renowned mercenary groups, in the turbulent times, already had employers. Shadia pondered for a moment, then asked casually, Miss, are there any chances that those men pursuing you in the Imperial capital? They all want a marriage, and I don't want to tie myself down so quickly. But if there's really no other choice, we discuss it later. Claire waved her hand. Faced with the current predicament facing the Habsburg family, Claire, the talented female knight of Meist, frowned, at a loss for what to do. Although she had only been studying at the Imperial Royal Academy for about 6 months, her strength had improved rapidly, from a veteran knight when she first arrived 6 months ago, to a peak knight now. This rate of improvement would put her in the upper echelons even at the Dragon Imperial Royal Academy, a place teeming with talent. Furthermore, Claire's appearance and figure were both first-rate. Although her origins as a local hereditary earl were a slight drawback at the Royal Academy, Claire generally had many suitors, including the heirs of dukes and legitimate sons of marquises. But Claire wasn't particularly interested in any of them. She yearned for the path of chivalry far more than marrying the son of a noble. By the way, young lady, why don't you seek out that Ryan? His Excellency? Shadia added the word His Excellency appropriately. Ryan? Claire couldn't help but think of the frail figure she had once taught swordsmanship in the Habsburg Manor. She hadn't seen Ryan, who, by definition, was considered her follower for over 6 months. The last time she heard, he had become a full knight, which surprised her quite a bit. Later, she heard that Ryan had passed the imperial ordination examination and become a baron. The latest news, a letter from her father, Count Habsburg, informed her that Ryan had become a peaked knight and had successfully joined the imperial swordbearers. This astonished her beyond measure. In just over 6 months, an ordinary farm boy had become a peaked knight like her goddess. But Claire knew full well that she and Ryan had never performed even a single form of swearing allegiance. At the time, she had never imagined that the young man she had only a passing interest in would possess such astonishing talent. This made her completely unsure whether she could ask Ryan for help, even though she had been his mentor on the path to knighthood. Besides, a peaked knight would be a drop in the bucket, a mere relief to the current predicament facing her family. I heard last time. He joined the sword bearers? Claire asked after a moment's hesitation. Yes, my lady. Then we go meet him when we get to Munster. It would be great if we could find an additional peaked knight to help us. Claire sighed softly. Chapter 261. Miss, I think you're being too pessimistic. My impression of Lord Ryan wasn't that kind of person, Shadia said, recalling the boy they once were. Claire shook her head and said, You don't understand. When a person gains strength, honor, power, money, and other temptations will follow. Do you think he won't change? Shadia was silent for a moment. It's undeniable that her young lady's words make sense. The Earl's former friends and subordinates will assess the situation, not to mention that the young lady was merely Ryan's former mentor in the path of chivalry. It's true that we shouldn't hold too high hopes. Inside Munster City. On the boulevard, swordsmen gathered at the entrances of their respective departments. A nearby nut vendor's face changed when he saw Ryan return to the sword-bearer branch. He immediately turned, scribbled something, and quietly released a carrier pigeon from a wooden box behind him. A few minutes later, Asani, the caravan leader, who was reporting something to Viscount Fabian in the third-floor study of the Munster Accent Auction House, received another carrier pigeon. Why again? It was because several stalkers had already sent a message to Asani when they saw Ryan leave the sword-bearer branch and head for the villa. Huh? Back again? Asani's face changed after glancing at the small note in his hand. He looked up at Viscount Fabian, who was seated behind a large mahogany desk, a little uneasy. Huh? Didn't you just say that Ryan had left the branch? And now he's back again? Viscount Fabian was startled, then rather displeased. It wasn't just because he felt like he'd been tricked, but he had just informed Lord Grant Savage, the ice messenger, who had just arrived from the imperial capital headquarters. This lord had a rather bad temper. Now, he had to explain himself immediately, but Fabian thought better of it and said, Asani, you should report this to Lord Grant. Well. Okay, Lord Fabian, I'd be there. Asani's forehead was sweating, and he quickly stood up and said goodbye. He hoped Lord Grant, the ice messenger, hadn't left yet. He didn't want to bear his wrath. Alas! He had been so happy half an hour ago, having received a message from his surveillance subordinate, and immediately reported. To his surprise, Ryan had gone back again. Meanwhile, Ryan had arrived at the mission hall. Greetings, sir. How may I assist you? A beautiful young staff member, upon seeing Ryan approach, stood up, bowed, and smiled sweetly. Please help me find any quests related to the Black Flame cult located within Meister County, Ryan said, handing the other person his gold badge. Yes, sir. Please wait a moment. The female staff member, upon seeing the gold badge, quickly accepted it with both hands, a look of respect on her face. Sir, there are 11 quests in total. Would you like to review them all? So many? Ryan's eyebrows raised. After a moment's thought, Ryan asked again, how many are gold level? Sir, there are 3 gold level quests in total. Would you like to review their details? Yes, Ryan nodded. All right, sir, that's all. Please take a look at the wisdom slate. The young staff member quickly displayed the gold level missions related to the Black Flame cult in Mayes County on the wisdom slate in front of Ryan. Ryan immediately began to examine them. Kill Raxel, gold rank, the perpetrator of the Gold Hire massacre. Raxel, formerly the high priest of the Black Flame Church in Welsh County, was dispatched to Mayes by the Black Flame Church as a special envoy. He was one of the leaders and organizers of the recent attacks on Mayes County, and single-handedly orchestrated and perpetrated the Gold Hire massacre. A rare shadow wizard, powerful, and nicknamed Bloodburner. According to spies, Raxel was last seen in the Wolf Hills area in eastern Mayes County. Requirements: kill Raxel within 2 weeks. It is recommended that you fully support the swordsman squad. The mission offers fixed rewards. 2 gold medals, and 3,000 merit points. Note: it is recommended to exchange for a replica Imperial Scepter or replica Imperial Sword before engaging high-level cultists. The first mission made Ryan's eyes flash. Ryan had assumed that investigating the perpetrator of the Gold Hire massacre would take a long time. But now, he felt a sense of effortless discovery, having longed for something. Raxol, was this guy the mastermind behind the Gold Hire tragedy? A shadow wizard? Huh? Exchange for a replica of the Imperial Scepter first? Ryan suddenly remembered something. Previously, when Batista and Ramil of the Stone Squad came to Meister on a mission, Batista's silver-white scepter seemed to be a replica of the Imperial Scepter. With a single strike, he dispelled the evil god's aura and interrupted and severely injured the ascending High Priest of Black Flame. So, the replica Imperial weapons come in 2 styles, a scepter and a sword? I can check out the exchange hall later. Investigate the truth behind the attack on the Black Flame Church in Meister, gold rank. The true purpose behind the attack on Meister's Black Flame Church remains unknown. Requirement: investigate the relevant situation within 1 month. It is recommended that you support the Swordsman Squad with a full team. Reward: 3 gold medals, 5,000 merit points. Note: if the investigation yields additional findings, or is completed in a shorter time, the reward will be increased. Protect the Governor of Meister County, gold rank. Meister County has recently been hit by multiple attacks, and the local governor, Count Habsburg, has been seriously injured. The cult is growing increasingly aggressive and creating a climate of panic within the city. Requirement: protect the Governor of Meister, Count Habsburg, within 2 weeks. It is recommended that you have 3 or more people. Reward: 1 gold medal, 1,000 merit points. Note: if multiple Black Flame cult members are killed during the protection, the reward will be increased. After reading through the 3 tasks in a row, Ryan frowned. Although the quests refreshed on the Wisdom Slate were all gold level, the suggested number of people in the quest requirements column essentially required a full swordsman support team. And he was only 1 person. Furthermore, according to regulations, swordsman teams could only accept 1 quest at a time, and he wanted to take on all 3. By the way, is Vice Minister Alina here? After a moment's thought, Ryan decided to look for someone. Yes, sir. Do you know Lady Alina? Well, just tell her that Ryan is looking for her. Okay, sir. I passed that on right away. The young clerk quickly stood up and trotted off to the office at the back of the hall. Soon, Alina, a capable young woman with a smile on her face, emerged from the office. Sir Ryan, would you like to come to my office to discuss this? Alina, perceptive and understanding that Ryan probably had something to ask her, offered as soon as they met. Okay, excuse me. Ryan smiled and stood up. In the office, Ryan and Alina sat facing each other. Sir Alina, the gold level missions I'd like to take require a full team of supporting swordsmen, but I'm currently alone. Oh! Sir Ryan, you want to complete a gold level mission alone? Alina's eyes flickered, a hint of surprise. Yes. Sir, I don't doubt you possess the ability, but I can't change this rule. Alina's words made Ryan frown. He hadn't expected that even Deputy Minister Alina wouldn't allow him to take on a team mission alone. But, sir, do you have any close friends among the new sword bearers? If so, sir, you might consider forming a team directly. I do have that plan, but 2 of my friends are currently on missions and aren't with the sword bearers branch. Alina smiled slightly and said, Sir, as long as they don't object, I can help you complete the team. Ryan was slightly taken aback after hearing this. He understood what Alina meant. Alina couldn't help with the rule about accepting team missions alone. However, a workaround was to form a team and accept missions under the team's name. The sword-bearer branch wouldn't be involved in the actual operation of the team, so he could complete it on his own. Of course, this presupposed that the team members didn't disclose this matter. Veronica and Evelyn naturally wouldn't object, having previously expressed their desire to team up with him. I understand. Your Excellency Alina, then. You're welcome, Your Excellency Ryan. Ryan took the pen and paper Alina handed him, and began filling out the team registration information. However, when he reached the team name, he hesitated. At this moment, Alina glanced at the contents of the paper and smiled faintly, saying, Sir Ryan, I think Maes Battering Ram is a very suitable name for your team. It not only represents your origins, but also demonstrates your combat prowess. Ryan was a little speechless. This name. Okay. But naming it is too difficult for him, so let's just leave it as it is for now. By the way, Sir Alina, I would like to take on 3 gold-level missions related to the Black Flame cult in Maes County. Well, Sir Ryan, if you truly intend to do this, I can grant you special approval as a series of missions. This is permitted for powerful sword wielders. Alina pondered for a moment and came up with a solution. A series of missions? Yes, these 3 missions are all in the same location and are all related to the Black Flame cult, so they can be considered a series of missions. Thank you, Lord Alina. Baron Ryan, you're so polite. After completing all 3 gold-level missions, Ryan arrived at the exchange hall. This time, he planned to rent a replica of the Imperial Scepter, just as he had done with Batista last time. Greetings, sir. How may I help you? I need to rent a replica of the Imperial Scepter. Ryan handed over his gold insignia. For Ryan, a scepter is a kind of hammer, naturally more convenient than a sword. Yes, sir. The girl respectfully took the insignia with both hands. Sir, borrowing the Imperial Scepter requires 1,000 merit points. Furthermore, if it is lost, 10,000 merit points will be deducted from you, plus a gold medal as compensation. So, please keep it carefully, the girl said crisply as she worked on something. Huh? 1,000 merit points for one use? Ryan finally understood why Batista's face had turned so sour after he used the replica Imperial Scepter. Because he wasted 1,000 merit points, but the mission wasn't completed. No wonder. Okay. Ryan nodded. By the way, sir, I see there's no record of you borrowing replica Imperial weapons before. Would you like me to briefly explain their use? Okay. Yes, sir, the replica Imperial weapon series is primarily designed to target various evil divine powers and creatures or objects contaminated by them. They have a strong killing effect on them, but they're not very effective against ordinary wizards and knights. Ryan nodded. He basically understood. Replicas of Imperial weapons are specifically designed to combat various evil divine powers. By the way, do you have any hardened adamantium ingots? Ryan thought of something. The hardened adamantium ingot he currently had, transformed into a 2-handed warhammer, was still a bit short. Yes, sir. How much would you like to exchange? 50 pounds, please. Yes, sir. 50 pounds equals 1,200 merit points. Having completed the exchange, Ryan quickly left the hall. On his way back, Ryan found a quiet spot, transformed the hardened adamantium ingot, and applied it to his plate armor gloves. This, however, made the entire knight's plate armor look a bit strange. Except for the plate armor gloves, the entire armor was silver, while the gloves were grayish-black. The airship from the Imperial capital to Munster finally arrived, and Claire and her servant quickly disembarked. Not far away, an elderly man dressed as a butler saw Claire appear and immediately showed surprise. He stepped forward to greet her and bowed, saying, "Good morning, young lady. The carriage arranged by the Count is here. We can leave for Meister at any time." Knowing that Claire was determined to return, Count Habsburg had already arranged for the carriage and personnel in Munster. Let's find a place to stay first. I'm planning to visit a friend at the Munster branch of the Swordbearers. Claire thought for a moment, weighing her words to Ryan. Well, okay, young lady. Butler Yodel was puzzled as to how his young lady had friends at the Munster branch of the Swordbearers, but as a servant, he didn't feel comfortable asking. And soon, the luxurious carriage with the Kaleri bird emblem smoothly drove towards the Munster branch of the Swordbearers. Claire looked out the car window, only to see a bustling flow of people on the road, with no sign of any unrest. Huh? What's that? Claire suddenly spotted a middle-aged man in a white wizard's robe. Amid the passing pedestrians, he stood out. Even the people around him, formal knights, kept a distance from him. The middle-aged man wielded a short staff that appeared to be made of crystal, and his entire body radiated a chill, a powerful aura that kept strangers away. But Claire knew this wasn't an illusion. It was the man's very being, radiating a chill. The main problem was, she had seen this man once before, in the Imperial capital. Strange. Why is Icebringer Grant in Munster? Shouldn't he be at the headquarters of the Axon Auction House in the Imperial capital? Could it be that the Axon Auction House has something important to transport this time? Claire couldn't help but speculate. Previously, at the invitation of a suitor from the Imperial Royal Academy, she had attended an auction organized by the Axon Auction House in the Imperial capital, where she had met the Icebringer Grant. According to reports, he was a rare ice wizard. The offensive power of ice was well known, and the defensive power of some ice spells was also extremely strong, making Grant a wizard with virtually no weaknesses. It was said that while escorting treasures from the Axon Auction House alone, he engaged in a fierce battle with a well-known mercenary group disguised as a band of thieves. This renowned mercenary group, including the leader, comprised 3 Grand Knights and 12 official knights. But Grant killed them all, earning him the title of Icebringer. At this moment, dozens of meters behind Icebringer Grant, the chubby caravan leader, Asani, was chasing him, his flesh trembling with fat. He could only obey Viscount Fabian's orders. However, when he arrived at Grant's residence, his subordinates informed him that the Icebringer had just left, so anxiously Asani rushed. But upon his arrival, he saw the scene. Icebringer Grant, dressed in a striking white robe, stopped in the middle of the road ahead, and dozens of meters ahead was none other than Ryan. Huh? Didn't they say Ryan had returned to the Sword-Bearer branch? Why was he out again? This gave Asani a pleasant surprise. 2 minutes ago, Ryan, having completed his exchange, had just left the Sword-Bearer branch. But after walking just a short distance, he suddenly stopped. Ryan looked up at the middle-aged man in white wizard robes approaching him. Ryan didn't recognize the man, but he could clearly sense that his gaze was fixed on him. In other words, he was coming to see him. Claire and her servant, sitting in a carriage not far away, had also clearly noticed the direction where Icebringer Grant was looking. Claire felt a strange sense of familiarity when she saw the 2-meter-tall young man in silver-white knight-plate armor. At this moment, Shadia, the maid accompanying Claire in the carriage, had a thoughtful look on her face. The next second, her eyes suddenly widened. She pointed at the young man outside the carriage window and said, "Miss." But before he could finish his words, the situation suddenly changed. "Where's Fong?" the middle-aged man asked gravely. Ryan gazed at him calmly, silent. When he left the Sword-Bearer branch earlier today, he had a vague feeling someone was following him, and now it seemed his feeling was correct. Furthermore, Ryan already knew the other party's origins. Very good. The white-robed middle-aged man raised a finger, and suddenly, a nearly 1.5-meter long, thin ice blade, as thin as a cicada's wing, rapidly emerged from his fingertip. The crescent-shaped ice blade, shimmering in the sunlight, flickered in and out. The pedestrians nearby, witnessing the sudden onslaught of ice magic and the plummeting temperature, screamed and fled in all directions. The next second, an ice blade swooped down at Ryan at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Swish! So fast! Claire, watching from afar, was startled. If it were her, facing this ice blade, she wouldn't have had time to dodge, and could only hold her greatsword horizontally or vertically to block the attack. But this would put her in a passive position. The opponent's subsequent ice blades would rain down like a hail of arrows, forcing her to be passively attacked. What? Claire's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and her mouth dropped open slightly, because she saw that the tall young man didn't even try to dodge or block. Instead, he raised his hand with incredible speed, and with his distinctly dark knight's plate armor gauntlet, he grasped the incredibly sharp ice blade directly. Snap! With a single blow, he crushed the hard and sharp ice blade. You have to remember, this is a level 1 sorcery. Ice blade. With an attack power of 32, how could it possibly be crushed by a single blow? Grant, the Icebringer, narrowed his eyes at this. This clearly contradicted the strength reported in the intelligence. Furthermore, he had just vaguely sensed a fleeting fluctuation of energy particles. It must be some kind of sorcery, but wasn't the opponent a Grand Knight? Could it be a Grand Knight and a level 3 wizard apprentice? At this moment, Ryan tapped the ground with his toes, and the white paving stones suddenly shattered. A wave of air, mixed with the broken stones, instantly spread out in all directions. In an instant, Ryan vanished from the spot, a silver line swiftly hurtling towards Grant, the Icebringer. Faced with Ryan's attack, Grant remained expressionless. He quickly chanted a spell, and pointed at the ground ahead. A beam of white ice ray shot out. With a crash, a layer of ice several centimeters thick formed on the ground dozens of square meters in front of him. This was a freeze ray, a powerful weapon against classes requiring close combat. But the next second, he seemed to witness something incredible. A dark short spear suddenly appeared in Ryan's right hand. Using the momentum from his recent sprint, he hurled it fiercely at Grant. Swoosh! The momentum of his sprint, combined with Ryan's immense strength, sent the spear hurtling towards him like a bolt of black lightning. Grant's expression changed drastically, and he shouted, "Ice shield!" Instantly, a thick, oval-shaped ice shield enveloped Grant, tightly protecting him. Clearly, this was Grant's innate sorcery. Dang! The ice shield blocked the incoming spear. But the spear's power was greater than Grant had anticipated. The tip had already penetrated the ice shield, practically choking the black spear. Suddenly, he sensed something was amiss. He suddenly looked up, and through the 10-centimeter thick ice, he saw Ryan right in front of him. How could this be possible? How could he have bypassed the large, smooth expanse of ice so quickly? But what did he mean by holding a short spear? Puff! The end of the short spear suddenly twisted forward and grew 20 centimeters, the sharp tip instantly piercing Grant's forehead. For a moment, Grant's eyes bulged, his expression frozen in terror. And his whole body was shaking like a sieve. With just 3 moves, Ryan had killed Grant, the renowned icebringer of the Axon auction house, instantly. Chapter 262. With Grant's death, the massive ice shield, formed by his innate sorcery, instantly began to disintegrate. Ryan quickly drew out his hardened adamantine spear, but before doing so, he had used metal transfiguration to straighten and shorten the tip. Plop! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground resounded. Grant, the icebringer, fell face down to the ground, his eyes wide open, staring at the sky. Ryan's eyes were calm as he surveyed his surroundings. Although he had murdered someone in public, no one dared to look him in the eye. In contrast, the passers-by, both ordinary people and knights, who witnessed this scene, felt their eyelids twitching and their mouths dry. For the man who had just been slain was clearly a full-fledged wizard, and anyone with good eyesight could see that he was a rare ice wizard. But now, he lay on the ground, his eyes wide open. This meant that this young man's strength surpassed even that of powerful ice wizards, naturally inspiring awe in everyone. Claire's beautiful eyes widened at Ryan's clean kill, stunned on the spot. After a moment, she muttered to herself, "If only my family had a master like this." Aside, Shadia, who had been about to say that the other person seemed to be Ryan's head maid, remained silent. Because although the other person looked very similar to Ryan, his strength was too great, yet too great to be Ryan-like. And not far away, Asani was completely paralyzed. He swore that his eyes had never opened so wide in his life. But the body of Icebringer Grant lay not far in front of him, leaving Asani no room to refuse. In an instant, he thought of many things. For example, if this lord died here, it would undoubtedly cause considerable trouble for their auction house, even though the enemy was from the imperial capital. In fact, when Ice Messenger Grant first arrived in Munster, Viscount Fabian had given him a subtle warning during the reception, suggesting that if he wasn't absolutely sure, he should act outside the city. But Grant's retort, "Are you branch teaching me how to do things?" had left him blushing. Now that was all. Ice Messenger Grant was a well-known figure in the imperial capital. A quick investigation from the sword-bearer would easily lead them back to the Axon auction house. Alas! What a mess. No, I had to report this to Viscount Fabian immediately, and have the headquarters clean up the mess. Perhaps they could assign Grant an undercover cult identity, or something like that. Soon, Asani, swaggering back, even faster than he had come. At this moment, Ryan hung the hardened adamantium short spear in his hand on his knight's armor, giving the impression that he already carried it. Tactics can mislead the enemy, so naturally, a little concealment can be used. In the previous battle, Ryan did not use his most proficient hammer technique, nor did he use the advanced ultimate technique, Crushing Hammer. Throughout the battle, Ryan's combat was primarily centered around metal transformation. In particular, at the beginning, Ryan crushed the opponent's ice blade with one hand, shocking him for a brief moment. It was only a moment, but in a battle between masters, seizing a moment means taking the initiative. Ryan could sense that the opponent was trying to suppress him, so he instinctively chose to do the opposite. In reality, if a melee class chooses to defend and counterattack against an ice wizard, they essentially fall prey to the opponent's attack, and powerful spells will ensue one after another. This is because ice is not water. The uniquely low temperature of ice spells can cause stiffness in movement, and the icy ground can be excruciatingly painful for melee classes, completely disrupting the rhythm of battle and rendering them powerless. So, facing the incoming icy blades, Ryan immediately decided, "Since you're going to force me to defend, I'm going to attack, and I'm going to force you to defend." Looking back, it seems to have worked quite well. Ryan bent down and picked up the crystal staff beside him, which was faintly emitting energy fluctuations. It felt cold in his hand. A beautiful weapon, likely very valuable. Since Ryan had killed Grant so quickly, the guards at the nearby sword-wielding division barely noticed the battle taking place 200 or 300 meters away before it was over. After the panicked crowd dispersed, the guards finally saw that the person being attacked was none other than Lord Ryan, who had just emerged from the main gate. How dare they attack and kill the sword-bearers right at the entrance to the sword-bearer section? How audacious. The guards were instantly filled with shock and anger, and they immediately rushed over. "Lord Ryan. Go, contact His Excellency Logan, the district sheriff, immediately. Secure the scene." The guards immediately placed Ryan and the scene on alert. "Lord Ryan?" In the carriage, hearing the call, Shadia's eyes widened. She quickly shook Claire, who was lost in thought, and said, Miss. That's Ryan. Claire glanced at Shadia, looking at her as if she were idiot. The opponent was able to kill Grant, the Icebringer. Such strength was absolutely top tier among the great knights. How could it be Ryan? And Claire had just carefully studied the opponent's opening response, the connection between those three moves, and she felt that it was quite helpful. She had been thinking about something for a while, but after a long while, she still couldn't figure it out. If she was not mistaken, Grant, who had used his innate sorcery, Ice Shield, had clearly blocked the opponent's attack, and had also dodged the spear tip by moving sideways, so how could he still be hit directly between the eyebrows? What was going on? Couldn't the short spear actually bend? Claire glanced at the short spear on Ryan's armor, her eyes bewildered. Although it was an administrative district, the security officers and city guards always arrived a little late. They heard from the guards of the sword-bearer division that a sword-bearer had been attacked at the entrance of their own division. Everyone was immediately filled with righteous indignation, but after viewing the body, even Sheriff Logan fell silent. The attacker was actually a full-fledged wizard. The power behind this was extraordinary. At this moment, Melanie, the Deputy Minister of the Assistance and Advancement Department, emerged from the administrative building with a team of guards. She had just left the administrative building when she heard commotion outside the gate. As she approached, she saw large shards of ice on the ground and the white-robed corpse lying there. Her eyes narrowed, and her expression changed when she looked at Ryan again. Although Melanie knew Ryan was powerful, she had never imagined he was this strong. The other party was obviously a rare ice wizard, yet he had met his end at Ryan's hands. Sir Ryan, are you unharmed? The guard said you were just assassinated? Yes, Sir Melanie. This is truly abhorrent, Sir Ryan. Leave the rest to me. Melanie noticed the replica Imperial scepter at Ryan's waist, and knew he might have a mission. Okay, then, Sir Melanie, I trouble you. Ryan thought for a moment, and didn't suggest the other party might be sent by the Axon auction house. Instead, he took his crystal staff, and prepared to leave. Some things are better left to others to investigate. At that moment, Ryan's peripheral vision caught sight of a luxurious carriage parked nearby. It seemed to have arrived just as his battle began, and he could sense the occupants, suggesting they had observed him before. However, when Ryan saw the familiar Cali bird emblem on the carriage's surface, he was a little surprised. Isn't this the Habsburg family emblem? Why is a Habsburg family carriage here? At this moment, the head maid, Shadia, excitedly opened the carriage door and stepped down in a somewhat hurried manner. However, she seemed a little hesitant. After exiting the carriage, she didn't move forward, but instead stared at Ryan. Head maid Shadia? Why is she here? Ryan was slightly startled, then took the initiative to walk over. At this moment, Shadia was far more excited than Ryan. From the look on his face, Shadia was certain it was Ryan. It was really Ryan. She wasn't mistaken. As for why Ryan had become so powerful, she couldn't figure it out, so she stopped dwelling on it. Maid Shadia, why are you here? Ryan greeted with a faint smile. Ryan. Baron Young. Shadia was so nervous that her tongue was tied. Because Ryan's aura was too overwhelming. Ryan approached with the aura of someone who had killed a legitimate wizard, and even Shadia, a commoner, instinctively felt nervous when facing him. At this moment, a figure familiar to Ryan, a figure so curvy that had often appeared in his dreams since his youth, emerged from the carriage again. Ryan's eyes widened, and he blurted out, Miss Claire, shouldn't you be in the Imperial capital? Claire smiled faintly and said, Ryan, no, I should call you Baron Ryan now. Long time no see. A long time no see. Somehow, Ryan, believing himself to be far superior to the other man, still felt a sense of unease, perhaps even a slight nervousness, facing the goddess he had once admired as a child servant. Looking at the tall, familiar yet unfamiliar young man before him, scratching his head with an innocent expression, Claire couldn't help but chuckle. Suddenly, his plump, tight body trembled with laughter, a breathtaking sight. Claire noticed that while the young man's strength had undergone a drastic change, becoming something beyond her reach, his stature had also grown from small to tall and sturdy. But the boy's clear eyes and familiar movements seemed to be the same Ryan she remembered. Ryan, it doesn't seem appropriate for us to chat here. How about? Claire calmed herself down, glancing around at the constant glances between her and Ryan, and said, Of course, Miss Claire, why don't you come sit over there? It's not far away. Okay, Baron Ryan, then please lead the way. Claire smiled faintly. Miss Claire, please just call me by my first name, Ryan, just like before. The three of them didn't get in the carriage, but walked towards the nearby villa. Perhaps because they hadn't seen each other for over 6 months, although they didn't feel unfamiliar. For a moment, neither of them knew where to begin. At this moment, Claire seemed to have a thought, her face solemn, and she said, "Ryan, do you know the origins of the ice wizard you just fought?" Ryan nodded. "He must have been sent by the Axon auction house." Claire glanced at Ryan in surprise. She hadn't expected Ryan to know his background. It seemed there was some kind of entanglement between the young man before her and the Axon auction house. "Miss Claire, do you know this ice wizard?" "Yes, his name is Grant Savage, known as the Icebringer. I once met him at the Axon auction house headquarters in the Imperial capital." Claire's words made Ryan raise an eyebrow. At first, he thought this was a top assassin hired by the Axon auction house. But he hadn't expected the man to be one of the Axon auction house's own experts. Could they be doing this? However, Ryan immediately thought of something and asked again, "Miss Claire, during your time in the Imperial capital, were you familiar with the background of the Axon auction house?" Claire glanced at Ryan with approval, having never expected the young man before her to grasp the crux of the matter so quickly. The majority shareholder of the Axon auction house is Duke Ferdinand, but it's said that the second prince of the empire is backing the Axon auction house. Claire revealed a secret. The second prince of the empire? No wonder he's so arrogant, Ryan muttered. Yes and no. Oh, Miss Claire, is there a more complex explanation? Ryan asked curiously. Well, actually, some experts, including Ice Messenger Grant, although they actually work for the Axon auction house, are ostensibly affiliated with a separate mercenary group. The Axon auction house uses a service purchase method to obtain the services of these experts. Using this method, the auction can avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. At the same time, it can also handle some more sensitive matters, Claire said slowly. These secrets are only more easily understood within the Imperial Academy, home to the numerous descendants of great nobles. So that's how it is. Ryan was stunned. Isn't this the outsourcing he'd heard so often in his past life? Contract workers taking the blame when things go wrong? Who said the Dragon Empire was backward? This aspect is quite advanced. Seeing Ryan's expression turn sour, Claire couldn't help but laugh. Ryan, it's not as exaggerated as you think. The other party has witnesses and evidence. It's going to be difficult for the Axon auction house to explain themselves without making a fuss this time. However, if you want to use Grant to cause trouble for the Axon auction house, it will be more difficult. Ryan nodded and said, Well, thank you, Miss Claire, for clarifying this. Since the Axon auction house had such a strong background, he naturally wouldn't dwell on it now. Of course, this also depended on how the Axon auction house would handle the situation. Soon, Ryan and his 3 companions arrived at the villa. The beautiful women Jennifer and Ginny were not there, having gone out to look at a noble mansion that was just coming up for sale. In the living room, after some pleasantries, Claire mentally composed herself. She intended to have a serious conversation with Ryan about the Meister matter. Just then, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded outside the door, and a young, clear female voice said, Sir Ryan, I heard you were attacked. Are you all right? Are you unharmed? The sudden appearance of the beautiful girl interrupted Claire's words. Alyosha, what brings you here? Ryan said, slightly surprised, standing up. Claire looked at the wide-eyed, adorable girl who had suddenly appeared outside the doorway. She immediately realized she must be of noble birth, and not just any noble, because the layered tunic she wore was embroidered with gold appliques. Judging from the style, it appeared to be the latest model from the renowned Imperial women's clothing brand Menel, and it was quite expensive. Claire took a closer look at the beautiful girl before her. She possessed a vague air of scholarly wisdom. Alyosha seemed slightly startled upon seeing Claire, but quickly gracefully lifted the hem of his long tunic and gave a ladylike greeting with a smile. Then he turned, took a wooden box from a nearby attendant, and handed it to Ryan, saying, Sir Ryan, this is a special healing potion, personally crafted by my mentor, Master Apothecary Cabrera of the Royal Apothecary Guild. Well, Miss Alyosha, thank you for your concern. Claire's mind flashed when she heard the name of Master Apothecary Cabrera. She remembered that this person was the somewhat renowned genius potion girl from the Royal Apothecary College. Even at the Imperial Academy, she'd heard friends mention her. You have to know that pharmacy is a discipline that requires continuous learning. Across the Empire, geniuses in pharmacy are actually much rarer than those on the path of knighthood. Yes, she remembered that Master Cabrera of the Royal Apothecary Association had a gifted potion prodigy named Alyosha. Claire had also heard that she was the daughter of a marquis. She hadn't expected her to be so affectionate towards Ryan. For a moment, Claire felt a sense of unease. How should I put it? It's like a child has a toy they don't usually play with, leaving it aside for a long time. Suddenly, one day, that toy is spotted by another child, who becomes very interested in playing with it. This suddenly made Claire realize that while the young man before her was still the same young man, the people and things around him were completely different. At the same time, Asani rushed into the study on the third floor of the Axon auction house, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said hurriedly, "Your Excellency, this is terrible. Lord Grant was killed on the spot by Ryan." "What?" Viscount Fabian had been leisurely sipping his Yoton black tea when his right hand trembled, nearly dropping the cup. "Are you kidding, Asani? Even if Lord Grant was no match for Ryan, he couldn't have been killed on the spot." Fabian immediately thought of something absurd. "Really? I don't know why, but Ryan killed Lord Grant, the Icebringer, right there in the street. I wasn't the only one who saw it. Everyone saw it. And, Your Excellency, you wouldn't believe it. Ryan killed Lord Grant with just 3 moves." Asani recounted with lingering fear. 3 moves? Viscount Fabian was stunned. This is getting more and more outrageous. But what did Asani just say? Killed in the street? That arrogant Grant actually killed an Imperial swordsman right there in the street. What an idiot. Is his brain made of ice? After his loss of composure, Viscount Fabian quickly came to his senses. This is where the trouble begins. Grant's death is fine, but the problem is that a quick investigation by either the sword bearers or the administrative office would easily lead them to the cause. Asani, contact the headquarters immediately. Report this immediately. As you command, Your Excellency. 10 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Upon opening the door, Viscount Fabian was met by District Sheriff Logan, who looked at him sternly. A capable young woman stood by, accompanied by a team of guards. "Viscount Fabian, excuse me. This is Ms. Melanie from the Imperial Sword Bearers branch. We are investigating an assault. Just now, an Imperial Sword Bearer was attacked and killed in the street. Although the attacker has been killed, witnesses saw him served at the Axon auction house." Viscount Fabian hadn't expected the investigation to begin so quickly. He stared at the portrait of the attacker presented by Sheriff Logan. After a long silence, he spoke. "Mr. Morgan, Ms. Melanie, although we have received Wizard Grant, I don't actually know why he did this. I think you could contact our head office. Meist, Wolf Hills. A hidden location." A black flame monk, dressed in a black robe with black flames tattooed on his sleeves and collar, was reporting something to a middle-aged man seated in a spacious, luxurious chair. "Lord Bloodburner, we've just received the latest news. Count Habsburg's daughter, Claire, appears to be returning to Meist from the Imperial capital. I believe that if we can capture her alive, we can use this as leverage to blackmail the Habsburg family," the Black Flame monk said. "Oh, when will she arrive?" The middle-aged man seemed quite interested in the news. "They should arrive within the next 2 days. I've already arranged surveillance inside and outside the county town." "Excellent. A good plan, but we need to further investigate the enemy's security forces. We need to succeed right away and avoid alerting the enemy." "Never mind. I do it myself," the middle-aged man said after a moment's thought. "That old man Habsburg has been severely injured by Lord Freeman. His daughter must have returned this time to help the Habsburg family maintain control of Meister. The cornerstone of the Dragon Empire's rule lies in these fiefdoms. Without their constraints, Meister County, without the Habsburg family, would soon fall under our complete control. Right now, several sects, such as the Limb Removal Cult, the Sea God Cult, and the Secret Snake Cult, have tied up a large number of the Empire's elite forces in other locations. We must seize this opportunity." Chapter 263. Inside Munster. Ryan Villa, Reception Room. "By the way, Alyosha, how did you know I was attacked today? Did the news spread so quickly?" Ryan asked after receiving the special healing potion. "Sir Ryan, I actually wanted to come and congratulate you today, but I just happened to hear about your attack." Alyosha, seeing that Ryan showed no signs of injury, relaxed and said with a smile, "Congratulations?" Ryan looked puzzled. "Huh? Yes, didn't you know? Because of your recent outstanding performance, the Munster Swordbearers branch has submitted your application for the title of Viscount." "Viscount?" Claire, standing beside him, was stunned. It had only been so long, and Ryan was about to be promoted from Baron to Viscount. As a descendant of the nobility, she naturally understood the difficulty involved. A typical Baron wouldn't accumulate enough merit to be promoted to Viscount in their entire lifetime, but how long had it taken Ryan? 5 months? 3 months? Or even less? Shadia, the head maid standing beside Claire, suddenly widened her eyes and covered her mouth. Oh my God! What had Ryan done in the past 6 months? Barons as young as Ryan were rare before, but I'd heard of them. But such a young Imperial Viscount was truly unheard of. And if he were a Viscount, wouldn't that mean he's only one step away from becoming an Earl? Shadia lowered her eyes and glanced at Claire, who sat on a large suede armchair beside her. She thought to herself, Miss, since you recognized Ryan's incredible talent back then, why didn't you make him sign a contract to become your follower? Alyosha, how did you know? I didn't know about it myself. After thinking for a moment, Ryan felt the most likely connection was the diamond-level mission he had just completed. At Ryan's words, Alyosha chuckled and said, Sir Ryan, have you forgotten what my father does? Ryan suddenly realized. He hadn't immediately remembered that Alyosha's father, Javier, was the special envoy of the Imperial Conferment and Assessment Committee stationed in the province of Munster. All promotions to Baron and Viscount in the province of Munster must be reported to Javier. Only after assessment, review, and confirmation that there are no problems will Javier be reported to the Imperial Council of Elders for record. In other words, Javier is a necessary step in the promotion process. No wonder Alyosha came to congratulate him. Speaking of promotions, Ryan suddenly remembered that on the last Sunday of this year's Green Grass Moon, he would attend the official conferment ceremony for the Duke of Munster. Of course, the Duke of Munster would be conferring the title on behalf of His Majesty the Emperor. Thank you, Miss Alyosha. Ryan immediately expressed his gratitude for the girl's concern and congratulations. You're welcome. By the way, Mr. Ryan, since you have distinguished guests here today, I won't bother you any longer. I take my leave now. Alyosha glanced at Claire with her beautiful eyes, then gave them a ladylike bow before turning and leaving. Alyosha had come and gone in a hurry, but he had left Claire and her servant with a wave of shock. Claire smoothed her hair from her ear, gathered herself, and looked at Ryan with a blazing smile, saying, Congratulations, Viscount Ryan. Miss Claire, please call me Ryan. Ryan couldn't help but smile wryly. Ryan, I didn't expect you'd make such great progress in just 6 months. If I'd known, I should have signed a contract with you and made you my follower. Having an Imperial Viscount as a follower is truly remarkable, Claire said half-jokingly. Miss Claire, without your enlightenment back then, I wouldn't have been able to take the first step towards transcendence, Ryan said, also smiling. At this point, Claire turned to Shadia and said, I need to speak with Viscount Ryan. Shadia, please don't let anyone disturb us. Yes, Mississippi. Shadia left the living room and closed the door. Claire's face froze as she slowly said, Ryan, now that you've joined the Sword Bearers, you must already understand some things. I returned from the Imperial capital this time, because our family is facing unprecedented hardship. My father, Count Habsburg, was severely injured in a surprise attack by the Black Flame Church's leaders. We've suffered heavy losses among our elite members, and most of our allies and old friends are pessimistic about the current situation, offering limited support. If the Imperial Sword Bearers, Earthshakers, and other special units hadn't dispatched teams, we'd probably be in trouble now. The situation in Meister County will be even worse. As the Habsburg family, whose fiefdom is in Meister, we have a special bond with Meister, and a greater responsibility to maintain stability. Therefore, Ryan, I would like to hire you as the Habsburg family's guardian knight. Claire paused, then stated the conditions. Ryan, if you agree to become the Habsburg family's guardian knight, you will receive maximum support from the Habsburg family's collection of extraordinary combat skills, sorcery, potions, funds, and connections. Upon hearing this, Ryan paused for a moment before speaking candidly. Miss Claire, before I met you today, I had already undertaken several missions related to the Black Flame cult in Meister County, as a sword bearer, including the mission to protect your father, the governor of Meister County. So, you don't need to hire me as the guardian knight of the Habsburg family. There are things I should be doing as well. Don't forget, Meister is also my hometown. Undoubtedly, Claire's offer was extremely generous. Even guardian knights of ordinary marquisates wouldn't receive such generous terms. But Ryan was no longer the boy servant who had once sought advancement within the Habsburg estate. Becoming the guardian knight of the Habsburg family, or even of any other noble family, held little appeal. It would have added another layer of restraint. After all, according to the guardian knight's contract, he was bound to rescue the other family if they were in danger. Right now, the only family Ryan had agreed to help was the Crowleys, the family of the beautiful woman Jennifer. Given their close relationship, whether they were guardian knights or not was no longer important. Ryan would take action. Claire's expression of delight at first flickered upon hearing Ryan's words, but then faded. She frowned slightly, shook her head, and said, Ryan, Perhaps there's something you don't know yet. According to the information I received at the Imperial Royal Academy, the unrest in Maest and much of the Empire is likely just the beginning. Miss Claire, are you sure? Ryan frowned slightly. This turmoil, which nearly engulfed the entire Empire, was only the beginning? But why hadn't he heard any similar rumors in the Swordbearers branch? Well, it's said to be a prophecy from Grand Astrologer Lord Darien. Everyone, including His Majesty the Emperor, takes this prophecy very seriously. Grand Astrologer? No wonder. Ryan seemed to have seen a brief introduction to it in a book. It seemed to be a special title for high-level wizards specializing in prophecy, and their number was handful throughout the Empire. Ryan, I witnessed you slay Icebringer Grant in just 3 moves. Your talent for the path of knighthood far exceeds my expectations. I believe this isn't your endgame. Your strength will only grow stronger with time. Furthermore, even if the conditions I offer could attract other masters, I prefer to trust you. Like you just said, Meister is also your hometown. Claire's words plunged Ryan into deep thought. If the current turmoil is just the beginning, then this question needs to be reconsidered. While he could acquire the extraordinary combat skills and sorcery Claire mentioned from the Imperial Swordbearers, resources like funds and connections were his weaknesses. Many things required generations of accumulation within a noble family, and since he had only recently ascended to the nobility, his foundation was insufficient. The support of the Habsburg family would naturally be beneficial. Leaving aside other matters, even the information Claire had just revealed was something he had never heard of, even among the Swordbearers. Of course, this could be because he was only with the Swordbearers Munster branch, or perhaps it was due to insufficient authority. However, Ryan still shook his head and said, Miss Claire, I'm sorry, I cannot agree to this. Claire's beautiful face was immediately filled with disappointment. But the next second, Ryan changed the subject and said, however, Miss Claire, please allow me to become your personal guardian knight. This momentarily startled Claire, but then her face lit up with joy. She understood Ryan's meaning. While becoming the guardian knight of the Habsburg family and her personal guardian knight were both guardian knights, there was a significant difference. Simply put, if she became his personal guardian knight, then Ryan could refuse any requests from other members of the Habsburg family seeking his protection. Also, Ryan could intervene, or even refrain from intervention, at his discretion, in matters involving the Habsburg family's interests. The only guarantee Ryan had was that he would intervene if her life was in danger. Ryan, thank you. Claire sat up straight, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. But immediately, Claire blushed slightly. She then thought of something else. According to established custom, if a knight holding an official title expressed a desire to become the guardian knight of a noble lady, it was a subtle expression of love. Claire wondered if Ryan knew this or not. Furthermore, if the noble lady chose to accept, it would be a subtle expression of I accept your love. Ryan, of course, didn't know this. Ryan simply felt that if Claire was in danger, he would be willing to help, even without a contract. So, seeing the usually graceful Miss Claire blush slightly was a bit strange, and he took a second look. But there was something else. Claire seemed to possess a unique charm and beauty. Claire's pretty face blushed even more at Ryan's glances, and she quickly said, Ryan, I'd be returning to the inn now. By the way, we need to meet up with 2 reinforcements sent by my father's former subordinates on the way, so we leave for Maest early tomorrow morning. Is that a good time? As for the engagement ceremony and dinner, please allow me to hold them for you back in Maest. Of course, Miss Claire. After Ryan escorted Claire and her servant to the luxurious carriage parked at the door, the beautiful women Jennifer and Ginny returned a moment later. That evening, accompanied by Ryan, his mother Emma, his father Ryan Sr., his sister Mint, and Jennifer enjoyed their first, and incredibly sumptuous, dinner since arriving in the provincial capital of Munster. However, upon learning that Ryan would be departing for Meister the next day on a mission, everyone's expression shifted. Emma and Ryan Sr. naturally expressed concern, while Mint remained confident in her brother, her face devoid of any worry. And the beautiful woman, Jennifer, could hardly conceal her disappointment. Rain was due to depart the next day, so naturally, she wasn't feeling well that night. But soon, as if receiving some kind of signal, the beautiful woman's expression brightened with joy. Agatha was surprised. Jenny, who almost never went out at night, actually asked her out for a shopping trip. Jenny, didn't you say it's unsafe to go shopping at night? The guards are here. You don't like shopping during the day, do you? Agatha was still puzzled. Stop asking so many questions. Are you going to Cerruti? Yes. Yes. But can we go a little later? I want to talk to Baron Ryan for a while. Agatha was torn. But soon, Agatha was impressed by Jenny's offer to have a custom-made dress made for her at Cerruti, the famous tailor shop in Munster, and they went out together. At this moment, the beautiful woman Jennifer, who had just finished her meal, blushed slightly and stood up, saying, "Baron Ryan, the Chamber of Commerce has been busy lately, and I need to discuss something with you." Mother Emma and old Ryan naturally had no doubts. Inside the room, as Ryan entered the ranks of a senior Grand Knight, his needs naturally intensified. The beautiful woman hadn't seen Ryan for a long time, and she was at an age where she needed more. So, a fierce battle soon began. 10,000 words omitted here, an hour passed. Downstairs, Mother Emma said to old Ryan, a little puzzled, "It seems the Chamber of Commerce is very busy. Look, Jennifer has come upstairs and been discussing things with Ryan for so long." "Well, I heard the Chamber of Commerce's business has expanded from the county town to the provincial capital, so it's normal to be a little busy." "Yes, Jennifer, you've worked hard, and Ryan should thank her." Upstairs, her loose cashmere double tunic had long been lifted by Ryan, revealing her large, snow-white buttocks as she moved. Ryan easily held her waist, which could barely fit within his grasp, in place with one hand. After a while, the beautiful woman finally rested in the spacious, luxurious chair. She turned her head, brushed her slightly disheveled hair from her ear, and wearily looked at Ryan, saying, "My dear, you're truly amazing. My dear, I really think you should find a noblewoman with equally extraordinary powers." Well, Ryan knew the beautiful woman was speaking the truth. Jennifer had mentioned this several times since he became a Grand Knight. If the beautiful woman had been a match for him when he had just officially become a knight, Jennifer was truly outmatched now. After all, no woman would push the man she loved away. She simply couldn't handle it. Forget the saying that wolves at 30 are like wolves, and tigers at 40 are like tigers. Even real wolves and tigers, before reaching their ferocious peaks, would be no more formidable than kittens and puppies when facing a veteran Grand Knight like Ryan. After letting the beautiful woman Jennifer rest early, Ryan, who was in good shape, returned to his bedroom and suddenly thought of something. He then remembered that he had forgotten to check the system notifications today because he hadn't seen Claire in a while. The system notification read, "You experienced a battle, and your wizard, legend, experience points increased by 802. Congratulations, you defeated a powerful enemy and gained 1 gold skill point. Congratulations, your wizard, legend, class level has increased. Congratulations, your wizard, legend, class level has increased." The wizard, legend, class level has increased by 2 levels in a row, reaching level 3, for 22/500, and will soon be upgraded again. This also grants Ryan 2 more attribute points, and 2 more skill points, bringing his remaining attribute points to 8 and skill points to 4. Furthermore, although the battle ended extremely quickly, the Icebringer Grant was still quite formidable, naturally a formidable foe. Thus, this battle also earned Ryan a gold skill point, bringing his total to a staggering 8. This gave Ryan a thought. It seems I'm only 1 step away from upgrading Crushing Hammer to a top-level ultimate skill. Ryan immediately called up the Weapon Master, Legend, panel and reviewed it again. A quick calculation revealed that upgrading Crushing Hammer to a top-level ultimate skill required both hammer and breathing technique to level 18 or higher, requiring 4 gold skill points. Adding the upgrade cost, this totaled 8, perfectly sufficient. However, the stat requirements were still slightly off. The top-level ultimate skill required 45 points of strength, 38 points of agility, and 40 or higher of constitution. At this moment, Ryan's stats panel read, Constitution, 38. Strength, 41. Agility, 35. Spirit, 52. Constance, strength, and agility all had gaps, but the overall gap was only 1 point. But then, Ryan frowned. He recalled the day's battle. Although his strength was growing, the enemies he faced were becoming increasingly difficult to deal with, employing a variety of tactics. In fact, as he crushed the opponent's ice blade, his left hand could clearly feel the biting chill. If the chill persisted for a long time, it would cause blood circulation to slow and limbs to stiffen, a special effect that ice wizards feared. So, Ryan felt that he needed to diversify his countermeasures. Perhaps, he could consider improving his defense first. Although his intermediate steel body talent was highly effective in defending against sharp weapons like knives, spears, swords, and arrows, judging by the daytime conditions, its defense was relatively weak against the extreme cold, heat, and other effects of sorcery. After a moment's thought, Ryan's mind shifted, and in an instant, the hardened adamantium covering his left plate armor gauntlet transformed into an iris shield. Then, It swiftly transformed into an even larger tower shield, firmly protecting the area directly in front of Ryan. The metal transfiguration talent allowed Ryan to wield a variety of shields at will. Ryan immediately understood. So, with 4 consecutive skill points, he upgraded his lock and axe and shield skill to level 12. Instantly, a flood of memories of his training in lock and axe and shield skills flooded into Ryan's mind. The memory of his axe and shield training now filled Ryan's mind, quickly merging into his muscles and fascia. It was as if he had endured over a decade of arduous practice in some mysterious dimension, alone, with the lock and axe and shield technique. At the same time, Ryan could vaguely sense that he was only a step away from achieving the next evolutionary secret of the technique. Without hesitation, he continued to invest. With 1 gold skill point invested, the lock and axe and shield technique successfully reached level 13, and the system notification regarding the secret finally sounded. Congratulations, you have mastered the primary secret of the lock and axe and shield technique. Flash cut. Congratulations, you have mastered the primary secret of the lock and axe and shield technique. Iron wall. Huh? 2 secret techniques. Flash cut was expected. But it seems the second one is about shield defense. Surprised, Ryan couldn't help but examine it more closely. Soon, he spotted 2 new icons on the Weapon Master, Legendary, panel, located directly above the lock and axe and shield skill. The icons resemble twins, the characters and weapons identical, only their postures differing. The left image depicted a sturdy man holding a shield in his left hand, and an axe in his right, striding forward with his axe swinging fiercely. The other image depicted the man with the axe and shield, his axe retracted and his shield held high, a rock-solid, defensive stance. The description of the secret technique was as follows. Flash cut, elementary secret technique, effect, using a unique force technique combining the force and slashing, swing the axe, delivering a powerful, cutting blow. Iron wall, primary secret technique uses a unique blocking technique combining the force and shield, swinging the shield rapidly to create a wall of steel. To upgrade iron wall to an intermediate secret technique, the following conditions must be met. 1. Lock and axe and shield combat skill level 14 or higher. 2. Bear King breathing technique level 14 or higher. 3. Strength 35, agility 32, and constitution 30 or higher. 4. Consumes 1 gold skill point. Chapter 264. Having just mastered 2 new secrets, if this villa hadn't lacked training grounds, Ryan would have practiced them. For now, he could only suppress his eagerness. My Weapon Master, Legendary, class, combined with my innate sorcery, Metal Transfiguration, is naturally well suited for handling various combat scenarios. In other words, with the near-instantaneous Metal Transfiguration, my Legendary class, Weapon Master, has been significantly enhanced. First, I won't need to carry 6 or 7 different weapons in every battle to adapt to different scenarios, which greatly reduces my burden. In each future battle, I only need to carry an appropriate amount of special metals to achieve the effect of carrying multiple weapons. Second, during combat, the sudden transformation of my weapon, resulting in a drastic change in fighting style, will surely catch the enemy off guard. Thinking of this, Ryan's brows relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face. This is where Metal Transfiguration perfectly aligns with my Legendary class, Weapon Master. The sum of its parts is far greater than the sum of its parts. Imagine, in a battle, my weapon, initially a 2-handed warhammer, suddenly transforms into a short spear. The enemy, taken aback, might be caught off guard, giving me an opportunity to exploit. Of course, the ironwork begins with the iron itself. Finally, and most importantly, I'd ideally master every weapon I transform with Metal Transfiguration to the ultimate level. That would be amazing. Ryan sighed inwardly. However, I have a limited number of points, so I can't add them all. So, I need to think carefully. A knight or great knight can wield multiple weapons, which isn't difficult. Mastering 1 or 2 isn't too difficult either. But mastering multiple weapons is incredibly difficult. This process requires a significant amount of time and effort, and that's assuming one has good talent. As for achieving what Ryan has, mastering the secrets of almost every transcendental combat skill across different weapon types, that's incredibly difficult. I have the hammer secret, and it's the only weapon that's reached the advanced secret level. It's suitable for dealing with powerful individuals or large, ferocious beasts. I have the sonic secret, which is suitable for dealing with groups of less powerful enemies. It's a bit of a shame. If I had other group attack secrets, even if the enemy is stronger, I could still wipe them out. I still lack a lot of group attack options, Ryan muttered to himself. We already have one-handed axe and shield skills. This one is more suitable for defensive counterattacks, or when there's no offensive opportunity in a short period of time. We don't have any ranged attack skills yet. If hardened adamantine were to transform into a bow, the bow arm would be too inflexible, making it less powerful than a throwing weapon. Just like when I counterattack today, I immediately used the short spear transformed by metal transmutation. It seems the next step is to try to find a throwing-related supernatural skill. Of course, offensive metal-based sorcery would be even better, but that's a bit hard to come by. It's better to first look for a throwing-related supernatural skill. It should be relatively easy. Ryan pondered for a moment, then summarized his experience regarding the appropriate use of various weapons. Having figured it out, Ryan immediately reviewed the skills under the Battle Master, Legend, class panel. A few minutes later, his focus shifted to Catter Fist. Ryan no longer had any skill points, but Catter Fist had already been upgraded to level 12 from level 10 when he first transitioned to Weapon Master through several previous battles. This meant that further skill upgrades would only require gold skill points. As for why he chose to upgrade Catter Fist, Ryan had recently considered that, in combat with wizards, sometimes closing the distance and attacking with extreme speed and frequency would yield better results. Based on the psychology of enemies skilled in wizardry or ranged attacks, they would tend to panic in close combat. Furthermore, Catter Fist can also be incredibly effective in confined environments, as was clearly demonstrated in his previous cave battle with the Poseidon cult's emissary, Mialko. So, Ryan decided to improve his Catter Fist. Of course, he also wanted to see what secrets Catter Fist could offer. Don't forget, Catter Fist possesses 2 secret techniques. With the investment of gold skill points, Catter Fist instantly reached level 13, and Ryan seemed to have entered a mysterious realm, instantly experiencing years of arduous Catter Fist training. When Ryan regained consciousness, the system notification arrived as expected. Congratulations, you have mastered the primary secret of Catter Fist, Heavy Punch Combo. Congratulations, you've mastered the primary secret of Catter Fist, Rapid Slicing. As expected, just as expected, 2 secret techniques give rise to 2 secrets. Ryan's face lit up with joy. At the same time, Ryan quickly noticed 2 new icons directly above Catter Fist on the Weapon Master, Legendary panel. The descriptions are as follows. Heavy Punch Combo. Primary secret uses a special power-generating technique combining the force with boxing techniques, delivering several devastating punches in a very short period of time. Rapid Slicing. Primary secret uses a special power-generating technique combining the force with the sharp knuckles, swinging rapidly to sever the enemy's limbs. To upgrade Rapid Cut to an intermediate skill, the following conditions must be met. 1. Catter Fist level 14 or higher. 2. Bear King Breathing Technique level 14 or higher. 3. Strength 38, Agility 35, and Constitution 32 or higher. 4. Consume 1 gold skill point. At this moment, Ryan's face once again showed a thoughtful expression. He folded his arms across his chest and paced back and forth across the room. I just spent a total of 2 points. Now I have 6 gold skill points left. If I upgrade all 4 newly mastered elementary skills to intermediate skills, that would only require 4 gold skill points. Ryan's eyes lit up. He immediately made up his mind to upgrade all 4 newly mastered elementary skills. As for gold skill points, he could always earn them. The next second, as the number of gold skill points on the panel dropped from 6 to 2, a system notification flashed across the screen. Congratulations, you have mastered the intermediate skill of Locken's Axe and Shield Combat skill, Flash Cut. Congratulations, you've mastered it. At this point, Ryan had elevated all 4 primary secrets, Flash Cut, Iron Wall, Heavy Punch Combo, and Rapid Cut, to intermediate levels. Looking at the 4 newly mastered intermediate secrets, Ryan's face lit with satisfaction. The next morning, after bidding farewell to his family and the beautiful woman Jennifer, Ryan set off for the Tianyan, where Claire was staying. Slung across Ryan's waist was a warhammer with a miniature skull on its front, the Skull Hammer. On his back was a long wooden box containing a replica of the Emperor's scepter. As for weapons like the glimmering greatsword, Ryan slung them on either side of the trotting wildebeest, Xiao Hei. Originally, Ryan hadn't planned to bring the glimmering greatsword with him because its surface had been hardened and polished. Using metal transformation would destroy this surface hardening. In other words, if Ryan fought with the glimmering greatsword, while it would be slightly sharper, it wouldn't transform. However, Ryan reconsidered. He could simply place the weapon on the now ferocious wildebeest, Blackie, without having to carry it on his back. It wouldn't increase his weight, wouldn't affect his speed in battle, and would even provide a tactical misdirection. So, Ryan took the weapon with him. Riding the towering Blackie, accompanied by Cookie, a ferocious war dog the size of a pony, Ryan arrived at the entrance of the Tianyan, attracting considerable attention. At that moment, a luxurious carriage bearing the insignia of the Kaleri bird and 2 teams of 24 elite cavalrymen were already waiting at the entrance of the Tianyan. Claire and her servant had just emerged from the inn. The timing was perfect. Claire naturally noticed Ryan, riding his majestic horse. 2 ferocious level pets? Claire's eyes lit up, immediately recognizing the extraordinary qualities of Ryan's warhorse and the warhound behind him. However, the inn entrance was crowded with people, making small talk unsuitable. Claire nodded to Ryan and boarded the carriage. Ryan. Sir, Miss Claire, please join me in the carriage. Just as Ryan was about to ride his trotting wildebeest, Blackie, and the cavalryman behind Claire's carriage, the head maid, Shadia, trotted over and said with a smile. Am I getting in the carriage too? Then my warhorse. I take care of Lord Ryan's warhorse, said the butler, Yodel, with a broad smile. Okay, thank you for your help. Having not seen Claire for a long time, Ryan naturally wanted to chat with her. When Ryan boarded the carriage, he discovered the interior was extremely spacious and luxurious, with 2 rows of seats, front and back, and a long, brown, solid wood coffee table in the middle. After Ryan boarded the carriage, the entire group slowly began their journey towards Welsh County. Inside the carriage. By the way, Ryan, I remember I taught you the giant bear sword technique. However, in terms of level and power, it's not a very strong transcendental martial art. I have a scroll of Arcadia sword technique here, as a greeting gift for you, the Guardian Knight. Claire smiled as she took the pale yellow, ancient scroll from Shadia and handed it to Ryan. Arcadia sword technique? Yes, Arcadia, whose full name is Arcadia Payson, was a renowned sword master from centuries ago. Ryan, you can take a look at it, it should be helpful. Ryan's heart raced upon hearing this, and he immediately took the scroll and began to read. Naturally, Ryan wouldn't refuse Claire's offer of the Arcadian swordsmanship, especially since it was a transcendental combat technique inherited from a sword master. The secret of the giant bear swordsmanship he had previously learned was the sound wave secret. It wasn't that it was bad, but it was quite different from the secrets derived from traditional two-handed great swords. Thus, Ryan was quite excited to see what secrets this Arcadian swordsmanship would bring him after mastering it. I remember you once asked me if I was practicing the giant bear swordsmanship. Actually, I've been practicing this two-handed swordsmanship since I was a child, and it's a family treasure. Claire's smile brightened as she recalled the past. It's just that this sword technique is quite difficult to get started. However, with your talent, I think learning it won't be too difficult. I estimate you'd be proficient in it in less than a month or 2. Ryan listened, his eyes brightening as he observed the Arcadian sword techniques. By the way, although I'm no longer your match, if you're just looking for a sparring session in Arcadian sword techniques, Ren, you can always come to me if you'd like, Claire suggested. Sparring? Ryan's heart skipped a beat. This immediately reminded him of a sparring session he'd had with Claire. Given the circumstances, it wasn't quite right to call it a sparring session. It was more of Claire's one-sided instruction. Recalling that scene, Renyen couldn't help but smile. Thank you, Miss Claire. I hope you'll be able to guide me then. You're welcome, Ren. Don't forget, you're my guardian knight now. Since Claire's luxurious carriage was pulled by 4 horses, its speed wasn't much slower than that of the cavalry. The entire team galloped along, and by noon, they had already arrived in Welsh County, about 2 hours' journey from their agreed destination. However, at noon, the team naturally needed to rest and recover. Soon, they gathered around several bonfires in a roadside woodland. Rain and Claire didn't have to worry about gathering firewood and cooking. The butler, Yodel, and the head maid, Shadia, had already arranged everything in an orderly manner. Taking advantage of the moment, Ryan approached Claire and said, Miss Claire, if it's okay, I'd like to learn some Arcadian swordsmanship from you. Claire looked at Ryan with a puzzled look in her beautiful eyes. Ryan, don't tell me you've already gotten started. In just a short while in the carriage. I've gotten a good grasp of it. If Miss Claire could spare some time to teach me, I'm sure I'd master it quickly. Although Claire wasn't entirely convinced, she immediately nodded in agreement. Of course. The 2 of them then arrived at a clearing in the woods. Ryan, we've agreed. Only Arcadian swordsmanship is allowed. Otherwise, I'm no match for you, Claire said with a smile. Of course, Ryan said with a smile. Soon, 2 figures appeared in the clearing, moving at high speed. The clanging sounds of clashes were heard more frequently. Although it was merely a sparring match, the elite cavalrymen, resting on the ground nearby, watched with rapt interest. The Arcadian swordplay was full of sweeping strokes, its attacks quite spectacular. Claire, the weaker of the two, possessed the strength of a peak knight, making her untouchable to the cavalry. After several minutes, the rapidly moving figure suddenly stopped. Claire's towering chest heaved violently, her beautiful eyes gazing at Ryan in disbelief. Although Ryan's display of Arcadian swordplay hadn't been considered entry-level, clearly putting him at a disadvantage, Claire could clearly sense that his mastery of the art was slowly improving. This level of mastery of transcendental combat skills was truly terrifying. This finally dawned on Claire how Ryan had become so powerful in just over 6 months. At the same time, Claire quickly thought of another question. She glanced at the skull hammer at Ryan's waist and couldn't help but ask, "Ryan, are you proficient in several extraordinary combat techniques?" Because she had witnessed Ryan killing Icebringer Grant the previous day, he had clearly used a short spear. "Yes, Miss Claire," Ryan thought for a moment, then nodded. "Besides the two-handed greatsword, you're probably also proficient in hammer techniques, right? Anything else?" "Yes, and shields, and one-handed axes." Claire was speechless for a moment. This talent for quickly grasping extraordinary combat techniques was truly. "Ryan, you're already proficient in so many weapons. Even in the Imperial capital, I've rarely seen anyone with your talent or ability. It's truly rare." However, Claire's face was pensive, as if she had thought of something. She continued, "However, your talent reminds me of a race from ancient times, very similar to you." "Ancient race?" Ryan raised an eyebrow, clearly quite interested in Claire's topic. "Yes, I wonder if you've heard of them. The ancient trolls." Ryan's eyes lit up. Of course he had heard of them. Not only that, he had even looked them up in several ancient texts. Claire nodded and explained, "The ancient trolls once lived in the dense, primeval forests. The forests of that time were teeming with ferocious beasts, behemoths, and even more terrifying ancient creatures. The living environment was extremely harsh, yet they managed to establish a powerful ancient troll empire. This is closely related to the ancient trolls' bravery and fighting prowess. Because adult trolls are generally highly skilled in using a variety of weapons, just like you. They wield two-handed swords, hammers, spears, and various throwing weapons. To this end, they even built ancient, majestic arenas. To demonstrate their prowess, they not only battle behemoths, but also among themselves. Among the most courageous and skilled warriors, the most powerful king, the one who wielded the most weapons, would be crowned the King of 1,000 Blades. The title? He enjoys a high status within the clan." Suddenly Ryan froze. Because he had just received a system notification. Ding! Detecting the host listening to ancient secrets, triggering the special advanced class change from Weapon Master, Legendary, to King of 1,000 Blades, Epic. The prerequisites for advancement to the King of 1,000 Blades, Epic, are 1. Weapon Mastery level 9 or higher. 2. Mastery of 9 different mysteries. 3. Physical level 2 breakthrough of 90% or higher. 4. Any breathing technique level 18 or higher. 5. Strength 50 or higher, agility 50 or higher, constitution 50 or higher. The current requirements are not met. The King of 1,000 Blades, Epic, class advancement failed. An epic class. King of 1,000 Blades? A king mastering 1,000 weapons. That's an exaggeration. For a moment, Ryan's mind raced. Meist, Wolf Hills. On a main road, several burly men wearing Earthshaker armbands from the Empire's special unit lay sprawled on the side of the road, their bodies covered in wounds and signs of heavy blood loss. A middle-aged man in a black robe still emanated a bloody glow, but as the battle ended, it gradually faded. "Lord Bloodburner, these presumptuous individuals dare to trouble you. They're truly courting disaster." A black flame monk, dressed in a black robe with a black flame tattooed on his collar, stepped forward and flattered. "Stop the flattery. By the way, how's that matter going?" Laxel waved his hand. "Lord, I was just about to report this to you." As if thinking of something, the black-robed man reporting had a strange look on his face. Lord, I just received information from an insider at Count Habsburg's mansion. Their daughter will not arrive in Meister by military airship. Instead, she will take a carriage from Munster, first to Welsh County, and then to Meister." Is the information confirmed? This surprised Laxel. Because, according to his original discussions with his subordinates, they assumed the enemy would inevitably choose to arrive in Meister by Imperial military airship. After all, airships were not only much faster than carriages, but also safer. So, they were all prepared to attack the enemy on the route between the airship landing point in Meister and Count Habsburg's residence. Since the route was located on Meister's main thoroughfare, it was heavily patrolled. Furthermore, considering that the enemy would undoubtedly be accompanied by a considerable number of guards, capturing the Count's daughter alive would naturally require expert intervention. Only then would the battle be resolved and the enemy removed within 2 or 3 minutes. If the delay lasted more than 10 minutes, the Imperial swordsmen within Meister County would be alerted and would rush to the rescue. Therefore, to be on the safe side, the battle should be resolved within 5 minutes. This was also why Laxel decided to take action personally. Now, the news they received was much more interesting. The enemy had actually chosen to travel by carriage from Münster to Welsh County, and then on to Meister? This made Laxel and his men laugh. It seems I don't need to intervene. This Habsburg lady doesn't quite understand who she's fighting against. Since she's going to Welsh County, I just need to wait here for good news from Galena. Galena had succeeded Laxel as High Priestess of Welsh County. She was ruthless and particularly skilled in illusion. Contact Galena. Tell her to find a suitable opportunity to resolve this matter. I don't care about the others, but I want that Earl's daughter alive. As you command, my lord. Chapter 265. In a manor in Wales County. Master High Priest, we just received an urgent message from Master Bloodstained. A black flame monk said respectfully to a slender woman in black robes. Oh! Is this a letter from Master Raxel? Bring it here for me to see. As you command, Master. The black flame monk handed over a slightly curled envelope. A slender hand, too pale and bloodless, reached out, took the letter, and lifted its hood to examine it. The face within the hood was revealed. A young woman with a captivating countenance. Her deep brown eyes, and the makeup that resembled black eyeshadow, seemed to exude a unique allure that drew one in. This alluring woman was none other than the Black Flame Cult's High Priestess in Wales County, Galena Birkin. As her thin lips parted, she whispered, Count Habsburg's daughter, Claire, and her entourage are passing through Welsh County, and are en route to Meister, accompanied by a considerable escort. Capture them alive. There's a traitor within the group. The enemy group is expected to camp tonight, in the woods between the towns of Colmar and Ease. Galena finished reading, a thoughtful expression on her face, as she handed the open letter to her subordinate, seemingly asking him to review it as well. A few minutes later, Galena said, Since this is Lord Raxel's request, we must naturally cooperate. Contact this traitor to see where they've gone and determine their camping location tonight. By the way, how strong is the Earl's daughter? Are there any special experts around her? We need to investigate this thoroughly. Since we're doing this, we must do it well. As you command, Master Priest. The black-robed subordinate slowly retreated. At this moment, a faint smile appeared on Galena's lips. She whispered, illusion combined with the exploding black flame, newly bestowed by the great god of the hunt, is my new trump card, which I've recently mastered. It's a good time to test it out in combat. I hope the enemy this time is somewhat interesting. Galena was originally a 3rd-level wizard apprentice specializing in illusion. However, due to her limited talent, even after exhausting all her efforts to obtain the atomization potion, she failed to successfully break through to the level of a full wizard, and instead suffered a significant loss of strength. This gradually distorted her mentality, and coupled with Raxel's instigation, Galena became a believer in Rune, the god of the hunt, several years ago. Galena, who joined the Black Flame cult, performed exceptionally well in several missions. This earned her the favor of the god of the hunt through Black Flame prayers and sacrifices, allowing her to successfully advance to the level of a wizard and even become a warlock. Warlocks, while deriving some of their power from their own sorcery, receive a greater degree of power from the deity they serve. These techniques, similar in effect to sorcery, but more sinister and bizarre, are formally classified as sorcery. All those who wield the sorceress powers bestowed by the evil deity can be collectively referred to as sorcerers. Wait, this new Christian training for the entire province of Münster is being held right here. We can call them all in and observe. It can serve as both a training exercise and a practical exercise, and it can also strengthen their conviction that the Empire is on the decline, and encourage them to embrace our Lord more proactively. Galena stopped her subordinate as she was about to leave and said, As you command, High Priest. The Black Flame monk bowed again and turned to retreat. Welsh County. A temporary camp on the side of the road. Ryan took a closer look and found that he currently did not meet almost all of the requirements for his promotion to the Thousand Blade King. The only requirement he currently met was the Bear King breathing technique. This also seemed to indicate that his breathing technique was already high enough, but he had only recently embarked on the path of transcendence, so its effects had not yet fully manifested. This was normal. The improvement of the body through breathing techniques is a continuous and gradual process. Normally, for an ordinary person to become a full knight, it would take several years of breathing technique practice to strengthen their physical fitness. But Ryan immediately thought of another point. Because he can also add points to his physical attributes, the effects are even less noticeable, and any immediate improvement is likely to be overshadowed by the added points. For example, if Ryan were to experience an immediate increase in strength or vitality due to the effects of a breathing technique, but then added points to either, the resulting increase would naturally be overshadowed by the added points. To put it another way, if someone already possesses the physical qualities of a Grand Knight, then practicing an entry-level breathing technique would have little or no effect. Also, do I need 9 secret techniques? Luckily, it's not 9 different types of weapons. 9 secret techniques would be difficult for others, but it's not so difficult for me, as I've already mastered 5. Seeing Ryan frozen in place, Claire assumed he was captivated by the legend of the ancient troll race, the Lord of 1,000 Blades. So, she jokingly asked, Ryan, do you have the blood of the ancient trolls? Otherwise, how could you master so many weapons and extraordinary combat techniques? Looking at Claire's playful expression, Ryan was taken aback, but his mood brightened. He shrugged and replied with a smile, well, I don't think so. In reality, at this moment, Ryan was thinking, after all these years, the pair of ancient troll fangs he absorbed, as a beast priest couldn't possibly contain any troll essence. At this moment, he was naturally still a fully human. Since his Arcadian swordsmanship had reached level 1, 12 out of 100, Ryan was about to ask Claire to continue. At this moment, the head maid, Shadia, approached. Looking at Claire and Ryan, who were chatting and laughing, she smiled and bowed, saying, Miss, Lord Ryan, lunch is ready. Claire and Ryan enjoyed their lunch in the carriage. Although they were in the wilderness, the head maid had thoughtfully prepared butter, white bread, grilled steak, and more. Ryan, after lunch, we continue our journey. Just ahead, about 10 kilometers from the county seat of Welsh County, is the estate owned by Viscount Seller. As agreed, we meet there. Yes, Miss Claire. Viscount Seller was once my father's old subordinate, and has always been on good terms with the Habsburg family. This time, he has sent a cavalry unit led by 2 peaked knights, comprising nearly 10 veteran knights and 3 squads of elite cavalry, making it a considerable reinforcement. Although Ryan was a little skeptical, he nodded and didn't ask. Is there no power at the level of a Grand Knight? For Maester County, peaked knights, while considered skilled, are far from masters. In other words, even if they have some effect, it will only slightly improve the situation, not significantly, let alone decisively. This gave Ryan a glimpse into the predicament the Habsburg family currently faces. Come to think of it, if it weren't for this, Claire wouldn't have come to him. Through the carriage window, Ryan saw the greyhound Cookie and the trotting wildebeest Blackie, also well cared for by the head maid, Shadia, feasting on their food. As for the Bloodfeather hippogriff, Bloodfeather would forage on his own, leaving Ryan no need to worry. After lunch, the group continued their journey, arriving near Cerro Manor about 2 hours later. Several kilometers from the manor, Ryan actually spotted a large group of cavalry and knights gathering at the manor gate. Huh? There were more of them than Claire had predicted. And they were much stronger. Especially the noble standing at the front of the group, accompanied by 2 great knights. This surprised Ryan quite a bit. But even more surprised was Claire, who muttered to herself, huh? Why is Earl Rodlin here too? Didn't we say? And this pesky fellow. Ryan, Shadia, wait in the carriage until I get off. Claire, seemingly concerned about something, didn't let Ryan get off with her. As the group drew closer, Claire quickly dismounted the carriage out of courtesy. She bowed slightly to Earl Rodlin and said, Earl Rodlin, what brings you here? Hello, Viscount Sealer. Claire then greeted the middle-aged man with thick eyebrows beside her, who quickly returned the greeting. My niece, Claire, long time no see. You're becoming more and more beautiful. Earl Rodlin laughed. Thank you for the compliment. Claire. As Claire dismounted, a young man beside Earl Rodlin, who looked quite similar to him, immediately stepped forward eagerly. It seemed as if he wanted to take Claire's hand and kiss it. However, for an unmarried woman, kissing a hand isn't considered very polite. Claire's expression immediately changed, and she dodged the outstretched hand, causing the young man to look embarrassed and drop it. Claire said, Long time no see, Claire. Hello, Rachel. Claire's expression was cold. At this moment, Earl Rodlin smoothed things over for his youngest son, saying, Ahem. Claire, Rachel actually cares deeply about you. She's been telling me she wants to send support, but you know, the situation in Welsh County is also quite turbulent. At this point, The young man named Rachel puffed out her chest and gazed at Claire with a look of deep affection. Claire, you know Rachel has always loved you. If you can accept Rachel's proposal and our two families marry, then even if the situation in Meister becomes dangerous, our Rodlin family will stand by you without hesitation. At the last 4 words, Count Rodlin's voice suddenly rose, filled with a righteous aura. At this moment, Ryan heard the head maid, Shadia, whispering indignantly beside him, "How shameless! How despicable! The Rodlin family hasn't even considered who helped them quell the rebellion of the family knights 10 years ago. Now, they're taking advantage of the situation and want the young lady to marry Rachel, who's obsessed with seducing women." Hearing Shadia's words, Ryan immediately understood Count Rodlin's plan, even if he didn't understand the situation at all. This guy was actually taking advantage of someone's misfortune, hoping to get Claire to agree to his son's proposal before sending these reinforcements. Now, the Grand Knight beside him, and the group of knights and cavalrymen behind him were like bait, tempting Claire to agree. However, as Count Habsburg's daughter, Claire was well versed in the tactics of some nobles, and she immediately saw through his every thought. Claire's expression immediately paled, and she declined, "Lord Rodlin, I'm truly sorry, but I truly have no feelings for Rachel. Since the situation in Welsh County is quite volatile, let's just drop the idea of reinforcements. I take my leave." Wait! Rodlin hadn't expected Claire to refuse so decisively, without even a second thought. He glanced resentfully at his unworthy son, then turned to gaze at Claire's slender figure, a hint of envy on his face as he said, "Niece Claire, the situation in Meister is currently extremely volatile. As your elder, and for your protection, I believe it would be best for you to remain in Welsh County and wait for the situation to stabilize before returning." As he spoke, Rodlin waved his hand without waiting for Claire's reply. Suddenly, 2 great knights behind him swiftly approached Claire from either side, apparently intending to place her under house arrest. Claire's expression suddenly changed, her pretty face hardening as she said, "Count Rodlin, you're going too far. Are you planning to detain me?" "No, no, my dear niece Claire, I simply wish to protect your safety." "Even if Count Habsburg knew, he wouldn't blame me," Rodlin said, shaking his head smugly. Rachel, watching this scene, blushed with excitement and said, "Father, this should have happened long ago." Viscount Cyril, standing beside him, looked grim. He said, "Count Rodlin, aren't you going a bit too far? After all, Count Habsburg. Cyril, you must understand. You're only a viscount. Do you think you're supposed to tell a count like me how to do things?" Count Rodlin gave Cyril a displeased look. At this moment, Ryan, in the carriage, naturally couldn't stand it anymore. He had witnessed the ugly faces of some nobles. He had never imagined that offering help in times of need would lead to something even more despicable than kicking someone when they're down. What scum! When the 2-meter-tall, black-haired young man, clad in silver high-level knight armor, stepped down from Claire's carriage, the 2 previously relaxed knights' faces suddenly hardened, their bodies tensing as if they were facing a formidable enemy. They immediately stopped where they were. Ryan, with a relaxed expression, walked over, took Claire's warm hand, and pulled her behind him. "Miss Claire, let me take care of this." Claire, whose hand was being held by Ryan, instinctively pulled it away, but it remained motionless, causing her face to blush slightly. However, she glanced at Ryan's tall figure and said nothing. Instead, she felt a sense of relief. And when she saw a handsome young man disembarking from Claire's carriage, Rachel's expression suddenly changed. She shouted, "Who are you? How did you end up in Claire's carriage? Claire, I didn't expect you to be such a slut." Ryan's expression immediately changed. Whoosh! Ryan vanished from the spot. "Watch out!" The 2 great knights tried to intervene, but it was too late. The next second, "Pa!" Rachel, slapped across the face by Ryan, fell headfirst to the ground like a radish planted in the ground, with spots of blood and a dozen teeth scattered across the ground. In fact, a closer look would reveal that Rachel's entire mouth had been twisted, leaving her face, once barely handsome, completely disfigured. Ryan's lightning-fast action caused the expressions of those around him to change dramatically. Clearly, this dark-haired young man was also a Grand Knight, and judging by his strength, he seemed even more powerful than the 2 Grand Knights of Count Rodlin's family. The 2 Grand Knights exchanged a glance. The next second, they attacked Ryan from both sides. However, neither drew their weapons, suggesting they still had some room for maneuver. "Be careful," Claire shouted. Ryan's expression remained unchanged. He turned and kicked the ground, creating a deep crater. Using the force of this kick, Ryan struck with lightning speed, striking left and right. Bang! Ryan's punch struck the Grand Knight's abdomen, But as if considering something, he instantly retracted his force. But the force was still too great, shattering the opponent's breastplate. The knight was folded in half, his eyes bulging, his arms and legs stretched straight forward like a folded piece of paper. Bang! Ryan then spun again, his left fist lashing out to the right. Another figure suffered the same fate as the previous Grand Knight, set flying backwards at over twice the speed of the previous one. Both Grand Knights crashed into nearby horses, sending the crowd into a state of panic. The two war horses struck directly suffered broken bones and ruptured tendons, killing them instantly. Seeing Ryan's imposing presence, even a fool could tell he was no ordinary figure. He defeated two legitimate Grand Knights with just 2 punches. Who the hell are you? Do you know the consequences of attacking an Imperial noble? Count Rodlin stood still, seemingly fearing a retaliation from Ryan. However, the injuries to his son and his men forced him to demand a stern question. This is my guardian knight, Lord Ryan, Claire said, slowly approaching. Even a guardian knight? Can you attack a noble? Rodlin pointed at his son, half his teeth gone, angrily, looking like a victim. Want to cause me trouble? You're always welcome. Ryan produced the golden emblem of an Imperial swordbearer, and waved it before Rodlin's eyes. Swordbearer? Gold rank, even. Rodlin's expression suddenly changed. You're so young, how could you possibly be a gold rank swordbearer? You're welcome to complain to the Swordbearers Munster branch. Ryan waved his hand casually, then walked away, hand in hand with Claire, without even turning back. Those two great knights. Claire whispered. It's okay, don't worry. They won't die. They haven't drawn their weapons, so I naturally show mercy, Ryan explained to Claire. Just now, Ryan had unleashed his newly mastered intermediate catter fist technique, a heavy punch combo, but it came to an abrupt halt. He had delivered 1 punch per man, holding back his strength. Seeing his utter inability to defeat them, Earl Rodlin angrily said, "Let's go." The crowd behind him hurried away, supporting the two severely injured Great Knights and Rachel, whose head was buzzing from the blow. At this moment, Viscount Cyril, who was still present, called out to Claire, "Miss Claire, please wait a moment. We will also go to Meister with you. You know what just happened. After all, I'm in Welsh County, so..." Claire smiled faintly, turned around, and said, "Viscount Cyril, I understand. You're welcome to join me." She knew that Viscount Cyril was forced by the situation. After all, they were both in Welsh County. If he offended Earl Rodlin, his life would be difficult. Among the nobles, it was rare for him to maintain neutrality, and not join in the embarrassment of her just now. Thus, the entire team grew considerably. In terms of strength, there was no longer a gap. In addition to Ryan, the officially recognized senior Grand Knight, there were 2 more Peak Knights, a group of senior knights, and dozens of cavalrymen. Meanwhile, inside a manor somewhere in Welsh County. How's it going? Where is the enemy team? How's the information gathering going? Galena casually asked, flicking her long, slender fingernails as her subordinate entered. Master Priest, as we expected, they're heading towards the town of Korma. But what? This Count Habsburg's daughter is likely protected by a senior Grand Knight. Brother Black Flame immediately recounted the details of what happened at the gate of Cerro Manor, as relayed by an insider. 2 full-fledged Grand Knights were knocked down with just 2 punches. I'm afraid the enemy's strength is more than just that of an ordinary Grand Knight. Galena's expression darkened as she listened to her subordinate's report. However, her expression didn't betray the slightest worry. Instead, it showed an eagerness to try. They're likely masters who have truly mastered the secrets. Otherwise, even a seasoned Grand Knight wouldn't be able to instantly defeat 2 full Grand Knights based on their physical abilities. Haha, interesting. They'd make excellent test subjects, Galena said with a seductive smile, standing up. After all, if the opponent was too weak, she wouldn't even have the urge to unleash her ultimate move. However, Galena suddenly noticed that her subordinate, having finished his report, hadn't left, so she asked in confusion, "What? Anything else to report? I heard that before leaving, they presented a golden emblem." Judging from Count Rodlin's attitude, he seemed wary. And what about a gold-level swordsman? However, this information isn't 100% accurate, as the insider was standing a bit far away and didn't hear it clearly at the time. What? This made Galena's face change. A gold-rank swordbearer. Galena naturally knew what a gold-rank swordbearer meant. Imperial swordbearers had always been feared by their non-orthodox churches. Not only were they powerful, but they often operated in small teams, working in perfect harmony and being extremely difficult to deal with. If the opponent was gold rank, It seemed the mission Raxel had given them was anything but easy. Is the opponent a single person? Galena asked. Yes, sir, that much is clear. The opponent is a single person. This immediately relieved Galena. One person versus a small team, naturally, wouldn't be a difficult enemy. Even if it was just a gold rank sword bearer, if it was just one person, she was very confident she could win. After all, the opponent was a gold rank sword bearer who had taken the path of a knight. There were still many ways to deal with him. But just to be safe, how's the assembly going? Galena turned to ask her subordinate. Master Priest, are you talking about that giant thing the church has placed here for experiments? It's almost complete, almost ready for the prayer ceremony and activation, the black-robed subordinate reported. Tell the craftsmen to speed up the process. I need it tonight. Well, even though dozens of craftsmen are working overtime, I'm afraid it might not be ready tonight, Master Priest. Haha, killing one of the craftsmen might make it in time, wouldn't it? Galena said with a wicked smile. The black-robed subordinate's heart trembled at this, and he bowed his head respectfully. Master Priest, I do it right away. Looking at the subordinate hurriedly leaving, Galena nodded with satisfaction. With that thing, there shouldn't be any accidents tonight. Chapter 266. When Ryan led Claire to the carriage, perhaps because the head maid, Shadia, was inside, Claire used a little force to pull her warm hand away from Ryan's. Inside the carriage. Seeing Ryan and Claire return, the head maid said with a hint of excitement, Lord Ryan, those few blows just now were truly satisfying. Seeing you give Earl Rodlin and his son a good lesson, those two ungrateful villains, my heart is filled with joy. Thank you. That's exactly what I should do, isn't it? I'm Miss Claire's guardian knight now, Ryan said with a smile in response to the head maid's compliment. Hearing Ryan mention the term guardian knight again, Claire's pretty face flushed slightly. The team continued to gallop rapidly toward Meister County. As night fell, the knights were fine, but the cavalrymen's faces still revealed a hint of fatigue. The cavalrymen were merely well-trained ordinary men, and a day of intense travel had indeed worn them out. At this moment, Claire in the carriage asked the old butler outside the window, Where are we now? Miss, we've passed the town of Colmar. We're roughly midway between Colmar and Ease, replied the old butler, Yodel, who was riding a horse outside the window. Then let's set up camp nearby. Don't forget to inform Viscount Cyril. As you command, Miss Claire. Ryan, standing by, didn't comment. Claire had previously told him that, to save time, they would be camping outdoors as planned. After a night's stay in the wilderness, they resumed their journey the next morning, expecting to reach Meister around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. The cavalrymen breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing they could set up camp and rest, smiles breaking out across their faces. Soon, bonfires began to light in a clearing by the roadside, and the men began roasting various dried meats. Meanwhile, in a hidden valley not far from the makeshift camp, a vast group, several times larger than Ryan's, rapidly approached him. At the head of the group was a luxurious carriage without any insignia, flanked by a dozen or so black-robed monks. The largest group consisted of over 100 men, wearing uniform gray robes and hoods. On their sleeves or collars, they all bore a pattern of flaming black flames. Clearly, these gray-robed men were the Protestants trained in Welsh County that Galena had mentioned. Turn your gaze to the end of the group. A massive cart, pulled by 16 horses, was slowly moving behind the procession, dragging a massive object. The cart was covered with a thick tarpaulin, making it difficult to discern its true form, but one could vaguely make out the outline of a gigantic humanoid. Although the cart had dozens of wide wheels to prevent it from sinking into the ground, it left ruts only 10 centimeters deep wherever it passed. Master Priest, the weather is favorable for us. Look, there's no need to cast a dense fog spell. A light mist is already forming all around us. A black-robed monk bowed slightly and addressed Galena in the carriage. Galena's enchanting eyes glanced out the window, and she snapped her long fingernails. Don't let your guard down. Send a few men up there and cast some dense fog spells. By the way, any news from Biddles? Biddles has already led his men from Korma to encircle the enemy camp. They should arrive at the camp around the same time as us. Master Priest, if the enemy wants to retreat now, it's too late. We've blocked all the roads ahead. Well, if they hold their ground, Kerbin, you know I don't want too many casualties. Don't forget, there are so many Protestants watching from behind. Of course, Master Priest, don't worry. I brought the materials for the sorcery array. They soon learn that, under the power of the sorcery array, all other battle formations are nothing. The black-robed monk said with a smug look on his face. Very good. A clearing in the woods, a temporary camp. Ryan was about to invite Claire to continue practicing her Arcadian swordsmanship when suddenly, a raptor's cry echoed from the sky. Then, a massive bird of prey with blue and purple feathers swooped down from the sky. This scene immediately alarmed the cavalrymen, who drew their weapons and took alert. "Don't worry, it's my pet," Ryan said, waving his hand. Bloodfeather flapped its massive wings, stirring up a gust of wind, and landed on Ryan's arm. Ryan was also puzzled as to why Bloodfeather had come down to contact him. Soon, he noticed that Bloodfeather was holding a carrier pigeon in its claws. The pigeon wasn't dead, but it seemed extremely afraid of Bloodfeather, and didn't dare to struggle violently. Fear was evident in its small eyes. A carrier pigeon? Ryan immediately thought of something. After a brief exchange of gestures between him and Bloodfeather, they understood what had happened. "Bloodfeather, you've noticed these little birds flying out from our team every once in a while, right?" Bloodfeather looked at Ryan with a rather impressive look, chirped, and nodded. Ryan removed a small bamboo tube tied to the pigeon's leg and pulled out a piece of paper. It read, "The team has set up camp, located between the towns of Colmar and Ease." Sure enough. Ryan's eyes flickered, his face thoughtful, as he had just suspected. Clearly, there must be an enemy accomplice within the team. If it were their own communications, they wouldn't be so frequent, nor would they be expressed in such language. Soon, Ryan found Claire in the carriage with the paper. "Miss Claire, I think you need to see this," Ryan said, handing the paper to Claire. After just a quick glance, Claire's pretty face froze. She said, "This isn't how we communicate with our family. Lord Ryan, it seems we have an enemy accomplice within our ranks." "Yes, I think so too." Claire's brow furrowed slightly. "But I'm not sure who this accomplice is working for. Lord Ryan, can we find him?" After a moment's thought, Ryan nodded and said, "It shouldn't be a problem." The two men stepped out of the carriage. Ryan called out, "Cookie!" Soon, a pony-sized greyhound rushed over, wagging its tail excitedly at him. Ryan held the small bamboo tube to Cookie's nose, letting him sniff it. "Cookie, find the owner of this little bamboo tube." Cookie quickly sniffed out the nearest person, sniffing each one out. Soon, after searching everywhere, he barked at a rather panicked cavalryman near a nearby campfire. "Miss Claire, it looks like we've found the insider," Ryan said with a smile, turning his head to Claire beside him. Butler Yodel quickly identified the cavalryman as one of the men he had brought from Meister. "Little Maltka, why would you do such a thing?" "Miss Claire, I'm sorry," Butler Yodel said, angrily and self-blamingly. This, however, greatly relieved Viscount Cellier. Luckily, this insider, or spy, wasn't part of his team. Otherwise, he would have had a hard time explaining himself. "Tell me, who do you serve?" Viscount Cellier stepped forward. The insider, Maltka the Younger, burst into tears and cried, "Sir, I truly do not know who I am serving. I only know that if I report the team's situation and specific itinerary, I will receive a generous reward. Miss Claire, please forgive me. It seems we have been targeted by a hostile force. Ryan, who do you think it is?" Claire ignored the traitor, and turned to Ryan. "I think I know who it is," Ryan said after a moment's thought. "The Black Flame Cult," the two men said almost in unison. Because if it was a political enemy of the Habsburg family, they would never choose this moment, and risk the wrath of the imperial leadership to attack the Habsburg family while they were fighting a cult. If we rule out political enemies, then their enemy this time is most likely a cult. Considering that the Poseidon cult primarily fights the Imperial Navy and army along the coastline, it's reasonable to believe, or perhaps the most likely culprit, is the Black Flame cult, who severely injured Count Habsburg and intends to undermine the Empire's rule over Mayes County. The three of them immediately returned to the carriage to discuss the matter. "Miss Claire, do we need to break camp and flee immediately?" Viscount Cyril, sensing the seriousness of the situation, asked. Viscount Cyril's question plunged Claire into deep thought. "Send someone to scout the area immediately. The fog is gathering nearby, and it's getting thicker," Ryan suddenly said. Sure enough, Claire and Viscount Cyril drew back the curtains from the carriage windows and noticed that as night fell, a light mist began to rise. Just now, Ryan had used his coarse skill, Beast Eye, to survey his surroundings from high above with his bloodfeather vision. Unfortunately, the fog obscured his view, making it impossible for him to see the ground clearly from over 100 meters above. After all, no matter how sharp a bloodfeather hippogriff's vision was, it couldn't see through things. Seeing the thickening fog, Claire's face darkened. "It might be too late, Viscount Cyril. The fog is thickening too quickly. Everyone, be on high alert. The enemy is likely nearby." They should be here already," Ryan said, raising an eyebrow. Claire and Viscount Cyril both looked at Ryan. Prepare for battle. Ryan was the first to dismount from the carriage. The next second, screams rang out from all directions. Immediately, Claire and Viscount Cyril followed Ryan out of the carriage. Concentrate on the carriage. Assemble in a defensive formation, Claire shouted. As a student at the Imperial Academy and the daughter of an Imperial rural, Claire had been trained in battle formation since childhood and immediately took command. Hearing Claire's voice, the knights and cavalrymen around them felt reassured. They immediately gathered toward the carriage. The shield-bearing cavalrymen formed a defensive circle in front. The innermost layer was armed with bows and crossbows, and in the innermost layer stood Viscount Cyril and Ryan. Facing this rapidly formed defensive formation, the 100 or so cultists nearby, though unable to see the details of the situation from afar, could still make out the general outlines of the battle formation. They knew that if they charged headfirst into such a formation, the losses would be substantial. A smile crept across Galina's face. I heard that Count Habsburg's daughter, Claire, is a top student at the Imperial Academy. She seems quite capable now. Master Priest, we anticipated this a long time ago. Their reaction to the surprise attack was exactly as we anticipated, a tall, thin black flame monk nearby said with a smile. Kerbin, breaking the formation is now in your hands, Galina said with a charming smile. Don't worry, Master Priest. The black flame monk named Kerbin, accompanied by 5 other black flame monks, approached from a distance and immediately began to lay out some materials on the ground. Soon, under the command of the black flame monk named Kerbin, a complex black line-like magical formation was set up. 5 black flame monks, including Kerbin, stood at the 5 corners of the inverted pentagram-shaped magical formation, though Kerbin stood at the apex, closest to the front. Suddenly, they all chanted a spell almost simultaneously. A serpent-like black flame swirled around each of the 4 black flame monks. Kerbin raised his hands, palms upright, and a fist-sized black flame ball formed in the air about a meter in front of him. Instantly, like 100 rivers converging, the 4 black flame pythons merged into the black flame ball in front of Kerbin. The fist-sized black fireball expanded at a visible speed, emanating a powerful energy wave. Ryan, in the battle formation, immediately frowned, sensing the intense energy wave emanating from not far away. Furthermore, judging by the fluctuations, it seemed as though multiple individuals were conducting a coordinated attack, meaning the next move was likely a formidable sorcery attack. Oh no! It's a combined sorcery attack, no, a sorcery array. Claire's face immediately paled. She instantly realized that the enemy was far more formidable than she'd anticipated. They had just set up their defensive formation, but the enemy immediately responded with a sorcery array. And judging by the energy fluctuations within the sorcery array, a powerful sorcery attack was imminent. Northeast, archers, attack at maximum range, Claire commanded, reacting immediately. As the rain of arrows passed, a faint wave of black light could be seen in the distance. The previous rain of arrows seemed like raindrops falling on an umbrella, unable to even slow the enemy's spell. But the problem was, disbanding the battle formation now wouldn't only be too late, but would also be a devastating blow to their own morale. Claire was faced with a dilemma. Leave it to me. A steady, familiar voice reached Claire's ears. Ryan? Claire looked up in surprise. As soon as Ryan finished speaking, he stomped his foot hard on the ground, leaving a clear indentation of his plate armor boot. He leaped high into the air, and in the blink of an eye, he stepped past the shield-bearing cavalryman in front of him and arrived at the front of the battle formation. Then, he rushed towards the energy wave. Ryan, your weapon! Claire shouted, startled to see Ryan charging unarmed. Over on the other side of the sorcery formation, a figure suddenly leaped out of the enemy's battle formation and charged towards them. This scene stunned the Black Flame monks, led by Kerbin. Are they looking for death? At this moment, they had already reached the end of their incantation. In the next second, they could unleash a sorcery far more powerful than a first-level sorcery. Black Flame Explosion. Charging straight at them now would be nothing but courting death. No! The enemy can dodge. But if they do, the battle formation behind them will be in trouble. Aim for this guy who jumps out and see if he dodges, Kerbin said with a sneer. Whoosh! Instantly, a blazing black fireball, nearly half a meter in diameter, trailing a long tail of flame, blasted towards Ryan, who was sprinting in the line between the battle formation and the Black Flame monk. Ryan, be careful! Claire's eyes suddenly widened. This power. Facing the oncoming massive black flame fireball, Ryan roared, activating his immense strength talent. Instantly, the hardened adamantium coating his plate armor gauntlet transformed into a massive square tower shield. Iron wall. The tower shield in Ryan's hand glowed with the Force's light, and trembled slightly at a distinct frequency. Boom! The instant the massive black flame fireball and the tower shield made contact, it exploded with a resounding bang. The surrounding fog formed a circular air wave, blasting outward in all directions, while the scattering, highly corrosive black flames ignited at the slightest touch. Of course, the most devastating force was the powerful impact of the explosion, no less powerful than a modern medium-caliber mortar. At this moment, the muscles in Ryan's left arm, which held the shield, had swelled dramatically, and he looked like a giant. His plate armor boots dug deep into the ground, plowing 2 deep grooves, and a large, noticeable dent was visible on the surface of the tower's shield. But the powerful black flame blast was forcibly blocked by Ryan. This scene naturally made Kerbin and the other 5 black flame monks' eyes bulge out in shock. How could this be blocked? Kerbin exclaimed. The next second, his face was grim as he chanted the incantation again. I don't believe you can withstand it again. Swoosh! A black short spear, as fast as lightning, suddenly struck him. Bang! The black light film was struck by the swift short spear, creating a dent the size of a wash basin, but it was barely blocked, preventing the short spear from piercing the black film. However, this strike also dimmed the black film considerably. Clearly, the intense collision with the short spear had consumed a significant amount of energy. Before Kerbin and the others could breathe a sigh of relief, a pop sound, like the bursting of a bubble, rang out. A pale silver figure, wearing a pair of sharp metal gauntlets, pierced the dim film. Then, with both hands, it tore through the film with ease, tearing it apart in an instant, as easily as tearing a piece of thin paper. Ryan dove in. This scene instantly sent Kerbin and the other 5 into a frenzy of fear, and they quickly dodged. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. In an instant, dozens of black blade arcs flashed through the air above the sorceress formation. Ryan unleashed the intermediate secret of Catter Fist, Rapid Slash. 2 seconds later, silence fell over the entire sorceress formation. The 5 men stood frozen in place, motionless, their faces and bodies faintly streaked with dozens of intersecting blood streaks. Pa! Pa! The sound of something falling could be heard. The 5 black-robed black flame monks had vanished, and on the ground, at the 5 corners of the sorceress formation, lay 5 pools of bloody fragments. Each piece was roughly the same size, about the size of an adult male's fist, mingled with blood, organs, and white brain tissue. Ryan slowly straightened up, shook the blood from his knuckles, and gazed calmly at the Black Flame cult's forces. As if to say, next, it's your turn. This scene immediately shocked the Black Flame cult members. The numerous new cultists looked at each other in bewilderment, wondering why the High Priestess from Wales County had asked them to come and observe this battle. Wasn't it supposed to be a practical lesson? But it looked like they were being taught the opposite way. Because, judging by the situation, they didn't seem to have the upper hand. In other words, even though the High Priestess hadn't yet made a move, they had already lost the first battle. Galena's expression grew quite serious. It wasn't that she didn't want to rescue him, but just as she was about to dismount from the carriage, she discovered that Ryan had already entered the sorceress formation, leaving her too late to rescue. As for why she reacted so slowly, it was because the other party had actually withstood the black flame explosion, empowered by the sorceress formation. This scene was truly beyond Galena's expectations. Clearly, this person was the gold-level swordsman mentioned by the insider. If she was not mistaken, he had just unleashed at least 2 secret techniques, a shield technique, and a technique similar to a sharp dagger. The combination of attack and defense made Galena even more fearful. Originally, she had planned to test out her new killer move, but seeing what was happening, she decided to let the larger force behind her attack first. If the opponent had only mastered 2 secrets, it wouldn't be difficult to deal with. By then, she would still have time to deliver a finishing blow. Otherwise, this matter would require further consideration. After all, this wasn't a mission assigned by the church, but one requested assistance from her predecessor Raxel. Also, there was something else she hadn't understood just now. When the opponent was resisting the black flame explosion, he seemed to be holding a shield, but somehow, the shield disappeared. Had he thrown it away? Galena looked puzzled. Shaking her head slightly, Galena decided to put it aside for now. She turned to the black flame monk beside her and said, "Go! Activate the Great Axe Golem Guard immediately." Chapter 267. After some thought, Galena also dismounted from the carriage, deciding it would be safer to activate it herself. The Great Axe Golem Guards, in ancient times, were responsible for guarding the depths of the Black Flame Temple. Recent excavations at various Black Flame cult sites have fortunately uncovered the remains of several golem guards, as well as, more crucially, blueprints. Aside from their weapons, these giant golems are entirely crafted from a special stone, Grey Ridge Stone. Wales County is one of the few places in the Dragon Empire where Grey Ridge Stone is a specialty, so the task of crafting the Great Axe Golem Guards fell to Wales County. Galena, the head priestess of the Black Flame cult in Wales County, naturally acquired the title of Chief Overseer of the Great Axe Golem Guards, responsible for ensuring the timely completion and testing of the golems. The one on the cart is the latest replica of the Great Axe Golem Guard. Suddenly, Galena said to the Black Flame monks nearby, "You guys, take those new believers and stop that man. Consider this a practical training exercise." Several Black Flame monks were startled and immediately lowered their heads, their scalps tingling. They glanced at each other, each seeing fear in the other's eyes. But when they thought of the methods of their new high priest, they could only bite the bullet and say, "Yes, high priest." Galena's eyes twitched at her subordinate's hesitation. But suddenly, she realized something. She looked west and muttered to herself, "Vidals is finally here." The Black Flame monks breathed a sigh of relief. Bison Vitals is here? Great. Finally, they don't have to rush forward and die. That's right. If the sky falls, there's always someone tall enough to hold it up. What are you guys still standing there for? Hurry up. Galena was furious when she saw the relieved expressions on her men's faces. Still going? Several Black Flame monks wilted like frostbitten eggplants, dejectedly approaching the group of Protestants. When the nearly 100 gray-robed Protestants heard they were supposed to stop the ferocious-looking man in front of them, many of them immediately went into a rage. What's going on? Aren't we supposed to be here to observe? Why are we supposed to take action? Although most of them looked hesitant, there were still many diehards among them. Over 20 of them immediately ran out from the group of Protestants, expressing their willingness to join the adults in killing Ryan. At the same time, for those 10 or so seconds, everyone in Claire's formation had been on a roller coaster of emotions. At first, when Ryan chose to take the blow head-on, a black flame ball larger than a wash basin, everyone felt both relieved and then suddenly anxious. Lucky because Lord Ryan had stood before them, facing the powerful sorcery that was destined for them. Anxiety, believing that young Lord Ryan would have no chance of withstanding the blow, would likely be seriously injured, even if not killed. Including Viscount Cyril, everyone felt that Ryan was being too arrogant. Although Claire had witnessed Ryan defeat the Icebringer Grant in 3 moves and had great confidence in his abilities, strong offensive power and strong defensive capabilities were 2 different things. So, at this moment, her heart was still in her throat. But the next moment, everyone was shocked. They saw Ryan actually take on the fireball, bigger than a wash basin, and still have the strength to continue charging towards the enemy's sorcery formation. This immediately made them shout in uncontrollable joy. Just as many knights were wondering whether they should follow Lord Ryan into the battle, they saw a towering figure already charging into the enemy's sorcery formation. And in just a few seconds, he had completely cleared the area. This scene made them stare at each other in bewilderment, and then their blood boiled. This was so fucking impressive. In battle, the actions of a lone warrior like Ryan were naturally the most powerful morale-boosting. Claire, standing in the battle formation, blushed, a bright smile spreading across her lips. Despite such a disadvantage, Ryan had single-handedly turned the tide. Miss Claire, Lord Ryan has already withstood the most formidable attack for us. Yes, Miss Claire, I don't think we should let Lord Ryan fight alone. Almost every knight present looked at Claire with burning eyes, hoping she would agree. The army's morale was high. Even Claire couldn't stop the knight's spontaneous petition at this moment. On the sorcery array, through the mist, Ryan spotted a shadowy figure not far away, and realized that the Black Flame cult seemed to be mobilizing all its forces. Lord Ryan, we're here. Leave this to us. Just as several knights were about to charge, suddenly, a crash of heavy objects and exclamations rang out from the rear of the battle formation. Bang! In an instant, 3 or 4 cavalrymen wearing mail and holding shields at the back of the battle formation were thrown 3 or 4 meters into the air, spitting blood in large gulps. Their limbs and torsos were bent abnormally, and they were likely dead. Enemy attack. From behind? Quick! Block them. Despite everyone's quick reaction, the commotion at the rear of the battle formation didn't subside. Instead, it intensified, spreading toward the center. The sorcery formation where Ryan was located happened to be located on a small hill. Despite the fog, the visibility was relatively good. He saw clearly just then a tall, muscular figure, with low back and shoulders, like a running bull, burst into the battle formation from behind at breakneck speed. It caught everyone completely off guard. A key reason for the enemy's unstoppable momentum was the distinctive armor of their knight. Its shoulder armor bore two towering, sharp metal horns. Also, its metal helmet was fashioned in the style of a bull's horn, sporting two pointed horns. Furthermore, the opponent was a rare, great knight wielding a pair of metal, spiked gauntlets. Therefore, once they broke into the battle formation, the enemy was unstoppable. Cavalrymen were practically killed with a single blow, and even regular knights were sent flying by a mere brush. Ryan's eyes narrowed. In that case, his original plan to continue charging forward would have to be abandoned for the time being. As Claire's guardian knight, he naturally couldn't let Claire be attacked under his nose. Immediately, Ryan tapped the ground with his toes and rushed back towards the battle formation, like a silver line. On the other side, the enemy was also advancing rapidly within the battle formation. Fortunately, the formation was densely populated, and a few knights armed with shields and short weapons did manage to slow the enemy's movement. The sight of bison vitals charging through the enemy ranks instantly brightened the faces of several black flame monks. Isn't this a pincer attack? The grey-robed new believers also watched with excitement, their fear gone. Our church truly is superior. So, they were just showing weakness. I was wondering why they asked us to come and watch. Now, the hesitant group of new believers was in motion. All of a sudden, nearly 100 black flame new believers, following behind the black flame monks, attacked from the front. Galena nodded slightly at this sight, but she didn't stop to watch. Instead, she approached the massive cart. A nearby servant quickly pulled back the tarpaulin. A massive, humanoid golem, nearly 5 meters tall and constructed entirely of rock, appeared before everyone. As Galena quickly chanted an incantation, a strange black energy beam shot out from her palm, striking the giant axe golem's forehead. A few seconds later, a terrifying aura suddenly emanated from the giant axe golem's massive form, spreading outward in all directions. The next second, a hissing sound of grinding rock echoed, as the giant axe golem slowly straightened its upper body and thrust a foot to the side. With a single step, it created a massive dent in the ground. As the giant axe golem's full body rose to its feet, the cultists present truly felt the overwhelming pressure of its 5-meter-tall, 10-ton weight. For a moment, the black flame cult's momentum reached its peak. At this moment, although Ryan quickly returned to defend, he could sense a vast and sinister aura behind him. But for a moment, he paid no attention. "Get out of the way!" Ryan shouted. The knights in front of him quickly made way to the center of the battle formation. At this moment, at the center of the battle formation, 3 peaked knights, including Viscount Cyril, were crouching, with 2 others on either side, each holding a shield, attempting to intercept the incoming enemy clad in the ramming shoulder armor. Seeing the 3 peaked knights in full readiness, Bison Vitals, without slowing down, instead displayed a ferocious expression. Brutal charge. The next second, his entire body suddenly emanated a black glow. With a roar, his speed suddenly increased by 3 points. He unleashed some kind of profound technique, charging like a meteorite, straight towards Viscount Cyril and the other 2. Viscount Cyril's expression naturally changed drastically upon seeing this. The 3 knights simultaneously shouted in anger, resisting with all their might. Bang! Like a bowling ball, hitting the target, all 3 were instantly sent flying. Now, exposed to Bison Vitals was only Claire, dressed in noble hunting attire, and wielding a 2-handed great sword. This immediately made Bison Vitals lick his lips, a look of delight on his face. But the next second, his expression suddenly changed. Because just when he was 2 or 3 meters away from Claire, a ball of silver light rushed towards him from the side. Hide. Claire heard Ryan's voice, and instinctively leaped to the side without thinking. Instantly, Ryan rushed from behind Claire and delivered a powerful punch at Bison Vitals. The 4 sharp blades of his brass knuckles pierced the air with a sharp sound. Why didn't he use other weapons? That's because Ryan had just sensed the intense movement behind him. He knew he had to fight quickly. However, to do so, he would have to force the powerful man in front of him, who was skilled in the use of spiked gauntlets, to fight him head-on. But Ryan himself was a wielder of short weapons, like brass knuckles, and had even mastered 2 of their secrets. He naturally knew that those skilled in the use of these spiked gauntlets were extremely fast and more agile than even the average great knight. If the opponent chose to avoid the fight, or, in fear, dodged into the crowd, then with his own men blocking the way, it would be extremely difficult for him to defeat him quickly. So Ryan chose to strike. Using his intermediate ultimate skill, Heavy Punch Combo, he unleashed a powerful punch at the burly man before him. As a fellow great knight practicing boxing, the opponent would likely instinctively counterattack, rather than immediately evade. As expected, originally, upon seeing Ryan's rapid attack, Bison Vidals had intended to dodge and avoid the impact, as he had just unleashed his ultimate skill, Savage Charge, requiring a few seconds to adjust. But when he suddenly realized that the young Great Knight before him was using no other weapons, but instead relying on his sharp knuckles, Bison Vidals was overjoyed. At the same time, he cursed inwardly, "You idiot! Don't you know I'm taller, and have a longer reach than you? Before your punch even landed, my punch already hit you." After all, the difference between Bison Vidals' 2.3 meters and Ryan's 2 meters was quite significant. Normal, unless a 2-meter tall creature is a gibbon, its reach is bound to be longer. Furthermore, the spikes on Vidals' gauntlets were even slightly longer than the 4 protruding blades on Ryan's knight gauntlets. Combining these two factors, Bison Vidals was absolutely certain that, with both punches, he would land first. So, without even turning his head, Vidals delivered a powerful counterpunch to Ryan's forehead. The entire battle scene then turned into two men punching each other in the forehead. In a flash. Puff. No one present could grasp what was happening, only to see the 4 sharp blades on Knight Ryan's gauntlet plunge into the enemy's forehead first. Bison Vidals' gaze was fixed on the tip of his spiked gauntlet. Just a few centimeters away, his spikes would have pierced the young man's head. How could this be possible? My hands are longer than his, and my spikes are longer than his blades. How could he possibly have hit me first? This was Bison Vidals' final thought before he died. In reality, this was because, at the moment the two men swung their fists, Ryan suddenly lengthened the hardened adamantine blades on the front of the Knight Ryan's gauntlet by 20 centimeters, naturally piercing Bison Vidals' forehead first. Because Ryan's fist was almost level with Vidals' eyes, the angle caused the blade to suddenly lengthen, making it extremely difficult to detect. To the surrounding crowd, the two men's movements were so swift that they couldn't even see what was happening. After slaying Vidals, the bison, Ryan quickly retracted his fist. But not seeing clearly didn't dampen the shock felt by everyone. For the enemy, once so vigorous and powerful, now collapsed to the ground like a snake with its spine torn out. Just now, this fellow had been charging through the battle array with impunity, and even Viscount Cyril and the other two knights hadn't been able to stop him. Such a formidable individual was slain by this young Lord Ryan with a single blow. Everyone present looked at Ryan with respect. This scene caused the 4 or 5 Black Flame monks, who had led over 100 cultists, to cry out inwardly, "This is terrible." With Bison Vidals charging in from behind, attacking from both sides, they had a sure win. But now, with Bison Vidals instantly eliminated, victory in this battle was uncertain. The main problem was that Vidals had died so quickly. If he had held out for another 10 seconds, allowing 2 groups of his own church to launch a pincer attack, the situation would have been difficult to reverse. But now, Vidals' death had only boosted the enemy's morale and weakened their own. At that moment, a series of footsteps echoed, like thunder. With each step, the ground trembled slightly. At this moment, everyone present, friend or foe alike, either turned or looked up. From the mist, a humanoid monster, over 5 meters tall, approached, step by step. Though its steps were slow, its strides were immense. In just a few strides, its clear form emerged before everyone. This monster was actually a humanoid golem, seemingly made entirely of a special stone, its surface patterned with both rough and fine lines. But what caught Ryan's attention most were its arms. The giant golem's arms were exceptionally long, extending past its knees, and nearly reaching its ankles, when naturally extended. Furthermore, the long-handled battle axe it wielded was also unusually long, a double-edged, nearly 3-meter-long metal axe. With the arrival of the giant axe golem guarding it, a captivating aura permeated the entire venue. The next second, the sound of footsteps instantly intensified. A giant axe golem, dragging its massive axe diagonally, suddenly accelerated and charged straight at the battle formation. Since Ryan had just defeated the enemy charging Horn Knight with a single blow, morale was high. The cavalrymen resisting in front didn't retreat, but instead raised their shields in defense. But the scene that followed vividly demonstrated that courage alone is useless in the extraordinary world. A flash of cold light appeared, and 2 entire rows of shield-bearing cavalrymen in front, totaling 14 or 15, were instantly cut in half by the giant axe golem's blow. "Scatter!" Claire and Viscount Cyril shouted at the sight. Facing such a massive golem, relying on a battle formation without any solid fortifications to rely on was a foolish move. A scattered fight might not win, but it would at least be a better option to minimize casualties. Kalina couldn't help but smile at this sight. She quickly chanted an incantation, and the next second, a black halo spread around the giant axe golem. Instantly, everyone within a radius of dozens of meters felt as if their feet were stuck in a quagmire, their movements becoming significantly slower. This caused everyone, including Claire, to suddenly change expression. Everyone knew the consequences of losing mobility when facing a golem with nearly unmatched attack power. Whoosh! As many looked on in despair, a silver figure, swimming upstream like a bolt of silver lightning, charged directly at the giant axe golem guarding them. With a resounding boom, the 5-meter-tall, 10-ton-weighing giant axe golem was struck down by a single blow. Such a powerful technique. Galina's eyes narrowed, the corners of her smoky makeup eyes twitching. The smug look on her face vanished in an instant, replaced by a solemn expression. Although she had already fully appreciated the combat prowess of the gold-rank swordsman before her, she realized she had still underestimated him. The opponent's attack, in terms of power, was at least at the level of an intermediate ultimate technique. And this was already the third ultimate technique he had used. At this moment, she couldn't help but wonder, Lord Raxel, what kind of mission are you asking me to help you with? Just now, it was Ryan who had drawn the skull hammer from his waist. With the help of metal transfiguration, a hardened adamantine handle instantly appeared. The one-handed hammer had instantly transformed into a two-handed hammer. With a high-level ultimate technique, crushing hammer, the skull hammer struck directly at the golem's waist. But Ryan's expression didn't relax at this moment. He could sense a flash of black light on the giant golem's surface, as if a mysterious black energy, like flexible and slippery oiled rubber, had blocked his previous attack. Sure enough, before the knights could cheer, they saw the golem actually rise again. The spot on its body that had been attacked had only a fist-sized white spot, practically unscathed. Oh! The patterns on its surface can actually instantly release some kind of energy membrane that absorbs attacks? Of course, it's also possible that the golem has some kind of energy core within it, providing energy to resist attacks. Instantly, Ryan thought of two possible defensive strategies. Either one meant he wouldn't be able to defeat the golem anytime soon. Ryan's gaze instantly locked on the black-robed woman. Decapitation tactics. However, Galina was no pushover. Seeing Ryan looking at her, she immediately chanted an incantation. The next second, a black beam of light shone upon Claire. This beam seemed harmless. Claire merely felt a flicker of light, a faint black glow above her head, but she felt no discomfort at all. But the next second, she understood the other party's intention. This is a mark. The giant axe golem, ignoring Ryan in front of it, seemed to have found a new target. It took a long stride towards Claire, its long-handled battle axe in hand. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 268. Claire instantly understood the enemy's plan. Fearing Ryan's decapitation tactic, they had cast a sorcery resembling a tracking mark on her. Their giant axe golem would then track her according to the mark's location. This not only eliminated Ryan's potential for decapitation, but also forced him into a head-on confrontation if she couldn't escape the golem's pursuit. Although Ryan had just struck down the 10-ton golem with a single powerful hammer strike, Claire didn't believe he could perform such a powerful attack repeatedly. After all, people tire, and fighting consumes a great deal of energy, especially the powerful techniques Ryan employed, which were bound to be extremely draining. And once Ryan became entangled in a tug-of-war with the giant axe golem, the rhythm of the entire battle would fall under the control of the enemy. The enemy could manipulate the golem, while simultaneously casting various debilitating spells on Ryan. Ultimately, by exhausting Ryan or causing him to make a mistake, they could easily secure victory. Realizing this, Claire retreated rapidly, anxiously calling out to Ryan, "Ryan, they're trying to force you into a confrontation with the golem. Don't be fooled." Deeply, Claire hoped Ryan would rescue her, but rationally, that wasn't a good option. Galina's face shone with scorn at Claire's actions. She had just discovered a fatal weakness in the young gold-rank swordsman before her. His mission seemed to be to protect the beautiful daughter of Count Habsburg. This was evident when Bison Beetles attacked the enemy formation from the rear, only for the enemy to abandon the attack and return to defend. From this perspective, Bison Beetles' death wasn't entirely insignificant. It still served a purpose. Furthermore, the Earl's daughter was a bit weak. A Grand Knight would have been more difficult to deal with, but a Peak Knight would have been nearly impossible to escape the Golem Guard's pursuit. This time, she didn't intend to worry about quests. Her primary goal was to eliminate the young gold-rank swordsman before her. Since she had already lost two capable men, doing so solely to gain a favor from Raxel would be completely unprofitable. But if she could eliminate a gold-rank swordsman, these losses would be worthwhile, and she could even sacrifice a little more. Successfully, she would surely be commended by the church's higher-ups and receive a reward from the great hunting god during the Black Flame prayer ceremony. As for the mission Laxel had requested, capturing the Count's daughter alive was now completely unimportant. Who knows, she might even be Laxel's superior by then. Thinking of this, Galena's lips curled slightly. But the smile lasted only a fraction of a second before she froze. Suddenly, a tall, black, one-horned warhorse emerged from the dense fog. It lowered its head slightly, allowing the Count's daughter to mount. Shoo! After carrying Claire, the trotting wildebeest, Xiao He, raised his head and let out a howl. He immediately unleashed his innate ability, Quick Step. His agile figure shot off like an arrow, soaring into the distance. In comparison, the giant axe golem guards were completely insignificant, like an 80-year-old woman stumbling after Usain Bolt. Claire, riding Little Black, closed the gap between herself and the golem guards behind her, now safe. In other words, Galena's plan had almost failed before it was even launched. Ryan watched this scene with a smile on his face. Even though Claire hadn't warned him, after she had cast a spell similar to Tracking Mark, Ryan had roughly guessed her potential next move. So, he immediately ordered Little Black, the trotting wildebeest, to stand by. As expected, it worked wonders. Ryan calmly walked towards Galena, saying, "It seems your plan has failed." Before Galena could reply, Ryan, once out of the range of the spell, tapped the ground with his toes. Instantly, the ground cracked, and a circular blast of air lifted a large amount of earth and lashed out in all directions. With a powerful recoil, Ryan, wielding the skull hammer, charged at Galena like a flash of silver lightning. The opponent's decapitation tactics had failed, so it was naturally Ryan's turn to execute the decapitation. Galena's face darkened as she saw Ryan approaching at high speed. She quickly chanted an incantation, and the next second, two figures identical to her appeared on either side of her. Two figures, perhaps phantoms, immediately ran off in two different directions. Ryan's eyes narrowed, his brow furrowed slightly. He noticed that each of the opponent's three phantoms had an aura similar to that of a real person. However, Ryan didn't hesitate, continuing his charge towards the initial figure. At this moment, the three figures made identical movements, their hands forming hand seals over their chests, seemingly casting the same unholy spell. Crushing hammer. Ryan swung his skull hammer, aiming a powerful blow at the opponent's rather alluring face. However, Galena, the figure before him, didn't dodge, instead sporting a seductive smile. Instantly, the three figures all made the same movement, pointing a finger toward Ryan. A jet of black air shot straight toward him from the tip of their slender index fingers. Pop! The moment Ryan's skull hammer impacted the opponent, it was like striking an illusory bubble. Although Galena was shattered by the blow, the feeling of no force instantly made Ryan realize that he hadn't hit the opponent's physical form. Furthermore, Ryan was unable to dodge the three jets of black air, and was still hit by one, his movement speed immediately slowing. Seeing Ryan hit by the single target slow spell, the two Galena phantoms chuckled simultaneously. The next second, another Galena phantom appeared behind them. This scene startled Ryan slightly. He was certain he'd hit the real person, but he hadn't expected it to be an illusion. This must be a peculiar aspect of the person's sorcery or witchcraft. This was quite a problem. Because if he couldn't find the real person, no matter how many phantoms he killed, they would soon reappear like they had just done, rendering his previous efforts useless. Just then, three Galena phantoms cast their spells simultaneously once again. This time, however, the opponent still didn't cast any offensive spells. Instead, he unleashed the same nearly instantaneous black beam representing the tracking mark from earlier. This time, however, the target wasn't Claire. Instead, the black beam instantly illuminated Ryan. A faint black light appeared above Ryan's head. Ryan immediately understood the opponent's plan. Clearly, they were trying to trick the giant axe golem guards into abandoning their pursuit of Claire and pursuing him instead. And now, he was under the influence of the opponent's slowing spell, slowing his movement. If he were caught up, the combined attack would be unbearable. Sure enough, the sound of heavy footsteps approached rapidly from afar. The situation was very unfavorable for him. Of course, Ryan did have a solution, but he wasn't ready to use it so soon. The opponent was now a little further away, and Ryan planned to use that item when he was more confident of defeating him. But, if it's just three phantoms, there's a solution. Ryan's eyes were calm, and he gripped his sledgehammer as he charged again at the nearest phantom. Galena was immediately scornful at seeing Ryan, despite the slow spell, still so determined to kill one of her phantoms first. He's very strong, but his brain seems a little off. Perhaps I can take him down alone, without the support of the giant axe golem. Galena didn't dodge Ryan's attack this time, instead casting another spell. Ryan judged the content of the spell to be different from the previous two sorceries. It's likely that this time the opponent is preparing a more powerful attack towards the sorcery. In Galena's view, while Ryan could continue to destroy one of her illusions, he would immediately be under attack from her exploding black flame. She didn't believe he could withstand it unscathed. And once he was injured, he would immediately fall into a passive cycle, being subjected to more negative sorcery to slow his movements, and continue to be attacked by her exploding black flame until he collapsed. This is the shortcoming of the knight's path. A great knight without any means to dispel negative effects will be extremely passive. Suddenly, just as Ryan struck Galena's phantom with his hammer, a ferocious warhound the size of a pony leaped out from beside her other two phantoms, and a blue and purple raptor swooped down from the sky. Instantly, all three of Galena's figures were attacked simultaneously by Ryan and his two pets. The phantom in front of Ryan was shattered by a single hammer blow. The phantom of the swooping blood-feather hippogriff dissipated like foam under the attack of its sharp claws. Beside the last figure, the greyhound warhound Cookie bit into a flexible black membrane. Although it failed to penetrate the membrane, it undoubtedly exposed Galena's true position. At the same time, the sudden attack interrupted Galena's intended spell, exploding black flame. This caused Galena's expression to darken. Enchanting eyes. Galena stared into Cookie's eyes, and unleashed a rare eye technique. The next second, Cookie foolishly changed direction and charged towards Ryan. At this moment, Cookie saw Galena as Ryan, and Ryan as Galena. Cookie's obstruction left Ryan speechless, and he slapped Cookie aside. However, the delay allowed the giant axe golem guards behind him to catch up and suddenly attack Ryan from behind. A flash of cold light, with a radius of about 6 meters passed. Anyone caught within the radius, whether knight or cultist, was instantly killed. Ryan dodged with a leap, but lost the opportunity to pursue Galena. The giant axe golem behind him immediately caught up. This time, its attack was no longer a sweeping axe, but a heavy slash from above, aimed at Ryan's head. Just as Ryan tried to dodge, two massive hands formed from black energy suddenly emerged from the ground and grabbed Ryan's plate armor boots, holding them firmly in place. The caster was none other than Galena in the distance. Having successfully landed the blow, Galena burst into laughter. Ha ha! You've been caught in my unholy grip. Perhaps it was because of the immense pressure Ryan had just put on her, but now that she had the upper hand again, Galena was inexplicably excited. Galena believed Ryan couldn't possibly turn the tables again. She simply couldn't imagine how a great knight could pull off a comeback in such a situation. This critical moment immediately put everyone's hearts on edge. The battle between Lord Ryan and the cult leader was truly spectacular, truly eye-opening. If anyone else had faced this precarious situation, they would likely have been doomed. But Lord Ryan was different. He had managed to escape danger in the previous two encounters. Could he pull off another comeback this time? Everyone watched nervously as Ryan resolved this crisis. Faced with the heavy blows of the axe, Ryan sighed softly. Ah! With this soft but remarkably clear sigh, a dark tower shield suddenly appeared in Ryan's left hand. He raised it high and unleashed his intermediate ultimate technique, Iron Wall, once again. Clang! Violent sparks flew. Blocked. Although Ryan was nearly half smashed into the ground, he managed to hold on. What the hell? Everyone was stunned. This time, both his own side and the enemy cultists could clearly see that Ryan had originally held a warhammer, but what was happening now? How did he suddenly have a tower shield? What's in your hand? Is it right? This is metal magic, metal transfiguration. Galena realized something instantly, her eyes widening. Because as a sorcerer, she had just sensed a distinct surge of sorceress energy. You're also a part-time wizard? That's still not right. Even if you master the rare art of metal transfiguration, you can't transform metal so quickly. That's impossible. I see. You actually have metal transfiguration as your innate sorcery, Galena muttered, revealing Ryan's secret. Claire, looking at Ryan, was equally bewildered. As the daughter of a count and a student at the Imperial Royal Academy, her vision naturally varied. Therefore, she recognized that Ryan was a rare metal wizard. Some things are no longer a killer once revealed, which is why Ryan has been keeping it hidden. This might be fine for ordinary people or knights, who don't know much about witchcraft, but most serious wizards have a wide range of knowledge. Once Ryan unleashes it in public, they'd be able to see some clues. However, this isn't Ryan's strongest weapon. The delayed exposure is meant to mislead the enemy. Facing a massive stone golem over 5 meters tall, even with his immense strength and mastery of numerous secret techniques, Ryan didn't want to engage it head-on. Weighing over 10 tons, each strike from this golem packs a powerful punch, and a head-on confrontation is extremely exhausting. The problem now is that Galena is constantly tripping Ryan up, forcing him to face off against the giant axe golem guarding him. Originally, if the golem didn't have that black light, Ryan could simply find the right opportunity and repeatedly strike a specific area, such as the knees or ankles, to quickly disrupt its mobility. But the problem was that the black light absorbed nearly all the damage, rendering Ryan's attacks nearly ineffective. After Ryan jumped out of the half-man deep pit, slowness and unholy grasp struck again. This forced Ryan to cast Iron Wall once again, blocking the giant axe golem slash. But the next second, Ryan unleashed his advanced ultimate, Crushing Hammer, on the giant axe golem again. As the giant axe golem was knocked down by Ryan, Galena's face showed no trace of worry. Instead, her enchanting eyes brightened even more. So you're just a half-baked wizard. I worried for nothing. Even if you're gifted, how much strength do you have left to unleash such an attack? Galena cried inwardly. This time, Ryan noticed that the fleeting black light on the giant axe golem seemed to have dimmed. This meant that his attack was actually effective, and the opponent's defense was showing signs of weakening. Whether the opponent relied on the array patterns on its surface to absorb energy or on some internal energy core to power its defensive formation, if the opponent received enough and heavy blows, the barrier would eventually break. Realizing this, Ryan immediately increased his strength. Instantly, his strength restored to peak. Ryan once again unleashed his advanced hammer technique, Crushing Hammer. What followed was Ryan's solo performance. Everyone present watched in shock as he watched. The tiny, 2-meter-tall Ryan, hammer in hand, struck the giant axe golem, over 5 meters tall and weighing over 10 tons, with one blow. The opponent had barely gotten up when Ryan struck him down again. This cycle repeated itself over and over again. The scene before them was like a 3-year-old child, wielding a small wooden hammer, repeatedly knocking a grown man to the ground. The whole scene was incredibly jarring. While the previous battle between Ryan and Galena had been intense, it had largely relied on experience and counterattacks. But this scene was different. Ryan's performance was completely inhuman. Many knights cried out inwardly, having thought the giant golem before them was a monster, only to discover that Lord Ryan was the true monster. At this moment, Galena's captivating eyes stared blankly at Ryan. Her mind went blank. What the hell is this? Galena thought out of nowhere. Master Priest, this is bad? Look! The energy core is almost empty. A black flame monk nearby ran over with an anxious look on his face, holding something resembling a wisdom slate with a progress bar displayed on it. Now, the bar was nearing the bottom, flickering periodically, as if it were a warning. Galena, upon seeing this, said nothing but turned and walked away, meeting someone who could defeat the giant axe golem with sheer force. No. A monster like that? What else could she say? Bang. Another dull crash echoed. This time, the black light on the giant axe golem ceased to flicker, and Ryan's crushing hammer finally struck the golem itself. You'd remember, when Ryan had mastered the intermediate ultimate, Shockwave, he had already struck down an obsidian giant with a single blow, earning him the nickname Meister's Battering Ram. Now, having mastered the advanced ultimate, Crushing Hammer, without the protection of the black light, Ryan's single blow ripped a basin-sized hole through the giant axe golem's chest and abdomen. Instantly, the golem's internal structure was shattered. The golem's guard, over 5 meters tall, collapsed with a thud, motionless again. But for Ryan, the battle wasn't over yet. Galena was still on the run. Some of the Black Flame cult's diehards, fearless enough to not even dare to die, actually shouted, "For Priestess Galena! For the god of the hunt!" and rushed towards Ryan. Ryan didn't even pause. His chest suddenly bulged, veins popped in his neck, and his mouth dropped open. Roar! A violent gust of air, accompanied by deafening sound waves, swept in all directions. Instantly, the cultists, stunned, their faces ripped and deformed by the wind, their eardrums instantly ruptured. Instantly, all the cultists within a 20-meter radius assumed an attacking stance, frozen in place. The next second, plop, plop, the sound of heavy objects falling could be heard. Dozens of cultists, like wheat being mowed, formed a large semicircle, their bodies neatly toppling outward. So many gray-robed cultists couldn't stop Ryan for even a second. With a horse's neigh, shoo, the trotting wildebeest, Xiao Hei, leaped out from the side. Ryan leaped and pursued Galena. Although Bloodfeather was currently affected by the mist and unable to guide the enemy's direction, Ryan had already had Cookie track them down. With Cookie guiding him from the front, Ryan quickly closed the distance between them. At this moment, Galena's once charming face turned ferocious. She knew that if she couldn't slow down the enemy's pursuit, she would be caught up soon. She had considered waiting for Ryan to get close, and then using her eye technique to attack him. But then she thought that the other party was also a formal wizard, and his mental strength would surely be strong. The effect of the eye technique would likely be extremely poor, or even backfire. This made Galena give up the idea of using the eye technique. After a moment's thought, she ripped a crystal pendant from her neck, her face showing pain, but she instantly crushed it and pointed it behind her. Chapter 269. Fell Imprisonment. Suddenly, a thick black mist erupted from Galena's fingertips, lashing out towards Ryan. This was Galena's ultimate, life-saving magic. Ryan kicked his horse forward, leaping forward while the hardened adamantium covering his knight's gauntlets instantly transformed into a shield to block the attack. However, the next second, it felt as if the shield in Ryan's hand had struck actual mist. The black mist was indeed mist, and it didn't explode. But the moment it made contact with the shield, Ryan felt as if he were frozen in amber. Even with his innate immense strength, he could move no faster than a snail. Galena turned back to check on the situation, and finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Ryan struck. A heavy burden lifted from her shoulders. After some thought, she decided it wasn't a sure thing. After all, spellbinding only lasted about 10 seconds. To ensure her escape, she planned to cast a mass slow spell on Ryan, the horse, and the dog simultaneously. But before she could even begin to cast the spell, Galena's smoky makeup eyes suddenly widened. She saw a flash of pale blue light around Ryan, instantly negating the spell binding she had just cast. And without any resistance, Ryan's speed suddenly increased. This sudden change in speed left Galena, who was so close, with no time to dodge. She instinctively raised her arm to block. Bang! The black membrane on Galena's body was struck, creating a dent nearly the size of a washbasin. The skull hammer's head was just a few centimeters away from impacting Galena's forehead. But, in an instant, Ryan abandoned his hammer and switched to a fist. This time, the black membrane, having been drained of most of its energy by the advanced ultimate technique, crushing hammer, could no longer withstand Ryan's sharp knuckles. Pop! After shattering the black membrane, Ryan's knuckles continued their charge, striking Galena's arm as she struggled to raise it. Blocked? Galena's pupils constricted as she stared at the blade that had pierced her arm, barely a centimeter from her forehead. But the next second, the blade suddenly lengthened. Puff! For sharp blades, formed of hardened adamantium, suddenly grew over 10 centimeters longer and pierced Galena's smooth forehead. Galena's eyes suddenly widened, and she convulsed violently before becoming motionless. Only then did Ryan retract his knuckles. Plop! The sound of something heavy falling was heard. Galena collapsed limply to the ground. Just now, Ryan, relying on the golden conch medallion awarded to him by the Church of the Goddess of the Sea and Monsoon, used the divine spell exorcism imbued within it to instantly break free from his restraints. At such close range, Ryan finally delivered the decisive blow, ending his opponent. Ryan pulled the medallion with the golden conch pattern from his bosom. The pale blue glow on it had dimmed considerably. I remember Bishop Qian saying that this medallion imbues the divine spell exorcism, but after using it, it needs to be recharged before it can be used again. It seems I need to ask Bishop Qian for help recharging it once I arrive in Meister. When fighting against cults, the medallion of the Goddess Church is still very useful, Ryan thought to himself. After a moment's thought, Ryan looked down at the body on the ground. Judging from the way her subordinates address her, she seems to be a high priest. Since I'm currently in Welsh County, this female high priest is most likely the leader of the Black Flame cult in Welsh County. If that's the case, perhaps she's wanted by the Munster Swordbearers. Ryan's face was thoughtful, and he quickly came up with something. He grabbed Galena by the scruff of the neck, like a dead snake, and leaped onto the trotting wildebeest, Blackie, back toward the temporary camp. Thanks to Blackie's transportation, when Ryan returned carrying Galena's body, he found many diehard Black Flame cult members still resisting. Huh? This seems to be some secret technique of Arcadian swordsmanship? What caught Ryan's eyes was Claire wielding a two-handed greatsword, occasionally spinning 360 degrees at high speed. With a flash of circular blades of light, a large number of grey-robed cultists were slain. Claire was now charging in his direction, apparently intending to support him. Ryan saw Claire, and soon Claire also noticed Ryan returning. Claire breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Ryan safe and sound. In fact, ever since Ryan had returned to help, killing Bison Beetles with a single blow and saving her, Claire's mindset had subtly shifted. Before this, Whether Ryan had slain Icebringer Grant or charged and broken the enemy's sorcery formation, he had always demonstrated his immense strength. But returning to the aid held a different meaning. Besides displaying strength, the act of aid conveyed concern and trust, and it also touched the heart of the one being protected. This was the first time that Claire, a gifted young knight, had such a profound impression of a member of the opposite sex. Though, at this point, Claire herself wasn't entirely sure. When Ryan appeared before everyone on the battlefield gradually stopped fighting. The knights, in particular, gazed at him with admiration as they saw him approaching, carrying the fleeing female cult leader in one hand. This was the Black Flame cult's leader in Wales County. And just like that, she was dealt with by this young Lord Ryan. The cultists' reactions to this scene were drastically different. Seeing Galena, like a dead snake in Ryan's hands, the last shred of hope in the hearts of those die-hard cultists instantly vanished. This caused the cultists, who had been struggling to resist, to flee in a flash. "Quick, pursue!" This Count Cellar commanded the knights, swiftly pursuing the remnants of the defeated army. Claire sheathed her great sword, stepped forward, and asked with concern, "Ryan, are you all right?" "Miss Claire, I'm fine. This guy seems to be the Black Flame cult's chief priest in Wales County. Perhaps from him, you can understand why they attacked us," Ryan said, dropping Galena's body at Claire's feet. "Well, let me see." Claire quickly found several items on Galena's body. A crystal ball, the Black Flame chief priest's token, several different types of Black Flame prayers, and a piece of paper. Claire opened the note and read it, then handed it to Ryan, saying, "Ryan, it's just as we expected." Ryan took it and nodded. "Miss Claire, that makes sense. The reason the High Priest of the Black Flame in Welsh County came to kill you is at the request of this man nicknamed Bloodburner, Raxel. You may not know, but one of the sword-bearer missions I've taken on this time is to kill this Raxel. Furthermore, he's the mastermind and perpetrator of the Gold Hire Massacre." "Huh? The Gold Hire Massacre was masterminded and perpetrated by this Bloodburner?" Claire asked, slightly surprised. When it comes to intelligence, while Claire has her family's special channels, the swordbearers are still more comprehensive. Ryan nodded and said, "Yes, the intelligence from the swordbearer branch should be correct. However, Ryan, the fact that the High Priest of Wales County was able to intervene suggests that this individual nicknamed Bloodburner might be even more powerful than Galena. If you truly intend to kill him, be extremely careful," Claire warned. Ryan nodded. As they chatted, they approached the temporary camp. However, when Ryan saw the massive wreckage guarded by the giant axe golem, something suddenly occurred to him. He pulled out the golden emblem representing a gold-rank sword-bearer from his chest, and rubbed his thumb 3 times over the name on the back. This was a special one-way communication method, available only to gold-rank emblems, used to summon non-combat assistance. Simply put, once triggered, a special signal is emitted. Nearby observers with corresponding receivers can detect the signal's location, the sword-bearer's name, and other information. Of course, most importantly, upon receiving the signal, local observers will immediately dispatch personnel to provide non-combat assistance. Ryan suspected that the Great Axe Golem guards, including Galena, were likely registered with the Munster Sword-Bearer branch. The Black Flame cult missions he had taken on were all within Meester County, not Wales. So, Ryan planned to have the remains transported back to Munster. About an hour later, a small group of elite rangers, escorting a middle-aged man in wizard robes, quickly arrived near the temporary camp. This caused the cavalry, who had just been attacked, to immediately draw their bows and take aim, becoming alert. "Don't panic." "Excuse me, is Lord Ryan here?" The middle-aged wizard waved his hand. Just an hour ago, Welsh County observer Mac and Clinton received a transmission from a gold-level swordsman named Ryan, sent between the towns of Calma and Ease. This signal indicated that a swordsman was calling for non-combat assistance. Observer Mackin naturally didn't want to delay. After some thought, he rushed over in person. As he approached the makeshift camp, he was surprised to see the devastation along the way, the ravines and trenches in the ground, and the hundreds of corpses that were clearly cultists. From the moment he received the transmission, he knew a battle had likely broken out. But he had never imagined the scale of the scene would be so great. From the perspective of intelligence, he might have known nothing before the battle, but after it had begun, he, the observer for Welsh County, remained unaware, which was a dereliction of duty. Quickly understanding and reporting all important developments in the area was one of the most important responsibilities of an observer. But when Mackin, following the traces of the battle, saw the massive remains of the Great Axe Golem Guard, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. Isn't this the Golem Guard that his superiors had directed them to focus on? Previously, They had sent a message asking him to focus on whether the Black Flame cult in Welsh County was creating golem guards. He had even sent people searching for them for quite some time, but to no avail. To his surprise, they had been created right under his nose, and one had even been killed. He glanced at the knights around him, including the noble girl. They were all peak knights. Mackin shook his head slightly. He knew that while these individuals were capable, they weren't even grand knights, and they certainly couldn't defeat this massive creature. The answer was obvious. It had to be the gold rank sword bearer who had taken down this giant. He observed the golem guard again. No trace of energy remained around the large, wash basin-sized cavity in the middle of its body. That meant that this gold rank sword bearer, Lord Ryan, was most likely a great knight. However, aside from sorcery, he had rarely encountered such powerful mysteries. In terms of strength, Lord Ryan was likely ranked among the strongest in the sword-bearer division. I'm Ryan. May I ask who you are? Hello, Lord Ryan. I am Observer McKen of Wales County. This is Galena, the High Priestess of the Black Flame cult of Wales County. Lord Ryan, I never expected she would die at your hands. Observer McKen's eyes widened as he spotted the black-robed corpse lying on the ground. It was Galena, and he was utterly shocked. Galena's illusion skills were truly remarkable, and she possessed a remarkable ability to protect herself. Even if they could defeat her, killing her would be even more difficult. McKen pondered his words and said, "It's not like there haven't been gold-rank sword-bearers who have attempted to kill Galena before, but she escaped with her illusion. Later, the turmoil in the Empire dragged on, and I never expected her to die at your hands this time." Ryan nodded and said, "Indeed, her illusion is quite formidable." Observer McKen, observing McKen's calm expression, felt a strange expression on his face, and thought to himself, "You don't look like someone who's formidable at all, and you don't seem to be injured. By the way, Sir McKen, I'd like to ask, do these two have a mission within the sword-bearer branch?" Ryan asked, pointing to Galena's body and the remains of the giant axe golem. McKen looked puzzled, and continued, "Didn't Sir McKen come here specifically to kill them to complete his mission?" "That's not true," Ryan said, startled, shaking his head. "My goal, or rather my mission, was to reach Meister, but these guys suddenly attacked us, so I took advantage of the situation and took care of them." This made Observer McKen's expression even more strange. The words he was about to blurt out got stuck in his throat. After a moment's thought, he swallowed them back and reorganized his words. "Well, Lord Ryan, you're truly amazing. You've even managed to complete 2 gold-level missions." 2 gold-level missions? Yes. Didn't you know? Killing Galena is a 1-star gold mission, investigating the golem guards is a 2-star gold mission, and since you've killed one, it's probably worth 3 stars, McKen explained. Ryan nodded. This was a pleasant surprise. He'd expected a related mission, but he hadn't expected the reward to be so high. A 1-star means 1 medal for that level of mission, and a 1-star gold mission represents a gold medal reward. By the way, Sir McKen, I need to trouble you with something. I need to send the remains of Galena and the golem guard to the Munster Swordbearers branch. But I have other missions to attend to, so... Of course, Sir Ryan, leave it to me, Observer McKen said with a smile. Soon after, Observer McKen arranged for the golem's remains and Galena's body to be covered with tarpaulins and escorted away. The massive cart used by the Black Flame cult played a crucial role in transporting the golem's remains. Before leaving, McKen also took the remains of Bison Vitals and another black-robed monk, as both of them bore the Black Flame Guardian tokens. According to McKen, these 2 individuals likely had related missions. Although they weren't gold level, there was no need to waste them. At this moment, Ryan suddenly remembered that he hadn't checked the system prompts yet. Calling up the system, he saw, "You fought a battle, Weapon Master, Legend, experience increased by 873. You fought a battle, Wizard, Legend, experience increased by 321. You fought a battle. Note, the above skill experience has been enhanced by the exclusive talent, Primary Transcendental Enlightenment, by 30%. Congratulations, you defeated a powerful foe and gained 3 gold skill points. Congratulations, you defeated a powerful foe and gained 2 gold skill points. Congratulations, your Wizard, Legend, class level has increased. Congratulations, your Wizard, Legend, class level has increased." After this battle, Ryan discovered that his Wizard, Legend, class experience had increased by a total of 1471. Since his Wizard, Legend, class level had already reached level 3 and was about to level up, he had already increased it by 2 levels, reaching level 5, 383/2000. This also gave him another 2 attribute points and 2 skill points, leaving him with 8 attribute points and 2 skill points remaining. At the same time, the Weapon Master, Legendary, class experience level also increased significantly, reaching level 8, 5121/7000. This battle can actually be divided into 4 rounds. However, in terms of opponent strength, the first 2 rounds, against the Black Flame Monk in the Sorcery Circle and Bison Vitals, were still somewhat weaker, so Ryan did not receive any gold skill points. The subsequent battles, against the Great Axe Golem Guard and Galena, were still quite powerful and naturally ranked as formidable foes. After the battles, they awarded him 3 and 2 gold skill points, respectively. In other words, Ryan gained a total of 5 gold skill points in this battle. Adding to his original 2, his total now reached 7. Munster. In the Intelligence Hall, beneath the Swordbearer branch. This hall, with ceilings several dozen meters high, was bustling with activity, with nearly 40 or 50 staff members bustling back and forth. In the center of the hall stood dozens of towering bookshelves arranged in a circular, spiral pattern. However, these shelves were densely packed not with books, but with information and intelligence files. Several staff members were ascending and descending on a gondola-equipped elevator. At the top of the hall lay 2 deep tunnels, resembling ventilation vents. However, the creatures entering and exiting were not humans, but birds, bats, and other flying creatures. These birds and beasts carried intelligence of varying levels of secrecy, which fell into the hands of individual staff members, who quickly decoded, filed, reported, or forwarded it. The entire hall operates 24/7, so even at night, it's brightly lit and bustling with activity. Master Colin hears urgent intelligence from the Earthshakers, a special unit of the Imperial Army. A female staff member trudged over, reporting in a somewhat hurried voice. Read it. Colin, a bald, middle-aged man with a slight belly, is one of the 4 vice-secretaries of the Intelligence Hall and the head of the office tonight. Because the Intelligence Hall operates 24/7, 4 vice-secretaries are specially assigned, operating in 4 shifts and 3 shifts. Urgent information from the Earthshakers. Raxel's strength has exceeded expectations, and the Saber Leopard Squad has been completely annihilated. Additionally, the secret snake cult appears to have sent an envoy to Meister, but their specific purpose is unknown. I remember the branch issued a mission to kill Raxel. Has anyone taken it? Deputy Director Colin asked, seemingly reflecting on something. Please wait a moment. I check. Yes, the Meister battering ram team has accepted the mission, the female staff member reported quickly. A newly promoted gold rank team? That name sounds familiar. Supervisor Colin looked puzzled. Yes, Sir Colin, it's indeed a newly formed team. The captain is Ryan Carlin, and the 2 team members are Captain Evelyn. Their resume: joined the Sword Bearers. Completed bronze rank. Completed diamond rank. The female staff member reported, a look of surprise on her face. Diamond rank? Colin asked suspiciously. This clearly didn't conform to the normal promotional process for new sword bearers. Furthermore, Colin could tell that the team had completed a diamond rank mission while still at silver rank. Clearly, someone had given them special approval. Ryan Meister's battering ram? I remember. It's that talented new swordsman. Colin suddenly thought. But then his expression changed. He said, Quick, report this information to the mission hall with the following annotation. It is recommended that you notify Lord Ryan immediately. The enemy's strength has exceeded expectations, and the situation has changed. The mission to kill Raxel has been suspended. Okay, Lord Colin. As soon as the female staff member left, another female staff member quickly arrived, reporting, Director Colin, here's an urgent report from Welsh County. Read it. Welsh County Observer McKen dispatch. Lord Ryan, the gold rank swordsman captain, has killed the Black Flame cult of Welsh County. The High Priestess. Galena, 2 Black Flame Guardians and completed the Golem Guardian investigation mission, and even killed one. What? Colin's face was filled with shock. Isn't it that this new swordsman Ryan is so formidable? Could it be that he had previously completed the diamond level mission solely on his own? If that's the case, this mission might not be impossible to proceed with. An instant thought struck Colin. The annotations he just made on the intelligence report weren't quite right. Forget it, let the mission hall handle this headache. Colin tugged at his few remaining strands of hair, a look of distress on his face, combining the Earthshaker's urgent intelligence report with this one, reported to Mr. Yumaz, the mission hall's administrative officer. Lord Colin, how should our intelligence hall's annotations be written? The female staff member beside him asked, blinking her eyes. According to regulations, all intelligence reported or forwarded by the Intelligence Hall requires annotations. I suggest, let Lord Ryan make the decision. Chapter 270. The information from the Underground Intelligence Hall was quickly uploaded to the Mission Hall via special pipeline. At this point in time, the Mission Hall had far fewer staff members than the brightly lit Intelligence Hall, but there were still people on duty. After receiving the urgent message, the yawning female staff member perked up and immediately rushed the urgent information to the Affairs Officer's room. Today, Affairs Officer Yumaz was on duty, but unlike the Intelligence Halls, his duties were generally uneventful, except for situations like today. Soon after, Deputy Affairs Officer Alina, who was resting at home, was also invited to the Sword-Bearer branch. In the Mission Hall, Affairs Officer Yumaz's office. Lord Yumaz, you're looking for me. Yes, Alina, I have something to discuss with you. Yumaz directly handed the two urgent reports from the Intelligence Hall to the capable young woman. Alina took it and quickly flipped through it. After a few minutes, her brow furrowed as she asked, Lord Yumaz, what do you mean? My idea is to have Lord Ryan suspend the mission to kill Bloodburner Raxel. Originally, this mission was rated 2-star gold, but given the strength displayed by the opponent this time, and the possible influence of the Secret Snake Cult's envoy, the difficulty has increased significantly and needs to be reassessed. Yumaz's face grew serious, and after a pause, he continued, I believe the difficulty of this mission has reached 3.5-star gold. In fact, for safety reasons, I believe the other 3-star gold mission, investigating the truth behind the Meister attack, should also be suspended. I suggest keeping the 1-star gold mission, protecting the governor of Meister County. The capable young woman, Alina, thought for a moment and asked, Sir, what are the recommendations from the Intelligence Center? That sly Colin wrote that it's up to His Excellency Ryan to make the final decision, Yumaz said unhappily, standing up. At the same time, he handed Alina the Intelligence Center's comments on the two reports. After a moment's thought, Alina said, I think we can convey Colin's recommendations directly to His Excellency Ryan. Yumaz said, looking at his deputy in surprise. Alina, Lord Ryan accepting 3 gold-level missions is against the rules. If anything were to happen to him, you and I would both be punished. Thank you, Lord Yumaz, for the reminder, but I believe in Lord Ryan's abilities. Alina held up the intelligence from Welsh County Observer McKen and said, Before receiving this intelligence, I might have agreed with you. But now, I think we should trust Lord Ryan, the man who can perform miracles. You've forgotten that even when faced with a tide piercer, a titled knight, Lord Ryan managed to escape unscathed. Besides, Meister is Lord Ryan's hometown. I think letting Lord Ryan decide for himself whether to continue is the best option. After hearing his deputy's words, Yumaz fell into deep thought. He paced back and forth in the room, pondering. After a long moment, he nodded and said, All right. Since you and Colin agree, let's do this. However, you will adjust the reward level for the mission to kill Bloodburner Raxel to 3.5 stars. If Lord Ryan succeeds in killing him, we can't let him miss out on the reward. By the way, are there any vacancies in our branch's gold-level team? Alina instantly understood her master's intention. He wanted to assign another gold-level team there, but now there's no point in having enough resources. The capable young woman shook her head and said, Not yet, sir. As you know, the situation in Rosby County is even worse than in Meister. Over half of the branch's gold-level teams have gone there. As for the silver-level teams, they're too weak, and going there would only result in additional casualties. Then pass this information to Lord Ryan immediately. Also, ask him if he has any other needs. We do our best to meet them. Okay, Lord Yumaz, I be there. Welsh County. Inside the temporary camp. According to Observer Mackin, after this battle, the remaining Black Flame cult forces in Welsh County pose little threat to the team. Naturally, Ryan didn't need to consider traveling overnight. Especially after having just experienced such a fierce battle, everyone, including the knights who had reached the transcendent stage, looked exhausted, not to mention the ordinary cavalry. However, the occasional flashes of excitement and spirit in their eyes proved that they were the victors. After cleaning up the battlefield, everyone, under Claire's instructions, resumed alert and rested. One of the advantages of Ryan, as a gold-level swordsman, being able to call for non-combat support was that he could have Mackin take the seriously injured away for treatment, allowing the entire team to continue the battle lightly. Ryan, who had been planning to consider his next points, saw Claire approaching. Knowing she had something to tell him, he immediately stood up. Ryan, shall we take a walk? Yes, Miss Claire. The two of them arrived at a secluded spot not far from the camp. Claire looked at Ryan with a curious and complex expression and asked, Ryan, what are your strengths, or when did you become a wizard? Well, it was probably not long after I joined the Sword Bearers. I accidentally discovered I had a rare affinity for metal elements, and later became a full-fledged wizard. Ryan recounted the story as if it were as simple as buying a pie from the pie shop. After all, telling the truth would bring up Anna, making a simple matter somewhat complicated. By the way, Miss Claire, was that the secret technique you used in the battle just now from Arcadia's swordsmanship? Ryan abruptly changed the subject. Women are more sensitive to this, not to mention the Earl's daughter, Claire. She gave Ryan a bright look and said, yes, I used the Arcadian swordsmanship secret technique, the first arc slash. I've also mastered the second arc slash, but it's quite stamina consuming, so I rarely use it in battle. Ryan nodded. This was the normal fighting style of a knight or great knight. Even if they mastered secret techniques or secrets, they were cautious in their use, using them according to their physical strength and sparingly. Unlike him, as long as he had spare attribute points, he almost never considered physical strength. This also explains why Ryan's repeated use of the advanced ultimate technique, Crushing Hammer, torpedoed the Golem Guard, stunning everyone with its impact. Ryan's eyebrows raised, intrigued by what Claire was saying. From the name, it sounds like a progressive multi-level secret technique. The subsequent secrets should be quite powerful, right? Claire nodded and said, yes, after mastering the secret technique, triple arc slash, you can comprehend the ultimate technique, Blade Storm. But I've only barely mastered triple arc slash yet, and I'm not quite there yet. Mastering the ultimate technique requires further diligent practice after I become a Grand Knight. However, Claire soon looked at Ryan suspiciously and asked, didn't I give you the scroll of Arcadia's swordsmanship, Ryan? Didn't you read it? I only saw the first few moves. I haven't had time to see the rest, Ryan said a little embarrassedly. Logically, he should have carefully reviewed the Arcadian swordsmanship that Claire had so cherished. Claire didn't see anything wrong with it. After all, Ryan had only just received it, and he had been through a fierce battle today. The two chatted casually for a while longer. The night mist gradually dissipated. Claire's fair face, still slightly flushed from the battle, reflected a faint, crystalline sheen in the bright moonlight, revealing a remarkably healthy beauty and a heroic demeanor. Ryan, who also possessed a striking figure, unconsciously compared her to the beautiful woman Jennifer. But Ryan soon discovered that the two had completely different styles. If the beautiful woman Jennifer was a ripe peach, then Claire was a newly blossoming rose. The feminine charm between her eyebrows was a little immature, but years of training brought a more confident aura, and her curves were firmer and more elastic. Claire's face flushed increasingly red, as if she had noticed something. As a woman and a peaked knight, she naturally sensed Ryan's gaze grazing over certain perturbations of her body. Ryan. I have something else to do. You practice on your own for now. With that, Claire fled with a swift, almost frantic look. After several battles, Claire's attitude towards Ryan had subtly changed. If others had seen her that way, Claire would have simply considered him a lecher. But Ryan's words made her heart beat faster, her face flush, and she felt a wave of shyness, a characteristically feminine shyness, but she didn't get angry. For a moment, she couldn't accept Ryan's bold gaze. Yes, Miss Claire, Ryan replied, a hint of doubt in his voice. However, Claire turned, exposing her pert, taut buttocks to Ryan's eyes. Years of night training meant that Claire's hips didn't sway dramatically as she walked, but rather trembled ever so slightly, appearing incredibly delicate and firm. A feast for Ryan's eyes. After Claire walked away, Ryan calmed his fluctuating emotions and returned his attention to his swordsmanship. He transformed the hardened adamantine into a two-handed great sword and began practicing Arcadian swordsmanship in the open field. However, a system prompt quickly sounded, "You have practiced Arcadia swordsmanship, and your understanding of the relevant skills has improved. Your Arcadia swordsmanship skill has been improved, and your experience points have increased by 3. It has been detected that the host has also practiced Giant Bear swordsmanship, a two-handed sword technique. Would you like to merge it with Arcadia swordsmanship? This fusion requires 3 gold skill points. Note: after fusion, Giant Bear swordsmanship will no longer be displayed on the panel, but the host can still use related sword techniques and derive secrets. Note: after fusion, Arcadia swordsmanship will absorb the advantages of Giant Bear swordsmanship and improve it. The host's experience points in Giant Bear swordsmanship will be converted to experience points in the improved Arcadia swordsmanship at a certain ratio. Seeing the last system prompt, Ryan immediately remembered something. The previous Imperial military swordsmanship and basic swordsmanship were also like this, they could be merged together. But Ryan remembered it clearly. At the time, the basic swordsmanship was essentially the same lineage as the Imperial armies, and perhaps also because the skill level was relatively low, so the fusion didn't cost any skill points. But he hadn't expected this fusion to actually cost 3 gold skill points. In comparison, this was truly expensive. Ryan reread the description. Will it not affect the use of the original swordsmanship and the derived ultimates? That's no problem. But 3 gold skill points is a significant amount. Ryan thought, and brought up the stats panel again. Constitution, 38. Strength, 43. Agility, 35. Spirit, 52. Having previously added 2 points to strength, his strength had reached 43, getting closer and closer to the top-level ultimates requirements of 45 strength, 38 agility, and 40 plus constitution. I'm just 1 gold skill point short of upgrading Crushing Hammer to a top-level ultimate. But if I had points to strength, agility, and constitution, I need a total of 7 attribute points to meet the requirements. With only 1 point left, it's a bit too risky in the current environment. If I use 3 points for fusion, the gold skill point deficit will return to 4. Ryan frowned slightly, momentarily unsure what to do. I'm sure there will be plenty of battles on this trip to Meister. After all, we were attacked along the way. I still need to save some attribute points. In that case, there's only. Finally, after some thought, Ryan chose fusion. Immediately, the LV-13 Giant Bear swordsmanship skill disappeared from the Weapon Master Legend panel, replaced by the LV-10 Arcadia swordsmanship skill, 12/20,000. The Giant Bear sword art, which was almost at level 13 and 14, only barely made it to level 10 of Arcadian sword art after transformation. This demonstrates the vast difference in level between the two. But this is a good thing. It means that Arcadian sword art of the same level will significantly surpass the Giant Bear sword art in power. At the same time, a flood of memories of practicing Arcadian sword art flooded into Ryan's mind, causing both of his temples to swell slightly. For a moment, it felt as if Ryan had been diligently practicing Arcadian sword art for decades in some mysterious dimension. After he absorbed this memory, a system notification appeared. Congratulations, you have unlocked the Arcadian sword art's exclusive secret technique, Arc Slash. Congratulations, you've unlocked the Arcadian sword art's exclusive secret technique, Arc Slash Level 2. Arc Slash Level 2, that should be what Claire meant by the double Arc Slash. But then, a flash of lightning flashed through Ryan's mind. I still have 2 skill points, and Arcadian sword art is currently at level 10. Isn't that possible? Soon, a slightly excited Ryan focused his attention on the level 10 Arcadian sword art. Without hesitation, Ryan invested both skill points. Ryan narrowed his eyes, beginning to absorb the new training memory. A system notification soon appeared. Congratulations, you've unlocked the Arcadian sword art's exclusive secret technique, Arc Slash Level 3. It really works. If Claire knew I'd surpass her 10 years of hard training in just a few moments, I wonder what she'd think. It seems I have to keep it a secret for the time being, or find a suitable time to quickly showcase my progress, Ryan thought to himself. However, this wasn't Ryan's ultimate goal for this skill upgrade. At this moment, he was already vaguely grasping the potential of the Arcadian swordsmanship's ultimate technique, Blade Storm. He needed a sudden realization, or perhaps even a single gold skill point, to break through this barrier. Clearly, there was no need to hesitate. As his gold skill point count increased from 4 to 3, Ryan suddenly gained a deeper understanding of Blade Storm. A system notification appeared. Congratulations, you've mastered the Arcadian swordsmanship's entry-level ultimate technique, Blade Storm. Blade Storm. At those 4 words, a smile played across Ryan's lips. Yes, that's exactly what Ryan had just thought of. Mastering the Arcadian sword art's ultimate move, Blade Storm, all in one go. Delighted, Ryan spotted a new icon on his Weapon Master Legend panel, located above the Arcadian sword art and secret technique, Arc Slash Level 3. The icon depicted a burly man, wielding a great sword like a spinning top, spinning at high speed. Surrounding him were streams of radiating air, seemingly representing the greatsword's blades slicing through the air, a truly razor-sharp performance. In the lower right corner of the icon, a line of small text read, Blade Storm, Elementary Secret. Effect, integrating the force with Arc Slash, wielding the greatsword creates a whirlwind of sharp blades, attacking all nearby enemies. Note, Blade Storm is a special move and cannot be upgraded with skill points. To upgrade Blade Storm to an intermediate special move, the following conditions must be met. 1. Arcadia Swordsmanship level 14 or higher. 2. Bear King Breathing Technique level 14 or higher. 3. 2 gold skill points must be spent. So expensive? Upgrading to an intermediate special move costs 2 gold skill points? So, upgrading to an intermediate special move costs a total of 3 gold skill points, which is just enough. But if that happens, there's no way I'd be able to upgrade Crushing Hammer to a top-level special move anytime soon, Ryan mused. Since the team had just been attacked, and to avoid Claire's detection, Ryan didn't plan to practice the new special move, Blade Storm, at this time. However, if he did, he wouldn't be able to assess its power. But one thing was clear. Having mastered the 2 group attack secrets of Blade Storm and Roaring Warcry, Ryan could confidently say that he was now completely unafraid of group battles. At dawn, Ryan and his group set out, continuing their journey towards Maester County. After a short distance, they left Welsh County and entered Maester County. Inside the carriage, Ryan, looking out the window, suddenly turned to Claire and said, "Miss Claire, I'd like to return to Glittering Gold to see what's going on there before leaving." Glittering Gold? Hearing this familiar name, Claire seemed to understand. Without any sign of refusal, she nodded and said, "Of course, we can turn off at the fork ahead and head for Glittering Gold. Why choose to go now?" Ryan was primarily concerned that once he arrived at the county town, he would still have the mission of protecting Earl Habsburg. It might be difficult to free himself to head to Glittering Gold at that point. But Ryan had been concerned about the situation in Goldhire since receiving a letter from his childhood best friend, George. Going to Goldhire from here would only take a detour, adding about 2 or 3 hours, and arriving in the county town around dusk. Overall, it wouldn't delay anything. "Thank you, Miss Claire." "Ryan, actually, I'd also like to visit the Habsburg Manor nearby," Claire said with a smile. The head maid, Shadia, glanced at Ryan. Goldhire was where the young Lord Ryan was born and raised. Furthermore, Shadia herself had spent several years as head maid at the Habsburg Manor near Goldhire, so naturally, she had feelings for Goldhire. She also wanted to see how Goldhire had fared after the attack. As the convoy slowly approached Goldhire, the arrival of such a large group would naturally cause an uproar among the townspeople, with curious children running out to watch. But now, all that filled the air was complete silence, and all that filled the eyes were collapsed buildings. It was nothing like the bustling scene Ryan remembered. The streets were practically empty, let alone children running back and forth. The town, once bustling with activity, had transformed into a nearly deserted, dead town. Ryan wasn't one for sentimental sentiment, but witnessing this scene still deeply moved him. Ryan's face was gloomy, his heart churning. Fuck. Damn cult. Although the Dragon Empire had its faults, including its backward institutions, which Ryan considered extremely backward, the Empire at least gave ordinary people a chance to survive, and occasionally, even allowed the lower classes to find a little joy in life amidst its hardships. In comparison, the actions of these cults were truly inhumane. Seeing this, Shadia covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes widening, her eyes reddened. When she was the head maid of the manor, she had often come to Goldhire town to purchase some things. But now, she would probably never see the familiar faces again, and the shops she often visited were all closed. Claire wasn't particularly familiar with Goldhire town. When she first came to Goldhire town, she had stayed temporarily at the Habsburg Manor nearby. However, seeing the town, under her family's actual control, in such a state of desolation still deeply touched her. "Let's go, Miss Claire," Ryan said solemnly. "Well, Ryan, after we wipe out the cult, we can rebuild the town." Claire, noticing Ryan's expression, offered a reassuring reassurance. "Thank you," Ryan nodded, saying nothing. For a moment, the atmosphere inside the carriage was a bit gloomy.